Chapter 1, The Cold School Beauty's Love Brain. Xin Chuan is awesome. I admire Xin Chuan for confessing his love in front of the entire school. The top student in liberal arts confesses his love to the top student in martial arts. How exciting! If the school beauty Lin Anrou agrees, that would be the real thrill. I can't agree to that. Martial arts are flourishing now, and martial arts are respected. Even if Xin Chuan gets full marks in academics, he can't compare to a martial artist. I heard that Lin Anrou's martial arts strength has reached 910, which is only 90 away from being a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist is a gifted girl. How can a liberal arts student be worthy of her? I don't think Xin Chuan has no chance. Learning literature these days always puts you at a disadvantage. Sho, stop talking, the principal's face has turned so dark. As expected, the principal's face on the rostrum was extremely ugly, his blood boiling, and he roared loudly, "Xin Chuan, get out of here." The roar was like thunder exploding on the playground. The students all showed expressions of horror. Only Xin Chuan, the instigator, remained unmoved. He stood there quietly, as if he heard nothing. At this moment, there is only one thought in my mind. System, you better not mess with me. Xin Chuan has been in this world where martial arts are prevalent for 18 years. He has not activated the so-called golden finger system for time travel, nor does he have outstanding martial arts talent. So far, the force value has not yet reached 3 digits. There is no other way but to give up martial arts and pursue literature. Fortunately, the liberal arts track was not crowded, and he easily became the first in liberal arts at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Today, at the oath-taking ceremony held 100 days before the college entrance examination, he and Lin Anrou, the top scorer in the Wuka class, took the stage to speak as student representatives. The speech will last 10 minutes. Lin Anrou was allocated 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Xin Chuan only had a pitiful 30 seconds. There is no way around it. In this world, liberal arts are just not popular. But no matter how unpopular it was, I still got 30 seconds. What should I say? Just as Xin Chuan was organizing his words, the system came. Opposite sex contract system. If the contract is successful, the martial arts improvement gained by the contract object will be returned to the host at a certain multiple. Wonderful. It's like having a tool to help you improve your martial arts skills, but you improve even more than the tool. After all, this is a world where martial arts are respected, and Xin Chuan also has his own ideas about martial arts. If one's martial arts talent wasn't so pathetic, who would be willing to study math, physics, and chemistry? It's okay now. The system is finally here. He immediately set his sights on Lin Anrou. As the top student in martial arts in the school, binding her as the contract object would definitely have the most obvious effect on improving his martial arts skills. However, for the contract to be successful, need to complete the corresponding contract tasks. Mission: confess your love for Lin Anrou in public. Xin Chuan was completely dumbfounded at that time. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Lin Anrou is cold, beautiful and arrogant, like a white snow lotus blooming on a barren ice field, making people afraid to approach her. Anyone who comes even a little closer will be injured or disabled. You can imagine how serious the consequences would be if you confessed your feelings to him in public. Even if the one who confessed his love to you is an arhat, I will still knock out the relics for you. But Xin Chuan knew very well that in the world after traveling through time, only by practicing martial arts could he get ahead, so he gritted his teeth and gave it his all. In my previous life, I was a slave and experienced all the hardships of society. In this life, who wants to be a beast of burden? I want to stand out. So when it was his turn to speak for the liberal arts students, he turned around and confessed his feelings to Lin Anrou. And then, nothing happened. The whole world is quiet. Only the principal, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, was roaring. Xin Chuan, are you deaf? I told you to get out. Get out of here. What happened today was extremely bad. To put it simply, it means disrespecting him as the principal and disregarding school rules and regulations. To put it in a broader sense, do you know who Lin Anrou's parents are? Once this matter reaches the ears of Lin Anrou's parents, I'm afraid the sky will collapse for Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Xin Chuan had no time to care, because the system voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting Lin Anrou. Fortunately, the system did not mess around and kept its word. When the task was completed, the contract was truly successful. This is good news. But the bad news is, There seems to be a lot of bad news. The principal wanted to peel off his own skin. I have become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Will Lin Anrou unleash her ultimate sword and send herself to heaven? Just thinking about it gives me chills. It's better to go down quickly and avoid the limelight. Oh, okay, I'll get out now. Xin Chuan immediately forced a smile towards the principal and then rolled off the stage. Stop. Not leaving anymore? What's wrong with you as the principal? Once words are spoken, they are like water spilled. There is no way to regret it. I order you to apologize to Lin Anrou right now. The principal spoke word by word, his beard shaped like an inverted 8 due to anger. Xin Chuan stopped and thought it was a false alarm. It turns out that he wanted to apologize himself. I should apologize. Xin Chuan took a deep breath, ignored the gazes of others, walked up to Lin Anrou, and bowed deeply. Lin Anrou, I'm sorry. I was reckless just now. Just pretend nothing happened. Lin Anrou's delicate face had a cold and deep expression on her face. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she uttered a cold word, Idiot, why are you apologizing? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Wow, I've finally waited for this day. I'm about to cry. What? Xin Chuan opened his mouth in surprise, looking as if he had seen a ghost. But Lin Anrou's expression was still cold, and it seemed that the words just now were not spoken by her. Xin Chuan stared at each other, wondering if his hearing wasn't working well even though he wasn't old. Shaked his head. He asked tentatively, Lin Anrou, does your mean you forgive me? Lin Anrou's pretty face showed an otherworldly temperament and she did not speak. But the voice started again. Idiot, I'm not angry at all. If you ask such a stupid question again, I'll pinch your cheeks. Speaking of which, I can hardly wait any longer. I've been wanting to pinch you for a long time. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle, hee. Xin Chuan's face was filled with fear, and his pupils shrank again and again. He was 100% sure that the voice belonged to Lin Anrou, but the other person's rosy little mouth didn't move at all. Most importantly, how could the cold and aloof Lin Anrou speak in such a tone? Isn't the contrast too big? What is going on? After the host successfully completes the contract, he can hear the voice of the contract partner. At this time, the system voice sounded. Xin Chuan was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Voice of the heart. I could actually hear Lin Anrou's thoughts. And the voice of the heart will definitely not be fake. Doesn't that mean Lin Anrou, the cold and beautiful school beauty who usually keeps people at a distance? Actually, it is one. Love brain? Chapter 2 Secret Technique. I'm just in love. The key is that the person she wants to fall in love with is actually Xin Chuan. This is ridiculous. Xin Chuan's mouth suddenly became a little messy. He couldn't understand, no matter how hard he tried, what was Lin Anrou trying to do? To get the first place in liberal arts? But liberal arts students are useless. In this world where martial arts are respected, liberal arts students are often at the bottom of society. For your own pure body? Or a slightly handsome face? No way. Lin Anrou is actually that kind of girl. Xin Chuan's expression became increasingly strange. He suddenly felt that it was very dangerous for a boy to travel to this world alone. Lin Anrou, with a cold expression, could not hear Xin Chuan's thoughts, but only felt that Xin Chuan seemed to be staring at her. Oh, Xin Chuan seems to be looking at me all the time. I practiced martial arts too late last night and didn't sleep well. My face seems a little puffy. I wonder if he'll find it ugly. I should have put on a face mask when I woke up today. Woohoo, I will never stay up late again. Why is he still looking at me? And his expression is a little weird. Oh no, he must have found out. Wow, this is so embarrassing. Lin Anrou immediately turned her body slightly to the side without any expression, and faced Xin Chuan with the half of her face that was not swollen. When Xin Chuan heard Lin Anrou's inner thoughts again, the corners of his mouth became even more messy. No. Are you sure this is the cool school beauty? She didn't say a word, but her mind was chattering non-stop, like a pure and innocent girl. Oh my, Xin Chuan is still staring at me. What should I do? I'm so nervous. I can't help but scream. No, I need to leave here quickly. Whoa, Xin Chuan, I'm leaving first. I really want to stay with you for a while longer, but I. Wait for me to be braver next time. Let us go, Xiao Chuanquan. Lin Anrou turned and left, as if she had made some decision. When everyone saw this scene, they knew it was over. This liberal arts student named Xin Chuan was definitely finished. School beauty Lin Anrou turned and left without saying a word. It's obvious that you don't choose to forgive. That's right. A liberal arts student confessed his love in public. Even a young girl who was not very strong in martial arts would not agree to this. What's more, she is the top beauty in the military department. Why forgive? Wait to die. But Xin Chuan actually dared to confess in public, and this courage deeply stimulated countless boys in the audience. They felt that Xin Chuan shouldn't be so brave. I should be like them, hiding in the dark sewers, as humble as a cockroach, only daring to secretly fantasize about my love for Lin Anrou. Xin Chuan naturally didn't know that many boys in the audience had become pickled vegetables. He turned around and glanced at the principal with a sullen face. Principal, can I go now? Roll. Okay. Xin Chuan quickly left the podium, feeling the burning gazes from all around him. Become famous in one battle? Don't care. The public enemy of all boys in school? It's true. Now he just wanted to find a quiet place to thoroughly understand the situation of the system. The playground behind the school. System, please explain the functions to me again. The more detailed the better. Host, this system is called the opposite sex contract system. You can contract with any target of the opposite sex, but the prerequisite is that you need to complete the corresponding contract task. For example, if you wanted to contract Lin Anrou just now, you must complete the task, confess your love to her in public. The mission is complete, and the contract is successful. In the future, as long as the contracted party's martial arts cultivation improves, the system will return it to you at a certain multiple. Currently, this system is at level 1. As the host's strength increases, more return multipliers will be activated. Xin Chuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. What is the current return multiplier? Also, how much strength do I need to increase before I can upgrade the system? Return to the host, the current return multiple is 250 times. Random return. That means the minimum refund is 2 times, and the maximum refund is 50 times? Xin Chuan's eyes were full of anticipation. Even the lowest multiple. But you have to know that the person he is currently contracting is Lin Anrou, the school's top martial arts student. Even with the lowest multiple of return, you will definitely make a lot of money. After all, with Lin Anrou's potential, it is not difficult to increase her strength to 1000 before the college entrance examination. Lin Anrou's current strength is 910. This means that there is about 90 room for increasing the combat power. Double the reward, and increase the force value by 180 points. It has been 18 years since Xin Chuan traveled through time, and his combat power remains at 76 points. A 180-point increase in combat power is a huge profit. Of course, think big. What if it is the maximum multiple return? If it is 50 times, that means the force value will increase by 4,500 points. In this world where martial arts are respected, 4,500 points of martial arts value means you are in the middle stage of a 4th grade martial artist. I dare not think about it. I dare not even think about it. Xin Chuan was getting more and more ecstatic, and the corners of his mouth were even harder to suppress than AK. By the way, system, what's going on with the voice of the heart? Didn't you say that if the contract is successful, you can hear the voice of the contracted party? But why can't I hear Lin Anrou's voice now? Replying to the host, you need to be in close contact with the contracted person in order to hear their inner voice. Swoosh snee. Xin Chuan snapped his fingers and raised the corners of his mouth. This was fine. Otherwise, Lin Anrou's thoughts could be heard from a distance, which was equivalent to installing a bug on her. It seemed a little bit perverted. Sudden. Bite. A prompt sounded. Contractee Lin Anrou consumed the Gonlin grass, increasing her strength by 2 points. This has been returned 50-fold to the host. Xin Chuan was stunned. Before he could react, a powerful force surged throughout his body. It feels so good. Xin Chuan took a deep breath and felt extremely refreshed all over. Every move he made was full of strength. Boom. Next second. He couldn't help but clench his fist and swing it violently. The sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Although he was a weakling, he was able to punch out with great force, causing several trees on the playground to shake violently. This is the case even with a 100-point increase in strength. What about 500 points, 1000 points, or 10,000 points? Lin Anrou is awesome. During the break, as the top student in the martial arts department, I am still writing. The system is awesome. The first return is the highest 50 times. Xian Chuan's inner ecstasy could obviously not be hidden on his face. Unexpectedly. It's not over yet. After taking the Gonlin grass, the contracted subject, Lin Anrou, practiced the secret technique of teleportation, increasing her proficiency by 1. This has been returned to the host 40-fold. Teleport. It's actually teleportation. No wonder Lin Anrou is so strong, it turns out she has figured out the secret technique. And this secret technique is teleportation. In this world where martial arts flourish and ferocious beasts roam rampant, teleportation is definitely a great thing. So stay calm, develop slowly, and don't be reckless? No. Xian Chuan didn't have the mind to think about anything else at the moment. He just wanted to have fun right now. Let's go. He took a deep breath and activated teleportation. The next moment. Where did this teleport to? Oh shit, a girl's bathhouse? Someone is taking a shower. Lin Anrou? It doesn't seem to be. Chapter 3 Sister Violent Girl? Girl's bathhouse. Lin Anyu had just finished a martial arts test. With her talent, she passed it easily. I'm so hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat after taking a shower. While the other students in the class were still struggling with the exams, she had come here alone to take a shower. In the dressing room, she took off her clothes directly. The skin below her neck was as white as blood, and the curves of her chest and waist were even more exciting. Putting the clothes she took off into the storage compartment, she raised her arms to tie up her hair, and then walked into the bathhouse naked. She was the only one using the huge bathhouse now. This feeling is simply too wonderful. She turned on the hot water, and the hot water dripped down, sliding across her fair skin. The extremely strong feeling of comfort made her close her eyes and hum softly. Half a minute later, her face turned slightly red. It's not because the hot water temperature is too high. She suddenly felt like peeing. There happened to be no one else in the bathhouse right now. Why not try it too? Humans are such strange creatures. Once they have a curious idea, they can't stop. Lin Anyu's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her face flushed for a long time. Finally, she bit her red lips and began to boldly try. Next second. Xian Chuan, who was also driven by curiosity, appeared in the girl's bathhouse without any warning. Oh shit. Where did this teleport to? Is someone taking a shower? Is this a bathhouse? Damn, the one taking a shower is a girl. Girl's bathhouse? Before Xian Chuan could figure out the situation, he was stunned by the snow-white scene in front of him. So amazing. Good. Lin Anyu was obviously stunned by Xian Chuan's sudden appearance in the girl's bathhouse. My brain crashed right there. First of all, this is in the girl's bathhouse. Second, she was taking a shower. As a result, a strange boy suddenly appeared in front of him. Is it such a big deal? Court death. Obviously. Lin Anyu is different from other girls. If it were other girls, their first reaction at this time would definitely be to cover the key parts of their body with their hands, and then scream. Lin Anyu's focus is on. Damn it. I was a girl who wanted to try something new, and then I was caught by a strange boy. This is a really big social death scene. Damn the shame. Xian Chuan didn't have any obvious reaction at first until he took a closer look. Ah. The next second, he couldn't help but shout out, and then quickly stepped back to avoid it. Such an operation obviously made Lin Anyu completely helpless. What does it mean? You big pervert, you ran into the girl's bathhouse, and I didn't even shout yet, but you started shouting first? Besides, dodged? Why hide? Are you disgusted? Just wait for me. Once I finish solving this problem, it will be your death. Xian Chuan took a big step back and immediately closed his mouth, obviously realizing that he shouldn't shout out. If anyone wants to shout, it's the little girl who shouts first. Explain quickly before anyone does anything. Otherwise, by the time she takes action, it will be too late. Xin Chuan immediately looked up and saw the other person's face clearly. First reaction. Lin Anrou? How come this girl looks exactly like Lin Anrou? Second reaction. Wrong. She is not Lin Anrou. Lin Anrou doesn't have such an obvious beauty mole on the left corner of her eye. In addition, Lin Anrou's figure is not that fleshy. The other party obviously had that kind of slightly plump physique. It's over. Since it's not Lin Anrou. But she looks like she was carved from the same mold as Lin Anrou. Xin Chuan already knew the other party's identity. Lin Anyu. Lin Anrou's twin sister. Another school beauty of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Two sisters, one ice and one fire. The elder sister Lin Anrou is cold, beautiful and arrogant. Sister Lin Anyu, a violent girl. If boys in school don't dare to confess their love to sister Lin Anrou, it's because she is too cold and keeps people at a distance. Then no one dared to confess his love to his younger sister Lin Anyu, because she was too violent. On the first day of school, more than 80 boys were beaten and sent to the hospital. Since then, who dares to confess their love to her? After learning the other party's identity, Xin Chuan felt like his whole body was about to break apart. You should know that Lin Anyu's fighting power is only slightly lower than that of her sister Lin Anrou, and it is also over 900 points. Don't think that you have just increased your strength by 100 points. The total force value is 176. But in the face of a force value of 900 points, whether it is 176 points, 276, or even 376, the result is the same. It was killed in seconds without leaving any trace. It's a headache. After surviving for 18 years, I finally activated the system. Haven't even enjoyed it yet. Are you going to get your lunchbox soon? Ahem, well, I'm so sorry. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe it? I felt the murderous gaze of the other person staring at me, cold and biting. Xin Chuan quickly touched his nose awkwardly and explained. Lin Anyu had a blank expression on his face and said nothing. He just wanted this big pervert in front of him to disappear completely. Seeing that Lin Anyu didn't say anything, Xin Chuan had no choice but to continue speaking. Well, I just figured out a secret technique teleportation, so I thought I'd try it out, and I ended up here. Teleport? Lin Anyu raised her beautiful eyes, and her gaze became even colder. In the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, my elder sister is the only one who has figured out the secret technique. Even she didn't figure it out. And this guy in front of me actually figured out the same secret technique as my sister? Is this possible? You're kidding me. I know it's hard for you to believe, so let's talk about the facts. I'm going to teleport away from here right now, don't be afraid. Xin Chuan took a deep breath and teleported away. This would not only prove that this was a misunderstanding, but also allow him to escape from here and avoid embarrassment. Let's go quickly. Can. Next second. He actually failed to teleport. With his 176-point strength, he obviously couldn't teleport twice in a short period of time. Xin Chuan. Cool. Chapter 4 Teleportation failed. Teleportation failed. Xin Chuan was petrified on the spot. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He looked awkwardly at Lin Anyu, whose face was becoming increasingly darker. What should I do now? How do I wrap up what I just said? Isn't it teleportation? Isn't it a secret technique? And at this time, Lin Anyu's mouth corners curled up strangely. It was finally over. Shameful? Shame doesn't exist. Because the so-called big pervert will soon disappear from this world. Then who would know about my ugly deeds? Make it up. Why don't you continue to write down? Now that he could move freely, Lin Anyu immediately walked towards Xin Chuan. Well, I have a problem here. Why don't you wait a moment and I will show you the teleportation later? Xin Chuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly. Lin Anyu. Do you think you are a fool? You're just trying to attract attention. Even if I give you 10 or 20 years, you won't be able to teleport successfully. Die. How dare you come to the girls' bathhouse and peek in broad daylight? I'm going to get rid of this evil person right now. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang. Lin Anyu exuded an astonishing aura, visible to the naked eye, and the water on the floor was shaken and formed into ripples. This is the hard power of 900 points of force. For a martial arts rookie of Xin Chuan's level, it was simply terrifying, a dimensionality reduction attack. Hey, don't come over here. Xin Chuan was so scared that he quickly reached out his hand. But the position of his hand seemed a little wrong, pointing directly at the person's snow-white chest. Look at what happened. He quickly put his hand down. Misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. Go to hell and explain to the king of hell. Lin Anyu gathered strength in his hands and delivered a violent punch without any hesitation. This punch is enough to make Xin Chuan say goodbye to this world forever. Feeling death approaching. Xin Chuan finally understood why curiosity kills the cat. If you don't do it, you won't die. If you are not curious just now, do not trigger the teleportation immediately, stay steady, develop slowly, and don't be reckless. There are no such things as these. Do you regret it? You will definitely regret it. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. There is no use regretting. We're all going to die anyway. It's better to be a well-fed ghost before dying. A feast for the eyes. His eyes widened immediately. He was embarrassed to look at it just now, but now he was not polite. Compared with her tall and slender sister Lin Anrou, her younger sister Lin Anyu obviously has a better figure. Lin Anyu, who was throwing the punch, noticed that Xin Chuan was still secretly glancing at him even when he was about to die, and he was furious. This kind of bastard who doesn't repent even when facing death deserves to die 100 times. With a loud bang, she immediately burst out with an even more powerful aura. This punch would not only kill Xin Chuan, but also leave no trace of him. Can. Bite. After hard training, the contracted party, Lin Anrou, has increased her strength by 2 points, which has been returned 50 times to the host. I love you, Lin Anrou. As the system prompt sounded, Xin Chuan obviously saw hope of life again. Previously, it was because of insufficient strength that I couldn't activate the secret technique of teleportation a second time in a short period of time. Now Lin Anrou has returned another 100 points of force. That's enough. Teleport activated. Walk. Whoosh. Just when Lin Anyu was about to attack with all his strength, he missed. Xin Chuan disappeared from the girls' bathhouse without any warning. Lin Anyu was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open in disbelief. He confirmed again and again that the big pervert was indeed gone. And it disappeared right in front of him. It really is teleportation. And her proficiency in teleportation far exceeds that of her sister. When did such a monstrous student appear in Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School? I've never seen this before. Certainly. After a brief shock, Lin Anyu obviously no longer cared whether it was a monster or not, but he could see with his own eyes that his anger level was rising rapidly, like a giant volcano about to erupt. She was 100% sure that she could kill the pervert Xin Chuan. So, even if Xin Chuan saw her naked body, she didn't try to cover herself up, let alone put on clothes. Anyway, as long as Xin Chuan is dead, the dead won't speak, and no one will ever know what happened today. But the problem is that Xin Chuan is not dead now. He escaped. Ahak. Lin Anyu had lived for 18 years, and had never suffered such humiliation or loss. Asshole, no matter where you escape to, I will definitely find you. Kill you. And then I'll dig your eyeballs out. Finally, cut it into pieces. Lin Anyu was frantic and was clearly on the verge of going berserk. So are you still taking a shower? When she thought about what happened here before, she was lucky that she didn't raze the place to the ground. How could she have the mood to take a shower? She quickly walked back to the dressing room and put her clothes on. At this time, the cell phone rang. It's my sister Lin Anrou calling. Just right. She took this opportunity to ask her sister when another bastard or evil student appeared in the school. But after the call was connected, Lin Anrou talked about another thing. Anyu, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I have decided not to live at home anymore and rent a house off campus. Do you want to come with me? Xin Chuan rents a house off campus. Lin Anrou had long wanted to rent a house next to Xin Chuan and be his neighbor. But she just didn't have the courage to take this step. But today, Xin Chuan's public confession to her was a great inspiration to her. Xiao Chuan is so brave that he has taken that step. Then you have to be brave too. So, she mustered up the courage to tell her family that she was going to move out and live off campus for the convenience of going to school. And she has already asked someone to rent the house next to Xin Chuan. We really have to share a house. She felt a little timid again, so she called her sister to see if she would like to live with her. Sister, what are you thinking? The toilets in those houses outside the school are not even as good as ours. What are you trying to achieve? I can't sleep anyway living in a shabby place like that. Lin Anyu was extremely disgusted. On the other end of the phone, Lin Anrou knew very well that she would not be able to sleep, not because the house was shabby, but because Xian was right next door. It's almost 100 days. Overcome it. Sister, I can't get over it. Why don't I ask Dad to build a villa next to the school? No, it's too much trouble. After class, come with me to take a look around the place where I live. What if it's better than you imagined? You don't mind it, right? Okay. Chapter 5 Rejection of Special Recruitment. In this world where martial arts flourish, those whose martial arts value is less than 1,000 points are called martial arts apprentices. 100 points, first grade martial artist. 200 points, second grade martial artist. 300 points, third grade martial artist. By analogy, when the force value exceeds 1,000 points, you can enter the realm of warrior. 2,000 points, first grade warrior. 3000 points, second grade warrior. Like martial apprentices, warriors are also divided into 9 realms. The next level up for a warrior is the Grandmaster. Every 10,000 points of force value represents a realm. Above that is the Grand Master. Every 100,000 points of force value represents one realm. Above the Grand Master is the Demi-Immortal. Every 1,000,000 points of force value represents a realm. After becoming a half-immortal, there is the realm of True God. Every 10,000,000 points of force value represents a realm. Beyond the realm of True God, there seem to be other realms. But this was beyond Xian's understanding. In his impression, it seems that no one has surpassed the realm of True God. Of course, ordinary people like him who come from small places. There is no need to think so far ahead. After all, 99% of people will never be able to break through the warrior realm in their entire lives, which means that their martial arts value cannot reach 1,000 points. Don't underestimate Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, which is the best martial arts high school in Jiangcheng. But in the entire school, there are only 20 or 30 people whose combat power exceeds 500 points. There are only 9 with over 700 points. As for those above 900 points, there are currently only the twin school beauties Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu. There are still 100 days left until the college entrance exam. Work hard. No, it should be the contract partner Lin Anrou who works hard. Then it's entirely possible for me to be in the top 30, top 20, or even top 10 in the school. Then I'll be able to apply to a top-ranked martial arts university, receive a fabulous admission bonus, and a host of martial arts subsidies. It's going to be so cool. Xian successfully teleported away from the girls' bathhouse and saved his life. As he walked towards the classroom, he imagined his future. There's no way. I've been tired of being poor for the past 18 years. Life is so frustrating. He even suspected that he had taken the wrong time travel copy. Fortunately, the golden finger has finally been activated. Then the next step is to gallop forward and live a wanton life. Oh shit, it's on fire. But soon, a basin of cold water was poured down. The trouble is not solved yet. For now, he has successfully gotten rid of Lin Anyu, but this is only temporary safety. With the latter's hot temper and violent methods, he will definitely come after me soon. Just thinking about it, the scene is extremely bloody and not suitable for children. For this reason, it is better to stay calm and stop wasting time. Use the secret technique of teleportation to the best effect. It can save your life at critical moments. Certainly. If we encounter another dud, there is really nothing we can do. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. I don't believe Lin Anyu dares to kill someone in public. I just don't believe that Lin Anyu has no sense of shame. Violent school beauty, you don't want others to know that you are peeing while standing, right? Xian's expression gradually became like that of the protagonist in a Japanese action movie. I have to say, Lin Anyu has a really great figure. White, big and round. Back to the classroom. Xian noticed that everyone was staring at him, including his homeroom teacher, Lao Fan. It doesn't matter. I just happened to have something to ask Lao Fan. It just so happened that Lao Fan also had something to ask him. Finally, I know I'm back. I heard what happened on the rostrum. Lin Anrou doesn't intend to pursue the matter, so let it go. It won't happen again. As for skipping class just now, I won't hold it against you. Come, look at what this is. Lao Fan quickly opened an envelope and took out a grand notice. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all exclaimed in envy. This is the special admission notice from Qingwen University. Qingwen University, the best liberal arts university in the country. The dream school that all liberal arts students pursue throughout their lives. If I could enter Qingwen University, I could live a happy life as a quasi-warrior after graduation. Although not as good as warriors, it is definitely the ceiling for liberal arts students. It would be a lie to say I wasn't envious. Even the class teacher, Lao Fan, was envious. Looking back, he had always set his goal to study at Qingwen University, and he had to go there, even repeating his studies for 7 or 8 years. It wasn't until my child started elementary school that I had to give up. Now, one of my students has been admitted to Qingwen University as a special student, which has made up for my previous regret. And who are the so-called special recruits of Qingwen University? That must be Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan has been a talented student of liberal arts since he was young. Since he entered Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, he has always been ranked first in liberal arts. I think I understand a little bit. I understand too. Suddenly, 2 classmates showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Others? What do you know? Have you realized Jaguar again? I was wondering why Xin Chuan was so brave today, actually confessing his love to the school beauty Lin Anrou in public on the podium. It turns out he had a plan in place. That's right, the so-called escape route is this special admission notice from Qingwen University. With this special recruitment notice, he doesn't have to take the college entrance exam, and he doesn't have to study anymore. When the time comes, he can just go directly to Qingwen University to enroll. So, what if I'm socially dead? What if I'm the public enemy of all the boys in school? As long as he's not in school, none of this bothers him at all. The 2 students sang in unison, their eyes shining with great intelligence. When the other students heard this, they realized that this was the case. How could Xin Chuan do such a thing? It seems he has a way out. I took advantage of the last day at school to do things that I didn't dare to do before. Confess his love to the school beauty Lin Anrou in public. If Lin Anrou agrees, it will be a huge profit. It's no loss if you don't agree. Everyone is leaving anyway. Even after he leaves, his legend will remain in the school. This wave of operations is simply 666. Everyone's attention was focused on Xin Chuan again. So you are such a top student in liberal arts. Even the class teacher, Lao Fan, thought so. Xin Chuan? No. During the liberal arts essay test, none of you could compose a single word for a long time. Now when people are eating melons, everyone's imagination is more exaggerated than the other? Xin Chuan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the supreme honor that belongs to you with both hands. A chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on old Fan's face, and his eyes were full of pampering. Xin Chuan, Xin Chuan, Xin Chuan. The classmates in the class began to applaud and shout Xin Chuan's name. This is a glorious moment for the liberal arts class. Some students even secretly took out their mobile phones to record this moment. However, Teacher Fan, I'm sorry, I refused the special admission to Qingwen University. Ha! What are you doing? Lao Fan? Classmates? Everyone was stunned and confused. They were completely confused. No, did the top student become stupid today? Or maybe he was too happy and became stupid. Shueba, if you don't want this place, you can give it to me. Wake up, it's not your turn. You say so many hurtful things. Chapter 6 Firm Determination. Xin Chuan publicly rejected Qingwen University's special recruitment quota? I don't believe it. I must have been overly excited, a little silly, and said the wrong thing. I totally understand. Lao Fan immediately showed a loving smile, stepped forward and patted Xin Chuan on the shoulder. Relax, the teacher understands your current mood. Come, follow me, take a deep breath, breathe again, 3 breaths. How do you feel now? Can you now accept the supreme honor that belongs to you? Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan. At this time, the classmates cheered again and shouted Xin Chuan's name. However, Teacher Fan, I refuse. Xin Chuan shook his head again. Everyone? Are you serious? Are you crazy? Xinchuan, are you sure you want to reject Qingwen University's special recruitment offer? Yeah, I'm sure. Well, since you're not going, I'll have to go for you. Xinchuan was confused. Teacher Fan, you must be joking. You are so old, how can you? You were the one who joked first. Teacher Fan said seriously. Okay, enough joking around, quickly take over the special recruitment notice from Qingwen University. Teacher, I'm not kidding. I'm really giving up the special recruitment quota for Qingwen University. Teacher Fan took a deep breath and asked, why? There has to be a reason, right? Xinchuan met Teacher Fan's gaze and said, I'm planning to give up literature and take up martial arts, and take the martial arts college entrance exam. What? Teacher Fan? The whole class? Are you crazy? The craziest of the crazies. A liberal arts student decided to give up literature and take up martial arts with only 100 days left before the college entrance examination? Please, everyone here, why did you study literature in the first place? Even if everyone is unwilling to admit it, they have to admit that they come to learn literature because they have no talent for martial arts. In the entire liberal arts class, the highest combat power value is only over 100 points. With such fighting skills, he is not even cannon fodder when taking the martial arts college entrance examination. What's more, how much is Xinchuan's fighting power? It seems to be only 76 points. Xinchuan, not everyone can take the martial arts college entrance examination. You should know very well what your current martial arts strength is. With your current martial arts strength, you're not even cannon fodder when taking the martial arts college entrance exam. Don't you know that the martial arts exam involves fighting ferocious beasts? Your life is in danger at any moment. Okay, that's enough. Stop making a fuss and quickly take the special admission notice from Qingwen University. Teacher Fan said earnestly that it was so hard to recruit a special student for Qingwen University, but they actually wanted to reject him. What were they thinking? Such an accident would not be allowed to happen. Thank you, teacher. But I've really thought it through. I've decided to take the martial arts college entrance exam. I hope the teacher can help me apply for a place in the martial arts class. Thank you so much. Xinchuan clasped his hands together and expressed his highest respect. I'm so sorry. It's not that I look down on the humanities. But if you want to stand out in this world where martial arts are flourishing and ferocious beasts are rampant, you must take the martial arts course. In this dangerous world, only your own strength is the truth. It's impossible to throw out the Cauchy inequality or function to greet the other party when encountering a ferocious beast or conflicting with a warrior. What's more, the golden finger system is now here. Heterosexual contract system. As long as the martial arts skills of the contracted party are improved, the money will be returned at a certain multiple. Then you have to apply to the military science class. Want to make progress? You certainly can't just point your finger at one person to take advantage of you. The more the better. Only by going to the military science class will you have more time to come into contact with potential contract partners, complete tasks, and reach contracts. This is equivalent to the earliest development of WeChat business offline. When the time is right, reap a lot of rewards, and then use the martial arts college entrance examination as an opportunity, or a springboard, to start the road to success. But Teacher Fan had no idea what Xinchuan was thinking, nor could he hear what Xinchuan was saying. What's wrong with you today, kid? Why won't you listen? Leave the special recruitment admission notice from Qingwen University with me for safekeeping. Don't go to class today. Go back and rest. Calm down. Come back to me when you've thought it through. Okay, that's it. Everyone else, get your textbooks out. We're getting ready for class. Teacher Fan left Xinchuan aside and walked to the podium to start the class. Seeing this, Xinchuan knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. Since the teacher had approved his leave, he might as well go back and lie down. Thank you, Teacher Fan. I'll go back first. As soon as Xinchuan left, the students in the classroom seemed to be in class, but in fact they were secretly discussing. What is Xinchuan thinking? Is he really crazy? Why don't you go to Qingwen University and take the dangerous martial arts college entrance exam? Didn't you just say that the reason he publicly confessed his love to the campus beauty Lin Anrou was so he could get a special admissions spot at Qingwen University? Now he's turned that spot down. How do you explain this? I'm a little confused, let me sort it out. No, there's no reason for him to refuse Tsinghua University's special admission. It's the best liberal arts university in the country. Give up. A handsome guy's thoughts are not something you ugly bastards can guess. Fuck, your words are so hurtful. The school does not provide dormitories. Xian came from one of the most remote rural areas in Jiangcheng. It was impossible for him to go home every day, so he rented a single room in an urban village near the school. 300 yuan a month, including water and electricity. But there was only one bed in the room, and the windows were leaky. The bathroom is shared and is at the end of the corridor. You can imagine the scene of being woken up by the urge to urinate in the middle of winter at a temperature of several degrees below zero, and having to get up to go to the toilet. Many students cannot accept this. But Xian never complained about this because it was the best his parents could give him. In order to support his studies in the city, the family's tuition has been exhausted. He is already very satisfied to be able to live in a single room for 300 yuan a month. At the beginning, the path of martial arts was really not feasible. He concentrated on the liberal arts. The initial goal was naturally the best liberal arts university in the country, Tsinghua University. After graduation, I want to give my parents a good life. But now plans have changed. Abandon literature and take up military affairs. Taking the path of wuke will allow my parents to live a better life. Naturally, he did not hesitate and became even more determined to pursue the path of military science. Leave school. He walked straight towards where he lived. It's a good opportunity to plan your future path while I'm not in class. As soon as he returned to the village in the city, he saw from afar many old men and women surrounding a black Maybach in an RV whose name he couldn't remember but was obviously super high-end. How strange. There are some pseudo-nouveau riche people in the urban villages, but most of them drive BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes. This is the first time I've seen the combination of Maybach and RV. Chapter 7 No hardship, no suffering. In the simple single room, Lin Anyu pinched his nose, looking disgusted. We had originally agreed to go and look at the houses around the school with my sister after school. Who would have thought that my sister would change her mind after a while, as if she was very anxious and couldn't wait at all? So they went to ask the teacher for leave. One is the first in the school's military science. One is second in military science. The teacher was eager for them to study on their own, so he granted them leave without saying a word. After leaving school, the two sisters contacted the driver and took a car to the urban village to look at houses. I still remember what my sister Lin Anrou said: let us go look at the house first, what if we like it? Now, Lin Anyu, who has seen the house. I don't want to say anything anymore. Is this where people live? There's no place for a dog. Sister, do you really want to live in a place like this? Lin Anrou nodded, and replied with one word, yeah. What are you thinking? Why do you want to live in a place like this? Forget about sleeping in a place like this. Even if he stayed in such a place for a while longer, Lin Anyu felt uncomfortable all over. This place is closer to school. There are still 100 days until the college entrance examination. From now on, I want to focus on training and don't want to waste time on other things. Lin Anrou said coldly. Our home is not far from the school. It only takes 15 minutes to get there by car every day. Besides, if you really want to live close to school, there's no need to choose a village in the city. There are other communities near the school. If you don't like those communities, I've prepared an RV for you. Just parking the RV at the school gate and sleeping in it is definitely 100 times better than this shabby place. Lin Anyu stared at her sister with her big, Kazalan eyes. She couldn't understand it. It didn't make sense for her to have to endure such hardship. As for focusing on training and preparing for the martial arts college entrance examination. With my sister's strength, she will definitely be the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance examination in Jiangcheng area this year. Is it still necessary to focus on cultivation? Sister, be good and come back with me. Don't be so pessimistic. Lin Anyu walked up, took his sister's hand and walked outside. Next second. But Lin Anrou let him go. I've made up my mind. I'll stay here. Firstly, it's close to school, and secondly, it's a good opportunity to temper my will through tough conditions. Lin Anrou responded indifferently, unmoved. In fact, I was extremely panicked. My good sister. Could you please stop asking? I finally mustered up the courage to take this step and become Xiao Chuanchuan's neighbor. Can you please stop meddling in other people's business? There are 4 single rooms on the 7th floor. Originally 3 rooms were rented out and 1 was vacant. Among the 3 rooms for rent, 1 is Xin Chuan's residence. Now, Lin Anrou not only rented out the vacant room, but also used her money counting skills to get the tenants of the other 2 single rooms to move out. In this way, it looks like 4 single rooms, but in fact, only she and Xin Chuan live there. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush, and in order not to be discovered by her sister, she immediately walked to the living room. I looked at the time and saw that school would be over in half an hour. We need to move things quickly. Otherwise, when Xin Chuan comes back, our eyes will meet and we will be in a panic. How embarrassing. In addition, guys like surprises, right? At night, he suddenly opened the door and appeared in front of Xiao Chuan. He will definitely be very surprised and excited. Wow, so looking forward to it. Lin Anyu didn't follow him into the living room. There were so many properties in the house that he couldn't live in them all, including various villas and large flats. My sister actually chose to endure the hardship and insisted on living in this shabby house that even dogs would hate. Lin Anyu couldn't sit still, so he quickly took out his cell phone to call his parents. Xin Chuan went to the grocery store to buy some food before going upstairs. Instant noodles. Plus a sausage. The school has martial arts assessments every week. Once your martial arts skills reach a certain level, you can find an opportunity to show off your skills in the school's martial arts assessments. This will definitely attract the attention of the school. Then you can get a reward of tens of thousands. It's not too much, right? We will definitely improve the food by then. Add 2 sausages. Plus a braised egg. Is this cleaning? When he arrived at the 7th floor, Xin Chuan noticed that the floor in the living room had obviously been mopped. The sun really rises from the west. You know, his 2 roommates are both sloppier than the other. I actually have time to mop the floor today, it's just. Fuck. Before Xin Chuan could continue complaining, he suddenly found a girl with a beautiful back standing at the door of his room. Such a discovery obviously scared him a lot. Where did this girl come from? You have to know that the 2 roommates he shared the apartment with were both picky people. As for the idle 4th room, has it been rented out? And it's rented to this girl in front of you who is so beautiful just from the back. Impossible. What girl would be willing to share a house with a guy who picks his toes? The girl was staring at the door of the room in a daze, but when she heard the noise behind her, she immediately turned around. Beneath the long, smooth, black hair lies an exquisite face. It's true that you can tell she's a beauty just by looking at her back. But the coldness between his brows is enough to keep people away. Lin Anrou? Xin Chuan's mouth gradually opened wider. He was not unfamiliar with the cold and arrogant face in front of him, which seemed to be out of touch with the world. Damn it! How come the school beauty Lin Anrou appears here? Could it be that she came here specifically to settle the score because of her public confession? Xin Chuan suddenly panicked. At the same time, Lin Anrou, who was standing opposite, was also very panicked. It's over. This is so embarrassing. He must have seen me standing at the door and fantasizing. Does Xiao Chuan think I'm some kind of nymphomaniac? What should I do? What should I do now? Save me, someone save me. Help! I'm about to cry. It was not until Lin Anrou's inner voice sounded that Xin Chuan reacted. Scare yourself. I almost forgot that this cold and arrogant school beauty is actually a love-brained person. Ha, she looks so cute now. Don't cry. It seems like he wants to touch the head and pinch the face. The corners of Xin Chuan's mouth gradually rose. You live here? The next second, Lin Anrou spoke coldly, completely different from the love-brained person inside. Xin Chuan nodded subconsciously, yes. Meet me, I just moved here today. We'll be neighbors from now on. Keep the noise down at night and don't disturb my rest. Lin Anrou said coldly. Ha? Move here? Neighbor? School beauty Lin Anrou actually moved here and lived next door to me? Xin Chuan didn't react for a while and his mouth opened even wider. At this moment, Lin Anrou's voice sounded again. Xiao Chuan, I'm so brave. I finally moved next door to you. The next step is to move into your room. Chapter 8 Kangaroo Hug. Hearing Lin Anrou's thoughts, Xin Chuan was completely stunned. This school beauty is definitely a ruthless person. It is said that her family is super rich and moved to this shabby village in the city to become my neighbor. I'm already a super love-brained person, okay? Ordinary people would never do such a thing. Result: she is still not satisfied. I actually want to move into my own room. What does it mean? Want to start a real cohabitation life? So scary. It is too dangerous for a boy to rent a house alone. Even the school belle is craving for her body. Oh my, Ogawa is so cute when he's in a daze. Why didn't I realize he was so dazed before? No, this is too cute. I really want to pinch his face. I can't bear it anymore. Ha! Hearing that Lin Anrou was going to pinch his face, Xian was so scared that he quickly took a big step back. But Lin Anrou did not reach out her hand, but stood there expressionless, her eyes still cold. Remember what I just said. No loud noise at night. If it affects me, you'll be in trouble. Hee, Xiao Chuan, do I look fierce? I'm just kidding you. You are welcome to come over any time in the evening. By the way, do you like white stockings, black stockings, or flesh-colored stockings? Give me a hint so I can get ready and dressed in advance, waiting for you to come visit. Ahem. Xian almost choked on his saliva. On the surface, Lin Anrou didn't seem to want to pay attention to him, and even coldly warned him not to make any loud noise at night. In fact, he is passionate inside. Are you thinking about wearing black stockings, white stockings, or flesh-colored stockings? So scary. Could this girl be schizophrenic? Can't help it. Xian silently took another step back. At this time, Lin Anrou stared at Xian coldly, then turned and walked towards the innermost room. Xian stared at the other person's charming back, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. But one thing is certain. Lin Anrou's image as a cool and aloof school beauty is a complete fake. Bite. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in my mind. We have detected a high-quality contractable partner. Do you want to proceed with the contract? Xian? Have you detected a high-quality contract partner? I didn't expect the system to have this function. But then again, system, could the high-quality contract partner you detected be Lin Anrou? I admit that she is indeed very smooth in every aspect. No, she is of high quality. But the contract with her has already been completed. Have you not finished updating the list yet? System. Host, please do not question this system. This system will never make mistakes. Detected a high-quality contractable target, Lin Anyu. Contract mission, Kangaroo Hug. Who? When you see the name of the contractable object, Xian felt like the sky was falling. Lin Anyu is a well-known violent campus beauty in the whole school. Holding her like a kangaroo is not just courting death, it's courting death. Her mother is opening the door to death. She is courting death to the extreme. Certainly. That's not the point. At worst, I can just give up the mission and not choose the contract. But the key is, since the system can detect Lin Anyu's presence, it means she is nearby. Even in the house. No way. Have you chased them all home? I can already vaguely feel the strong murderous aura. He looked at her body completely. I also witnessed her secretive peeing while standing. This is definitely a rhythm of killing to silence the witness. Xian was instantly sweating profusely. Next second. Ah! Screams were heard. Xian is familiar with this voice. I heard it in the girls' bathhouse at school not long ago. She is coming, she is coming, she is very likely to come to me with a knife. Xian turned around and wanted to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Anyu was even faster. He rushed out of Lin Anrou's rented room like a gust of wind and shouted in horror. Ah! Sister, cockroaches, there are cockroaches. Who would have thought that the notoriously violent girl in the school had a combat power of 900 points, almost reaching the peak of martial arts? Lin Anyu, the school beauty who is not afraid of even ferocious beasts, is actually afraid of cockroaches. And he's the kind who's terrified to death. Scared to death. Tears are about to come out. When she rushed to the living room, she saw a figure out of the corner of her eye and subconsciously thought it was her sister. It scared the hell out of me, that was a cockroach. I don't have time to think about that. Sister, save me. She suddenly rushed forward, jumped high, spread her arms and legs, and tried to hang her delicate body on her sister. But that figure was not my sister at all. By the time Xin Chuan reacted, Lin Anyu was already hanging on him like a kangaroo, with her hands and feet still very strong, holding him tightly. Xin Chuan? First reaction. She is so strong. Stop hugging her. If you continue to hug her, her bones will be crushed. Second reaction. Not only is he very strong, but his thing is also super big. The impact of jumping up like that just now almost caused serious internal injuries. Cough cough cough. Pink bomb? That's about what I mean. Xin Chuan, who was hit, took 2 steps back. In order to maintain his balance and not fall, he could only subconsciously reach out and hug Lin Anyu's hips. Is this huggable? Super Chui. Lin Anyu was hanging on Xin Chuan's body. At first, she didn't notice anything wrong until she felt something strange in her buttocks. It's so itchy. It's not just the most intuitive itch on the skin. It felt like countless ants were crawling around in my heart, scratching constantly. At the same time, my cheeks also became inexplicably hot. My heart is beating faster, thump thump thump. How so? He had jumped up and hung on his sister before, more than once. But I have never had such a strange feeling. Xin Chuan was not much better off. His hands accidentally touched Lin Anyu's buttocks, and he instantly felt an electric shock. Then, the breath Lin Anyu exhaled was so hot again. With each breath, Xin Chuan's face also turned red. I've lived for 18 years and I've never held a girl's hand. Who would have thought that he would play so big right from the start, even hugging me, and it was the most intimate kangaroo hug for couples. Should I say it or not? Holding such a beautiful woman in my arms. It feels so great. Bite. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the contract mission and successfully contracting Lin Anyu. Is this okay? Xin Chuan was stunned, but it seemed like it really was possible. After all, the contract task is a kangaroo hug, and it doesn't say who took the initiative. Isn't the current situation just a kangaroo hug? Successfully contracted with Lin Anyu. Another high-quality tool man. It is definitely something to be happy about. But at the moment, Xin Chuan was obviously not happy at all. Because he knew he was going to die soon. Lin Anyu looked up. Chapter 9 I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Eye contact. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. Where is your sister? Why not sister? Instead, it was this big pervert who ran to the girls' bathhouse to peek. For a moment, Lin Anyu seriously doubted whether the way he looked up was wrong. So she closed her eyes and lowered her head. Then look up again. Destroy it. It's not that the way you raise your head is wrong. But the other party is that big pervert. Hi. Hello, nice to see you again. Xin Chuan forced a smile on his face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. When you feel embarrassed, it's always a good idea to smile. What's more, it's not really my fault. The other person rushed out and jumped on him. I didn't even have time to react. However, Lin Anyu didn't think so much and was furious. Get down here. This big pervert in front of me must be killed. And killing 100 times would not be enough to relieve the hatred. But the most urgent thing is obviously to get the other person off you first. It's so disgusting. The clothes are definitely not allowed. Take a shower more often. Xin Chuan? This is a bit embarrassing. Is it the opposite of Tiangang? It's not me who was hanging on Lin Anyu. But Lin Anyu was hanging on himself. Lin Anyu was stunned, her face turned even redder, and she was so angry that she misunderstood the situation. Boom! Next second. The astonishing aura shook the two of them apart. After Lin Anyu landed, the murderous intent in her beautiful eyes almost materialized. On the other hand, Xin Chuan. It turns out that people really laugh when they are embarrassed. Look, he smiled again, and all words seemed so pale at this moment. At the same time, Lin Anrou, who witnessed the whole process, did not show any change on her cold face, but in her heart, she was already jealous. Oh my god, Lin Anyu, what are you doing? You actually jumped up and hung on Xiao Chuanchuan's body. Woohoo, I've never done that before. Wow, tell me, is Xiao Chuanquan's embrace very gentle? Does Xiao Chuan Chuan smell nice? Ogawa River. Ha? Why aren't you getting down yet? How long are you going to hold him? Hurry up and get down. He's your brother-in-law. How can you do this? If you do this again, I will be angry. Finally down. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank your handsome brother-in-law. In Lin Anru's view, it was Xin Chuan who saved her sister Lin Anyu. Even though I just held her and avoided the pursuit of a small cockroach. But for girls, the killing power of a flying cockroach is no less than that of a third grade or even fourth grade beast. Such a heroic act, express your gratitude to them quickly. Sister-in-law, be sensible. Can I kill you? Lin Anyu punched Xin Chuan in the face without saying a word. Lin Anrou? Lin Anyu, stop it now. You are repaying kindness with enmity. He's your brother-in-law, and he just saved you. Why do you want to kill him? And could you please not hit him in the face right away? If you ruin your brother-in-law's handsome face, I'll never let you go. Anyu, stop it. At the critical moment, Lin Anrou moved and blocked her sister's way. Sister, get out of the way, I want to kill him. Lin Anyu's face was frighteningly red, and it was unknown whether it was due to anger or other reasons, but it was so red that blood was almost dripping out. Have you forgotten the rules of our Lin family? The first rule is not to kill innocent people. Lin Anrou said coldly. Yeah, what's wrong with you? I just saved you, and you didn't even say thank you, but you actually wanted to kill me. The world is so cruel, it really makes me feel disheartened. Xin Chuan took the opportunity to beat his chest and stamp his feet, looking very sad. When Lin Anyu heard this, he almost vomited blood. It is completely understandable that my sister doesn't know the truth. But you big pervert, don't you know the real reason why I want to kill you? He still looked so sad and kept saying that the world was so cruel. Where does this shameless guy get this from? Sister, get out of the way. I must kill him today. Lin Anyu's anger level continued to rise. Lin Anrou had no expression on her face and remained cold. Anyu, you're making it very difficult for me. I've already brought out the family rules, and you won't even give me a second thought? Do you really have to let me expose your brother-in-law's identity? I'm so shy. I'm not even ready yet. This is too fast. Unless you can give me a reason to kill him, I won't let you do anything. Another voice from the heart. It's real speaking again. Xin Chuan was a little dizzy because of Lin Anrou. But one thing is certain, Lin Anrou is protecting herself. Is this the legendary sense of security? All I felt at that moment was, the sense of security is overflowing. As for, a grown man actually asked a girl to protect him. Where is his face? Xin Chuan secretly said, face is not as important as life. Yes, if you must kill me, you have to give me a reason, right? Even if I die, please let me die with my eyes closed, okay? Xin Chuan said weakly, pretending to be pitiful. When Lin Anyu saw this scene, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Stop pretending to be pitiful. I won't fall for it. Little did I know that my loved brain sister would fall for this kind of thing. Wow, my little Chuan Chuan is so pitiful. But he's so handsome even when he's pitiful. I love him. Xiao Chuan Chuan, don't feel wronged. I'll teach her a lesson for you right now and beat her butt up, okay? And you, every country has its own laws, and every family has its own rules. And I've already told you. If you still insist on having your own way, I will have to punish you according to family rules. When Xin Chuan heard this, he immediately became excited. Does the so-called family punishment refer to spanking? Can you let me play? Do I need to take off my pants when I spank you? I'm happy to help too. Xin Chuan rubbed his hands, eager to try. Catching Xin Chuan's smug expression, Lin Anyu was so angry that she almost exploded. But my sister brought up the family rules and there was really nothing I could do. Unless you can give a reason why Xin Chuan must be killed. But can I explain that reason? It is said that Xin Chuan teleported to the girl's bathhouse and saw herself naked? Furthermore, he witnessed the entire process of himself standing and peeing? What's worse is that I even peed on his calf. If you say these out loud. Lin Anyu felt that he might as well find a piece of tofu and hit his head against it to death. It seems that even if my sister is here today, she won't be able to kill this big pervert. But there is still a long way to go. I don't believe that this big pervert can hide away on the 15th day as well as the first day. Main. It seems that a big pervert lives here? Okay. Sister, I've thought about it and decided to live here with you. Chapter 10 Foster Father. Lin Anyu decided to stay. I don't believe I can't find a chance to kill this big pervert. You'd better not close your eyes tonight. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Shen Chuan. After the contract was successfully signed, Lin Anyu's voice could naturally be heard. When I heard that Lin Anyu was determined to live here with her sister, I could roughly guess what she was trying to do. Now I hear your voice, it feels so cold. Direct barbecue. No. She can't get what she wants. If she lived here, how could I sleep well? Are you sure you want to live here? There aren't many other things in this kind of place, but there are a lot of cockroaches. Especially when you sleep at night, the cockroach family will come out to visit, climb onto the bed, and then climb onto your face. Lin Anyu seemed to have a picture in his mind, and his face turned pale with fright in an instant. But just one night. If I kill you tonight, I will move out tomorrow. At worst, I'll just stay up tonight, buy a dozen bottles of insecticide, and spray every corner 3 times. Lin Anyu gritted his teeth, obviously determined to go all out. Shen Chuan. What grudges and hatreds? Do I really have to kill myself? I trembled instantly. Never mind. If I can't afford to provoke someone, I can always avoid him. You can stay here if you want. Just don't get scared by the giant cockroach king at night. Also, keep your noise down at night. I'm a light sleeper, don't disturb me. Bye-bye. After saying that, Shen Chuan waved his hand and turned to walk out. Stop. Lin Anyu shouted loudly. Where are you going? Shen Chuan turned around and rolled his eyes. Let's go back to school, to the boys' bathhouse, and take a shower together? Asshole. Lin Anyu was so angry that he wanted to kill someone again. But he was stopped again by Lin Anrou. Anyu, have you really thought about it and decided to live here with me? Lin Anrou really had to live alone next door to Shen Chuan and start sharing a house. She was still somewhat uncomfortable with it, so she really wanted her sister to stay with her. Even if you just stay with me for a few nights, it would be fine as a temporary solution. Well, I've thought about it, sister. You're right. The college entrance examination is only 100 days away. We must focus all our energy on martial arts and not waste time on other things. Lin Anyu spoke nonsense seriously. In fact, if I kill that bastard tonight, I will move out overnight. Who would want to live in a place infested with cockroaches? By the way, that bastard said there is also a cockroach king. It's disgusting just thinking about it. I'm glad you think this way. Then let's pack up together. I'll ask Uncle Lee to bring the things up. The young lady has arrived, everyone get out of the way. The bed is custom made. The sofa is custom made. The stalls, curtains, etc. are also custom made. And the prices are extremely high. Any custom-made furniture is much more expensive than a building in this so-called urban village. After Shen Chuan left, he walked a few streets and was relieved when he was sure that Lin Anyu did not follow him. As for going back to school and taking a shower in the boys' bathhouse, that's complete bullshit. It was just a random excuse to annoy Lin Anyu. Are you going to kill me tonight? Excuse me. I'm staying outside tonight and not going back. Let me see how you can kill me. In short, I can't go back to this house for the time being. The murderous aura is too strong. Go online. When I'm tired of playing, I just sleep on the sofa in the internet cafe. Wait until you get to the internet cafe. School has already ended. Shen Chuan, is this the reason why you rejected Qingwen University's special recruitment? You are letting yourself degenerate. I actually came to the internet cafe to surf the internet. A fat boy saw Shen Chuan and immediately ran over like a ball. The fat guy is called Meng Donglai, Shen Chuan's deskmate and also Shen Chuan's best friend at school. Who said that surfing the internet in an internet cafe is self-degrading? Shen Chuan replied lightly. Come here quickly. I guessed you would come to the internet cafe as soon as school was over, so the computer was already turned on for you. Hee hee, godfather, I was a bit rude just now. Meng Donglai clasped his hands together. Shen Chuan. The two played a few games. Xinchuan, are you really not going to Qingwen University? Meng Donglai turned around and looked at him, gulping down half a bottle of fat otaku happy water in the blink of an eye. I'm not going. If you still choose to study liberal arts at this time, you will be wasting your golden finger. Xinchuan felt like he had to kowtow to the system. Only 100 days remain. I'm leaving the nation's top-ranked liberal arts university behind and choosing instead to study martial arts, ready to fight a ferocious beast for my life. You're awesome. Anyway, I absolutely can't do it, and I don't have the courage. As a good friend, Meng Donglai truly admires Xinchuan and gives him a thumbs up. How do you know it won't work without even taking that step? How about transferring to the martial arts class with me? I'll take you to the best martial arts university in the school. There are still a full 100 days left. Now he is contracted with twin sisters who are ranked first and second in the school's martial arts department. Xinchuan is full of beautiful expectations for the future. It's just the best martial arts university in the country. As long as the two sisters work hard enough, it will be easy for me. Once my own fighting power is improved, there will be absolutely no problem in bringing my good friend Meng Donglai to take off. No, I dare not drag down the top scorer of the martial arts exam. I'm doing fine in the liberal arts class, don't worry. Meng Donglai was smiling frivolously and looked unruly. Xinchuan. However, I can completely understand my good friend's choice. There are only the last 100 days left. Giving up the special recruitment of Qingwen University at this time and choosing the military examination with a military strength value of 76 is absolutely stubborn. He also flew him to the best martial arts university in the country. No one would believe it. But, regardless of whether Meng Donglai believes it or not, Xinchuan has already made up his mind and will definitely help this good friend take off. The value of the word Godfather continues to increase. I'm going to buy some instant noodles, do you want some? Meng Donglai finished the rest of the fat otaku's happy water, stood up, and stretched his muscles. Okay, give me one. Same old? Wait. Meng Donglai made an okay gesture and walked towards the bar. Xinchuan continued typing on the keyboard. Do you want to know about the holy body that eats instant noodles? I bought instant noodles before but didn't eat them when I got back to my rental house, so I ran away. Now I'm still eating instant noodles. There is no one else like him. Just when Meng Donglai went to buy instant noodles, an old man came into the internet cafe. He was dirty and had a cigarette butt in the corner of his mouth. A fine weapon, anyone want it? It's a bargain, it's a bargain. After the old man entered the internet cafe, he started shouting and walking around. When he saw any unsmoked cigarette butts, he picked them up and put them in his pocket to enjoy later. With this, what good weapons can there be? It's obvious that he is a liar. Chapter 11 There are not enough liars. My dear little beauty, I see that you are very talented and a good material for sword practice. Why don't you consider buying this great sword? The dirty old man turned around and came to a little girl in a low-cut dress with a sly expression. He rubbed his hands obscenely, looking around, looking down from above. The angle was just right. He was really gifted in some aspects. Roll. Honey, there's a perverted old man here. The little girl in low-cut dress rolled her eyes at the old man with disgust, then shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the boys working on the machines nearby stood up. Old man, believe it or not, I will dig out your eyeballs. Fuck, you actually dare to tease my sister-in-law. I'm afraid you old man are tired of living. Get him for me. Allie. Several boys were about to take action immediately. Seeing this, the old man quickly turned around and ran away. Despite his age, he ran quite fast. Several boys were unable to catch up. After running around the internet cafe 7 or 8 times, the boys were exhausted. They gasped for breath and sat on the ground like dogs. The old man, however, acted as if nothing had happened and started shouting again. A great sword, a great sword, a great, fine sword. It's a bargain. Is there anyone who is destined to be with me? Destined one? I'm afraid you're looking for a sucker. It's such a great sword. Who would bring it to an internet cafe to sell? The reason why they brought it to the internet cafe was to fool the students who were not very worldly wise. But these days, students are not so easy to fool. Go away. Where did this old man come from? Network administrator. Old man, we are young, but not stupid. Can we try to cheat somewhere else? If you keep doing this, I'll have to take out my 40-meter-long dragon-slaying sword. When the students saw the old man coming to sell swords, they all tried to avoid him. The old man did not make himself bored. He happily picked up cigarette butts, put them in his mouth, and continued to look for his destined person. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. There will always be suckers. He is just a person who stays there. If he doesn't open the store for a year, he can make a living for a year after he opens. The noodles are here, the same as always, with your favorite pickled cabbage. Meng Donglai walked over carefully carrying 2 bowls of noodles. Before the noodles were placed in front of Xinchuan, the dirty old man came over after smelling the smell. This noodle is so delicious. He hadn't eaten for several days. He stared at the pickled cabbage and swallowed his saliva frantically. Go away, you have no money. Meng Donglai waved his hand and treated the other party as a beggar. Young man, I think you have the potential to become a swordsman. This big sword is tailor-made for you. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? The old man swallowed and said, his eyes never leaving the instant noodles. Sword cultivator? I'm a liberal arts student, not a martial arts student. Old man, you've got the wrong person. Go away, hurry up, don't disturb my appetite for noodles. When the old man heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. He was actually a liberal arts student. The big sword would be of no use to him. After all, these days, giving up martial arts to pursue literature means one is not good at martial arts. But for that bite of food, you have to take the risk. Young man, I don't like what you're saying. What's wrong with being a liberal arts student? Can't liberal arts students become sword cultivators? People should have ambition. If you don't even have this much ambition, what's the point of living? Come, take a look at this great sword first. Do you see the lightning-shaped pattern on the hilt? That's evidence of it being bathed in the blood of a thunder beast. If you don't want to buy it, you can just look at it. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss. Come, take it. Kid, you need both hands to hold things. Here, I'll give you the big sword and help you carry the instant noodles. Oh, you really know how to eat. It's spicy beef noodles. The taste is so good. I can smell it from a long distance, especially the broth. After taking a sip, I immediately want a second bite. As the old man spoke, he was about to take the opportunity to take a sip of soup. Meng Donglai was almost fooled to death. Stop it, no, shut up. If the old man drinks a mouthful of the noodle soup, will you still want your bowl of noodles? Obviously, I can't have it. He quickly threw the big sword back to the old man, and then snatched the instant noodles back in the blink of an eye. That was close. Almost lost a bowl of instant noodles. Certainly. A bowl of instant noodles is nothing special. The most important thing is that if you get cheated by the old man, you will become the laughingstock of the internet cafe. After all, in everyone's opinion, only a fool would be deceived by this old man. Go away, I don't have money, I won't buy it. Meng Donglai quickly drank a mouthful of soup to prevent the old man from worrying about him. However, the old man obviously didn't care whether the soup had been drunk or not. He continued to stare at it with his eyes wide open, completely interpreting the meaning of longing with eager eyes. Drink slowly, don't choke. Just save some soup for me later. Of course, it would be even better if there were still a few noodles left. Meng Donglai. Originally, he was afraid of eating noodles, so he definitely couldn't finish the soup. But after the old man said this, don't even think about it. I won't leave you a drop of soup. Hurry up, or I'll call the network administrator. Seeing this, the old man didn't know what to say. He walked away, looking back every few steps, as if to say, if you change your mind, I will be back right away. Meng Donglai was completely speechless. Network administrator. Hey, no need. When you stay in the internet cafe, you can pick up cigarette butts. But if you are kicked out by the network administrator, you won't even have cigarette butts to smoke. The old man smiled awkwardly and left reluctantly. Wait a moment. Can you show me the sword? But at this moment, Xinchuan actually spoke up and stopped the old man. Old man? Meng Donglai? Obviously, both of them were caught off guard. Especially Meng Donglai, putting aside his martial arts talent, Xinchuan can always get the first place in liberal arts, and also get a special admission quota for Qingwen University, which proves that there is definitely no problem with Xinchuan's IQ. However, what is happening now? The old man almost had the word liar written on his face. Xinchuan actually stopped him and wanted to take a look at the big sword. What the hell? Is it possible that there are too many fools and not enough scammers? The old man was obviously stunned for a moment, and in an instant, there was light in his eyes again, and he looked at Xinchuan with surprise. Wow, this handsome boy looks like a sword master. No one knows the goods, only you know the goods. Come on, take a look. I'll hold the instant noodles for you. You can look at it as long as you want. It's okay if you don't buy anything in the end. Xinchuan nodded slightly, handed the instant noodles to the old man, and then took the big sword from the other's hand. System, are you sure this thing can also be contracted? Chapter 12 Going against the decision of our ancestors. We can make a contract. Once again, I received a positive response from the system. Xinchuan's hand did not tremble when he took the big sword, otherwise he would have become a fool. But there is still a doubt. Tonzi, aren't you a heterosexual contract system? Now, this great sword is not a human being, let alone a member of the opposite sex. Why can it be contracted? Host, the previous owner of this thunder/sword was a peerless female sword god. The thunder/sword still retains her moves and artistic conception. If the host completes the contract with it, it will be returned to the host at a certain multiple. Hearing this answer, Xinchuan only wanted to say 2 words. Awesome. I didn't expect this would work. And if it is true as the system said, the previous owner of this thunder-slaying sword was an unparalleled female sword god. To be called a god in a certain field, one must have made extraordinary achievements. Now 2 more words are added before the word sword god, peerless. That would be even more outrageous. One can imagine how powerful the artistic conception of the moves retained in the sword are. And once the contract is successful, it can also be returned in multiples of 250 times. Double the awesomeness? Just thinking about it makes me excited. System, how can I complete the contract? Contract mission, by the Thunder Sword. Xinchuan was stunned. It was a bit simple. Compared with the previous contract with the twin sisters, which involved confessing in public and giving a kangaroo hug, it was really the easy mode. But even the simplest mode, it was impossible for Xinchuan to show his expression on his face. Otherwise, if the dirty old man caught your strong desire to buy, given his nature, he would definitely raise the price and rip you off. So he looked at the thunder sword in his hand with indifference. It's a good sword, but it's too badly damaged. That's true. The blade of this thunder-slaying sword has been severely damaged and is covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In some places there are even huge gaps. A sword like this would be difficult to use for cutting vegetables, let alone fighting. Little brother, I don't like what you said. Hiss. With the sound of slurping noodles, the old man had already finished Xinchuan's bowl of instant noodles. Don't judge a thing by its cover. I admit this sword is somewhat damaged, but it's still a fine weapon. Choose a brand new piece of junk or a slightly damaged divine weapon. I believe you must have your own choice in your heart. Slurp slurp. The old man quickly took a sip of the instant noodle soup, his face showing such satisfaction that he almost ascended to heaven. After Xinchuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I finally understand what it means to listen to your words and just listen to them. What you said is complete nonsense. Also, a slightly damaged magical weapon. Do you, old man, have any misunderstanding about the words slightly damaged? Master, you know exactly whether this great sword is a top-notch divine weapon, so there's no need for us to beat around the bush. My house is just missing a pendant, and I think this big sword is perfect. You name a price. If it's suitable, I'll stay. If it's too expensive, go back to where you came from. Xinchuan casually threw the thunder sword onto the computer desk and said indifferently. The old man drank a mouthful of noodle soup and narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly thinking, but in fact he knew clearly in his mind that this so-called fine weapon was actually picked up by him from the garbage dump. To put it bluntly, the original owner must have thought the sword was too badly damaged and discarded it as trash. It's not worth much money at all. But it's not easy to find a buyer. His idea is to cheat as much money as possible. Ha, little brother, since you said it so clearly, it would be really unkind of me to hide it any further. Well, since you're a student, I'll ask for more. If you give me this amount, the great sword will be yours. The old man made a 5 gesture. 500? Xian Chuan blurted out without thinking. Old man. What do you mean 500? The lowest price should be 50,000. If I hadn't seen that you were a student and for the sake of this bowl of instant noodles, I wouldn't have sold it so low. The old man looked distressed, as if the price of 50,000 yuan was cutting into his flesh. 50,000 is impossible, it's too expensive. If you erase the zero, I can consider it. Xian Chuan bargained directly without even looking at the thunder sword, as if he was just looking for a small pendant. Ran out the zero, 5,000, right? Little brother, your bargaining is too harsh. This finest divine weapon is my heirloom. If I sell it at such a low price, I'll definitely be cursed when I see my ancestors in the grave. But since we are destined to be together, you gave me a bowl of instant noodles. Then I have no choice but to do something that goes against our ancestors' rules. 5,000 is 5,000. Take it. Cash or Alipay? Cash is fine too. The old man laughed and took out a sign from his arms. On the front was the QR code for WeChat Pay, and on the back was the QR code for Alipay. Uncle, it's not 5,000, you calculated it wrong. At this time, Xian Chuan shook his head. The old man was a little confused. The original price was 50,000. You said to round off the zero, so I rounded off the zero. Wouldn't the remaining amount be exactly 5,000? Where did you go wrong? I mean erase all the zeros. $5 deal. Xian Chuan smiled. How many? The old man's first reaction was that he had heard it wrong. But after carefully observing Xian Chuan's expression, it was obvious that he was not joking. I've never seen this before. After so many years of cheating and deceiving people, this is the first time I have heard that erasing zero means erasing all the zeros. What can you buy with $5 these days? I can just buy some instant noodles. Little brother, how can you bargain like that? Return the money to me quickly. I won't sell it to you anymore. Uncle, I'm still a student, just sell it to me. What kind of student? Even if you are a beast today, you can't sell it at such a low price. Well, since you don't want this price, I won't force you. Even if the deal doesn't go through, there's still righteousness. If you return the instant noodles to me, I'll return the sword to you. Instant noodles? The old man looked embarrassed. There was no instant noodles left. He even drank up all the noodle soup. No. I say, what's wrong with you, young man? Are you so stingy? Are you so picky even about a bowl of instant noodles? Uncle, it's not that I want to argue with you about a bowl of instant noodles, but I haven't eaten for several days. This bowl of instant noodles is too important to me. Let's put it this way, without it, I would most likely die. Oh my god, I feel dizzy, I can't seem to hold on any longer. Uncle, give me the noodles quickly. I can't take it anymore. Oh my, I can't hold on any longer. Xian Chuan rolled his eyes and showed a very painful expression. This action scared the old man a lot. Here, can't I just give you the big sword? Chapter 13 Too much entanglement. The old man never dreamed that he would be scammed by a young kid. This is what is called playing with eagles all your life, but in the end being pecked blind by the eagle. I was careless. No flash. But this broken sword was originally picked up from a garbage dump and is worthless at all. If you give it to someone, it's a gift. What's more, I ate someone else's bowl of delicious instant noodles. Already making a huge profit. Take it. We're even now. Don't try to blackmail me again. The old man turned around and ran. His two old legs were shaking so fast that it was as if they were equipped with a small motor. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the internet cafe. Seeing the old man running away like that, Meng Donglai cursed loudly, but did not chase him. Because my good brother Xian Chuan is still unconscious. Xian Chuan, how are you? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Can you still walk? No, I'll call an ambulance. I'm fine, I was just joking with that old man. Xian Chuan smiled slightly and stood up straight in an instant. Meng Donglai? My mouth is wide open. I made myself worry to death, but it turned out to be fake. Xian Chuan, why didn't I realize you were such a bitch before? I have many more secrets. You will only find that I am more and more different from others in the future. Shen Chuan continued to smile slightly. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. Go to the network administrator and make me another bowl of noodles. Do you want it? I'll treat you this time, and you can even get an extra sausage. When Meng Donglai heard this, he said, of course he wanted to. Who knows the value of instant noodles with sausage? Shen Chuan came outside with the broken thunder sword, of course not to go to the toilet, but to find a place where no one was around and start the contract. Bite. The mechanical sound of the system rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully contracting the thunder sword. The 30 points of swordsmanship proficiency left by the peerless female swordsman within the thunder/sword have been returned to the host 11 times. The mechanical voice fell. Many insights into swordsmanship continued to flow into Shen Chuan's mind. It's not like simply adding skills in the game. Instead, it was like an epiphany, engraved in my mind. It was as if Shen Chuan was a hidden master who had practiced sword for decades, and suddenly entered a state of enlightenment, and his strength soared. It took a long time for this feeling to disappear. Shen Chuan stood there, feeling vaguely dazed. Clearly nothing was done. But it seems like I've been through a lot. 30 points of swordsmanship proficiency, 11 times the return. So, my swordsmanship has reached a proficient level? And he's already in the middle stage of proficiency? Shen Chuan's mouth curled up slightly, and his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. You have to know that if a martial art can be cultivated to a familiar level, the power it displays will be extremely impressive. How many people have persevered in hard practice for decades, or even a lifetime, in order to reach a proficient level? In the current world, various martial arts realms are divided into 6 levels based on their proficiency. Proficiency level is 100, and the level is entry level. Proficiency 100-500, the realm is proficiency. Proficiency 501-3000, the realm is mastery. Proficiency level 3001-10,000, the realm is subtle. Proficiency level 10,001-100,000, the realm is expert. When the proficiency exceeds 100,000, that is the perfect state. It's a pity that Lin Anru's secret skill, teleportation, only increased in proficiency by 1 point. If it had increased by 3 or 4 points, with a 40-fold return, I would have mastered 2 martial arts. Even if my fighting skills are still rubbish, I can still walk around the school with my head held high. After all, with the mastery of 2 martial arts, he is able to fight against opponents of higher levels. And one of the martial arts is a secret technique. With his current fighting strength, he has the ability to fight against any first-grade warrior he meets. However, at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, no student has yet become a first-class warrior. If this isn't walking sideways, then what is it? But the 2 most feared words in this world are, what a pity. At the beginning, Lin Anrou only increased her familiarity with the secret technique of teleportation by 1 point. Even if the return was 40 times, it was only 40 points now. At best, it can be considered as the middle stage of the entry level. Shen Chuan took a deep breath, obviously feeling a little regretful, and immediately summoned the fluorescent interface in his mind. Name, Shen Chuan. Force value, 276. Martial arts, swordsmanship proficiency 330 points. Secret skill, teleport proficiency 40 points. In the internet cafe. Meng Donglai made 2 more bowls of instant noodles. Although Shen Chuan said to add an extra sausage to his bowl. But he didn't add all of it to his own bowl, but gave each of them half. I've got you under my thumb, just wait till you call me Godfather. The happiness between boys is so simple. Being called Godfather can make them happy for several days. Meng Donglai immediately carried the instant noodles carefully and walked towards the machine. But at this moment, it smells so good. Suddenly, a strong smell of perfume filled the air. Before Meng Donglai could react, a soft figure bumped into him. A glimpse of. She seems to be a beautiful girl. It would be fine if this pretty girl just had poor eyesight, but she even confuses right and wrong, swears a lot, and is extremely mean. Fuck, it's scalding me. Fuck you, you stinky loser, why don't you have eyes when you walk? My new skirt, damn it, you stinky loser, pay me back. Meng Donglai? All good feelings disappeared instantly. Open your mouth and shut up, fuck, no matter how beautiful a girl is, I can't have her. Beauty, I'm walking carefully with instant noodles in my hand. I can say I'm slower than a turtle. And you rushed over there and bumped into me without even looking. The responsibility is on you, not me, right? As Meng Donglai spoke, he picked up the instant noodles that had spilled on the ground. Look what happened. What a pity, such a waste. Fuck you, you stinky dick, what did you say? It was you who was peeking at me, causing me to lose focus on walking and then bump into me. Damn it, you have the nerve to peek but not the guts to admit it, right? Fuck, are you even a man, you stinking dick? The girl grumbled loudly. Meng Donglai was speechless. Which eye of yours saw me stealing glances at you? Come on, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Why would I need to steal glances at someone like you? You stinking loser, what the hell are you talking about? What's wrong with me? Just explain it clearly. The girl instantly became like a cat with its fur standing on end, chattering non-stop. Meng Donglai obviously didn't want to get entangled with the girl in front of him. Judging from the girl's age, she should be a student. But she was wearing a miniskirt, had heavy makeup on her face, and smelled strongly of perfume. This doesn't look like a student at all. It's a waste of time to get involved with a girl like this. It's my bad luck. You don't have to pay for the instant noodles. Meng Donglai waved and prepared to leave. He didn't burn the other person at all, nor did he dirty the other person's skirt. He was just being unreasonable. Brother How, this loser is bullying me. Chapter 14 can't hurt you. A few male students smoking cigarettes came into the internet cafe. Judging from their school uniforms, they were also from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The leader was a tall and thin man with dyed yellow hair and a long sword on his back. It seems that he is a student of the martial arts class and is good at sword practice. When the little girl saw the blonde boy, she ran over and threw herself into his arms as if she had been wronged. Brother How, he bullied me. Woo woo woo, I'm still scared. Woo woo woo, Brother How, you have to make the decision for me. The last second she was a tough girl who opened her mouth and shut her mouth. The next second, it turned into a whimpering monster? Meng Donglai was speechless. But he didn't back down. So what if the other side has more people? So what if he is from the military science class? The fact is that the other person ran over and bumped into me. White is white and cannot turn black. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is to go to the network administrator to adjust the monitoring. Meng Donglai obviously neglected something. In today's world, martial arts are respected, and students of martial arts schools have a strong sense of superiority no matter where they go. Especially from his school uniform, we can infer that Meng Donglai is a student in the liberal arts class. Then this damn sense of superiority will be doubled and explode. Where did you get this liberal arts bastard? You even dare to bully my girlfriend. I think you are tired of living. Kill him for me. Xian waved his hand, and several of his younger brothers immediately rushed forward, surrounded Meng Donglai, and started fighting without saying a word. These guys are obviously from the military class. Although their grades are just below average, they are still better than Meng Donglai from the liberal arts class. What's more, they have the advantage in numbers. You punch me, I kick you. He didn't even give Meng Donglai a chance to speak. After a while, Meng Donglai was lying on the ground with blood all over his face, looking very miserable. The students who were surfing the internet in the internet cafe noticed the noise, but they just glanced at it and continued playing games. Fighting is very common in internet cafes. As long as their own interests are not involved, everyone will be happy. As for the network administrator, he will also turn a blind eye. As long as you don't damage the equipment in the internet cafe, you are welcome to do as you please. Of course, the premise is that no one should be killed. Most conflicts between students are minor and are unlikely to result in loss of life. Baby, are you angry now? Xian put his arm around the little girl's waist and his hands started to move in a naughty manner. The little girl is not very old, but she dropped out of school a long time ago and spends all day hanging out with society. She knew very well where her advantages lay. She twisted her rather hot body, snuggled in Xian's arms, and said in a coquettish voice. This loser didn't have eyes when he was walking. He bumped into someone and hurt them. He almost burned me. Brother How, his eyes are useless anyway, why not dig them out? Let me step on it for fun. Who would have thought that a girl of 15 or 16 could say such vicious words? Even Xian didn't expect it. With a small laugh, his palm moved along the waist to the buttocks. Okay, whatever you say. The life of a liberal arts student is so worthless. Even if he killed Meng Donglai, Xian would not be punished. After all, his fighting ability is among the top 50 in the school, and he has a good chance of being admitted to one of the 10 famous martial arts universities in the country. Without having to wait until he graduated from university, he might have already become a warrior. In a world where martial arts are respected, the status of warriors cannot be shaken. Then how could the relevant departments offend future warriors for the sake of a liberal arts student? What's more, now we just need to gouge out the eyes of this liberal arts student. Boy, you're unlucky today. Why did you have to bump into our brother Hao's girlfriend? Accept your fate. If you do something wrong, you must pay for it. But don't worry, I'll be quick and try to minimize the pain for you. One of the younger brothers was quite nice. When he squatted down to dig out Meng Dong's eyes, he comforted him. For Meng Donglai, even if his legs were broken and he had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, it was better than being blind for the rest of his life. The strong desire to survive made him get up and try to escape from here. But he was a liberal arts student after all, and had just been beaten up, so he couldn't escape at all. He fell down as soon as he got up. Don't struggle, come on, bear with it for a while, don't worry, I'm quick. The younger brother showed a cruel smile and prepared to take action. What follows will undoubtedly be an extremely bloody scene. Most girls definitely won't even look at it. The little girl in front of me not only wanted to watch, but also took out her mobile phone and took pictures with relish. You stinking loser, you dare to offend me, this is what will happen to you. After the shooting is finished, I will post it on my moments to show off and scare some blind guys at the same time. No, no. Help! Help! Meng Donglai suddenly panicked and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the internet cafe was full of indifferent students and no one came to the rescue. Stop! At the last moment, Xuan came back from outside and saw Meng Donglai being pressed to the ground with blood all over his mouth. The guy next to him seemed to be ready to dig out his eyes. He immediately became furious and rushed in. Suddenly someone came and the younger brother who was about to take action was obviously stunned. Xin Hao and others also turned their attention to Xuan. There aren't many people who dare to meddle in other people's business these days. Let's see who it is. Result: another liberal arts student? Ha ha ha. Xin Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. Are all liberal arts students so brave these days? One who is not afraid of death. Two are not afraid of death. It's really interesting. If it is a military student who steps out to meddle in other people's affairs at this time, he or she must first find out the other party's background. But if you are a liberal arts student, there is no need to do a basic test. Play the pig and eat the tiger? What are you thinking about? Why did they give up military service and choose to become liberal arts students? Don't they have any idea? Ha ha ha. Let my friend go. Xuan glanced at Xin Hao and others with cold eyes. Afterwards, without waiting for Xin Hao and others to let go, he strode forward, came to Meng Donglai, and helped him up. Xuan, they want to dig out my eyes. But I didn't do anything wrong. It was clearly that girl who didn't look where she was going and ran over and bumped into me. Seeing Xuan, all of Meng Donglai's grievances burst out at this moment. It's okay, they can't hurt you with me here. And for today's incident, if they don't give you a satisfactory apology, no one will be able to leave. Xuan patted Meng Donglai on the shoulder and spoke in a firm tone. Meng Donglai was deeply moved. However, when Xuan's words fell into the ears of Xin Hao and others, they became a laughingstock. What did I hear, ha ha ha? If you want us to apologize and you're not satisfied, no one can leave. Liberal arts student, you are so awesome, do your family know? Chapter 15 If this isn't seeking death, then what is it? I'm dying of laughter, no, ha ha, my stomach hurts, someone come and save me, my stomach hurts from laughing. My stomach didn't hurt, but I cried because of laughing, ha ha ha. Brother Hao, don't you think this liberal arts student has become stupid because of studying too much? Maybe they really have the ability to prevent any of us from leaving. Ha? Brother Hao, are you serious? Of course, you have read the novel, In the Snow, right? There is a plot in the Snow that says that reading can also reach the celestial realm, and in the end, the ancestor ascends to heaven. The younger brothers were stunned, and then, ha ha, they laughed even louder. Brother Hao, that's a novel. How can you take the plot in the novel seriously? What a guy who can read the celestial realm through reading. Could he also read the martial arts value? If it's really that awesome, who would still learn martial arts? They'd all go study literature instead. Seeing through but not saying it, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Brother Hao, since this guy likes to meddle in other people's business so much, why not dig out his eyeballs and let me have my fun? The little girl glanced at Xin Chuan and said proudly. It felt so good to have the power of life and death. It turns out that it's more prestigious to have a warrior boyfriend. Girls, if you want to date a liberal arts student, you're a complete idiot. She was prepared to warn her good sisters afterward. What a vicious girl. I didn't do anything, but you want to dig out my eyes. Xin Chuan met the little girl's gaze. Whoever wants a liberal arts student as a boyfriend is an idiot. Anyone who wants to find a girl like you will be in trouble for the rest of his life. Looking at you guys, it seems like you don't intend to apologize. Then let's solve it the way you martial arts students do. One-on-one. Do you dare? Xin Chuan then glanced at Xian Hao and others. Xian Hao was stunned. A duel, a liberal arts student actually wanted to challenge him. For him, who was among the top 30 in the school in martial arts, this was a huge shame, even a huge humiliation. Boy, I think you are tired of living. That's right, I'm tired of living. Take you, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Xin Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised. Fuck, do you even know who our Hao Gu is? He's a senior high school student in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, ranked 28th in martial arts. His martial arts strength is an astonishing 655. Our brother Hao can crush you with just one finger, and you actually want to challenge him in a one-on-one duel. Boy, do you know what it means to hit a rock with an egg? And our brother Hao is also an expert with the sword. His swordsmanship proficiency has reached 38 points. Xin Chuan. You're talking too much nonsense, could you please shut up first? Brother Hao, right? Since you are so strong, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Xian Hao obviously disdained to attack a liberal arts student like Xin Chuan, but Xin Chuan's repeated provocations obviously completely infuriated him. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. The words fell. Xian Hao was ready to take action. Go out and fight. I don't want to damage the equipment in the internet cafe and then have to pay for it. Xin Chuan said lightly. Xian Hao's combat power is over 600. He is only 276. But Xian Hao's swordsmanship proficiency is only 38 points. And he has 330 points. It's a good opportunity to try and see if I can fight against opponents of higher levels. As for going out to play, he really has no money. If he loses the internet cafe equipment, he really can't afford to pay for it. But Xian Hao didn't think so. He sneered, that bullshit damaged the equipment and still asked for compensation. Isn't it just that he said too much and regretted it in his heart, but he was embarrassed to save face, so he chose to go out and get beaten? That's more decent, right? Okay, I'm not that unreasonable. Just as you wish. Let's go, you can choose any place to fight. Xin Chuan had no expression on his face and walked towards the entrance of the internet cafe. Xin Chuan, no, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Meng Donglai hurriedly followed despite the pain. Xian Hao's strength can rank among the top 30 martial arts students in the school, and what is Xin Chuan's martial arts value? If I remember correctly, I tested it last month and it was only 76. It is obviously an extremely unwise choice to challenge the opponent alone with such strength. What's more, the opponent's swordsmanship proficiency has reached 38 points. Any random sword strike from that person could take Xin Chuan's life. No, don't be impulsive. I know you're helping me, but the opponent's strength is not something we can challenge. It's a big deal. At worst, I'll just pay more money and see if this matter can be resolved. If it really doesn't work, then just gouge out your eyeballs. Donglai, do you have any money on you? Xin Chuan suddenly turned around and looked at Meng Donglai. Meng Donglai was stunned and quickly took out all the money. Yes, I still have money. If this is not enough, I can borrow some and call my parents. This money is enough to buy 2 more bowls of instant noodles. Go to the network administrator and buy 2 more bowls. This time, add a sausage and an egg to each bowl. Then soak them and wait for me. I'm fast. I should be able to come back before it's soaked. Go ahead, remember, I'm still the same, no spicy food. Xin Chuan smiled and patted Meng Donglai's shoulder. Meng Donglai was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, wondering if he had heard it wrong. It was already this late, and Xin Chuan was still thinking about eating instant noodles? Xin Hao and others on the side were obviously angered again by Xin Chuan's words. I originally wanted to slowly kill Xin Chuan. Now it seems that there is no need for that. Direct and quick decision. Kill instantly with one move. Soon. The group left the internet cafe and came to the open space behind it. Didn't I ask you to buy instant noodles? Why are you following me? Xin Chuan looked at Meng Donglai, who was following him. Meng Donglai looked nervous. Who would have the mood to buy instant noodles at this time? Xin Chuan, stop making trouble, now. Have you finished your last words? If not, that's fine. I'll send you off together. When the time comes, I'll have a companion on the road to the underworld. You can talk slowly later. Xin Hao smiled coldly, drew his sword, and rushed towards Xin Chuan and Meng Donglai. Get out of the way. The broken thunder slashing sword was stored in the system's storage space. Now that I don't have any suitable weapons, I have to take it out to deal with the emergency. With the thunder slaying sword in his hand, Xin Chuan looks quite impressive. However, when Xin Hao saw this scene, a few words flashed through his mind, showing off one sword in front of Guangong's gate. My swordsmanship proficiency has reached 38 points. In terms of swordsmanship alone, there are no more than 10 people in the whole school who are better than him. This liberal arts student in front of me actually wants to challenge me with a sword. If this isn't courting death, then what is? Go to hell. Xin Hao immediately put all his strength into the fight and decided to end it quickly. But the next second, a strange cry was heard in the night sky. Ferocious beast? It turned out to be a ferocious beast. How could a ferocious beast appear in this city inhabited by humans? Chapter 16 Lightning Bird. In today's world, ferocious beasts are rampant. The violence and cruelty of ferocious beasts have far exceeded human cognition. In order to resist the ferocious beasts, humans had to build defensive cities as shelters. Each defensive city is surrounded by a 50-meter high wall made of special materials, and high-voltage wires of several thousand volts are built on the wall. There is only one entrance and exit under the wall, and a special warrior guard team patrols on duty 24 hours a day. Zhangcheng is one of the many cities defended by humans. Logically speaking, with such strict security, it's impossible for a ferocious beast to appear in the city. But at this moment, Xin Chuan was 100% sure that the mutated bird in the night sky was a ferocious beast. The lightning bird is ferocious by nature and is known for its speed. Its sharp beak can easily destroy a human skull. Ah! The lightning bird let out a strange cry again, swooping down rapidly from the night sky, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind breaking, and headed straight for Xin Chuan and others. Yes, it's Zapdos. How is this possible? How could a ferocious beast appear in the city? Could it be that a beast tide has occurred and the city gate has been breached? Seeing the swooping Zapdos, Xin Hao, who was about to draw his sword to teach Xin Chuan a lesson, suddenly had his pupils contracted, and then his face turned pale, and he was almost scared to death. Don't look at him as arrogant and proud. Arrogant. As if he was the best in the world. But he only shows such arrogance when facing humans who are weaker than him. If he meets someone stronger than him, he will immediately give in. This is what is called bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What's more, the ferocious beast Zapdos that is swooping down rapidly now, although it is very small, its strength is equivalent to that of a first-class human warrior. Facing a first-rank warrior, he had no chance of winning. And the lightning bird is obviously more brutal and violent than a first-class warrior. What the hell is that? Don't even think about resisting. I was so scared that I dared not move. The lightning bird swooped down rapidly, its speed comparable to that of a high-speed train running at full power. Puff! In an instant, a sound like a watermelon bursting was heard. Before everyone could react to what was happening, the head of one of the brothers had already been destroyed by the Zapdos, blood and brain matter spurted out, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of blood. The headless corpse froze for a few seconds and then fell to the ground in vain. The whole process was so fast. Perhaps it was a relief for the dead little brother, because he didn't feel any pain at all. But for Xin Hao and others, it was a painful torture. Especially when my brother's blood and brain matter were splashed on their faces. Ah! Xin Hao and others were almost going crazy, shouting and screaming, their inner fear reached the extreme. The little girl who had been extremely arrogant before was now shaking with her legs. Liquid was flowing down her thighs. She wanted to turn around and run, but she couldn't run at all. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead. Brother Hao, I'm so scared. Brother Hao, please kill this thing. Brother Hao, Brother Hao. Xian Hao was unmoved and asked him to kill the Zapdos? Are you crazy? The power of the Zapdos is comparable to that of a first-class warrior, so why would he kill someone with his own head? Ah. Next second. The lightning bird, which successfully killed a human, flew back into the night sky, circled twice, and dived down again. How brother, it's coming again, how brother, how brother. The little girl shook Xian Hao desperately with both hands. I fucking saw it, I'm not blind. Xian Hao cursed loudly, and before he could even think, the Zapdos rushed to him. Not good. This time it's directed at myself. He had no choice but to drag the little girl to him and then rush to the side. Puff. The poor little girl was still waiting for Xian Hao to draw his sword and kill the Zapdos. Who would have thought? What she got was a lightning bird that pierced her chest. Thoroughly penetrated. Even some organs can be seen clearly. With injuries like this, he naturally can't survive. In the last few seconds of her life, she turned around woodenly and looked at Xian Hao, who was hiding aside. Her expression was so unbelievable and her emotions were even more complicated. She wanted to say something, but... boom! There was no chance to speak. The next second, her body fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes wide open, wide open. Ah! The lightning bird seemed to enjoy this act of slaughtering humans. It flew back into the air, circled for 2 weeks, and then dived down for the third time. There were 2 other boys with Xian Hao. They saw the lightning bird launch its third dive, and no one wanted to become the third cold corpse, and an incomplete cold corpse at that. So they ran towards the front of the internet cafe, shouting and yelling. Who would have thought? The Zapdos' target this time was originally Xian Hao, not them at all. But their shouting apparently succeeded in attracting the Zapdos. Puff, puff. This time, 2 birds with 1 stone were killed, and 2 balls of blood mist exploded on the open ground. Ugh. Xian Hao, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but lie on the ground and vomit wildly. As the 4 companions were killed one after another by the Zapdos, their deaths were more miserable than each other. It obviously made him completely devastated. At the same time, it also made him understand a truth. If you just keep running away, you will never be able to escape. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to give it a try. So, he vomited a few times and stood up, holding the sword, his eyes gradually determined. I will fight you. Perhaps it was the near-death experience that unleashed this guy's potential. He clearly felt that his fighting ability had been improved to a higher level. Maybe there was a chance. Call. A sword was swung out, carrying with it a strong wind. After all, the swordsmanship proficiency has reached 38 points. Mid-entry stage. It still has a certain combat capability. Can. The lightning bird swooped down for the 4th time without even trying to dodge. It passed by like a ghost in a flash. Xian Hao's full-strength sword not only failed to hurt the Zapdos, but also allowed the latter to easily break through the defense line. The next second, screams rang out. Xian Hao's sword-holding hand was broken by the lightning bird, and blood stained his school uniform red. The intense pain made him unable to stand up, and he knelt down bit by bit. At the same time, he completely faced the reality. He couldn't win, he really couldn't win. Even if you unleash your potential, you still can't win. Is it too late to give in now? He realized that he should never choose to take chances, and this situation obviously angered Zapdos even more. This means that compared to other companions, you are very likely to die more miserably. This is indeed the case. The lightning bird flapped its wings, made a sharper cry, and then rushed towards Xian Hao again. It didn't kill Xian Hao immediately, but deliberately tortured him slowly. The other side. Xin Chuan remained quiet and covered Meng Donlai's mouth with his hand. He found that as long as he didn't make any noise, he wouldn't be attacked by the lightning bird. Chapter 17 Signal? A ferocious beast appeared in the city. And it is also a lightning bird with extremely fast speed and ferocious nature. Xin Chuan's first reaction was also panic. But he slowly observed that the lightning bird's targets seemed to be those who made noises. The first boy was the first to shout out when everyone was shocked and silent. Next is the little girl who will not die if she doesn't do anything. Next came the 2 boys who were shouting and trying to run away. Finally, it was Xian Hao who swung his sword in a desperate fight. All of the above people verified Xin Chuan's discovery. So he kept quiet at the first moment and covered Meng Donlai's mouth to prevent him from making any sound. Don't say. The effect is immediate. The lightning bird never attacked them from beginning to end. At first, Meng Donglai wanted to run away, but Xinchuan grabbed him and not only stopped him from running, he also covered his mouth with his hand. Meng Donglai was almost devastated by this and didn't know what Xinchuan was thinking. If you don't run now, when will you run? Am I just waiting to die in vain? But now, the Zapdos only attacked Xin Hao and others, and ignored him and Xinchuan. Nothing more to say. Meng Donglai just wanted to shout out those two words again, Godfather. If we can escape successfully tonight, I can brag about it for years. When Meng Donglai got excited, he subconsciously wanted to whistle. Fortunately, Xinchuan's hands were still covering it, preventing him from blowing it, otherwise he would have died. Meng Donglai, who almost got into trouble, quickly bit his tongue and said he would never do it again. At this time, Xinchuan's expression was not relaxed at all, and his eyes were still solemn. Although his conjecture has been preliminarily verified, the lightning bird seems to only attack humans who make noise. But when Xin Hao and others all fell down, it is still unknown whether the Zapdos will attack him and Meng Donglai. In addition, a ferocious beast appeared in the city. This is not a good sign. I have a vague feeling that something big is about to happen. Don't make any big trouble at this time. Xinchuan prayed silently in his heart. After 18 years of hard work, he finally activated the system. This system hasn't even warmed up yet. If a big mess breaks out, all the people in the city will not be spared. Damn, I want this iron rod. No, what use do I have for this system? Just thinking about it. Puff, puff. A series of blood explosions were heard. Xin Hao in the center of the open space had been tortured beyond recognition by the Zapdos. He lay flat on the ground, staring at the night sky with empty eyes, dying, with only his last breath left. For him, if Zapdos could give him a quick death at this moment, that would be a relief. The ferocious Zapdos acted contrary to its usual behavior and did not kill Xin Hao directly. Fly here, fly there. Every time it pecked off a piece of flesh from Xin Hao's body, it made him feel excruciating pain. In a short while, Xin Hao was covered in blood and his face was unrecognizable. Even so, the Zapdos still had no intention of letting Xin Hao go. It drilled its head into the bloody hole in Xin Hao's body and began to gnaw on his internal organs. Seeing this scene, Meng Donglai couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly closed his eyes and suppressed his nausea. He used to like barbecue very much. But after tonight, I'm afraid I won't want to eat it again. At the same time, Xinchuan's expression became more and more solemn. The lightning bird in front of him seemed to have intelligence like humans. Among these people, only Xin Hao resisted with a sword. So, it tortured Xin Hao desperately, as if sending a signal. If you dare to resist, your fate will be even more miserable. Logically speaking, ferocious beasts shouldn't have such thoughts. That is similar to human intelligence. But how do you explain this scene? Xinchuan's inner feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger, and he was afraid that something really big was going to happen. It was far more terrifying than any large-scale beast-tide we had experienced before. Sudden. Meng Donglai carefully nudged Xinchuan with his elbow, indicating that he had something to say to Xinchuan and asked Xinchuan to put his hand over. Xinchuan hesitated for a moment and slowly let go. Meng Donglai quickly adjusted his breathing and whispered, Xinchuan, while it's drilling into Xin Hao's body to gnaw on his organs and its vision is blocked, let's leave here quietly and don't make any noise. Meng Donglai really didn't want to stay here for a moment. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come online tonight. It would be great if you could just go home after school and be a good student. Xinchuan shook his head, you can't run away. Don't look at it now as it drills into Xin Hao's body and eats, it seems to automatically block out everything outside. But I have a strong feeling that as soon as we think of escaping and take action, it will immediately notice. How is that possible? Meng Donglai obviously didn't believe it. How can a ferocious beast be that smart? Let's leave now. As long as we don't make any noise, it won't notice us. No. Xinchuan continued to shake his head. Then what do you say we should do? Unless you can guarantee that after the Zapdos finishes devouring that guy, it will fly away contentedly and won't cause any harm to us. Xinchuan was silent. He couldn't guarantee this. But my intuition tells me that staying where I am and doing nothing is definitely safer than making the smart choice of running away at this time. Well, can I just quietly call the warrior guard? Meng Donglai's greatest strength is that he listens to advice and trusts Xinchuan unconditionally. so he gave up the idea of escaping. But it's always okay to make a phone call and inform the warrior guard team that a ferocious beast has appeared in the city. The guard team will definitely come to deal with it as soon as possible. Xin Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was so nervous that he had never thought that he could make a phone call. Okay, I'll cover you, you go behind me and make the call. Remember, keep your voice low. If the other party says they can't hear clearly, we can let them know by texting. Meng Donglai nodded, hid behind Xin Chuan, carefully took out his cell phone, and dialed the number of the warrior guard. Can. Damn it. Why is there no signal? Xin Chuan, take out your phone and see if there is any signal. Xin Chuan frowned and took out his cell phone, but there was no signal at all. It's as if the surrounding area is blocked off. How could this happen? Logically, the signal near the internet cafe should be the best. Meng Donglai was a little annoyed. He carefully raised his mobile phone and waved it a few times, trying to find a signal in this way. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to find a signal, but he accidentally dropped the phone while waving it. Click. The phone fell to the ground, and the sound was so abrupt in the quiet open space. The lightning bird that was gnawing on the organs raised its head and glanced at the phone that fell to the ground, with a gloating expression on its face. Not good. Run. Chapter 18, Champagne at Halftime. Run? Meng Donglai was a little confused. Weren't you allowed to run before? Little did they know. At this time, you have no choice but to run. It was obvious that the phone call was discovered by the lightning bird. Showing that gloating expression. This proves that it really has the same intelligence as humans. Since he possesses intelligence, he will definitely not let Xin Chuan and Meng Donglai go. It's true. The lightning bird flapped its wings a few times and slowly took off into the air. Then, with a whoosh, it flew straight towards Xin Chuan and Meng Donglai, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind. The speed is obviously several points faster than before. But if it was just Xin Chuan alone, he wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, no matter how fast the lightning bird is, can it be faster than teleportation? He could have easily dodged it. But the reality is very troublesome. There is also a good friend Meng Donglai next to him. He couldn't do anything like abandoning Meng Donglai and running away by himself. If they want to escape, they must escape together. However, the proficiency level of the secret teleportation technique is only 40 points, so there is no way to bring Meng Dong along with him. So, don't even think about teleporting. System, here comes the sword. Now, the only hope lies in the 330 points of sword proficiency. If this level of sword proficiency cannot save your life, then stop struggling. Just wait for death. Soon, the thunder-slaying sword that he had obtained from the dirty old man appeared in Xin Chuan's hands. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and used his sword skills to their full potential. Come on, your life depends on this one move. Meng Donglai on the side had already given up resistance, with a look of horror on his face. With his physical strength, if he was hit by the high-speed lightning bird, he would definitely die immediately with broken bones. No. I am still a pure virgin and have never even held a girl's hand, let alone had a sweet love. In addition, parents do not have time to be filial to them. I died like this, and there are so many things I feel unwilling to accept. But no matter how unwilling I am, it's all useless. Even Xin Hao, who had a strength value of over 600, a sword proficiency of 38 points, and ranked in the top 30 in the school's martial arts department, was completely powerless in the face of the Zapdos attack. What's more, I'm a liberal arts student whose combat power barely reaches 100. And Xin Chuan next to him is even worse, with a combat power value of only 76 points. Goodbye forever. Meng Donglai slowly closed his eyes. Now he just wanted some pain, but not too far away. There are still many things I haven't had time to say to Xin Chuan. Don't be in a hurry. We'll talk slowly on the road to the underworld later. Call. Suddenly, a sword shadow flashed by. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The sword shadows became more and more numerous, forming an impenetrable sword net. This? Meng Donglai, who was originally preparing to close his eyes peacefully, suddenly widened his eyes. Then, he looked at Xin Chuan in disbelief. Not buddy. When did you learn swordsmanship? Aren't you the first in liberal arts? Your mind should not be filled with mathematics, physics, chemistry, various formulas, and various derivation processes. What's with all the awesome swordsmanship now? Meng Donglai opened his mouth so wide that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Not far away. Lying on the ground, his face completely disfigured and breathing his last, Jin Hao was considered a swordsman among the students. After all, the swordsmanship proficiency has reached 38 points. So, when he saw this impenetrable sword net from his perspective, he couldn't comment on it like an outsider would. Awesome, super awesome. But the swordsmanship proficiency must have reached at least 100 points, right? There should be more. It started at midnight. No. Even a proficiency of 00 points cannot achieve such an effect. This kid's swordsmanship proficiency must be over 300 points. He is just a liberal arts student. How could a liberal arts student have a swordsmanship proficiency of more than an astonishing 300 points? In Jiangchang, many famous sword masters have a sword proficiency of just over 200 points, less than 280 points. What does it mean to have a sword proficiency of over 300 points? At least in the field of sword use, he can be ranked among the top 5 in Jiangchang. And he was just a liberal arts student. A liberal arts student. I had actually nonchalantly agreed to the other party's challenge request. Trying to kill with one sword. With my 38 points of sword proficiency, I killed him instantly with my head. It is exactly what the saying goes. I woke up in shock from my dying dream and found that I was the clown. Jin Hao's eyes widened, and then widened again. Just as Xin Chuan predicted, this lightning bird indeed possesses human intelligence. Originally, it thought that killing Xin Chuan and Meng Donglai would be an extremely easy task. It turned out that sneaking into the human city was an extremely wise decision. The feeling of slaughtering humans is so cool. It couldn't wait to destroy Xin Chuan and Meng Donglai and then taste their fresh blood and organs. Especially Meng Donglai. This guy is so fat, his blood and organs must be delicious, right? Just as it was imagining the delicious food. A sudden change occurred. Xin Chuan swung out an impenetrable sword net. The pupils of the inverted triangle of the lightning bird that was running at high speed suddenly shrank a few times. It could still measure its own weight. It was obvious that it could not break through such an impenetrable sword net. But once the speed picks up, it's not easy to stop. It had to forcibly change direction and fly past the impenetrable sword net. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Donglai's heart was almost beating out of his throat. He watched the Zapdos fly past him, breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart finally settled down and began beating rapidly. So this is what it feels like to survive a disaster. Meng Donglai, who was sweating profusely, obviously didn't want to go through it again. Xin Chuan, who was swinging the sword, also breathed a sigh of relief. If his 330 points of sword proficiency couldn't protect him, then he would be really helpless. Next second, Xin Chuan put away his sword. It was obvious that his 276 points of strength were not enough for him to continue his combat output. Moreover, with his 276 points of strength and 330 points of proficiency in swordsmanship, he was already overloading himself. The consumption is far beyond imagination. So, every bit of saving is a bit of saving. Fuck, Xin Chuan, you're so handsome, aren't you? When did you learn swordsmanship? And your swordsmanship can actually block the attack of the Zapdos, awesome. Meng Donglai gave a thumbs up and almost shouted at the top of his lungs. No wonder you gave up your special admissions spot at Tsinghua University and decided to take the martial arts college entrance exam. So you've been practicing secretly for a long time. What's that move called? It was so cool. Can you teach me? Your strength is only 76 points, and you can still be so handsome. If my strength is 100 points, I should be even more handsome. Meng Donglai demonstrated a few moves in a very professional manner, with a look of anticipation on his face. Xin Chuan. Brother, the crisis has not been resolved yet. Is this already the champagne being opened at halftime? Donla, listen, I can't hold on for much longer. I'll try my best to hold you up, and you take this opportunity to run. Run? Why are you running? Now we have the advantage. Meng Donglai looked wise. Chapter 19 I won't understand until I die. Xin Chuan? Obviously, Meng Donglai would not be able to deal with him directly. No way, buddy. You're not going to let me block Zapdos' attack with my sword, and then we'll have the advantage? No matter how proficient I am in swordsmanship, my strength is only 276 points. There is no force value to support the output of swordsmanship. No matter how proficient you are in swordsmanship, it's useless. According to current consumption, at most, it can still withstand 3 waves of attacks. And then, nothing happened. Why don't you take this opportunity to run away, but instead open champagne in this half, so confident? The corners of Xin Chuan's mouth twitched slightly twice, wanting Meng Donglai to face reality. Meng Donglai spoke first. Xin Chuan, don't just stand there. Kill it while it's sick. Hurry up and bring its body to school tomorrow. You'll be famous. It's even more famous than when he publicly confessed his love to the school beauty Lin Anrou today. Xin Chuan. When people are speechless, they really feel grateful. Meng Donglai, turn around and face me with your back. What? I tell you to turn, so you turn. Oh. Meng Donglai turned around slowly. Next second. Xin Chuan kicked the other person on the butt. Get out of here now, the farther the better. This kick was fully exerted, directly kicking Meng Donglai 5 or 6 meters away. Meng Donglai fell flat on his face and stood up cursing. Xin Chuan obviously had no time to take care of it because the Zapdos launched a second attack. This second attack was clearly a test. It didn't really get close, but it forced Xin Chuan to swing his sword in defense. This is the terrifying thing about ferocious beasts with intelligence. Through probing, it can find human weaknesses in battle. Look, after the second attack, Zapdos immediately discovered Xin Chuan's weakness of insufficient strength. The lightning bird hovered in the air, revealing a playful expression, as if saying, "Human, let's see how long you can hold out." Oh no, it seems it has discovered me. Is this guy really a ferocious beast? Why does he seem smarter than most humans? Xin Chuan took a deep breath and his expression became more serious. Ah! Suddenly, the lightning bird screamed and launched an attack for the 3rd time. Then the 4th time. The 5th time. Xin Chuan had to deal with it tirelessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was originally an overloaded operation, and the force value was consumed even faster. He was breathing heavily, and his fighting power was almost gone. Cracking. At this time, the chirping of the lightning bird gradually became excited and violent. Obviously, it found that Xin Chuan's strength was almost exhausted, and he was definitely unable to swing out the impenetrable sword net. Then the opportunity to hunt down Xin Chuan has come. Its ferocity was completely aroused. It flapped its wings violently, chirped again, and swooped down towards Xin Chuan like a sharp sword. Seeing this, Xin Chuan smiled with relief. There was no need to struggle in vain. There is no force value to support the output of swordsmanship. No matter how proficient you are in swordsmanship, it's useless. It's true what I said. A good cook cannot cook without rice. It's just a bit too unwilling. After 18 years of hiding, I finally activated the system today. I never thought that I would die before I could even live a single day. The shortest lived system in history? Xin Chuan's face was full of helplessness. He simply closed his eyes and waited quietly for death. But the next second. Bite. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Contracted partner Lin Anrou has entered the Spaceball Special Training, increasing her strength by 8 points, and has been rewarded 50 times. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou has also entered the Spaceball Special Training, increasing her strength by 12 points, and has been rewarded 40 times. Sees the young master? Xin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing both shock and ecstasy. Especially the corners of the mouth, it is even harder than AK. I never expected that at the critical moment of life and death, it was this pair of twin school beauties who saved me. An increase of 8 points in force value, with a 50-fold return, means a 400-point increase in force value. The other one increased the force value by 12 points and returned 40 times, helping to increase the force value by 480 points. Add to that the 276 points of combat power he already had. Now, his own strength value has exceeded 1,100 points. Does this mean he can directly break through to the first grade warrior realm? Panel. Name, Xin Chuan. Force, 1156 first grade warrior. Secret skill, teleport 40 points of proficiency. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency points. See the information on the panel. Xin Chuan was completely confused. But he could clearly feel the changes in his body. Boom. 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 The heartbeat became stronger and stronger, sounding like a drum. The majestic energy of Qi and blood began to surge wildly in the meridians as the heart beat. From an outsider's perspective, the dumbfounded Meng Donglai even saw white mist rising from Xin Chuan's body. Call. Xin Chuan exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming. Sensing the terrifying power hidden in his body, he finally understood why humans were so keen on learning martial arts and determined to become a warrior. It turns out that the feeling of becoming a warrior is really awesome. Click. He just moved his feet subconsciously, and there was a burst of sound from the ground. Certainly. The entire process above happens in a flash. Cracking. The violet lightning bird, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, galloped towards him. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. That's all, it's time to send Xin Chuan on his way. However. Come on, let's end this. Xin Chuan's voice was very calm. He raised his arm and swung out the thunder-slashing sword. The power of the Zapdos is equivalent to that of a first-class human warrior. Xin Chuan had lost in terms of fighting power before, and could only hold on with his 330 points of sword proficiency. Now, Xin Chuan's martial arts value has reached 1156 points. Its strength is not better than that of Zapdos, but at least it is on par with Zapdos. Plus 330 points of sword proficiency. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. A flash of silver light flashed across the sky like lightning. In less than a second, Xin Chuan slashed out 30 swords. The speed was so fast that Meng Donglai and Qinhao, who was lying on the ground, did not have enough dynamic strength to move, and could only leave a series of afterimages on their retinas. Then came a muffled sound of puff puff puff. Wait until the afterimage disappears. Xin Chuan was standing there with a sword in his hand and a smile on his face. Blood splattered in the air 1 meter in front of him. The ferocious Zapdos didn't even scream, but its body had already been chopped into countless small pieces and exploded into a bloody mist in the air. I'm afraid it never figured it out until it died. Hasn't the human in front of me exhausted all his fighting power? Where did such terrifying strength come from? City center. A figure was running quickly. Calling Captain, I have 3 minutes to reach the area where the ferocious beast Zapdos is active. Number 17, we're already on our way there. The latest Sky Eye system has detected that there are still aliens in the area. Please be careful. Stranger? Chapter 20 When will the genius appear? Number 17. Wu Cixi. Short red hair and delicate facial features combine all the advantages of the East and the West, a beautiful mixed race face. She is tall and wears a tight black combat uniform, which outlines her graceful and proud curves. As she was running quickly, she heard the captain mention the word alien in the headset. It was visibly that she slowed down a little. In order to become stronger, some humans resorted to all means and successfully evolved by injecting certain genetic drugs, gaining terrifying power comparable to that of warriors. But the side effects of this genetic drug are also very serious. After being injected, humans will lose their sanity and turn into bloodthirsty monsters. These genetically mutated monsters are called aliens. The threat they pose to normal humans is no less than that of the ferocious beasts outside the city walls. When Wu Cixi heard the word alien, it obviously brought back some very bad memories, even some that were not mentioned long ago. Breathing gradually became rapid. Also, previously, aliens had only appeared in cities of 3 stars or above. After all, only big cities like that have the conditions to research genetic drugs. A 1-star city like Jiangcheng obviously does not have such conditions. So, why are there strange people appearing now? Besides, what about the ferocious beast Zapdos that appeared in the urban area? This is not a good sign. In particular, if an alien appears, it may be related to the ferocious beast Zapdos. That's even worse. The small 1-star city has never encountered such a challenge. Wu Cixi took a deep breath and said, "It's best if this is just a coincidence." She began to quicken her pace. 1 minute later, enter the area blocked by the guards. 2 minutes later, enter the space shield. In 3 minutes, they successfully reached the open space behind the internet cafe. Due to the existence of the space shield, the signals in this area are completely shielded from the outside world. This is also a measure that the guard team has to take in order to prevent humans in the area from passing information to the outside world and causing unnecessary panic. But fortunately, the so-called panic did not happen. Even in the most central area, the teenagers in the internet cafe were still wearing headphones, playing games enthusiastically, and had no idea what had just happened in the open space behind the internet cafe. At this time, in the open space behind the internet cafe, Wu Sisi looked at the broken body of the lightning bird on the ground with an extremely surprised expression. You have to know that a ferocious beast of the Zapdos level is as powerful as a first-class human warrior. I want to chop it into pieces like this. The strength must be at least that of a second-grade warrior. This. A second-grade warrior. There are simply not many of them in the small one-star city of Jiangcheng. Take Wu Sisi herself for example. Her combat power is only 19-20 points, which is very close to the realm of a second-grade warrior. But it is not. His strength is only 80 points lower than that of a second-grade warrior. But if they really fought, Wu Sisi knew she had no chance of winning. This is strength suppression. The second rank is to suppress the first rank. Even if you are at the peak of the first rank. Second-grade scum, I can still beat you. There's still breath. Just as Wu Sisi's attention was completely attracted by the Zapdos fragments on the ground, Xian beside her moved. Someone is alive. She initially thought that everyone lying on the ground had been killed. As a result, Xian moved. That's great. As an eyewitness, the other party must know what just happened. Classmate, how do you feel? I'll call an ambulance right away, you have to hold on. Wu Sisi trotted forward and observed Xian's injuries. It's a pity that Xian's injuries were too serious and he seemed to be hanging on to his last breath. Xian's face was in pain. At this moment, he just wanted to ask Wu Sisi for help and give him a quick death. He made a weak sound to Wu Sisi. But his voice was so weak that I couldn't hear what he was saying. 10 minutes later. A team of 7 people appeared in the open space behind the internet cafe. Their reaction was the same as Wu Sisi's. When they saw the bodies of several students on the ground, they all showed sad expressions. But when he saw the lightning bird being cut into small pieces, his expression became extremely shocked. Number 17, it was you who killed the ferocious beast Zapdos? The captain cast his gaze on Wu Sisi. As the first guard to arrive at the scene, it is highly likely that she successfully killed the ferocious beast, Zapdos. However, the fighting power of number 17 has not yet broken through the realm of a second-grade warrior. And the weapon is not a long sword or a short knife. So how did she do it? The other team members also had the same doubts, and their eyes were all focused on Wu Sisi for a moment. Wu Sisi stood up and shook her head. It's not me. The captain and others were all surprised to receive such an answer. If it wasn't you, then who killed the ferocious beast Zapdos? He's a senior student from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. What? The captain was stunned. The other team members were also stunned. Everyone looked at each other, as if saying, are you kidding me? How could a senior high school student possibly kill the ferocious beast, Zapdos? The captain took a deep breath. Are you sure? Wu Sisi pointed at Xian, who had just died, and said, he was an eyewitness. He told me. Without a doubt. When Wu Sisi got the news, she was also extremely shocked. She wanted to rescue Xian at that time, but was stalled by the latter. Later, she roughly understood what Xian meant, which was that he wanted a quick death and complete relief. Wu Sisi hesitated for a long time and finally agreed to the request. But before that, she wanted to know some information. The most important information is undoubtedly who killed the ferocious beast Zapdos. However, Xian was so weak that he could not speak. He pointed at the logo on the school uniform and gestured for a long time. Wu Sisi's advantage was that she had a quick mind and had come up with a clue. The person who killed the ferocious beast Zapdos was a student of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. And he is still a senior high school student. But who it is exactly is unknown. After Xian finished his demonstration, Wu Sisi didn't need to do anything, and the anger subsided on its own. All Wu Sisi could do was close her eyes. The person who killed the ferocious Zapdos was actually a high school senior? If this is true, then the student's strength has at least reached the level of a second-grade warrior. A second-rank warrior. He has already reached the second rank of warrior before graduating. Not to mention the small one-star city of Jiangcheng, even looking at those 4-star and 5-star cities, such talent is definitely a top-notch and terrifying existence. When did such a genius emerge in our Jiangcheng? The captain immediately couldn't contain his excitement. The other team members were also very excited. If they could recruit such a genius into the guard team, they would be rich, like they had found a treasure. It's a pity I didn't ask for his name. Fine. Jiangcheng number 1 middle school, right? I'll go there tomorrow. I have a solution. Chapter 21 Living Together. The guard team is affiliated with the Jiangcheng Security Bureau. The Security Bureau is one of the 7 major departments of the Jiangcheng General Administration. Don't be fooled by the fact that these 7 departments appear to be brother units and are polite to each other. In fact, they were secretly competing with each other. The worst off among them is undoubtedly the Security Bureau. It does all the dirty work, but in the end it gets the least praise. This is directly linked to cultivation resources. Who can bear it? That means the current director of the Security Bureau is a ninja turtle. The people below have been holding a grudge for a long time. Now, a peerless genius has appeared in Jiangcheng. The other 6 departments of the general administration will certainly try every possible means to win over the peerless genius. If only the guards could take the initiative and deal with the genius at this time. Not to mention that it has made a strong supplement to the Security Bureau's reserve talent pool. Just thinking about it could make those 6 departments angry. It feels so good. Block the news tonight. Tomorrow you will come with me to Jiangcheng number 1 middle school. Everyone nodded and looked forward to the joining of talented teammates. Pack up. The captain waved his hand and prepared to leave. Captain. At this time, Wu Sisi thought of something. Captain, didn't you say that the Sky Eye system has discovered the existence of aliens? Wipe. Forget about this. The captain patted his forehead and said, maybe there's something wrong with the system. We haven't been able to monitor the whereabouts of the aliens since then. Even though it's a new machine, it's bound to make mistakes. Besides, how could a strange person appear in a 1-star city like ours? Okay, let's pack up. Number 15, notify the scavenger team to come and clean up the scene. 10 minutes later. The scavenger team arrived. Huh? Didn't they say there were 4 bodies? Why is one missing? Let me see, there is indeed one missing. What to do? It's okay, maybe they remembered it wrong. Let's finish it quickly and go back to drinking. It's still late at night. They are all corpses anyway. One more or one less, it doesn't matter. Aha! Fuck, Xinchuan, you don't look fat, but why are you so heavy? I'm almost exhausted. In the urban village, Meng Donglai carried Xinchuan on his back and walked towards the rental house while cursing. But despite scolding him, this guy was very cautious and would never let Xinchuan fall. At this time, Xinchuan didn't even have the strength to speak. The sword strike that killed the Zapdos just now basically drained all his strength. It wasn't so obvious at first, but once I relaxed, my whole body went limp, like a puddle of mud. All he wanted now was to go home and have a good sleep. Certainly. It would be better if I could eat something before going to bed. After all, the strength value increased too quickly, and the energy replenishment in the body could not keep up. Now he is hungry and tired. 7th floor? Wow. Forget it, just consider it as losing weight. Hold on tight, little one. I'm about to start the car. Arriving downstairs of the building where Xinchuan rented, Meng Donglai took a deep breath and resolutely started climbing the stairs. 1st floor. 2nd floor. 7th floor, we're finally here. Xinchuan, don't sleep, hurry up and take out the key and open the door. Meng Donglai was so tired that he was out of breath. It was no exaggeration to say that the amount of exercise he did tonight was more than the previous year. The key is in my pocket, take it out and open the door. Meng Donglai forced himself to hold back the second word and tried to put his hand into Xinchuan's pocket. In the rental house. Sister, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to ask Auntie to bring some food over. Do you want some? Lin Anyu was wearing cute pink pajamas. She was very satisfied with the results of her training in the spaceball tonight. If I could increase my martial arts value by 12 points each time, then in a few days, I would be able to enter the realm of a first-grade warrior. Entering the realm of warrior, in a sense, is the beginning of true cultivation. Lin Anyu was in a very good mood and forgot to settle the score with Xinchuan. Of course, the most important thing is that Xinchuan is not at home either. There is no need to think about it. He must be afraid of himself and dare not go home. So I can only sleep on the street? Serves you right. Lin Anyu felt better when he thought of the scene of Xinchuan sleeping on the street. He immediately called the cook and prepared to order food. Lin Anrou was also very satisfied with the results of tonight's training. She didn't know if it was because she moved next door to Xinchuan that made her extremely excited. After the training, her combat power increased by 8 points. She was sitting there reading a book at this time, with a pen and a notebook beside her for taking notes. Many people only know that Lin Anrou is the top student in the military department of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. In fact, her academic performance is also very good. In terms of academic performance alone, she always ranks second. Second only to Xinchuan. I won't eat it. Finish reading this text. There are still 2 math problems left to do. As she spoke, Lin Anrou put on her glasses, looking like a top student. Seeing her sister like this, Lin Anyu was too lazy to complain. She was obviously the first in the military subject, but she still had to secretly learn liberal arts knowledge. She had never seen a student more eager than her sister. More importantly, in a world where martial arts are respected, what is the point of learning liberal arts? Isn't this just a waste of time? But she can't beat her sister, so all she can do is make her sister happy. Lin Anyu began to ordering more than a dozen dishes in one go. That's all for now, please hurry up. The cooking lady has a dedicated team who will start preparing the food as soon as they receive the order. At the same time, the delivery vehicle is already in place. Ensure the fastest delivery. After hanging up the phone, Lin Anyu thought about playing a game. The delicious midnight snack would be delivered soon. Who would have thought? Just entered the game page. The door of the rental house was open from the outside. No way? Why is the cooking lady so efficient tonight? Lin Anyu wanted to give a thumbs up. Can. The person who came in was the delivery person. But it was Meng Donglai and Xinchuan on his back. Meng Donglai was complaining about how difficult it was to open the lock of the rental house, and quickly asked the owner to change the lock. The next second, a girl? How could there be a girl in the rental house? And there is more than one. Yes, 2. Etc. Isn't this the school beauties Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu? Damn, I was so busy complaining about Xinchuan that I didn't notice I was on the wrong floor. Sorry, we went the wrong way. Meng Donglai didn't have the guts to even take a second look, so he immediately turned around and walked out of the rental house with Xinchuan on his back. Look at what happened, it's so embarrassing. I also hope that the school beauty twins will not pursue this matter, otherwise it will be over. Especially Lin Anyu, when Meng Donglai thought of her violent methods, he panicked instantly. But half a minute later, Meng Donglai came back carrying Xinchuan on his back again. That's right, I didn't go to the wrong place. This isn't the first time I've come to Xinchuan's residence. And he opened the door with the key. Fuck, Xinchuan, you're living with the twin school beauties? Chapter 22 Knife in Hand. Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu were both wearing pajamas. It's obvious that they live here. And Xinchuan also lives here. Isn't this cohabitation? What is it? He confessed his feelings in public during the day. Live together at night. This efficiency? The Jamaican lightning is coming, and it's not even this fast. However, Meng Donglai's liberal arts performance is not very good. After thinking about it, he can only think that he is awesome. I finally understand why I asked you to stay over at my place for the night, but you refused and insisted on going back to your own rental. At first I thought you hated sharing a bed with me. Now I understand. In this situation, if it were me, I would have to come back and live here even if I had to be stabbed and splashed with boiling water. Good brother, I understand you. Now that my mission of bringing you back has been completed, I won't disturb your rest from now on. Bye-bye. Meng Donglai is a really good guy to get along with. As soon as he sees that something is wrong, he will immediately slip away and never act like a light bulb. And he was very polite. When he left, he even remembered to close the door. Xinchuan? Return. Come back soon. Just now on the way, he declined Meng Donglai's invitation and insisted on going back to his rental house to sleep. He didn't think too much about it. It was just that he was more familiar with his bed and it would be difficult to fall asleep if he slept in someone else's bed. He completely forgot that the twin school beauties Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu moved next door to him. Who said sharing a house with a campus beauty is a happy thing? Lin Anyu wants to kill himself at any time. Xian Chuan immediately shouted for Meng Donglai to come back and take him away. He could take him anywhere as long as he left here. It's hard to fall asleep even in an unfamiliar bed. It's better than not being able to sleep here. But Meng Donglai ran very fast and rushed downstairs in the blink of an eye. Just then, his cell phone rang. Meng Donglai, it's almost time for the all-nighter, are you coming? Come on, why don't you come and save a machine for me? Is one machine enough? Where's Xian Chuan? Will he come? Xian Chuan is not free tonight. He lives with the school beauty. Ha! Lao Meng, you are kidding me, school bell, which school bell? Which school beauty is that? It's the one Xian Chuan publicly confessed his love to on the school podium today. Oh, and not only is he living with the school beauty, but her sister is here too. Is this true? This is too exciting, right? I just sent Xian Chuan home, and when I opened the door, I saw the twin school beauties in their pajamas. How could this be fake? What the hell? What the hell? Monkey, keep a low profile. I'll tell you this, but don't be so loud-mouthed. Let's wait for Xian Chuan to make the official announcement, and then we can have some candy. Understood. The monkey agreed and hung up the phone. Hey, stop playing around. Have you heard that Xian Chuan is living with the twin school beauties? Wow. Are you kidding me? Meng Dong came to send Xian Chuan back just now. When he opened the door and walked in, he saw the twin sisters in their pajamas. Fuck it, brothers, knife in hand, kill Xian go. Why not me? Why not me? Where did I lose? I lost because of your height of 160 centimeters and weight of 180 kilograms. I never realized Xian Chuan was such a ruthless person. He confessed his love during the day and lived with us at night. Is he going to treat us to wedding candy in 2 days? Is it possible that they have been together for a long time, but only today? Stop talking, please stop talking. My heart aches when I think about my goddess living with someone else. Damn, I can't help it anymore. I'm going to teach that kid a lesson. Are you guys coming? Count me in. I'm not much of a fighter, my strength is just over 500, so count me in. +1. As the news spread more and more widely, all the class groups in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School were in an uproar. Of course, most of the boys were indignant and criticized Xian Chuan, threatening to teach him a lesson. Some people have even formed teams and are ready to set off. But a sudden piece of news made everyone calm down. All the head teachers issued an urgent notice in the class group. According to a notification from our superiors, a martial arts examination will be held tomorrow. Leaders from the general administration will be coming to the school to observe. I hope everyone will be well prepared and give their best performance. As soon as this news came out, it obviously overshadowed the previous news that Xian Chuan was living with the school beauty. We are not fools. Why arrange a martial arts test at the last minute? In addition, leaders from the general administration also came to the school to observe. To put it bluntly, these leaders come to the school to select good talents. Once it is noticed by the relevant departments, it will take off on the spot. It is no exaggeration to say that who wouldn't he be tempted by the opportunity to open a single page of the family tree? I want to practice all night long, no one can stop me. Practice all night +1. Once I succeed in my single move, everyone here tonight can join the celebration banquet. I advise everyone to face reality clearly. It's useless to cram at the last minute. It's better to get out. You don't even want to take the Buddha's foot, you are destined to be garbage. Who is the administrator of the class group? Can you kick this rubbish out? Inside the rental house. Xian Chuan and the twin school beauties obviously didn't know that the news of their shared apartment had spread, nor did they know that a martial arts test would be held tomorrow. Good evening. Xian Chuan got up from the ground. People really laugh when they are embarrassed. Do I know you very well? Lin Anyu's mouth was full of hostility as soon as he opened his mouth. Originally, because her combat power increased by 12 points, she had forgotten about the unpleasant things that happened today. Who would have thought that at this time, Xian Chuan suddenly appeared again? I really would thank you. Lin Anyu's anger level was skyrocketing again. Lin Anrou, who was sitting there reading a book, had a blank expression on her face, as if she hadn't heard what Xian Chuan said at all. In fact, Xiao Chuan Chuan, why do you look so tired? What happened during your trip? It's late at night, and I've already told you it's very dangerous for a boy like you to go out alone. Wow, my heart aches. I really want to pour you a glass of water, and then massage your shoulders and legs. Finally, I'll wash your feet. Hearing his inner voice, Xinchuan almost staggered, and a picture appeared in his mind. School beauty Lin Anrou poured herself some water, rubbed her shoulders, beat her legs, and washed her feet. The so-called MVP settlement screen is just like this. What are you grinning at? Don't say I'm bullying you. From now on, when my sister and I are in the living room, you are not allowed to come out. You can only stay in your room. Lin Anyu stood up and snorted, out of sight, out of mind. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the Lin family staff brought in the midnight snack. It smells so good. Xinchuan swallowed his saliva and asked weakly. Can I have some? Chapter 23 Take off from the spot. I didn't eat dinner. Instant Noodles was fooled by the old man selling swords again. Xinchuan was really too hungry. As his strength increased, the energy in his body was consumed much faster than he had imagined. He was so hungry and tired that he even felt like he could eat a whole cow. The midnight snack brought by the Lin family staff was so delicious that the aroma alone was enough to draw out the worms in my stomach. Xinchuan's stomach growled. I'm so greedy. Be courageous. Can I have some? Lin Anyu was stunned. Eat? You're eating shit. For what happened today, beating Xinchuan 100 times would not be enough to vent my anger. Right now, he actually wanted to eat the midnight snack he ordered. There is no such good thing in the world. Lin Anrou put down the book and glanced at Xinchuan indifferently. Oh, how could I forget about Xiao Chuanquan? I don't eat midnight snacks, but he does. And looking at his appearance, he must be starving. So pitiful. Woohoo, I have to find a way to help him. I got it. I'll find an excuse to send my sister away and let Xiao Chuanquan eat first. Then I'll secretly notify the cook and have her send over another identical midnight snack. As long as the transition is seamless, my sister shouldn't notice. But I'm a little worried. I sent my sister away. What if Xiao Chuanquan doesn't want to eat? Lin Anrou was obviously a little anxious. She didn't have the courage to remind him in person, and she didn't know how to hint at it. What should she do now? Xinchuan. Well, you're totally overthinking it. I can hear the voice of my heart. Just take her away. I promise to eat up all the midnight snacks. The staff will bring the second portion later, and I can help arrange the dish to ensure that there are no flaws. But if that were the case, I could only complain in my heart and didn't dare say it out loud. Once it is said, the secret of being able to hear one's inner voice be exposed? So, although these two guys didn't have any verbal communication, they were more anxious than each other. Until Lin Anrou received a message. Read the information. Anyu, let's go, stop eating. We have to work overtime and train for a while tonight. Training? Why do we need to train, sister? Didn't we just train? Besides, I took a shower. Let's stop training, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sister, are you sure you don't want some? I'll get you some chopsticks. Lin Anyu obviously wanted to make trouble for Xinchuan on purpose, so he opened all the midnight snack boxes in front of him. It's right in front of me, but I can't eat it. Humph, you're so greedy. When Xinchuan saw the midnight snack in the unpacked box, his stomach started to growl again. Rich families are just different. It was just a midnight snack, but it felt like a full banquet. There's no time. Look at this for yourself. Lin Anrou stepped forward and presented the information to her sister. Although the city guards tried their best to cover up the incident of killing the lightning bird in the open space behind the internet cafe tonight, the news eventually leaked out due to various reasons. Of course, this rumor was only limited to the internal departments of the governor's office. When the 7 major departments of the general administration got the news, they started to think about what they were doing and started to rob people. Therefore, relevant persons in charge from the 7 major departments will be present tomorrow. The Lin family received some gossip, but they were not sure why the 7 departments came to the school to poach people at this time. But it's definitely a good idea to be well prepared in advance. You should know that once you are noticed by a department, you don't even need to take the college entrance examination and you can join the department directly. Lin's father asked Lin Anrou to be more careful and seize this opportunity. Arranging a martial arts test at the last minute? That's so rude. No preparation at all. Lin Anyu naturally wanted to perform well. Joining the Sky Shield Bureau of the General Administration has always been her dream. All 7 departments of the General Administration will be here tomorrow, including Shield. Perhaps such a temporary assessment is not enough to test a student's overall ability. Besides, there's still time. Let's get into the space sphere and train for a while longer to get into top shape for tomorrow's assessment. Okay. Lin Anyu nodded, stood up and walked towards the room. Lin Anrou followed behind with an expressionless face. Chuan, I can only help you up to this point. From now on, it depends on your own understanding. Little did they know. Chuan couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the door of the 2 sisters' room was closed, he couldn't wait to pick up the delicious food on the table and start eating it. Isn't this delicious? How can it be so delicious? Although I can't name this thing, it's really delicious. Fuck, this is edible? One more. It turns out that when a person is happy, he or she will really dance. Moreover, delicious food is really good for your mood. At this moment, Chuan almost swallowed his tongue and took off on the spot. As for the martial arts assessment? Whether it is temporary or specially arranged, relevant personnel from several departments of the governor's office came to observe. This doesn't seem to have much to do with him being a liberal arts student. Half an hour later. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou entered the spaceball training and increased her strength by 1 point. This has been returned to the host 18 times. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anyu entered the spaceball for training, increasing his strength by 1 point, which has been returned to the host 25 times. Chuan? It was difficult to lift my head from the pile of delicious food. While sitting down and eating delicious food, your strength will increase rapidly. This is so cool. Roll. Quick roll. Continue rolling. He now finally experienced the feeling of being a capitalist, and he wished that the twin sisters Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu would spend 24 hours a day training. The next day. The playground of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Although it was a temporary martial arts test, representatives from all 7 departments of the governor's office were present, and the students took it very seriously. Even liberal arts students who had no hope of passing the martial arts college entrance exam came to join in the fun. What if, suddenly, you have an epiphany? No one can say for sure. There is still about half an hour before the martial arts test officially begins, and all the students have arrived, rubbing their hands and eager to try. I don't think I've seen the twin school beauties. Now that you mention it, I really didn't see it. The guy named Chuan from the liberal arts class hasn't arrived yet. Fuck, they're not really living together, and one of them overslept with the other 2 too. Why did you oversleep? Could it be that last night they... Stop talking. I don't want to hear your nonsense. My goddess is not that kind of person. Then you should explain why all the students in the school are here, but these 3 are not. Stop talking, please stop talking. Can you see if I'm green on your head? Be good and put your hat on. Look, the twin school beauties are here. Chapter 24 Accountability. Last night, Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu trained in the spaceball for a long time and came out only at dawn. I thought I would just take a short nap and then go to school. I never thought I would oversleep. If you're late, then you're late. After all, one is first in martial arts and the other is second. The strength of the 2 sisters is there, and no other students can shake them. But at this time, the expressions on the sisters' faces were very scary. Especially my younger sister Lin Anyu, she is like a moving volcano. There is no doubt that the 2 sisters saw the rumors flying around last night. Living together? Live together and fly away together? Have you thought of a name for your child? No one knew where Chuan had gone so early in the morning, otherwise everyone in Chuan village would have been able to have a feast at this time. Unable to find Chuan, Lin Anyu thought that Chuan had gone to school, so she came to the school angrily with her sister. What happened in the girls' bathhouse yesterday, and the subsequent kangaroo hug, these 2 accounts have not been settled yet. He even dared to ruin his own and his sister's reputation. She must make Chuan look good today. Her elder sister, Lin Anrou, warned him, today is the day for the assessment. The leaders of various departments of the governor's office will be present. You'd better not do anything out of line. If you are banned from the assessment, Dad will definitely beat you up. Oh, sister, I know my limits. Anyway, if I don't get this out of me, I'm not called Lin Anyu. Lin Anyu held his breath and concentrated, his eyes sweeping across the entire audience. The aura unique to a quasi-warrior was so overwhelming that everyone couldn't help but bow their heads. Where is Xin Chuan? As the protagonist of the shared rental scandal, this question obviously shouldn't be asked to us. Everyone couldn't help but feel confused. Even you, the heroine, don't know, so how could we know? Also, that liberal arts student named Xin Chuan wouldn't be so ruthless, right? After finishing, he put on his pants and left. Otherwise, why would school beauty Lin Anyu be so angry? Everyone felt as if they had eaten a huge piece of explosive news in an instant, but at this time no one dared to say a word in front of the violent school beauty Lin Anyu. Seeing that no one said anything and she couldn't find Xin Chuan, Lin Anyu frowned even deeper. Whoever spread those messages last night, please come forward. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone retreated. Meng Donglai was so scared that he kept his head down as much as possible, fearing that Lin Anyu would recognize him. Damn, I was killed by a monkey. They specifically reminded each other not to spread it. But he turned around and started talking like a loudspeaker, and all the students in the school knew about it. If I share any explosive news with him in the future, I will be a dog. At present, the premise is that there is still a future. Meng Donglai couldn't help but shrink his head again. If he was recognized, he would die without knowing how he died. School reception room. Xiao Zhanfeng, who led the team last night, was so angry that he wanted to flip the table. I repeatedly told you to block the news, block the news. As a result, after one night, the entire governor's office knew about it? And the guys from other departments came earlier than me, and now they are all going to the playground to look for students? I'm gonna trap you, monkey. Xiao Zhanfeng felt like he was about to collapse. The 4 members of the escort team, including Wu Sisi, didn't dare to breathe and looked at each other in confusion. If at this time, another unpleasant behavior catches the captain's attention, it will undoubtedly be the fuse, and he will have to take the blame for the leak of the news. But they are really wronged. After packing up last night, everyone went back home to their own mothers. It was so late, and they just fell asleep. No news was leaked at all. Who would have thought that when I opened my eyes at dawn, the sky had fallen? But fortunately, the guard team has an important clue. Even if the staff from the other 6 departments have gone to the playground to look for students, there is no need to panic. After all, there are nearly 3,000 students in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. It would take at least half a day to check them one by one. This important clue can directly allow the escort team to greatly narrow the target range. Turn out to be. Later, other members of the security team went to the internet cafe and checked the registration list of people who had used the internet in the cafe last night. The internet cafe is an illegal one. You don't need an ID card, just register your name. For this reason, students who come online basically just write a random name, such as Guden, Ergu, Tianyo, Dababa. But there was an alternative among the registered names. Zhang Xian. This name looks very serious. The members of the guard team launched an investigation and immediately made a major discovery. There is a student named Zhang Xian in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. And this student happens to be in his senior year of high school this year. Now everything is right. Not to mention that the genius student who killed the lightning bird must be him. But it's basically the same. After all, when going to a black internet cafe to surf the internet, there are only 2 types of people who dare to write their real names when registering. Or they are just stupid people who don't know how to fake it. Or they are extremely conceited guys who stick to their names. And often such conceited people are very likely to be geniuses. Let's go and take a look at this class called Zhang Xian. Liberal arts class? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Look, Xin Chuan is here. On the playground, with the arrival of the twin school beauties, no one dared to speak and the atmosphere became a little depressing. At this moment, a sharp-eyed student saw Xin Chuan's voice and shouted hurriedly. All of a sudden, everyone on the playground looked in the direction pointed by the sharp-eyed student. Xin Chuan came jogging hurriedly with half a bun in his mouth and 2 bags of food in his hands. Name, Xin Chuan. Force value, 1480 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 points of proficiency. Last night, the twin school beauties entered the Spaceball special training, and the increased combat power was returned to Xin Chuan in multiples. Now his strength value has reached 1480 points. The proficiency of the secret skill teleportation has also increased from 40 to 60 points. I lay down and took a nap, doing nothing, but my strength increased rapidly. And the increase is not small. This made him wake up hungry early in the morning. There was no other way. The side effect of the increase in strength was that the body's energy was consumed too quickly. Even though I ate a table full of delicious food before going to bed last night, I digested it long ago. He originally wanted to try to hold on, but after lying down for 10 minutes, he was so hungry that his eyes almost rolled back. He really couldn't hold on any longer, so he quickly got up and went out to have breakfast. So the twin school beauties didn't see him early in the morning. Both sisters felt very sorry. One was that he failed to punish Xian and let him run away. The other one is, wow, why did I oversleep and not be able to go to school with Xian? There's murderous intent. Xian trotted to the playground and saw that everyone else was silent, except Lin Anyu, who had his hands on his hips, ready to ask for accountability. I hope she didn't find out that I had a late-night snack last night? Chapter 25 hurts. He's still a boy. I thought you were going to be a coward and not dare to come to school. Lin Anyu had a cold expression on his face as he walked straight towards Xian. The pressure emanating from the quasi-warrior's strength was so great that many students near Xian were breathless and trembling. So scary. The person who should not be provoked in Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school is not just a title. These weak students vaguely felt that as long as Lin Anyu exerted a little strength, he could crush them into pieces. Xian didn't feel that way, and he finished the half bun in his mouth as if nothing had happened. Is the strength of a quasi-warrior terrifying? Let us take a look at the 1480 points of force value. The strength of a mid-stage first-grade warrior, a quasi-warrior, is nothing. Well, you know everything? Xian swallowed the bun and smiled at the other party. Lin Anyu's face darkened. Everyone in the school knows about this. Xian was very surprised. No way, he had a sneaky midnight snack and all the teachers and students in the school knew about it? However, I did eat it secretly. Stealing food is wrong. If you do something wrong, you must stand at attention and be beaten. I'm sorry, I apologize. If I had money, I would definitely buy you an identical midnight snack as compensation. But I don't have any money. Look, I'll give you these buns as compensation first, as interest, okay? Xian handed over the bag of buns with a sincere look on his face. This bun is super delicious. It's just that the store is a little far away, and I almost got late because of the trip back and forth. No, it's already late. Steamed stuffed bun? Interest? The reputation has been ruined. This bastard actually used buns as interest for apology? Is it possible? Damn it. Also. Wrong. Compensate with a table of identical midnight snacks. Last night, my sister and I went back to the room and started spaceball training, and the midnight snack was placed on the table. Now this bastard confessed and admitted that he had secretly eaten a midnight snack. How dare you? Who allowed you to eat secretly? Lin Anyu's aura was fully on full display, and today he was determined to teach this bastard in front of him a lesson. As the aura was fully activated, the students who were already trembling near Xian could no longer withstand the pressure and began to stagger. Some weak ones even knelt down directly. On the other hand, Xian was fine, and his expression was still so sincere. It was obvious that he really wanted to compensate Lin Anyu with the delicious buns as interest. Lin Anyu was so angry that he directly went online as Meichou 1 and really wanted to give Xian 2 nests. But there was also great surprise in her eyes. The students nearby were all staggering under the pressure of a quasi-warrior like him, so how come this guy was not hurt at all? The key is that he is a liberal arts student. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be the first to fall? In addition, when she saw Xian for the second time in the rental house last night, she vaguely felt that he had changed a lot. It was just that when Xian killed the Zapdos, all the energy in his body was exhausted, so it was not so obvious. But after a good night's sleep, the change is too big, isn't it? I saw him for the first time yesterday. How should I put it? Judging from his appearance, this bastard is at most a little handsome, but his temperament is very ordinary, and his physical fitness is obviously rubbish. If you punch him lightly, he will squat there and cry for a long time. But after just one day, I felt that he had become more handsome and his temperament was very different. The most exaggerated thing is the physical fitness. If he was weak yesterday, now it is as if there is a violent power hidden in his body. It's like a peerless sword with its edge hidden. Next second. Pft, pft, pft. Lin Anyu, what are you thinking about? He's so handsome. It's all an illusion. How could one's temperament and physical fitness change so much in just one day? Even if I take the most powerful medicine in the world, it's impossible. Lin Anyu took a deep breath, came back to his senses, and shouted in a deep voice. Mr. Xian, I'm not talking about the midnight snack. I'll settle the score with you about the midnight snack later. I'm talking about you spreading rumors everywhere and ruining my and my sister's reputation. Shen Chuan? A confused one. Spreading rumors? What rumor did I spread? I don't have any. What? You have the guts to spread rumors but not the guts to admit it? Lin Anyu was furious. Then, to make a long story short, I gave a brief scientific introduction. Xin Chuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Who did this? It takes only a mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it, you know? Sharing a house is just sharing a house, how can it be considered living together? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me by spreading rumors like this? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the students eating melons on the playground lit up. Fuck, it turns out everything is true, they really live together. The male lead has admitted it himself, so how could it be false? Actually, there's no need to admit it yourself. Just hearing about midnight snacks, don't you understand? We're eating midnight snacks together, so what else is this but living together? You're really smart. Come on, put your hat on. Why am I crying? My goddess, brothers, follow me, knife in hand, kill Shin go. That's enough, just shout twice, don't disturb me from eating the melon. Yes, please eat your melons in a civilized manner. Melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water are available in the front row. Lin Anyu couldn't stand it anymore. Sharing a house had caused him so much trouble. How come he felt wronged when sharing a house with a school beauty like him? I feel so sorry for you. Lin Anyu flashed and released a terrifying shockwave, ready to knock Xin Chuan down with one punch. Anyu, the martial arts test is about to begin, please be more restrained. After the assessment is over, I don't care what you want to do. But stop now and wait for the test. Sister Lin Anrou's voice sounded faintly. Lin Anyu had no choice but to break suddenly and suppress his anger. This matter is not over yet, just wait for me. And you, no one can escape. Lin Anyu first warned Xin Chuan, then swept a cold gaze over everyone. Everyone was in tears. What does this have to do with us? We weren't the ones who spread the rumors, we weren't the ones who cheated on the couple, and we definitely weren't the ones who ate the midnight snacks. And yet we have to live in fear and get beaten. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Shu, stop talking, do you really want to die so much? He's a quasi-warrior, and he's clearly bullying an honest person. What's wrong with that? Don't despise the young and poor, for 30 years may bring disaster. Alright, stop drinking this toxic chicken soup and get in line quickly. The assessment is about to begin. Why is it poisonous chicken soup, Apia? Your words are so hurtful. Okay, don't cry, be good. In today's assessment, military students are clearly the protagonists. The liberal arts class was in a corner. Xin Chuan ate buns while walking towards his class. A long way. He just heard his classmate Zhang Chuxian showing off. Chapter 26 Class Beauty wants to eat buns. Zhang Chuxian relies on his family's wealth and is either showing off or on his way to show off every day. Xin Chuan naturally had no feelings for such a pretentious person. In addition, if Zhang Chuxian was showing off and didn't provoke him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, showing off was someone else's freedom and he had no right to interfere. But Zhang Chuxian targeted Xin Chuan everywhere. Maybe he was jealous that Xin Chuan was more handsome than him. Or maybe they envied Xin Chuan's liberal arts performance, where he always ranked first. In short, whenever he has the chance, he will pretend and then step on Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan was disgusted by the other party several times, so he ran out of the black internet cafe to surf the internet. He was too lazy to make up a name and just registered Zhang Chuxuan's name. If the school goes to the illegal internet cafe to arrest someone one day, it will also discuss Zhang Chuxian. Today, I could hear Zhang Chuxian showing off from a long distance away. Don't believe me, I took a day off yesterday and went all the way to the 3-star city of Tiancheng just for this potion. I think everyone is familiar with this kind of medicine, right? The students in the liberal arts class looked at the blue potion in Zhang Chushuan's hand with shock, envy, and yearning. Obviously, everyone is familiar with this medicine. The full name of this blue potion is Human Evolution Liquid. Developed by the most famous technology company in China, it can stimulate human potential to the maximum extent in a short period of time. During the martial arts assessment, if one is injected with such a drug, the martial arts value will increase by 10% to 15%. If 2 injections are used, although the effect cannot be multiplied, the improvement will definitely exceed the range of 10% to 15%. 3 stitches, 4 stitches, 5 stitches. And so on. Many wealthy families would spend a lot of money to buy this medicine. Although the martial arts college entrance examination explicitly prohibits the use of any drugs, what if they are not detected? Once you reach the ideal level of martial arts strength through injection of the drug, you can successfully enter a famous martial arts school. That would be taking off right on the spot. But after this blue potion was produced, it was basically monopolized by consortiums and powerful families. The lower class families cannot be reached at all. What's more, the expensive price of the blue potion is not affordable for low-income families. Zhang Chushuan's family is considered upper middle class in Jiangcheng. They cannot reach that level of power, but it is not a problem for them to get a few blue potions. Zhang's father used a lot of connections and finally got 5 of them. Zhang Xian was so happy that he took a day off yesterday and went to the 3-star city Tiancheng with his father to get medicine. I just rushed back this morning and unexpectedly ran into a martial arts test that was arranged at the last minute. And personnel from all major departments of the governor's office were present. Mr. Zhang felt that the money was well spent. Zhang Xian felt that he could show off again, and this time he would definitely show off in a big way. My dad is such a fool. He said he didn't want it anymore. After I graduate, I'll go home and inherit billions of dollars. My college entrance exam results won't affect me at all. I'm just bored and want to find something to do. But my dad insisted on buying me this blue potion, saying our family was well off and bought me 5 bottles at once. What? You saw my Moments post? Haha, how is that possible? That's my bodyguard's car. He drives a Porsche when he goes out, and I don't even like Porsches. Let's not talk about this. I can't use up all 5 potions by myself. Zhang Renjie, do you need any potions? I can give you one. Zhang Renjie is the class beauty and ranks 2nd in liberal arts. Even when she was on the playground, she was still reading a book. Wearing black framed glasses, she looked very quiet. No, thank you. Zhang Renjie is completely focused on cultural knowledge and seems to have no interest in practicing martial arts. Zhang Xian was frustrated and smiled awkwardly. He wanted to say something, but suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Xian walking towards him while eating a bun. It's you! Zhang Xian immediately turned his attention to Xian. Xian is handsome and his academic performance is okay, but the key is that the class beauty Zhang Renjie seems to be very close to him. How can this be tolerated? Hey, the top liberal arts student is here. I wasn't at school yesterday, but I heard that our top liberal arts student rejected the special admissions offer from Tsinghua University and is planning to give up literature and pursue a military career. But it seems that the martial arts champion's martial arts strength score is only 76 points. With this strength, he wouldn't even be qualified to be cannon fodder in the martial arts college entrance exam. Well, I'm a good person after all. If someone is sensible and comes over to call me dad, maybe I'll consider selling him a blue potion at a low price. After the injection, although the improvement won't be too obvious, at least he'll be qualified to be cannon fodder. Zhang Xian showed off the 5 blue potions in his hand. How is it possible to sell it to Xian at a low price? Just teasing him. Certainly. Even if it was sold at a really low price, a country bumpkin like Xian probably couldn't afford it. Xian? Did I piss you off in any way? Every time you show off, you have to put it on my head? What did you just call you? Dad. Zhang Xian blurted out. My dear son, do you want to eat some buns? They are so hot. Zhang Xian's face darkened instantly. Fuck you. Take the buns away from me. Even dogs won't eat them. Unexpectedly. Student Xian, I left in a hurry today and haven't had breakfast yet. Can you give me a bun? Zhang Renjie closed the book and walked over quietly. This? Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed. He had just said shamelessly that even dogs wouldn't eat Xin Chuan's buns. The next second, his goddess actually took the initiative to eat Xin Chuan's buns. In this way, isn't this indirectly scolding Jiang Renjie? Classmate Jiang Renjie, I didn't mean that, I. Jiang Renjie ignored Zhang Chuxian and walked up to Xin Chuan, extending her hand. Student Xin Chuan, can you give me a bun? Yes, of course. Xin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then handed the bag of buns to Jiang Renjie. You can help yourself if you want to eat some. I didn't touch it with my hands. It was all cleaned away. I only want one. I can't finish more. Jiang Renjie took a bun out of the bag. Thank you, Xin Chuan. You're welcome. I just have a math problem that I haven't figured out yet. Do you have time to teach me now? Xin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the corner with Jiang Renjie. Looking at the backs of the two people, Zhang Chuxian suddenly felt like a dog. The atmosphere was a little depressing. Suddenly the crowd erupted in noise. It turned out that the director of the third year of high school came over with Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi from the guard team. Teacher Fan, come here. What's wrong, director? Old Fan hurried over. Teacher Fan, who in your class is Zhang Chuxian? Chapter 27 selected in advance. Zhang Chuxian? When Lao Fan heard the name, he felt a little overwhelmed. It must be that Zhang Chuxian has gotten into trouble again, and this time the trouble is not small. Even the director came in person to ask for him back. There were two guys following behind him who I didn't know, but I could tell at first glance that they looked very impressive. I'm afraid there will be trouble. It's possible that Zhang Chuxian will ruin his year-end bonus. In an instant, Lao Fan's blood pressure soared and he subconsciously looked back at where Zhang Chuxian was. Still pretending to be cool, can't this guy just be quiet and give me some peace of mind? The director adjusted his reading glasses and looked in the direction Lao Fan was looking. The two people behind him are from the governor's office security bureau. Being noticed in advance by the security bureau leaders is not only an honor for the student, but also a glory for the entire school. In addition, the student is a liberal arts student. This is so rare in a world where martial arts is respected. He'd have to take a good look. Director, has Zhang Chuxian gotten into any trouble? Old Fan turned around and found that the director was staring at Zhang Chuxian. He suddenly felt even more uneasy and asked weakly. Not really, the director shook his head. Old Fan was a little confused for a moment. Since you are not in trouble, why are you looking for Zhang Chuxian? The director did not answer this question, but turned around to look at Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi behind him and pointed to where Zhang Chuxian was. Leaders, that student is Zhang Chuxian. Is that him? Xiao Zhanfeng looked in the direction the director pointed. At first glance, it's very ordinary. At second glance, it's still very ordinary. However, true masters are very good at disguising themselves. Xiao Zhanfeng turned sideways and looked at Wu Sisi, who had short red hair. Sisi, what do you think? On the surface, he looks pretty average, even like the kind of pretentious person I hate. But being able to kill the ferocious beast Zapdos with a single sword strike, it's no exaggeration to say that his martial arts prowess is enough to crush all of his peers in Jiangcheng. With such a talent for martial arts, he actually chose to lurk in the liberal arts class. If it weren't for last night's incident, no one would have known that there was such a monstrous genius in Jiangcheng. So we must never be deceived by appearances. Wu Sisi gave her own analysis. Xiao Zhanfeng nodded, and almost said, me too. Director, who are these two? Old Fan was confused. They were acting so mysteriously. Who were they? Teacher Fan, these two are the leaders of the security bureau of the governor's office. The director smiled flatteringly. Governor's office security bureau? Director, didn't you say Zhang Chuxian didn't cause any trouble? Why are all the people from the security bureau here? Director, don't scare me. The security bureau came personally to arrest people. This is a big deal. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lao Fan's forehead. Teacher Fan, don't be nervous. The security bureau leaders are not here to arrest anyone, but to. The director's explanation was full of smiles, but was interrupted by Xiao Zhanfeng. Director, some things should be left aside. Since everyone has seen it, let's go and prepare to start the assessment. Yes. The director immediately shut up, nodded and bowed, then gave Lao Fan a wink, indicating that he must make arrangements for Zhang Chuxian. Old Fan is not stupid. He immediately realized that since the security bureau was not here to arrest people, they were here to select people. Zhang Chuxian was selected in advance by the Governor General's Security Bureau? I still remember the internal meeting where the principal revealed that this temporary martial arts assessment was specially organized by the Governor General's office for a talented student. And this so-called genius student turned out to be Zhang Chuxian from his class? You have to know that my class is a liberal arts class, and the students with the worst martial arts talent in the whole school are here. As for Zhang Chuxian, he is not the worst among the worst. But in the last martial arts assessment, if I remember correctly, Zhang Chuxian's martial arts value was just over 100 points, maybe 103 points. With such low fighting power, what do the departments of the governor's office think of him? Director, no, I'm not being nosy. I'm just very suspicious. Is this a mistake? Even if the governor's office selects talents this time, they won't choose martial arts scores, but students with excellent liberal arts scores. Given Zhang Chuxian's last place score in liberal arts, it's not even his turn. Lao Fan couldn't help but raise his doubts. But the director glared at him, as if to say, what do you know? Do you understand, or do the leaders of the governor's office understand? Are you questioning the leadership of the governor's office security bureau? Old Fan trembled with fear, not daring to do it. How could he dare? Teacher Fan, please organize the students and wait patiently for notification when it's your class's turn to take the assessment. Someone will be there to guide you. The director said this indifferently, turned around, and followed Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi, who had already left. Lao Fan stood there and did not organize the students immediately. But suspicion. Were the mushrooms I ate last night poisonous? Now react. At the same time, Xiao Zhanfeng was in a good mood when he left, humming a happy tune. Captain Xiao, I just received news that the people in Bureau 79 have petitioned their superiors to postpone the release of today's test results for one day. The way they act is too shameful. They're clearly trying to snatch up the genius we're looking for, and they're not letting any of the talented students go unpunished. Wu Sisi rarely gets angry, but this time she really couldn't stand it. How could she be bullied like this? Among the 7 departments of the Governor General's office, Bureau 79 had the best treatment. It's so unfair that they have to get all the good things first. When Xiao Zhanfeng got the news, he was very angry, his face was dark and he was about to curse. But fortunately, we were lucky enough to find the evil genius ahead of time. Sisi, you have to keep a close eye on that guy. Once the assessment is over, regardless of whether he gets a grade or not, we'll sign a contract with him right away. The contract has been signed. I don't believe those guys from Bureau 79 would be so shameless as to come and snatch him away. When the time comes, I'll lead Zhang Chuxian past them on purpose and make them angry to death. Find the right time to capture my smiling face and their grimace. I'll send it to the governor's office group chat. Understood, Captain Xiao, I'll go prepare the contract documents now. Go! On the playground. Just as Lao Fan was standing there, still wondering if he had eaten too many mushrooms, the atmosphere in the liberal arts class exploded. 2 students who were sitting closer to the outside vaguely heard the conversation between the director and Lao Fan. Are they here to look for Zhang Chuxian? Those 2 are the leaders of the governor's security bureau. Oh my god, this is too explosive. Zhang Chuxian has been noticed by the leader of the security bureau? The leader has come to identify him. How can this be true? Awesome. Zhang Chuxian, you're about to take off. Brother Xian, I want to give birth to monkeys for you. A whole litter of monkeys. Chapter 28 Too disrespectful. The students all looked at Zhang Chuxian. This is so awesome. People are still working hard for the college entrance examination, trying to get into a good university and find a good job after graduation. Especially for liberal arts students, even if they get into university, they will be unemployed upon graduation. It's too difficult. On the other hand, Zhang Chuxian's family is wealthy, so he doesn't have to worry about finding a job. Even if he doesn't work, the money at home is enough for him to squander the rest of his life. Now, the security bureau of the governor's office has arrived and has set its sights on Zhang Chuxian in advance. That SA department of the governor's office. How many people are trying their best to get into this fantastic unit? As long as you get in, it means you can eat royal meals for the rest of your life. The most important status is higher than that of ordinary people. Suddenly, it would be a lie to say that they were not envious. Many classmates wiped their saliva and couldn't understand why all the good things fell on Zhang Chuxian alone. Reincarnation is a technical job, and he has already won at the starting line. Now all the major departments of the governor's office have come specially for him. Ah! Zhang Xian might have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. As the object of everyone's crazy envy, Zhang Xian was a little confused. The security bureau of the governor's office has taken a fancy to me? What do you like about me? Although this guy loves to show off and feels uncomfortable if he doesn't do it for a day, he is still very self-aware and knows his own limitations. Brother Xian, awesome. I, Hergu, have long said that our brother Xian has the qualities of a king. Even before he even graduated, he's already been spotted by the governor's office. Brother Xian, don't forget me when you become rich. I want to follow Brother Xian for the rest of my life. Compared to Zhang Xian, his lackeys were already opening champagne to celebrate. Zhang Xian, how did you do it? You usually seem so low-key, but when the governor's office came looking for someone, the first person they wanted was you. You're even more awesome than those students from the martial arts class. At this time, a classmate couldn't help but ask. The other students were also very curious about what it was about Zhang Xian that caught the attention of the security bureau. There are still about 100 geniuses taking the college entrance examination. If you can learn frame by frame, maybe a miracle will happen to you. Zhang Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Is there even a need to ask? Brother Xian's family is so powerful that they sell super potions in batches of 5. With that kind of money, someone in his family must know someone in the governor's office. So, if they just say hello, getting selected in advance shouldn't be a big deal. A lackey said proudly, as if he was the one chosen. When Zhang Xian heard the lackey's words, his eyes lit up instantly. He had heard his father say at a drinking party that his grandfather's generation did know several leaders of the governor's office. At that time, he thought his father was drunk and talking nonsense. Looking at it now, maybe it's true. Otherwise, with my last place liberal arts score and a combat power of 105, why would the governor's security bureau be interested in me? Are you eyeing your own money? I am indeed rich, very wealthy. But compared with the governor's office, this money is not even a fraction. I remember now. My dad said that my grandfather was very familiar with several leaders of the governor's office and they often had foot baths and massages together. When these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized what was going on and became even more envious. His grandfather knows the leader of the governor's office. And I know more than one. So what if he ranks last in the liberal arts subjects and has a combat power score of only 105 points? Just give a greeting and the governor's office will come to the school in advance to ask for people. The key point is not that he is an ordinary important person, but that he specially held a martial arts test. The purpose is obvious, which is to let Zhang Xian enter the security bureau with great fanfare. Look at this treatment, I can't envy it, and I can't learn from it. Wow, why am I crying? I cried too. It turns out that amniotic fluid is the biggest watershed. You've only studied hard for 10 years. How can you surpass the efforts of 3 generations of others? Zhang Xian, who became the focus, had a pouty mouth. He had pretended to be cool so many times before, but he had never felt so good. He couldn't help but look at the class beauty Jiang Renjie, wanting to see how she would react and whether she was also envious of him. However, Jiang Renjie didn't even look over. She was eating buns with Xin Chuan in a corner of the playground. An ordinary bun that costs at most 2 yuan becomes a delicacy in her hands, and she eats it with a look of satisfaction. Zhang Xuxuan's expression suddenly became stiff with a pouty mouth, and he vaguely felt that there was a vast grassland above his head. Seeing this, the lackey immediately ran over and shouted loudly. Jiang Banhua, our brother Xian has been spotted by the governor's office security bureau in advance. Isn't that amazing? The voice was very loud, and it was obviously not only spoken to Jiang Renjie, but also to Xin Chuan. Some poor people with no ability and no background should stay away from it. Oh, congratulations! Jiang Renjie had actually heard everyone's discussion a long time ago, but she was not interested in joining in the discussion. In addition, she was skeptical about the fact that Zhang Xian was spotted by the security bureau of the governor's office in advance. Even if Zhang Xuan's grandfather really knew the leaders of the governor's office, in this world where martial arts was respected, it was almost impossible for a guy with a martial arts value of only 105 points to have any loopholes to exploit. But if you go to other departments, there is still a slight possibility. It is almost impossible to go to the governor's office, an authority that concerns the safety of the city. Congratulations? Isn't that all I can say is congratulations? The lackey was stunned. He thought Jiang Renjie would be overjoyed and shout that she wanted to give birth to a baby for Zhang Chuxian. The structure just gave a cold congratulations. Even when he said this, his eyes were still on Xin Chuan, and he didn't look at Zhang Chuxian. Isn't this a bit too much? How disrespectful. I've already said congratulations, what else do you want from me? Does the fact that he was chosen by the governor's office in advance have anything to do with me? Besides, these are just rumors right now, and you're already celebrating with champagne. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I wasn't chosen in the end? After hearing this, the lackey didn't know how to respond. Zhang Chuxian looked even more embarrassed. Our brother Xian's selection is basically a done deal. Didn't you see the director and the security bureau are here? Okay, even if it's what you said, what if something unexpected happens? But even if our brother Xian isn't chosen in the end, he's still 100 times better than some people. Another lackey quickly stood up and spoke. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Xin Chuan. It was obvious that the so-called someone was referring to him. But at this time, Xin Chuan was extremely quiet, his mind was completely empty, and he could not hear any sound from the outside world at all. Tonzi, are you kidding me? Are you sure that Zhang Ronger standing in front of me is a bloodline warrior, but she just hasn't awakened her bloodline yet? Chapter 29 except Xin Chuan. Bloodline warriors are the most talented among warriors. Once the bloodline is awakened, the corresponding talent will be activated. For example, the wind talent can control the wind to kill people invisibly, or it can condense into a tornado and destroy a city. Another example is the talent for invisibility. If you awaken your bloodline talent in this area, you can kill people invisibly, and they won't even know how they died. In addition, there are talents for moving mountains, indestructible diamonds, and heavy artillery. In short, once a bloodline warrior appears, all major forces will do their best to win him over. Now, the legendary bloodline warrior, the one with the strongest talent, is standing before him. It was really hard for Xin Chuan to connect the quiet, even a little silly Jiang Renjie with the person with the strongest talent and bloodline warrior. But just when I was eating buns, the system reacted. A bloodline warrior has been detected. Do you want to enter into a contract? Xin Chuan was completely confused on the spot, and was completely confused. System, please confirm again. Replying to the host, this system will never make mistakes, please rest assured. The Jiang Renjie standing before you is a bloodline warrior, but her bloodline has not yet awakened, so her current strength value is very low, only 125 points. Once she awakens her bloodline, her strength will skyrocket. Xin Chuan took a deep breath and looked again at Jiang Renjie, who was wearing black-framed glasses and looked very cute. Even though the system said it would not be wrong, it was still hard to believe that the cute girl in front of him was a bloodline warrior. In a one-star city like Zhangcheng, the last time a bloodline warrior appeared was 10 years ago. Now, that bloodline warrior has become the mayor of Zhangcheng. 7 years ago, when a tide of ferocious beasts broke out, it was the city lord who used his bloodline talent of moving mountains and filling the sea, and finally successfully suppressed the tide of beasts. Although Xin Chuan was still very young at that time, he still has an impression of it. System, since Jiang Renjie is a bloodline warrior, what is her bloodline talent? Xin Chuan suddenly became curious. Her bloodline is very special. We don't know yet. It will only be revealed after she awakens. Isn't the system omnipotent? You don't even know this? Host, this opportunity is rare. Please sign the contract quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Xin Chuan nodded subconsciously, but suddenly thought of something. Hey, system, if I successfully contract with Jiang Renjie now, then when she awakens her bloodline, will the so-called bloodline talent be returned to me at a certain multiple? Back to the host, yes. Fuck. Xin Chuan couldn't help but swear. Bloodline talents can be returned in multiples, which is awesome. The talents of bloodline warriors are already so terrifying. If they can be returned in multiples, doesn't it mean that the horror is super doubled? Even if it is twice as low as the minimum. Returning it to myself is equivalent to awakening 2 bloodline warriors. So what if it's 5 times, 10 times, 50 times? Take off. Take off directly from the spot. Tonzi, contract, I want to make a contract with Jiang Renjie. Okay, this is the contract mission. Once the host completes the mission, the contract with Jiang Renjie will be successful. This mission? When Xin Chuan saw the contract mission, he instantly felt powerless and was too lazy to even complain. Xin Chuan, are you okay? Xin Chuan, don't scare me. Xin Chuan, Xin Chuan? The quiet and cute Jiang Renjie noticed Xin Chuan staring at her, and immediately a bit of girlish shyness appeared on her face. She even touched her face with her hand to see if there was anything on her face. Can. Xin Chuan not only stared at him, but also had a very rich expression. At the end, I could faintly hear him swearing. Such abnormal behavior scared Jiang Renjie a lot. She hurriedly called Xin Chuan several times, and seeing that Xin Chuan had not woken up yet, she gritted her teeth and started shaking him. Xin Chuan, Xin Chuan, Xin Chuan. Ah? What's the matter? After being shaken a few times, Xin Chuan finally woke up. He then realized that he was looking down at others and staring at them, which was somewhat impolite. Are you okay? I just looked at you and it seems like there's something wrong with you. Jiang Renjie blushed. Oh, I'm fine, I just got distracted, that's all. By the way, do you want some buns? No, thank you. I've figured out a simple way to solve that math problem. Let me teach you. Okay. Just like that, the two of them ignored the presence of others and began to discuss math problems. Zhang Chushuan's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He felt like a dog. Although Jiang Renjie and Xin Chuan were discussing math problems in the corner of the playground, there was nothing wrong with such interaction between classmates, and the teacher even encouraged it. But no matter how you look at these two, they seem to be showing off their affection. Zhang Chuxian, who felt cuckolded, couldn't accept it at all. But he didn't explode immediately. Based on his understanding of Jiang Renjie, if a conflict broke out at this time, the other party would definitely still protect Xin Chuan. In the end, I am the one who is embarrassed. It's better to let the bullet fly for a while longer. The reason why Jiang Renjie hasn't changed her opinion of herself is that she doesn't believe that she has been selected in advance by the Governor's Office Security Bureau. After the assessment was over, the leader of the Security Bureau came to me in person to sign the contract. By then, she would definitely change her mind immediately. All girls are like this. He had already seen through it. Xin Chuan, I'll let you show off for a while, then you'll cry. Also at this time. After confirming that he didn't eat too many mushrooms, but that the Governor's Office Security Bureau really took a fancy to the students in his class, Old Fan walked back in a daze. This is definitely a good thing. What a great thing. The year-end bonus will definitely be doubled. Okay, students, keep quiet and line up. Old Fan organized everyone to line up, glanced at everyone, and looked at Zhang Chuxian specifically. Teacher, what did the director say to you when he came to you just now? Zhang Chushuan's lackey couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Old Fan shook his head. Is it possible that my brother Xian has been spotted by the Security Bureau of the Governor's Office? They came here in advance to say hello and get to know him. The lackey said with a smile on his face. That's your guess, I didn't say anything. Okay, everyone, line up. The teacher is in a good mood today. After the assessment is over, there will be no classes this afternoon. I'll give you a day off. Old Fan couldn't hide the smile on his face and looked at Zhang Chuxian again. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Brother Xian is awesome. This is stable, more stable than a spiral. Brother Xian, I want to make a pendant of your leg hair. Zhang Chuxian was also a little excited. After the assessment is over, if I am really specially recruited by the Security Bureau, I will treat you this afternoon. You can eat whatever you want and play whatever you want. Everyone cheered. Brother Xian, is everyone okay? Everyone in the class, except Shen Chuan. Chapter 30 Male God. All students in the class can do it. Except Xin Chuan. These words are no longer directed at others, but a blatant provocation. Suddenly, all the classmates turned their eyes to Xin Chuan, wanting to see how he would react. However, no reaction at all. Xin Chuan continued to explain the problem seriously. To find the distance from point A to point B, we can try a different approach. I'll tell you the second approach. It was as if he didn't hear what Xin Chuan said at all. Or maybe he was completely uninterested and disdainful of whether Xin Chuan would treat him or not. It was visible to the naked eye that Zhang Chushuan's face became darker. Who would have thought? I'm not going. You don't have to invite me. Even if you invite me, I won't go. Zhang Renjie, the class beauty who was listening to the questions, looked up and glanced at Zhang Chuxian, then lowered her head and listened to the questions carefully. Zhang Chuxian. Is it necessary to make up the knife like this? Zhang Chuxuan's face was almost as black as ink. He stared at Xinchuan intently, gnashing his teeth and squeezing out a few words. Okay. Xinchuan, just wait for me. The assessment officially began at 8:10 a.m. Now, students who heard your name, please come forward and take the test. The martial arts assessment is conducted completely in accordance with the Martial Arts College entrance examination model. 20 movable test rooms have been debugged in front of the playground. These test rooms are made of high-strength alloy materials and do not have excellent sound insulation effects. After identity verification, candidates enter the testing room and can take various tests according to the subtitles on the large screen in the room. The first batch of test students list Zhao Long, Wang Baoqi, Hua Tianluan, Du Xiaoshui, Hiame. Everyone has 3 minutes to take the test. Don't be nervous and try your best to perform well. As the first batch of students entered the testing room, the already tense queue of people suddenly became even more nervous. In today's world, the strong prey on the weak. Public institutions at the top of power have absolute say. Everyone is trying their best to get into the public service, get a stable job and eat royal food. If you can be noticed by the governor's office at this point, you don't have to take the subsequent martial arts college entrance examination and you will have a stable job. Of course, everyone knows that if you want to be noticed by public institutions in advance, you must be the best of the best. But what if the leaders of public institutions today have a special perspective on people? People should always have ideals, otherwise what is the difference between them and salted fish? Behind the test room is the podium. There were many unfamiliar faces in black uniforms sitting on the rostrum. These people were intimidating without even being angry, and gave people a strong sense of oppression. The students didn't even dare to look them in the eye. They are the leaders from various departments of the governor's office. Any one of them is an expert. That's nonsense. If he is not strong enough, how could he have been favored by the governor's office? I heard they're all coming for a student from our school. Can you guess who this student is, Lin Anrou or Lin Anyu? Choose one of the two, both are possible. That's right, it won't be surprising which of these campus beauty twins gets chosen. What if I'm not selected? Are you crazy? If even they weren't chosen, who else in our school would be qualified to be chosen? Stop talking. There was a man in uniform on the podium just now who glanced in our direction. I'm about to pee my pants. At the front of the team are naturally the military students. They discussed in a low voice, and were basically certain that the one chosen would definitely be one of the twin sisters. Of course, it is also very likely that both sisters will be selected. The talent is there, some things are really beyond envy. As for the little incident that happened earlier in the liberal arts camp, the military students didn't take it seriously at all. All the major departments of the governor's office made such a big fuss just for a liberal arts student. Is it possible? It's impossible to even think about it. Unless the sun rises from the west. Because there were so many students from the military department, it took an hour for the liberal arts students to reach the center of the playground. Before that, they were scattered in the corners of the playground. Wow, so impressive. Brother Xian, look, from now on you will sit on the podium like them. The lackey stood on tiptoe and looked towards the rostrum, appearing extremely excited. Zhang Chuxian really enjoyed this kind of flattery and extended his hand to signal, keep a low profile. I'll talk about this after I'm actually selected. Brother Xian, this isn't your style. We're just missing the finishing touch. You'll be entering the testing room just for the sake of formality. Once the test is over, you'll be signed by the security bureau leader immediately. Exactly. I've seen the contract documents in the security bureau leader's hands. Is it true that your eyesight is so good? Of course it's fake, but the fact that Brother Xian was selected in advance is definitely true. Get lost. Zhang Chuxian cursed and then signaled his lackeys to keep a low profile. It's not that he has changed his style and doesn't like to show off anymore. On the contrary. Being low-key now is for the sake of showing off later. This guy obviously understands the essence of pretending to be cool. The more low-key he is now, the more fun it will be for him to pretend to be cool later. At the same time, when he thought about how a realistic girl like Zhang Renjie would immediately throw herself into his arms after he successfully signed the contract, and might even kiss him in public. Then I definitely can't let her go, I must give her a wet French kiss. I have a picture in my mind. Zhang Chuxian was so excited that he couldn't help but pout and look towards where Zhang Renjie was. But reality gave him a heavy blow. Zhang Renjie and Xin Chuan were still discussing math problems there. Zhang Chuxian instantly had 100 curse words in his mind that he wanted to blurt out. But at this moment, a commotion broke out in front of the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. A man wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses walked up to the podium with his hands in his pockets. Everyone who was originally seated on the stage stood up. The school leaders nodded and bowed with a fawning look on their faces. Staff from various departments of the governor's office saluted in succession. However, the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses turned a blind eye to this and walked straight to the center of the podium and took a seat. The tall young lady next to him immediately handed him a document. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses took a quick look, seemingly showing no interest. He then took out a cigarette case in public and started smoking as if no one was around. Fuck, who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? He ignored everyone's salutes and greetings, sat in the most important position on the podium, and then smoked in public. Even the overbearing CEOs on TV aren't this overbearing. So handsome, I declare now that he is my idol. Come on, you're not even qualified to be his fan. Did you see the logo on his shirt? 79th Bureau, the most important bureau in the governor's office. Chapter 31 All Wanted. 79 Games. The most mysterious and powerful department in the governor's office. The members of this department are one level higher than those of other departments. In case of emergency, Bureau 79 can also mobilize members from other departments. It's no wonder why when the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses comes, everyone stands up and salutes. The rights are there. You can't even salute. Even though Xiao Zhanfeng and Su Sisi were very dissatisfied, they had to do it. Of course, there are reasons why they are unhappy. When selecting younger talents every year, Bureau 79 is the first to be selected, and the rest are selected before other departments are given the chance. The good ones have all been picked up by Bureau 79. How can this department not be awesome? If you have the ability, you should be awesome. How many people can really accept the fact that you are so awesome in this way? The same is true this time. It was clearly the Security Bureau's guard team who discovered a talented martial arts talent, but before the news even got out, the 79th Bureau knew about it. Then, they also want to have a share of the pie. We also requested that the test results be announced 2 days later. Isn't it obvious that they are trying to snatch the good seedlings again? Xiao Zhanfeng couldn't beat the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses, otherwise he would have wanted to walk up to him, hit him, and tell him to put out his cigarette. I've thought of the reasons. Can you please pay attention to your image when you are outside? However, the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses has already reached the realm of a 5th grade warrior. He cannot be defeated, not even by himself. No matter how unwilling you are, you have to hold it in. But fortunately, I have a backup plan this time. The Security Bureau has already identified the identity of this promising student in advance, so what if the results are delayed? Once the other party's test is finished, sign the contract immediately. I'm going to piss you off to death. Xiao Zhanfeng snorted, his eyes turned to the students on the playground, and he quickly found Zhang Chuxian. Brother Xian, look, the leader of the Security Bureau is looking at you and nodding at you with a smile. Oh my god, Brother Xian, you are so impressive, aren't you? It's stable, it's stable. This wave is definitely stable. Brother Xian is awesome. Zhang Chuxian naturally noticed that Xiao Zhanfeng nodded and smiled at him, and immediately responded to him, and then the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. This wave of spiral is indeed stable. Then why be so low-key? What a big move you have. Ermao, call the best restaurant near the school gate right now and tell them I'm having a celebration banquet. Ask them to prepare all the fine wine and food. Once the test is over, I'll take the whole class out for dinner. Oh, by the way, let's contact the fireworks store. I want to buy 100,000 yuan worth of fireworks to set off at the school gate. Brother Xian, isn't it too extravagant to set off fireworks in broad daylight? Luxury is bullshit, I'm happy, hurry up and call. Okay, arrange it. Brother Xian, Brother Xian, Brother Xian. The lackeys began to chant Zhang Chuxuan's name rhythmically. The confused martial arts student? Are you crazy? It's a martial arts exam, why are these liberal arts students joining in the fun? They're making this place look like a vegetable market. Stop making so much noise. If it affects my performance, I'm going to challenge the entire liberal arts class. Don't worry about those monkeys in the liberal arts class. Look, the twin school beauties are about to appear. I heard that their strength has become stronger again. I am looking forward to the results of this test. Whether they become stronger or not, a scumbag like me definitely can't tell, but whether they become prettier or not is obvious to me. Have you noticed? These twin school beauties seem to have become even prettier. Ah, Lin Anrou is so beautiful. I love Lin Anrou so much. I like Lin Anyu. I'm not picky, I like both. Okay, we've already entered the testing room, so stop licking me. 3 minutes later. Both sisters walked out of the test room with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with their test performance. Sister, this is my best performance yet. Although it hasn't reached the level of a first-grade warrior, it's pretty close. Lin Anyu couldn't hide her excitement and waved her fist. Lin Anrou nodded. This time, it was also her best performance. She vaguely felt that she had a chance to reach the threshold of a first-grade warrior. But I'm not 100% sure. So, just wait for the results. Now that the test is over, don't think too much about it. Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu left the testing room. After the test, you can arrange the rest of the time as you like. You can go to the classroom to study, or go to the martial arts gym to train. If you want to get some news, you can go home directly. Sister, I didn't get enough sleep last night because of today's test. Let's go get something delicious and then go back to bed. I plan to sleep until tomorrow morning. Good. Passing by the liberal arts camp. The twin sisters both looked towards where Xian was. Lin Anrou was thinking. Come on, Xiao Chuanquan. Lin Anyu thought of. I'm too tired, and the leaders of the governor's office are here, so I'll let you go for now. I'll deal with you when I wake up. Xian was at the very back of the team and didn't notice the two sisters' actions at all. In addition, Xian Xian happened to be blocking the angle, making it even harder to see. Fuck, brother Xian, those twin school beauties Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu just glanced at you secretly. I noticed that too, brother Xian is awesome. They must have known that brother Xian was selected by the security bureau in advance, so they gave him admiring looks. That little look is simply. Brother Xian, will you choose elder sister Lin Anrou or younger sister Lin Anyu? What a happy trouble. Only elementary school students do multiple choice questions. Brother Xian must want them all. Ha ha, that makes sense. The lackeys were boiling with anger again. The corners of Zhang Chushuan's mouth were almost stretched to the back of his head. He naturally noticed that the twin school beauties were looking at where he was. How to say it? He felt like he had reached the peak of his life. Class beauty? What class beauty? Now the twin school beauties are stealing glances at me, no one wants to be the class beauty. Keep a low profile. Even if you hug me left and right, I need the sisters' consent. I'm not that kind of playboy. But who to choose? This is indeed a big problem. I need to think about it. This guy talks a lot of hypocrisy, but in fact he wants to have women everywhere more than anyone else. Soon, an hour and a half passed. Almost all the students on the playground had left. Only students from the liberal arts class are left. Now, students whose names I've called out, please step forward and prepare to take the test. As I said before, don't be nervous, just give it your all. Shen Chuan, Jiang Runjie, Zhang Chuxian, King Qin. Student Xian, I still don't fully understand this question, but we don't have time. Let's take the test first. I'll ask you for help after the test. Good. The liberal arts students whose names were called began to enter the testing room. Chapter 32 Ring Wraiths. Xian entered test room number 7 and placed his finger on the fingerprint sensing area in front. After successful authentication, red light began to scan Xian's body in the testing room. At the same time, subtitles appeared on the big screen. 3 minutes passed quickly. When Xian walked out of the test room, the lackeys outside were already cheering for Zhang Chuxian. In order to be completely stable this time, Zhang Chuxian injected all 5 evolutionary liquid potions in one breath. Although my grandfather knows the leaders of the governor's office and must have used connections, I just need to go through the motions. But the force value can't be too ugly. so as not to make it difficult for the security bureau leaders. Being gossiped about. Next second, the already riotous crowd erupted in even louder cheers. Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi came over. Wu Sisi was holding a contract document in her hand. Student Zhang Xian, can we chat alone for a while? Xiao Zhanfeng invited. Sure. Just like that, under the envious gazes of his classmates, Zhang Xian followed Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi away. Brother Xian is awesome. The lackey couldn't help but whistle. Brother Xian, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. Hearing the whistles and flattery, Zhang Xian stopped pretending, turned around and waved, his mouth even more pouty than a pouty one. On the podium, the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses was almost asleep when he was suddenly awakened by the cheers. He immediately glanced over. What's going on? What are those two guys from the security bureau doing? The tall female member next to him responded, it seems like a student signed up before us. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses sat up straight immediately. Have they seen the results? Careless. If I had known this, I wouldn't have slept. This time I came here just to deal with the genius student who killed the ferocious beast Zapdos. If due to one's own negligence, a talented student is taken over by other departments, then go back to the bureau and wait to be cut by the director. It takes time to upload students' scores to the system. It will take us at least an hour to know. They can't be faster than us. The tall female member was very confident. The status of Bureau 79 was there, and other departments could only step aside. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this answer, but then became very confused. They don't even know the results, what are they fighting for? I don't understand this. The tall female member smiled. The key is that this student looks very ordinary. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses looked in the direction, and judging by his eyesight, Zhang Xian was indeed very ordinary. Even their physical fitness is far inferior to that of ordinary people. That's it? You're not even qualified to sweep the toilet in the governor's mansion. These two guys from the security bureau are truly talented. Afraid we'd snatch them away, they're desperately trying to find a cure? Ignore them. How many people haven't been tested? There are almost 30 more. Okay, I'll take a nap then. Call me when you're done. Oh, and remember to keep an eye on your grades. Don't let other departments get ahead of you. I understand. Don't worry, I'm here. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses hummed and continued to sleep. On the playground. Xinchuan, how did you perform? Zhang Renjie looked at Xinchuan in a naive manner. That's all. This martial arts test is not something we liberal arts students are good at. Xinchuan responded indifferently. We thought of the same thing. I just entered the testing room, and my mind wasn't on the martial arts test at all. Instead, I was still thinking about that math problem. Xinchuan? A little confused. A few words flashed through my mind. Innate liberal arts body? Seeing Xinchuan's reaction, Zhang Renjie laughed embarrassedly. You think I'm exaggerating, but what I said is true. When I entered the test room, my mind was full of math problems. No, I don't think it's an exaggeration. Xinchuan just thinks Zhang Renjie's behavior is too cute. But it must be said that for liberal arts students, isn't this a better choice? Anyway, the martial arts test has nothing to do with liberal arts students. It's just a formality. Instead of wasting time, you might as well do a few more questions. I'm glad you didn't mean to laugh at me. Do you have time now? Zhang Renjie looked at Xinchuan in a naive way, with an expression full of anticipation. Yes. Can I continue to ask you math questions? Sure. Yeah, that's great. Stand still while I go buy some oranges and some drinks. I heard the oranges at the grocery store are really sweet today. Hearing this, the corners of Xinchuan's mouth twitched slightly. Stand still, I'm going to buy some oranges. Why did this sound so awkward, and he vaguely felt that Zhang Renjie had taken advantage of him. Zhang Renjie waved her hand, said a brief goodbye, and ran quickly towards the school canteen. I had such a comfortable sleep. Suddenly, a mysterious female voice sounded in her mind. Senior, you finally woke up. Did I not get exposed in today's martial arts test? Don't worry, even if I fall asleep, as long as I'm still in the ring, no matter how powerful the instrument is, it won't be able to measure your true strength. That's good. I don't want to learn martial arts. I want to learn literature. Jang Renjiro breathed a sigh of relief, and then her eyes fell on an inconspicuous ring on her right finger. She picked up this ring by chance, but she never imagined that a mysterious master, the Ringwraith, lived inside it. The Ringwraiths liked this cute little girl very much and said they could help her become the best in martial arts. But Jang Renjiro has never liked fighting and killing since she was a child. Instead, she asked the Ringwraiths to help her hide her true strength. I hid for 3 years and was about to graduate from high school. The big family behind Jang Renjiro couldn't understand why she, who was clearly a favored girl before, suddenly became an ordinary person. No matter what medicine is used, it cannot change the condition. In the end, he had no choice but to give in to Jang Renjiro and send her to the remote one-star small city of Jiangcheng to go to school. Of course, although he said it was because he was afraid of being laughed at by other families if he stayed in a 5-star city. It would be good to let Jang Renjiro hide in a small city and escape the disputes. Well, wait a minute, Xiao Jang, can you turn back? The Ringwraiths seem to have made some shocking discovery. Senior, what's wrong? Turn back, turn back. The Ringwraith urged. Jang Renjiro didn't understand why, but she did as she was told. When she turned around, she saw Xinchuan standing there in a daze, obviously still wondering if he had been taken advantage of when buying oranges. Xiao Jang, your classmate is incredible. I only slept for 2 days. The last time I saw him, his strength was less than 100. In just 2 days, his strength has reached around 1500 points. Wow, this is terrifying. How many? Jang Renjiro was stunned on the spot, her body completely frozen in place. Senior, are you mistaken? Xinchuan, how could it be possible? Chapter 33 You must come? In a small 1-star city like Jiangcheng, the emergence of a high school student who reached the first-grade warrior level would be huge news. Now, Senior Ringwraith told Xinchuan that his martial arts value has reached about 1,500 points. This is already the middle stage of the first-grade warrior realm. Isn't this too crazy? Certainly. If Xinchuan was a martial arts genius in the early days, it would be acceptable for him to be so-so. But Senior Ringwraith said in person that 2 days ago, Xinchuan's combat power value was less than 100 points. After 2 days, it became around 1,500 points? Even if you inject the best medicine into your stomach, it is impossible to grow so fast. Jang Renjiro took a deep breath, her eyes trembling, and repeated, Senior, are you mistaken? For example, after sleeping for 2 days and just waking up, are you still a little confused? Xiao Jang, if I'm even wrong about this, then I've lived for over 200 years in vain. After these words were spoken, the shock in Jang Renjiro's eyes became even more frightened, and she fell silent. In my opinion, there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first possibility is that, like you, he's deliberately hiding his strength. Even I was fooled in the early stages, but now, for some special reasons, he's decided to stop pretending and reveal his true strength. In this impromptu martial arts test, he should astonish everyone. The second possibility is that something extraordinary happened to him during these 2 days, causing his strength to increase dramatically. But no matter which possibility it is, Xiao Jang, if you have feelings for him, you should hurry up, otherwise when he ascends to heaven, it will be very difficult to deal with him. Senior, what are you talking about? Jang Renjiro's cute little face began to turn red. Did I say something wrong? You often create opportunities for him, don't you have any ideas about him? The rather puzzled voice of the Ringwraith came from within his mind. Jang Renjiro quickly shook her head. I don't often create opportunities to find him. Every time I go to him, it's because I have a genuine question I want to ask him. After all, he's the top student in the liberal arts department. If I don't understand a difficult question, he's the only one who can answer it. Is that really true? The Ringwraith seemed skeptical. Yeah. Jang Renjiro nodded firmly, but her face became even redder and extremely hot, even burning her ears. Okay, then I'll believe you for now. But it's true that I told you to hurry up. Once the results of this martial arts exam are announced, this boy named Xinchuan will probably soar to the sky. Coupled with his top-notch looks, he will be surrounded by countless girls. It will be difficult for you to ask him for help with your problems. Cherish it. There's obviously something behind what the Ringwraith said. After hearing this, Jang Renjiro fell silent for a moment. Aren't you going to buy oranges? Why are you just sitting here? Forget it, just stand here and don't move. I'll go buy you some oranges. Jiang Renjie didn't react until Xin Chuan came over. The more Xin Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that letting Jiang Renjie go to buy oranges while he stood still was a big disadvantage, so he turned against Tiangang and went to buy oranges himself, letting Jiang Renjie stand still. Jiang Renjie? Without waiting for her to speak, Xin Chuan had already quickened his pace and walked away. I quickly bought the oranges and went back to teach her a few more questions. It's not that Xin Chuan likes to be a teacher or wants to teach questions. The contract mission is really weird. If you want to successfully sign a contract with Jiang Renjie, you must be alone with her for 1024 hours. It is not difficult to understand why Xin Chuan looked so helpless when he first saw the contract mission and was too lazy to complain. 24 hours a day. 1024 hours, when converted, is almost 42.43 days. It is already very embarrassing for a man and a woman to be alone. If they are not careful, they will be seen by others. Certainly. Just eat the melon, have a clear conscience, and you have nothing to fear. What Xin Chuan is most worried about now is obviously the mission of Solitude 1024 was not completed, and Jiang Renjie successfully awakened her bloodline talent during this period. Isn't this a huge loss? It's all thanks to my grandma's grandma. Therefore, you must seize the time to be alone. Fortunately, Jiang Renjie is very studious and has many difficult problems that she cannot understand. This undoubtedly creates a great opportunity to be alone. 15 minutes later, Xin Chuan and Jiang Renjie returned to the classroom. Since they wanted to study, the classroom was definitely the best choice. The assessment is over today and the school allows students to arrange the rest of the time freely, so there should be few people in the classroom. However, it's a bit unexpected. The students are all in the classroom, and even the teachers of various subjects are there. It turned out that Xian Xian had gathered everyone together. I saw him standing in front of the podium with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Dear teachers and students, I believe you have all seen it or received the news. Yes, I have already signed a contract with the Governor's Security Bureau in advance. Having said that, Zhang Xian paused deliberately. It was obvious that he felt that there should be applause here, and it should be thunderous applause. But the embarrassing thing is that no one seems to react. The most frightening thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Fortunately, the lackey's second reaction was very quick. Don't just stand there, clap your hands. Pa pa pa. Brother Xian is awesome. I just went to the Wuka class to ask around, and the twin school beauties haven't been signed in advance. Compared to that, Brother Xian is amazing. How can this not be amazing? In the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, there has never been a precedent for the governor's office to sign a contract in advance. Brother Xian is definitely the first one in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Brother Xian, Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Zhang Xian nodded with satisfaction and gestured for everyone to be quiet. I just called home, and my dad was so happy that he booked the best restaurant near the school. We can all come over tonight, eat and drink well, and have a great time together. In addition, my dad has specially prepared a lucky draw session with a mysterious grand prize waiting for everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cheered from the bottom of their hearts. After all, being signed by the Security Bureau in advance is an honor for Zhang Xian. But if you win the grand prize, the prize will be yours. Besides, Zhang Xian's family is so rich, and they are involved in such a big happy event. It is obvious that Zhang's father must have prepared some super awesome prizes. There is food, drink, and more to take. Of course you have to go. Classmate Jiang Renjie, especially you must come. Zhang Xian had made up his mind. When the atmosphere of the celebration banquet reached its peak, he would confess his love to Jiang Renjie in public. Although he is now a celebrity in the school, he will definitely have no shortage of girls around him in the future. Even the twin school beauties had glanced at her before. But Jiang Renjie was the first girl he liked after all. Must take it first. Sorry, I'm busy. Xin Chuan and I have an appointment to study together. Chapter 34 I don't want to pour cold water. Study? All my classmates came to celebrate for me, even teachers from various subjects came. And a mysterious surprise prize is also prepared. As a result, you, Jiang Renjie, still need to study? And studying with that bastard Xin Chuan? It was visible to the naked eye that Zhang Xian's face darkened again, his eyes became extremely sinister, and he stared at Xin Chuan intently, wishing he could pull out his tendons and skin him alive. In addition, What went wrong? In his prediction, Zhang Renjie was only a little more reserved than other girls. Once she knew that she was specially recruited by the Security Bureau of the Governor's office in advance, she would definitely reveal her true nature and throw herself into his arms. But why is it still so cold now? What went wrong? Just as he was about to collapse, Zhang Renjie quickly packed her school bag and looked at Xinchuan. Student Xinchuan, let's go to the library to study. Xinchuan nodded. It didn't matter where he studied, as long as he was alone. He just wanted to complete the contract task as soon as possible. As for whether it will be misunderstood or whether it will be eaten by others, it doesn't matter. Wait until the contract is successful, and then wait until Zhang Renjie's bloodline talent awakens. It's so fragrant that it makes me dizzy. Okay, let me get the notebook. Afterwards, Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie walked out under everyone's gaze. We all know that Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie like to study. Since they want to study, let them study. The rest of our class can go with them. At this time, the class teacher, Lao Fan, stepped forward to smooth things over. It is certainly a good thing that students in my class can be selected in advance by the Governor's Office Security Bureau. But don't forget, Xinchuan has also been specially recruited by Qingwen University, the best liberal arts university in the country. There is also Zhang Renjie. Although she was not specially recruited, she took the liberal arts college entrance examination. As long as she performed normally, it was almost certain that she would be admitted to Qingwen University. The palms and backs of your hands are all flesh. Old Fan naturally didn't want anything unpleasant to happen, especially when he saw Zhang Chushuan's face turned black. He had to stop it to prevent the situation from getting worse. Zhang Chushuan, please tell us quickly. The security department leader just took you away for a private talk. What did they talk about? Old Fan was very smart and smoothly brought the topic back to Zhang Chushuan's high-profile event. Sure enough, Zhang Chushuan's expression relaxed a lot, and he became a little more aggressive. Nothing, he just... To outsiders, the fact that Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie did not attend Zhang Chushuan's celebration party just passed by. Actually, not. Zhang Chushuan has already figured out how to teach Xinchuan a lesson. And this time we have to teach him a lesson. Bite. Contractee Lin Anrou has trained hard and increased her strength by 1 point, which has been returned to the host 35 times. As soon as Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie arrived at the library, the system's voice rang in their minds. Xinchuan was stunned. It was absolutely convincing that Lin Anrou could be the #1 in the martial arts department of the whole school. She had just finished the assessment, and when everyone chose to relax, she was still writing. Certainly. The more she curled like this, the happier Xinchuan was. He glanced at his own panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 15 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 points of proficiency. You don't have to do anything and your military strength will increase. Who wouldn't be happy when encountering such a good thing? There is just one thing that is not good. The more your strength increases, the faster your body's energy is consumed, and the easier it is to get hungry. Look, he seemed to be hungry again, so he quickly peeled an orange to satisfy his hunger. Then, classmate Zhang Renjie, watch out, I'm about to transform. Don't get me wrong, I'm saying the formula is going to change. Watch carefully. Oh. The other side. Governor's Office Information Processing Center. Today, the scores of all students who took the martial arts test at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School have been sent here. The people in charge of checking were the tall girl from Bureau 79 and a tall, thin man with acne all over his face. What are these? Oh my god, what is this? Can it go any lower? Oh my god, it really exists. I was wrong, isn't that okay? I thought checking students' grades was an easy and enjoyable job, but now it seems like torture. The acne-prone man felt like he was about to collapse. As time passed, the verification work was almost completed, but no particularly outstanding results were found. Could it be that I was tricked by those people from the Security Bureau? There is no student who can kill Zapdos. That's not the case. Could it be that when people become cruel, they will even play tricks on themselves? You should know that people from the Security Bureau also participated in today's temporary martial arts assessment throughout the whole process. Oh, I remember they also signed a student in advance. Did you just check the grades of the student who signed the contract with the Security Bureau in advance? It seems that it hasn't been checked yet. There are only about 100 students whose grades haven't been checked yet. Let's first find the grades of the student who signed the contract with the security bureau in advance. No problem. Half a minute later, Zhang Chushuan's results were found. The tall girl and the acne-prone boy looked at the results page with strange expressions. Name, Zhang Chuxian. Test results, Force 198 points, focus on evolution potion. The tall girl and the acne-prone boy held it in for a long time, and finally uttered two words in unison, rubbish. The force value is less than 200 points. What's the pre-signing thing? Crazy? Moreover, this combat power value only reached 198 points after secretly injecting evolution potion. If you don't pay attention, how bad will it be? Even so, they signed the contract in secret in advance, fearing that it would be intercepted. What on earth are those people in the security bureau doing? I'm now even more suspicious that there was no student who killed the Zapdos at all. This was all just a figment of the imagination of those idiots in the security bureau. The acne-prone man was so angry that he wanted to pound his keyboard. We held a martial arts test with such great fanfare, and this is the result? Anyone would collapse. The tall girl wasn't much better, her hair was a little messy, but she managed to keep it to herself. There are only 100 or so left, let's check them all. Okay, bear with it for a while. Although the result will most likely be that you will be disgusted by those idiots in the security bureau, you still have to maintain the most basic professional qualities. The two continued to check their work. Wow, I've discovered something. This candidate named Lin Anrou has a combat power value of 955 points. This guy named Lin Anyu is not bad either, his force value has reached 946 points. It seems like Jiangcheng hasn't seen young people with such talent in a long time, and now there are two of them. Wow, I really didn't expect that. But, I don't mean to pour cold water on them. But with their strength, I'm afraid they can't kill Zapdos cleanly and efficiently. I finally got excited, but it instantly subsided again. Until Xin Chuan's results appeared on the computer page. Quick, go get the captain. Chapter 35. No one is protecting you, yet you are still so arrogant. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou continues training, increasing her strength by 0.5 points. 40 times the reward has been returned. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anyu was dragged into training by my sister, increasing his strength by 0.2 points. I have returned 50 times the amount. While Xin Chuan was explaining the problem to Zhang Renjie, the twin school beauties returned another 30 points of combat power. His current strength value has reached 1545 points. Goo goo goo. As the strength value increased, simple oranges were obviously not enough to replenish the energy consumed in the body, and the stomach began to growl. Student Zhang Renjie, please finish these questions first. I'm going to the cafeteria to buy some food. My brain is depleting energy much faster than my body. I need to go and replenish my energy. I'll explain the problem to you later. By the way, I'll buy you whatever you want to eat. No, thank you. Zhang Renjie responded cutely. Every time she answered a question correctly, she would feel extremely satisfied, which meant that she had eaten her fill of spiritual food and didn't feel hungry at all. Okay, I'll be back soon. Xin Chuan waved his hand and left quickly. That's terrifying, Zhang. Your classmate has such a terrifying talent. As soon as Xin Chuan left, the voice of Senior Ringwraith immediately rang in Zhang Renjie's mind. Zhang Renjie, who was doing the questions, was confused. She had never seen Senior Ringwraith lose his composure like this. The key point was that Xin Chuan didn't do anything. He just sat there and did the questions with her. How could this be related to talent again? He's gotten stronger again. In just this short time, his strength has increased by dozens of points. Compared to me, such cultivation talent is even better than mine. Hearing the voice in her head, Zhang Renjie was even more confused. Senior, he was just sitting there doing homework. He didn't practice at all, and he didn't take any medicine. How come his strength is still increasing? That's what makes him so scary. It seems like nothing was done, but in fact, something was definitely done. It's just that we didn't notice it. The Ringwraith's words were filled with shock. Zhang Renjie opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. Finally, I could only ask weakly, Senior, please look at me too, has my strength increased? No. Zhang Renjie was completely silent. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious of such a talent. It's just that she has never been very interested in martial arts. After the shock, it seemed like that was all that mattered. I'm just curious. Student Xin Chuan, what kind of monster are you? Xin Chuan doesn't have much money, so it's almost impossible for him to eat enough and eat well. Choose one of the two. He definitely chose to eat his fill, and bought 20 big steamed buns in the cafeteria at one go. On the way back to the library, I killed 10 of them. One after another, as if I hadn't eaten for several days. Next, we need to find a way to get some money and buy some animal meat. Not only does that stuff keep you full, it's also incredibly nutritious. Buying food like steamed buns and noodles obviously cannot meet Xin Chuan's current needs. He felt that his body was a bottomless pit, and no matter how much steamed buns, noodles, or rice he ate, it was useless. So he began to think about buying some animal meat. Although he had never eaten it, he had heard of the various values of animal meat. It is said that if you eat a small piece of top-quality animal meat, you won't feel hungry even if you don't eat for a month. I don't know whether it is true or not. I can only find out by buying one and trying it myself. But the price of animal meat is extremely expensive. A small piece of animal meat is equivalent to an ordinary person's half-year salary. Not to mention the best beast meat, that stuff is something that ordinary people can't even think about, and even a small piece of it costs an astronomical amount. If it were before, Xin Chuan would also feel that he was far away from the best beast meat. But now that the system has been activated, I'm starving again every day. Then the best beast meat must obviously be included in the plan. But the most urgent thing is to find a way to make money. Thinking of this, Xin Chuan stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth. Some people are just mean. This young master invited the whole class to the most upscale restaurant at the school gate for a feast, but he refused to come, pretending to be noble. In the end, he's hiding here eating steamed buns. If this isn't mean, what is it? Xin Chuan took a shortcut back to the library, but he never expected that he was being watched. Zhang Xian and a few of his lackeys seem to have been waiting for a long time. Brother Xian, this is the behavior of a poor boy from the countryside. In their countryside, steamed buns are the most delicious food. How dare they even think about eating at a restaurant? I've never seen the world before, this is it. Boy, why are you doing this? Why do you have to offend our brother Xian? Come over here and kowtow and admit your mistake. Then be a good dog for brother Xian. If brother Xian is happy, he will make sure to give you delicious food and drink every day. Zhang Xian brought people to block Xin Chuan, obviously intending to kill him, but before that, he would be happy if Xin Chuan could come over and kowtow and admit his mistake. So, Zhang Xian straightened his back and waited for Xin Chuan to come forward and kowtow. However, Xin Chuan responded calmly with 2 words, "Get out of the way." Get out of the way? Oh my god. You poor loser, you don't have a teacher to protect you, and you don't have Zhang Ronger to help you, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Zhang Xian was instantly filled with anger. I've been annoyed with Xin Chuan for a long time. Zhang Renjie was so close to him today, which made him even more unhappy. And now, Xin Chuan's attitude is still so arrogant? Damn, I think you still don't understand the situation. Beat him to death. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. The school has a clear rule that students are not allowed to fight on campus. Once discovered, the punishment will be severe. But now Zhang Xian obviously has no worries about this at all. Because he had been selected in advance by the governor's security bureau. Not to mention fighting, even if Xin Chuan was beaten to a disability or even killed today, the school would not say anything. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian began to grin, and couldn't wait to see Xin Chuan being beaten into a pig's head. Damn, you are just a little bit more handsome than me. I will beat you into a pig's head and see how handsome you can still be. But the next second, before those lackeys could take action, the smile on his face froze instantly. Because a fist as big as a bowl kept getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. At last. Bang! Xin Chuan punched Zhang Xian directly in the face. Zhang Xian flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He rolled several times before stopping and then let out a scream. He found that his nose was broken and bleeding. Brother Xian, are you okay? Brother Xian, are you okay? The lackeys finally reacted and ran back to help Zhang Xian up. Zhang Xian pushed the lackeys away, then looked at the blood on his hand and then looked at Xin Chuan. Doesn't that make sense? This guy's combat power is not even 100 points, how could he make me bleed from the nose with just one punch? Chapter 36 Goodbye Qin Hao? Zhang Chuxian was completely confused. For a moment, he seriously suspected that he had eaten too many mushrooms. It's so real and incredible. How could a piece of trash with a combat power of less than 100 points break the bridge of his nose with just one punch? The key is that he also injected 5 doses of evolutionary liquid potions, and his combat power is almost 3 times that of Xin Chuan. However, was it me who was knocked away? Who wouldn't be confused by this and can't figure out what went wrong? At the same time, the lackeys were also confused, nothing but confusion. Everyone knows that apart from being handsome and having excellent grades in liberal arts, Xin Chuan has no other good qualities. Especially the fighting ability, which is the lowest in the school. When Zhang Chuxian was about to squat down to block Xin Chuan, they even quarreled privately about who would take the first step. After all, whoever takes action first is both the beginning and the end. There is no place for people behind it all. So the lackeys were all eager to show off in front of Zhang Chuxian. But now, what's going on? That nerd Xin Chuan is so fierce. Knock brother Xian away with one punch? Xin Chuan ignored these confused people. With his current fighting strength, he had obviously held back in that punch just now, otherwise Zhang Chuxian's family could have arranged a banquet by now. But I have to say, after becoming stronger, the feeling of being able to do whatever you want when you feel unhappy is so comfortable. Even the beeping part is omitted. Just do it. This is not. After knocking Zhang Chuxian away with a punch, the whole world is quiet. Xin Chuan immediately stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth and walked towards the library as if nothing had happened. We have to go back quickly. If you can be alone with Zhang Renjie, try to be alone as much as possible. The task of 1024 hours of solitude is there, so naturally the sooner it is completed the better. Zhang Chuxian and his lackeys saw Xin Chuan just walk away as if nothing had happened. Zhang Chuxian? Lackey? I'm gonna trap you, monkey. Stop right there. Who told you to leave? Zhang Chuxian roared. Xin Chuan turned around and smiled calmly. Still want to perform a trapeze act? Flying trapeze artist? Who the hell wants to do a flying trapeze? Let's go together. Whoever knocks him down will be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Chuxian's face turned ashen. How could he not understand that the so-called flying man was just a kick away? Damn, he thought he was really good just because his sneak attack was successful once? If he doesn't beat up Xin Chuan today, he won't have any appetite for the celebration party that was chosen by the security bureau in advance tonight. The lackeys were also certain that Xin Chuan had just launched a sneak attack. Brother Xian had a nosebleed, and Brother Xian hadn't even said a word, but Xin Chuan attacked him. If this isn't a sneak attack, what is it? As for whether it is possible that Xin Chuan has become stronger? We are all liberal arts students. Even if we become stronger, how stronger can we become? If several people attack together, Xin Chuan will definitely behave himself immediately. 5 seconds later. Why am I flying? I feel so dizzy. So this is what it feels like to have your nose broken. It hurts so much. Brother Xian, save me. A few lackeys rushed over and surrounded Xin Chuan. Before they could even say anything harsh, they started performing aerial acrobatics and finally performed a flying arhat show. It was piled up in a mess in front of the stunned Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian? This guy is just trash with a combat power of less than 100 points? Why does it feel like he is more powerful than most students in the martial arts class? Co-author. He is not the best in liberal arts. But he is both civil and military? Plus that handsome face with almost no blind spots. Zhang Chuxian vaguely understood why the class beauty Zhang Renjie liked to be with Xin Chuan. Now you. At this time, Xin Chuan came back carrying a bag of steamed buns. If he had just left like that, Zhang Chuxian and others would not have said a word and the matter would have passed. But they just have to cause trouble. Then you have to hit him hard once so that he will remember the lesson. You, what do you want to do? You, don't come over here. Zhang Chuxian was instantly panicked. He had never expected the situation to develop like this. How could it be the opposite of what happened? Xin Chuan was too lazy to talk nonsense and prepared to take action. Who would have thought that as soon as he raised his hand, Zhang Chuxian was frightened to death? He suddenly shuddered and turned around to escape, but he used too much force and bumped into the wall without paying attention. Stars appeared in his eyes and he fainted on the spot. Perhaps because he was too frightened, he lay on the ground with his body twitching. Seeing this, Xian couldn't bear to do anything more since he saw how scared the child was. Only he couldn't understand why the governor's security bureau was interested in Zhang Chuxian given his personality. If this is the case, you can be selected in advance. Then as long as you are a student, there is no one you cannot choose. Xian shook his head, stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth, turned and left. At the entrance of the library, someone fainted. Is there anyone who knows medicine? So it was this lunatic. I heard he stayed in the library for over 10 hours straight and wouldn't leave. He didn't eat or drink a single sip of water during that time. It's no wonder he didn't faint. You deserve to faint when you're playing Survival Rush. Stop talking about this and call for help. Is there anyone who knows medicine? My grandfather is a Chinese medicine doctor, let me give it a try. Make way, make room. Someone fainted at the door, and a lot of people gathered together. Xian, who was about to enter the library, was also attracted by the other party. He thought that the other party had stayed in the library for more than 10 hours without eating or drinking, and now he fainted, he must be starving. If the other person doesn't mind, he can give the other person the steamed buns in the bag to have a few bites after the other person is rescued. But before he could get close to the gathered crowd, they suddenly started rioting. It turned out that the person who fainted woke up on his own, pushed away the classmates who were about to rescue him, and ran away madly. It's hard not to suspect that he had pretended to faint on purpose to amuse everyone. The crowd watching couldn't help but curse, how could this be possible, he is simply crazy. Does anyone know which class that lunatic is from? The teacher must educate him properly. Xian was also stunned, but not because of the man's crazy behavior. But it's the person's appearance. Xin Hao? He looked exactly like the boy who had clashed with him in the open space behind the internet cafe. Could they be twin brothers? But in the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, apart from the twin school beauties, I haven't heard of any other twins existing. So the madman who ran away now is Xin Hao himself? It's almost impossible. When Xian left the open space behind the internet cafe, he observed that Xin Hao was injured by the Zapdos and was only breathing his last breath. Even after rescue, he can still survive in the end. It's impossible for him to appear on campus so soon. Chapter 37 I Want Your Life. You should know that night, the attack by Zapdos caused the most damage to Xin Hao. The arm was broken and the body was shot through. The Zapdos also drilled into the blood hole and chewed the organs. If he can still survive like this, it would be a medical miracle. And just now, it seems that Xin Hao has no injuries on his body and his limbs are all intact, but his mental state is a little abnormal. So is he the Xin Hao who was in the open space behind the internet cafe that night? Or someone else? They just look alike. Xian frowned slightly, curious to find out the truth of the matter. But Xin Hao's speed was too fast and he disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Trail. Brother Xian, wake up quickly. Brother Xian, don't scare us, wake up quickly. Brother Xian, there's a celebration party waiting for you tonight, don't sleep anymore. A few lackeys looked at Zhang Chuxian who fainted after hitting the wall, and were a little at a loss. Why don't we send him to the hospital, a lackey suggested. No, we can't send him to the hospital. If we go there, everyone will know what just happened. Brother Xian was selected by the governor's office security bureau in the morning, but in the afternoon he was beaten up by a liberal arts student. If this gets out, where will Brother Xian's face be? Yes, this matter must not be spread. What should I do? If Brother Xian doesn't wake up and misses the celebration banquet tonight, I can't bear the responsibility. That shouldn't be the case. There are still a few hours left. Let's wait and see. Maybe Brother Xian will wake up soon. Can you guarantee that Brother Xian will wake up soon? If he doesn't wake up and misses the celebration banquet tonight, Brother Xian will definitely kill us. Well, what should I do? If I had known earlier, I would have just gone online and waited for dinner tonight. Why did I have to get into this kind of trouble? Okay, what's the point of saying this now? When Brother Xian wanted to get people to block Xian, you were the first one to raise your hand. You thought you had picked up a soft persimmon and could do whatever you wanted to. Who would have thought that Xian was actually such a tough guy? Damn it, I get angry just talking about this. Xinchuan is such a jerk. He played us all. That's right, I'm the only one who can't beat him, otherwise I would definitely pin him to the ground and beat him up. We'll find some martial arts students to take care of him later. I don't believe that a liberal arts student like him, no matter how good he is at fighting, can beat martial arts students. Yes, I thought so too. Brothers, we've strayed off topic. Let's stop talking about this and think about how to wake Brother Xian up first. Putting aside the celebration banquet, the ground is so cold, we can't let Brother Xian lie there forever, right? I have a solution, but it may not be appropriate. What? Wake up! Don't say it, although the method is a bit inappropriate, it works. A minute later, Brother Xian woke up. Don't come over here, Xinchuan, this is at school. If you dare to mess around, believe it or not, I will tell the teacher. Also, do you know who my father is, and who my grandfather is? Especially my grandfather, he knows several leaders in the governor's office. Brother Xian started muttering non-stop as soon as he opened his eyes, and curled up into a ball. Brother Xian, it's us. Xinchuan left a long time ago. Brother Xian, don't be afraid, it's okay. The lackeys hurriedly gave loud warnings. When Zhang Chuxian heard this, he left. I looked out through the gap between my fingers, but I really didn't see Xinchuan. He slowly moved his hand away and looked again, but there was still no sign of Xinchuan. Instead, there are a few servile and licking smiling faces. Ahem. He coughed and stood up. Of course I know Xinchuan is gone. You don't think I'm really afraid of him, do you? I've just been accepted into the governor's office security bureau ahead of time. I don't want anyone to die, so as to avoid unnecessary complications. Do you understand? Zhang Chuxian continued to cough and glanced at everyone. Let's just let Xinchuan be arrogant for a while. Wait until I officially report to the security bureau. Once I have nothing to worry about, I'll show you how I'll kill him. Killing him is easier than stepping on an ant. Zhang Chuxian turned his wrist and made a gesture that was as easy as pie. The lackeys were stunned. It had to be my brother Xian. He was so good at pretending to be so cool, without a trace of awkwardness. Brother Xian, of course we understand. You're playing the long game to catch a big fish. Let Xinchuan have a taste of the sweetness first, and then there will be plenty of bitterness for him to eat. Now he's had a taste of success. The higher he flies, the harder he'll fall. Brother Xian, this move of yours is really great. The lackeys all gave thumbs up. Zhang Chuxian wiped the blood from his nose with a tissue and said casually, learn from this. Yes. The lackeys nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was so much they needed to learn. Tonight is my celebration party, and I don't want to mention any unhappy things. So what happened here? I hope you will rot in your stomach forever. You understand me? I understand, the lackeys said in unison. Zhang Chuxian hummed and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, change clothes with me, and then we'll go directly to the restaurant. By the way, how long was I unconscious? How did you wake you up? Why does my face feel a little sticky? The lackeys looked at each other, not knowing how to answer this question. At this time, are you Zhang Chuxian? The student who was signed in advance by the governor's office security bureau? Qin Hao appeared in front of them, staring at everyone with a very strange smile, but his mental state was normal, not crazy. Yes, I am Zhang Chuxian. I don't know the guy in front of me. It seems that the news of my early signing has spread throughout the school. Fans came here so quickly. Damn influence. What should I say? Zhang Chuxian immediately flashed a smile he thought was charming. Do you want an autograph or a photo? I want your life. Qin Hao suddenly grinned, revealing an even more weird smile. Immediately afterwards, screams were heard. The path turned into a hell on earth. Governor's office, security bureau. Are you sure this is the result of Zhang Chuxian's test? Xiao Zhanfeng held the report, his face almost turning black as charcoal. Wu Sisi nodded cautiously. I have confirmed again and again, this is indeed Zhang Chuxian's test result. Fuck me. Xiao Zhanfeng was so angry that he overturned the table on the spot, feeling like a clown. Wu Sisi didn't dare to speak. After a long time, when Xiao Zhanfeng's emotions had stabilized, she asked weakly. Captain Xiao, are we still going to Zhang Chuxian's celebration party tonight? Oh my god. Chapter 38 I don't care about having more freeloaders. For the celebration banquet in the evening, Zhang Chuxian specially contacted Xiao Zhanfeng and asked him to bring people to join in the fun. Xiao Zhanfeng didn't think much about it at the time and agreed without thinking. After being suppressed by Game 79 for so long, he now succeeded in intercepting a genius in front of him. This feeling of being proud is so cool. It's definitely worth celebrating and having a few drinks. What's more, a genius like Zhang Chuxian called in person, so we must give him face. So Xiao Zhanfeng decided to take a few people there at night. Of course, they will not show up in public and will only stay in the box. But this is also a face-saving thing. Zhang Chuxian immediately asked his father to arrange to book the best private room in the restaurant so that he could be the first to toast. Xiao Zhanfeng likes to drink and can drink a lot. Get ready and get drunk tonight. Can. Wu Sisi used her connections to get Zhang Chuxian's test results in advance. Name, Zhang Chuxian. Test results, force 198 points injected with evolution potion. A force value of 198 points? Xiao Zhanfeng's first reaction was that there might be a missing zero on the report card. For example, Zhang Chuxian's real strength value is 1098 points. Or 1908 o'clock. Or 1980 points. The last two are indeed a bit outrageous. But if you want to kill the ferocious beast Zapdos, you need at least 1098 points of strength, right? But Wu Sisi said that there was no mistake on the report card. There is no extra zero. This means that Zhang Chuxian's actual combat power is only 198 points. The key is that this is measured under the premise of injecting the evolution potion. If there is no injection of drugs, how low will the force be? Rubbish? No. Xiao Zhanfeng felt that using the word trash to describe Zhang Chuxian's fighting skills was an insult to him. Are you still going there for the banquet? Eat shit. I'm so angry. When Xiao Zhanfeng thought about how to get Zhang Chuxian, he actually chose to sign the contract in advance, for fear that his precious baby would be snatched away by someone else. Result. Fuck your precious little one. Not even garbage. For a moment, he even felt that he was not a clown, but a pass. I can't imagine how people from other departments will look at me after Zhang Chuxian's results are announced. What's the difference between this and nailing yourself to a shameful pillar? That's right. Because he signed Zhang Chuxian in advance, he also took credit for it to the director of the security bureau. When the director learned about Zhang Chuxian's results, Xiao Zhanfeng felt like he was basically torn apart. Seeing this, Wu Sisi said cautiously, "Then I'll make a phone call and tell them we're not going, so they don't call again when it's time for dinner." Xiao Zhanfeng said nothing, his face as gloomy as dead water. Wu Sisi was walking on thin ice, took out her cell phone and walked out. Wait a moment. Stop calling, go, why don't we go? Xiao Zhanfeng said suddenly. Wu Sisi was confused. If he wasn't the captain, how could he be so careless? Xiao Zhanfeng couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm going to beat him up." Oh, okay. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Library. Xinchuan, thank you for your patient teaching. I have figured out a lot of difficult problems today. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a meal. I've already booked a private room in advance and ordered the dishes. We can eat when we get there. Zhang Renjie felt that she loved learning too much. The sense of satisfaction she felt after figuring out a difficult problem was simply indescribable. Xinchuan stretched his waist and asked, "Are you hungry?" You must be hungry. The twin school beauties didn't rest for the whole afternoon and trained very hard. Just in one afternoon, Xinchuan received 120 points of force return. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 1635 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 points of proficiency. My strength increased by 120 points, and my stomach was already rumbling, so that bag of steamed buns was of no use at all. Just now, when I heard Zhang Renjie wanted to treat me to a meal, my stomach started growling again. And he shouted very loudly. That was so embarrassing. You must be hungry, let's go. Zhang Renjie had no intention of making fun of Xinchuan. She packed up her things, picked up her bag, and led the way. Then I won't be polite. Seeing this, Xinchuan respectfully obeyed the order. Firstly, it could fill his stomach, and secondly, eating was a way for him to be alone, which also helped him complete his mission. So far today, I have only completed more than 7 hours of the 10 24-hour solitude mission. Not even a fraction of that was reached. Xuan finally experienced what it meant to feel like every day felt like a year. No, it should be said that every hour felt like a year. The two left the school. What a coincidence. Zhang Renjie had someone book a private room in advance, but that person had no idea what had happened at school and actually booked the room at the restaurant where Zhang Xian was holding his celebration banquet. Xuan, I'm so sorry, I didn't know we booked at the same restaurant. Why don't we go to another one? Lest you lose your appetite when you see certain people. At the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Renjie looked at the big banner and said to Xuan with an apologetic look. It's okay, we eat ours, they eat theirs, we've already ordered it, there's no need to change. Just beat up Zhang Xian. That kid should calm down a bit, right? If you still haven't learned your lesson, he doesn't mind teaching you a lesson again. Really don't need to change? It's a quick change, and you don't have to worry about the cost. Zhang Renjie came from a 5-star city and had no shortage of money. As long as she wanted to, buying this restaurant would only take a word. No, let's go with this one. Okay, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not telling you in advance. Tonight's meal doesn't count. I'll treat you to another meal later. Xuan nodded. Not only could he get free food, but he could also complete the task. Of course, there was no rush, and the more the better. Certainly. He had also made up his mind that when he had money, he would definitely treat Zhang Renjie back. It's so embarrassing to always eat other people's food for free. At the entrance of the restaurant, a few lackeys were looking around. Strange, why hasn't Brother Xian come back yet? And Ahai and his men, none of them came back. Where are they? I'm so worried. I can't get through on the phone. Huh? Aren't those Xuan and Zhang Renjie? They say they won't come, but their bodies are very honest. As soon as it's time for dinner, they come just by smelling the food. These lackeys did not follow Xuan to stop him, so naturally they did not know how powerful Xuan was. When they saw Xuan appear, they immediately began to sneer at him. Hey, isn't this the first in liberal arts? I thought he was so arrogant, but in the end, he just came here obediently. The standard for Brother Xian's celebration banquet tonight is 5,000 per table. For some people, they will never be able to eat such food in their lifetime, so they have to be willing to come. This is hilarious. Come in, come in. Our brother Xian is generous and doesn't mind having another freeloader. Chapter 39 Termination of Contract. Who said we're here to eat for free? The cute and silly Zhang Renjie was obviously a little angry. Upon hearing this, the lackeys were all frightened. You have to know that Zhang Renjie is the girl that Brother Xian likes. No matter who you offend, you can't offend her. Zhang Banhua, we're not talking about you. Yes, I'm definitely not talking about you. Our brother Xian would be so happy if you came, and he would definitely arrange for you to sit at the main table. I'm talking about some poor guys who come here to eat for free. Zhang Renjie scoffed at such an explanation. Who said Xuan came here to eat for free? I booked a private room and invited him to dinner. The words fell. The restaurant manager ran out happily. Compared with the super background behind Zhang Renjie, Zhang Chuxuan's family was nothing. Ms. Zhang, why didn't you inform me when you came? I could have brought someone to greet you at the door, the manager said in a very humble manner. I'm just here to eat, no need to bother. Are all the dishes I ordered served? Yes. The manager nodded repeatedly, almost wagging his tail. I don't want to be influenced by other people. Don't worry, Miss Jang. I will personally receive you at the corridor entrance. Not even a fly can fly over. The manager continued with a flattering smile. Zhang Renjie did not respond to this. She turned to look at Xuan and said cutely, Student Xuan, let's go in and eat. Xuan nodded and entered the restaurant with Zhang Renjie, leaving behind a few lackeys in a messy state. They arrived very early, thinking of using the restaurant's chess and card room. However, the restaurant manager at that time seemed to have his eyes on top of his head and never even looked at them. Now, the restaurant manager who was once so high and mighty has become so strange and scary. Who would have thought that he would be such a bootlicker? I've heard that the class beauty Zhang Renjie has a very complicated background, and tonight I finally saw it for myself. The lackeys are trembling. They didn't dare to speak again until Xuan and Zhang Renjie entered the elevator. Next time you see Zhang Renjie, stay away from her and don't mess with her. No, I just can't figure it out. What exactly is Xinchuan better than me? Isn't it just that he is taller than me, more handsome than me, and has better grades than me, that's all. You're destined to be a gigolo, bah. But he's living off the class beauty Jiang Rinjie. Aren't you envious? Please stop talking. Look, stand still, Brother Xian is here. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw Zhang Chuxian walking towards them with his hands in his pockets and a wicked smile on his face. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Brother Xian, you are finally here. We thought you forgot the time. Hey, but you brought us along on such an important occasion, could Brother Xian have forgotten the time? I'm not good at talking, anyway, it's good that Brother Xian is here. Brother Xian, the teachers and classmates are here, waiting for you to go up. Brother Xian, where are Da Peng and the others? Aren't they with you? Zhang Chuxian didn't answer and strode in. Seeing this, the lackeys didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurried to follow. Da Peng's lackeys can choose whether to come or not. If they don't come, it's better. We can flatter them for a while longer. The celebration banquet is on the second floor. Mr. Zhang was very generous and booked the entire second floor. When he came out of the elevator, he could see all kinds of banners everywhere. My son is awesome. Congratulations to my son for getting signed by the Governor's Office Security Bureau ahead of schedule. Awesome. Awesome. My son Chu Xian has the demeanor of a warrior. When one person succeeds, everyone in the family will benefit. The people who wrote these banners have some culture, but obviously not much. As he entered the main hall surrounded by his lackeys, thunderous applause immediately broke out. Wow, Zhang Chuxian is here. He looks so handsome with his hands in his pockets. How come I didn't realize he was so handsome before? Come on, if he hadn't been signed by the Security Bureau in advance, would you still think he's handsome? Some things are truly beyond envy. Zhang Chuxian can just lie back and relax starting tomorrow, while we still have to fight for the college entrance exam in 3 months. This is fate. Why are you talking about this? Let's drink today and worry about the rest tomorrow. Yes, thanks to Zhang Chuxian, let's relax today. Zhang Chuxian, say a few words. Pa. The applause became even more enthusiastic, pushing the atmosphere to its highest point. Zhang Chuxian walked to the front of the stage in the main hall with his hands in his pockets and tapped the microphone with his fingertips to test the sound. Joining the Security Bureau is just my starting point. There will be more exciting things to happen next, so stay tuned. I won't say much else. Everyone, enjoy your meals and drinks. I'll pay for everything tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in prolonged cheers. The Zhang family felt very proud and immediately told the waiter to serve the food. But at this moment, a sudden voice sounded. Joining the Security Bureau is just your starting point? Sorry, your starting point is also your end point. Boy, you've narrowed the road and reached the end. Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi, dressed in black, walked in. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, wondering why the leader of the Security Bureau suddenly said such a thing. Could it be that he was a little unhappy because he didn't go to the restaurant door to greet them and neglected them? Thinking of this, Zhang's father immediately stepped forward and said attentively, Captain Xiao, we were just about to go downstairs to greet you. We didn't expect you to come early. Captain Xiao, please take a seat. Zhang's father took the lead and made a respectful gesture. The rest of the Zhang family hurriedly made way to give the Security Bureau leader enough face. Wait a while, then come over and drink 3 cups as a reward. Drink them first as a show of respect. The leader's anger should have subsided. No need to sit down. Give this to your son and have him sign it. Xiao Zhanfeng shouted loudly and threw a document to Zhang's father. Mr. Zhang took the document without knowing what was going on, looked at it carefully, and his heart sank immediately. Termination Agreement. This document turned out to be the Security Bureau's termination agreement. And he wanted his son Zhang Chuxian to sign. What exactly went wrong? The contract was signed this morning. Come to terminate the contract in the evening? Captain Xiao, what are you doing? Captain Xiao, let's talk it over. Captain Xiao, is there any misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Xiao Zhanfeng shouted coldly and threw the report of Zhang Chuxian's test results to Zhang's father. After seeing the test results, Mr. Zhang's face turned pale, and all his strength seemed to be drained away at this moment, and he sat down on the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the Zhang family hurried forward. But when they saw the test results, their faces turned pale. Only Zhang Xian put his hands in his pockets, with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 40 The whole family disappears. No way, what did I hear? The Security Bureau wants to terminate Zhang Chushuan's contract? You heard it right, I heard it too. It seems like he really is here to terminate the contract. Are you crazy? Just signed the contract in the morning and terminated it in the evening? The contract isn't even warm yet. Isn't this a slap in the face to the Zhang family? They're having a celebration party, and they just come over to terminate the contract? The governor's security bureau has always been so arrogant. They don't give face to anyone. Zhang Xian has lost face. Do you think he'll transfer to another school? If it were me, I would definitely transfer schools. I would be too embarrassed to see anyone. I don't care whether I transfer or not. I only care whether I can still have this dinner tonight. I'm also concerned about whether this meal can still be eaten. I didn't even eat lunch because of it. The students began to get agitated one after another. Everyone keep quiet. At this time, the class teacher Lao Fan reminded that no one wants to encounter such a thing, so it is better to let the Zhang family handle the matter first. Maybe if we can handle this matter well, we can still have a feast. Old Fan stared at the 2 bottles of fine wine on the table for a long time, and felt like the alcohol craving was about to crawl out of his stomach. Father Zhang slumped on the ground for a moment, then quickly stood up. His hand, which held the termination documents, was shaking uncontrollably. Captain Xiao, why is this happening? What did our Chu Xin do wrong? If you show him a way out, he will definitely change. There is no better son than a father. Zhang Chushuan's character is well known to Zhang's father. Since Zhang Xian was noticed by the Security Bureau, it was definitely not because of his fighting ability, but for other reasons. Now the Security Bureau doesn't want us anymore and wants to terminate the contract, so there must be a reason. What went wrong? Shouldn't we do that? You should know. Tonight's celebration party is just a small one, and only classmates and teachers from school are invited. At the celebration banquet in 2 days, the Zhang family did their best to invite all the bigwigs in Jiangcheng. There is no doubt that the reason why many bigwigs give face is because of the Security Bureau. I can't imagine that if my son Zhang Xian was terminated by the Security Bureau, the entire Zhang family would become the biggest joke in Jiangcheng. It might even offend some bigwigs. Thinking of this, Zhang's father immediately knelt down to Xiao Zhanfeng. Captain Xiao, please be magnanimous and give Chu Xian and our Zhang family a chance, okay? Even if you really want to terminate the contract, can you wait 2 days? However, never mind 2 days. Xiao Zhanfeng didn't want to wait even for 2 minutes or 2 seconds. They intercepted the deal in advance and gave enough face, thinking they had signed a peerless genius who could easily kill the ferocious beast Zapdos. I never thought I would sign such a thing. The force value is not even 200 points. Moreover, this is under the premise of injecting the evolutionary medicine. It was already very respectful of me not to curse on the spot. You actually want to go even further and wait 2 days before terminating the contract? In just these 2 days, do you know how much pressure I have to bear in the governor's mansion? Hurry up and ask your son to sign the termination documents. Then, before the sun comes out tomorrow morning, I don't want to see anyone from your Zhang family in Jiangcheng. Remember, it's anyone. Making the entire Zhang family disappear in Jiangcheng is the best way Xiao Zhanfeng can think of to stop the bleeding. The Zhang family disappeared. Let other departments laugh it off for a few days, and the matter will be over. After hearing what Xiao Zhanfeng said, Zhang's father's face turned extremely pale. I thought it was the end of the world when my son's contract was terminated. Who would have thought that the real collapse of the sky was still to come? The Security Bureau actually wanted the entire Zhang family to disappear in Jiangcheng. The ancestors of the Zhang family struggled for so many years and finally took root in Jiangcheng. Now, they have allowed their children and grandchildren to live a good life. If the whole family moves away, all the efforts will be wasted, all the connections will be gone, and we will have to start from scratch. In this world where martial arts are respected and ferocious beasts are rampant, who can guarantee that they can really rise again after going to a strange place? Certainly. The most terrifying thing is, it's dark now. I want the whole family to move out of Jiangcheng before dawn. Then they had to move overnight and head outside the city wall. It's dark. Outside the city wall. plus the rampaging ferocious beasts. 3 layers of buff are superimposed. Can the small Zhang family withstand it? I'm afraid the entire army will be wiped out. Captain Xiao, don't. Cancel the contract, can't we just cancel it? Please don't make us move. Boom boom boom. Father Zhang knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiao Zhanfeng. Seeing this, the other members of the Zhang family followed suit and kowtowed one after another. Xiao Zhanfeng, however, remained indifferent. This matter must be handled beautifully, otherwise it would not only be him, Xiao Zhanfeng, who would be embarrassed, but the entire security bureau. By then, he would lose his position as captain. Alright, stop talking nonsense to me. If you don't disappear from Jiangcheng before dawn, I have plenty of ways to make you disappear. Xiao Zhanfeng said this coldly. Even Wu Sisi, who was traveling with them, couldn't help but frown. Not to mention the Ivory Tower students who have not yet entered society, many of them were scared to tears. A world where martial arts are respected. This is the deterrent power of a warrior. Even if he is just a captain of the security bureau, if he says he wants to make a family disappear, then it will definitely disappear. No one will have any doubt about this. Captain Xiao, don't. Captain Xiao, spare us, please let us go just this once. From now on, our Zhang family will keep a low profile and ensure that the news of the contract will not be made known to anyone else. And we are willing to donate half of our assets to the security bureau. Given the size of the Zhang family, half of its assets are quite attractive. Don't test my patience. Otherwise, I will make you disappear from Jiangcheng before 12 o'clock tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Zhang family seemed to have lost their souls and knelt there like walking corpses. Captain Xiao, do we really have to do this? At this time, Zhang Chuxian walked over slowly, still with his hands in his pockets and a wicked smile on his face. Xiao Zhanfeng glanced at Zhang Chuxian. Frankly speaking, the instigator of this incident was Xiao Zhanfeng. He was too eager for success and wanted to intercept the genius before the 79th game, which led to this farce. But he wouldn't admit it. He is extremely conceited and has no guilt whatsoever. In short, someone must take the blame for this matter. That can only be Zhang Chuxian and the Zhang family in the future. Until now, you still don't seem to understand what the problem is. Zhang Chuxian, it's not that I want to do anything extreme, but you have harmed the entire Zhang family, do you understand? If you have such amazing martial arts skills, how could things turn out like this? It's a pity that your strength is only 198 points. This is fate, accept it. Xiao Zhanfeng waved his hand, obviously not wanting to say anything more. But at this moment, Zhang Chuxian smiled evilly. Captain Xiao, who said my strength is only 198 points? Chapter 41 test went wrong. The words fell. With a loud bang. A terrifying aura vibrated around Zhang Chuxian, shattering the glasses on several nearby tables. The students at these tables were so frightened that they couldn't move, and all of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Some even squatted at the corner of the table, holding their heads with their hands and trembling. How is this possible? Xiao Zhanfeng originally thought that Zhang Chuxian standing up at this time was nothing more than a rage of helplessness, and he just treated it as a joke. But the strength that just came out of Zhang Chuxian. This is only 198 points of strength? I'm afraid it has already broken through 1,000 points. If the force value exceeds 1,000 points, that's a warrior. Xiao Zhanfeng couldn't help but turn his gaze back to Zhang Chuxian and re-examine the young man in front of him. Team leader. At this time, Wu Sisi looked at Xiao Zhanfeng with horror. The fighting power value just displayed by Zhang Chuxian is definitely not just a simple breakthrough of 1,000 points. Wu Sisi is the weakest in the guard team, with a combat power value of around 1900. The pressure Zhang Chuxian had just given her made her feel strongly that the other party's fighting strength seemed to be about the same as hers. Are you crazy? A senior high school student, whose combat power value is about the same as mine, around 1900 points. Looking back at the long history of Jiangcheng, there has never been such a talented monster. In recent years, there has been nothing even close. Including the genius who has been around for more than 10 years, he is also very difficult to approach. Captain Xiao, is there a possibility that there's something wrong with the testing equipment? Zhang Chuxian spoke with a faint smile. Xiao Zhanfeng was obviously stunned. The governor's office used the most advanced testing equipment, and each testing room had 2 instruments to test the students' fighting power. If the test results are within the error range, the final force value result will be the average of the two instruments. But if it exceeds the error range, a third test instrument will intervene. So, the test results are wrong? Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible. Can the force value Zhang Xian just displayed couldn't possibly be only 198 points. It is said to be 1,980 points. Xiao Zhanfeng believes it all. Captain Xiao, if that just now was his true fighting strength, then we must have found the right person. He has the power to kill the ferocious beast Zapdos. Wu Sisi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. To this, Xiao Zhanfeng agreed very much. With that move just now, not to mention killing the Zapdos, even the higher level beast, the Thunderbird, seemed to be easily killed. Oh shit, did I really find my precious treasure? With such young talents joining, it is definitely only a matter of time before the Security Bureau surpasses Bureau 79. But how to interpret the test results? The probability of error is almost zero. Suddenly, Xiao Zhanfeng was a little speechless. The CPU was running at high speed, which was extremely brain-burning. Captain Xiao, should I still sign on this? The next second, Zhang Chuxian stretched out his hand and took the termination document from Zhang's father's hand. Telekinesis? With such means, how could he be a loser with only 198 points of combat power? There must be something wrong with the test results. Xiao Zhanfeng's eyes immediately became determined, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course not. Our security bureau finally signed a genius. How could we terminate the contract just like that? Does our family really need to disappear in Zhongcheng? No, ha ha ha. So Captain Xiao is coming over for dinner tonight? Yes, come and have a feast, ha ha ha. The louder you laugh, the more your face hurts. But for the sake of genius, Xiao Zhanfeng could only force a smile. Seeing this, the Zhang family naturally did not want to make things worse, so they quickly invited Xiao Zhanfeng and Wu Sisi to take a seat. From heaven to hell, and then from hell to heaven, this feeling can never be understood by those who have not experienced it. Dad Zhang wiped the cold sweat off his face with a tissue and immediately told the waiter to serve the food. The students present were still in a daze. Just now, was that Zhang Chuxian just now? He's so powerful? Nonsense. If he wasn't that powerful, why would the security bureau sign him in advance? Just now, I felt that he was even more powerful than the twin school beauties. It was so scary. Take out the word feeling. Brother Xian is so awesome, why this? Come on, let's go over and toast Brother Xian. I'm going too. The box is on the third floor. Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie naturally had no idea what was happening in the main hall on the second floor. Zhang Renjie had a small appetite and felt full after eating for a while. Then she took out the test paper and reviewed the wrong questions from today, including Lin Anyu's midnight snack last night. This was the second time Xinchuan had eaten so many delicious foods. Naturally, he didn't show any courtesy and stuffed the food into his stomach. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou took the marrow cleansing pill, increasing her force points by 1.1 points. This has been returned 10 times. Bite. The contracted party, Lin Anyu, also took the marrow cleansing pill, increasing his strength by 1 point. This has been returned 39 times. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou took the Feitian grass capsule, increasing her strength by 0.5 points. 20 times the amount has been returned. Bite. The contracted object, Lin Anyu, has been immersed in a special medicine vat, increasing his strength by 0.8 points. This has been returned 40 times. While eating, the system prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another. Xinchuan was confused. These two sisters are too crazy, they haven't stopped today. It turns out that outstanding people are working hard silently in places where outsiders cannot see. They are all so outstanding. Still working so hard. Xinchuan felt a little ashamed and silently picked up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Then he glanced at the panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 1727 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 points of proficiency. It's still early. Judging from the twin sisters' attitude today, they will probably continue to curl up in a while. So let us wait and see, can we increase the force value to 2000 points before 12 o'clock at night? Come on. I'm very optimistic about you. Xin Chuan cheered for the two sisters in his heart, then picked up another piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. But nowadays, the twin school beauties are just having minor fights. The real main dish was obviously Jiang Renjie, who was sitting opposite and carefully reviewing math problems. The other party is a bloodline warrior. Once the bloodline talent is activated, the combat power value will increase rapidly. Then use the system's multiples to return it. It's so cool, it will take off directly. Certainly. What really took off was the bloodline talent. This thing can also be returned in multiples. The bloodline talent itself is super terrifying, and it's super doubled. Just thinking about it makes me feel cool. At the entrance of the restaurant, a black business car drove over. The car door opened, and the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses from Bureau 79 who had appeared in the morning walked out. Is this it? That student named Xin Chuan, we have the 79th round locked. Chapter 42 I'll pay for everything. On the second floor, the Zhang family's celebration banquet. Captain Xiao, this is a toast from the entire Zhang family to you. From now on, our Chu Xian will be handed over to you. If he does anything wrong, you can scold him. Yes, go ahead and curse. Come on, Captain Xiao, we'll do it, you can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Zhang family drank first as a sign of respect. There's no such thing as casual drinking. I'll drink it too. Xiao Zhanfeng raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Captain Xiao has a good alcohol tolerance. Captain Xiao is a very cool person. Captain Xiao, I'll toast you another glass. Captain Xiao, please come to our house often. The Zhang family surrounded Xiao Zhanfeng and complimented him. Xiao Zhanfeng was really happy that he had snatched up such a precious treasure for the security bureau in advance. He accepted all the drinks and drank one glass after another. Wu Cixi next to her was not so good at drinking. She drank 2 glasses of beverage instead of wine, and then stopped drinking on the pretext of driving. The probability of instrument error is almost 0. What's more, 2 instruments failed at the same time. Zhang Chuxian's combat power test result of 198 points should be true. But the 2 hands that Zhang Chuxian showed just now were obviously real. So what went wrong? Wu Cixi kept her eyes on Zhang Chuxian, trying to find the answer, but she was not strong enough and could not find anything. Moreover, her actions were misunderstood by Zhang Chuxuan's lackeys. Brother Xian, I've just been observing secretly and found that the female member who came with Captain Xiao has been peeking at you. Oh my god, I'm still watching. Brother Xian, you are so charming. Brother Xian is awesome. This girl is so hot, she looks very attractive at first glance. TSK, look at this charm, it's much better than Jiang Renjie. Young people don't know the good of young women, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Brother Xian, you must seize the opportunity. While that's true, that female member isn't a young woman, is she? Also, could you please not mention Jiang Renjie? That ungrateful girl will regret it later. She didn't come to Brother Xian's celebration party and even deliberately took that poor boy Xin Chuan to the private room upstairs for dinner. Is there a time for her to cry? What? Jiang Renjie is taking Xin Chuan to eat upstairs. How can we tolerate this? Let's go upstairs and beat them up. We must kill them today. Now that Zhang Chuxian has been signed in advance by the security bureau, he must hold on to this thigh even tighter. Jiang Renjie? When he heard this name, a strange light flashed in Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. This time, the mission that brought him all the way to a small one-star city like Jiangcheng was just for this girl named Jiang Renjie, wasn't it? I thought it would take some time. I never thought it would be so smooth. So he followed his lackey upstairs without saying a word. The Zhang family saw this. This kid, Captain Xiao, is here, but he didn't even come over to offer a glass of wine. Where is he going? I just heard that Jiang Renjie is in the upstairs box. Is that the Jiang Renjie that our Xianer likes? It should be. I was just wondering why I didn't see Jiang Renjie. Isn't she also Xianer's classmate? She must be upstairs. Xianer, is this a special arrangement? It doesn't seem so. I heard from Xianer that Zhang Ronger brought other boys to eat in the private room upstairs. What? This girl really doesn't take our Xianer seriously. Let's go up and meet her. I want to see how many years of vixen training she has been doing. I'll go with you. We have to teach her a lesson today. How can you do things like this? It's fine that she keeps our Xianer hanging all the time, but today she didn't come to Xianer's celebration party, and we tolerated it. But now she brought some other wild men to eat upstairs. Isn't this deliberately disgusting Xianer and us? Let's go, let's go. Led by Aunt Jang, several other women from the Jang family also went upstairs angrily. Xiao Zhanfeng had already drunk more than 10 bottles, but his alcohol tolerance was there, and his mind was still extremely clear. He saw Zhang Chuxian leading people upstairs, and then Zhang Ma also led people upstairs. He vaguely heard that they were going to tear the vixen apart with their bare hands. Don't do anything weird. If Zhang Chuxian is unable to join the security bureau due to a momentary impulse, it would be more trouble than gain. So he quickly winked at Wu Sisi and asked her to go and take a look. In the box. Zhang Renjie was reviewing the questions carefully. Why were there some questions that she could solve after Xinchuan taught her, but she made mistakes when she did them herself? At this time, the Ringwraith Elder, who had a good sleep, woke up and released his spiritual consciousness to sense what the situation was like in the outside world. Next second. Xiao Jiang, your classmate is really a monster, isn't he? He just sat here eating the whole time. The Ringwraith Elder's tone was extremely shocked. Yeah, he just sat there eating. Zhang Renjie didn't think there was anything strange about it. Food is meant to be eaten. It's just that Xinchuan eats more than others. But for a boy, it's normal. She didn't understand why the senior was so shocked. He's too terrifying. Could this be his unique way of cultivation? Zhang Renjie was confused. She was just eating, how could she be practicing? I just observed that his strength has increased again. And it's not just a small increase of 1 or 2 points, but an increase of dozens or even hundreds of points. His current martial arts value is almost approaching that of a second-grade warrior. Ha! Now it was Zhang Renjie's turn to lose her composure. Sitting there eating, his strength value increased rapidly. And it's not just a small increase, but a big increase? Isn't this too scary? No wonder the senior sounded so shocked. Senior, could it be these foods? Zhang Renjie's eyes fell on the delicacies on the table. She didn't see Xinchuan practicing, but his martial arts value was soaring. So it was possible that these foods were the cause. Is it possible that these foods may look ordinary, but are actually great tonics for spiritual cultivation? The Ringwraiths obviously didn't want to complain. Xiao Jiang, do you believe this? Besides, you ate the food on the table, didn't your fighting power increase? The cute Zhang Renjie stuck out her tongue and her face turned slightly red. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the box was kicked open. This is it, Brother Xian, I found it. Class Beauty Jang, our brother Xian is here. TSK, quite unexpected, huh? Several lackeys filed in. The last one was Zhang Chuxian with a devilish smile on his face. No, Xiao Jiang, what's wrong with your classmates recently? Another monster has come. The Ringwraith's spiritual sense sensed Zhang Chuxian's fighting power and was immediately shocked. I haven't seen your classmate Zhang Chuxian for a few days, and his martial arts skills are almost reaching the level of a second-grade warrior. Oh no, be careful. He has a strong desire to kill you. Chapter 43 It's still in time. Is Zhang Chuxian's martial arts ability about to reach the level of a second-grade warrior? The cute and silly Zhang Renjie opened her mouth in disbelief. Compared to Xinchuan, Zhang Chuxian's exaggerated fighting power was obviously unexpected and unacceptable to him. After all, Xinchuan's liberal arts performance is there. Always first place. A top student like this must be very smart. Well, if we don't see him practicing martial arts on the surface, what if he is secretly doing it behind our backs? I just don't want everyone to know. Of course, it is not ruled out that he deliberately concealed his strength for some reasons. For example, I don't like martial arts, but I have hidden my strength and stayed in the liberal arts class, doing exercises every day. But looking at Zhang Chuxian, who is so high profile and feels uncomfortable if he doesn't show off for a day, if he had such terrifying fighting power before, he would not have hidden it and would have wanted the whole world to know about it. Then there is only one possibility, that something extraordinary happened to him in the past 2 days, or even today, causing his fighting power to soar. When she was little, her grandfather often warned her that a world where martial arts is respected is far from being as simple as it seems. Now she seemed to vaguely understand the meaning of this sentence. No matter if it was the Ringwraith Senior that he had obtained, and the potential adventures that happened to Xinchuan and Zhang Chuxian. The world is really far from simple. But she is now obviously thinking more deeply. After all, the second half of Senior Ringwraith's words is still ringing the alarm bell. Zhang Xian had a strong desire to kill him? Why did you have the intention to kill? Just because I refused to attend his celebration party? Xin Chuan is eating crab. It looks like it has no meat and is difficult to eat, but it smells delicious. He made the whole plate of 10 big crabs. Sucking fingers. With a bang, the door was kicked open. What the hell? It's impossible not to be angry. When they saw that it was Zhang Xian and his lackeys who broke in, he was quite surprised that Zhang Xian, who had been beaten up by him before, still hadn't learned his lesson. And, if I remember correctly, at that time, the punch broke Zhang Xian's nose. Later, Zhang Xian tried to escape and hit his head against the wall, and there was also a wound on his forehead. But Zhang Xian, who walked in now, had a clean face without any signs of injury. Xin Chuan couldn't help but cast his eyes on the plate of mushroom soup on the table. Ate too many mushrooms again? He quickly drank some water to calm himself down, then raised his head and locked his gaze on Zhang Xian again. Damn it, there was still no sign of injury. What was going on? Next second, he thought of Qin Hao, who fainted at the library door and immediately got up and ran away. That guy was also seriously injured at that time. But when he appeared at the library entrance, there was no sign of any injury. Although Zhang Xian and Qin Hao have no connection, one is a liberal arts student and the other is a martial arts student, the abnormal phenomena that happen to them make it difficult not to connect them. Please go out, you are not welcome here. Zhang Renjie was wary of Zhang Xian, then stood up and angrily scolded the people who broke in. Class Beauty Jang, our brother Xian's celebration party is here. The whole class, the teachers, and even the leaders of the security bureau are here, but you're the only one absent. Are you really just giving our brother Xian no face? The key point is that it's okay for you to be absent, but you also brought a poor boy like Xin Chuan here to eat. Isn't it obvious that this is disgusting to our brother Xian? Class Beauty Jang, you are going a bit too far, right? Now pick up the wine, fill it up, apologize to our brother Xian, and then go downstairs with our brother Xian to celebrate. If our brother Xian is happy, maybe this matter will be forgotten. What do you think? Taking advantage of the fact that Zhang Xian had signed a contract with the security bureau, the lackeys became more and more bold in their words, completely ignoring Zhang Renjie. What if I say no? Zhang Renjie said lightly. That means you are not giving face to our brother Xian. If brother Xian is unhappy, we will be unhappy too. If we're unhappy, we can't guarantee what we'll do. A lackey grabbed a plate from the table and threw it hard on the ground, thinking he looked very cool, and his aura must have frightened Zhang Renjie. So he thought of grabbing another plate and throwing it on the ground. But just as he reached out his hand, ah! A scream was heard. Xin Chuan took the lead, grabbed the chopsticks on the table, and stabbed them hard into the back of the lackey's hand. Boom! The chopsticks pierced through the back of the lackey's hand, then went down and pierced through the table. The chopsticks nailed the lackey's bloody palm to the table. The dog leg was in excruciating pain, his expression was extremely ferocious, but he dared not move, because his palm was still nailed to the table. If he moved even a little, it would cause the wound to hurt, and he would almost die of pain. This sudden scene frightened the other lackeys. No? You just started without saying anything? The key point is that the person who took action is recognized as the last in the class in terms of fighting power. With Xin Chuan's pitiful fighting ability, let alone piercing the back of his hand with chopsticks and nailing it to the table, he might not even be able to use the chopsticks properly even if you gave them to him. But what is going on now? So much so that the lackeys were a little confused. Xin Chuan, are you okay? Zhang Renjie also didn't expect Xin Chuan to do this, and hurriedly asked with concern. The lackey nailed to the table? It's me who's in trouble. Why are you asking him? What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and kill Xin Chuan for me. I want to chop him into 8 pieces. Lackeys calling out to other lackeys. The other lackeys were stunned, exchanged glances with each other, and decided to act together. The reason why Xin Chuan was able to successfully launch a sneak attack was definitely because the person before was careless. Now let us all attack together and see how he can launch a sneak attack. So, all the lackeys rushed towards Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan was too lazy to say a word. He grabbed the chopsticks on the table and hit each person with the chopsticks. Dong dong dong. The remaining lackey had 2 of his hands nailed to the table and 2 to the wall. In an instant, the box was filled with the screams of ghosts and wolves. Xiao Jang, I really like your personality. No nonsense, just get down to business. What I hate most is the kind of guy who has to whine for a long time before taking action. In his mind, the Ringwraith seniors applauded Xuan. He's so strong and has such a good personality, girls will like him. As I said before, you should act quickly, or you'll regret it later. The above words are all normal. Why did you suddenly change the subject and become so frivolous again? A delicate blush immediately appeared on Jiang Renjier's cute face. I never thought that such a small liberal arts class could hide a master like you. But you're not my target. If you don't want to die, it's still not too late to leave now. Chapter 44. If you don't understand, ask. Zhang Chuxian put on an evil smile and glanced at Xuan. Logically speaking, Xuan's thundering attack would cause some surprise, or even shock. But Zhang Chuxian was so calm that it was a little scary, and the evil smile on the corner of his mouth was even more creepy. You are not Zhang Chuxian. Who are you? The sudden disappearance of the facial injuries was enough to raise suspicion. Now he says such words again. Xuan could basically conclude that the Zhang Chuxian in front of him was not Zhang Chuxian, but just looked exactly like Zhang Chuxian. Student Xuan, are you talking nonsense? Open your eyes and see clearly. I'm not Zhang Chuxian. Then who am I? The smile on Zhang Chuxian's face became more and more evil. Next second, Aunt Zhang came in with a few relatives. Ah. They were obviously frightened by the bloody scene in the box. Their palms were nailed to the table or the wall. This was too creepy. Who did this? Is that you, kid? Their eyes turned to Xuan. In the box, apart from Zhang Chuxian, only Jiang Renjier and Xuan were left. First of all, let us rule out Jiang Renjier. A girl definitely wouldn't do such a bloody thing. Then it could only be Xuan. And before Zhang Chuxian brought people into the box, there were only Jiang Renjier and Xuan in the box? Good man, it turns out that it was you who cheated on my Xianer. Now they are blocked at the door and caught cheating in the box. Did you hit someone in a fit of rage? Boy, didn't your parents teach you how to be a man? The thieves have all come to my son. I'm going to tear your mouth apart today. Aunt Zhang rolled up her sleeves and was about to teach Xuan a lesson. Auntie, I understand how you feel. But please get this straight first. What does it mean to steal someone? I have nothing to do with Zhang Chuxian. I'm having dinner with my classmates here. Is there anything wrong with that? Jiang Renjier said in a deep voice. Aunt Zhang was stunned. My son likes you so much, how come you have nothing to do with my son? Besides, my son is having a celebration banquet at this restaurant tonight and invited you. It would be fine if you didn't come, but you're eating in a private room upstairs with other boys. Jiang Renjier, don't you think this is too much? Mother Zhang put her hands on her hips and started a wave of moral blackmail. Auntie, whether I attend the celebration banquet or not, and who I eat with, is my freedom. If your son likes me, I have to attend the celebration party and can't eat with other boys. Isn't that too overbearing? Jiang Renjier was even a little angry and laughed. What's the problem? My son likes you, so you are his girlfriend. You didn't come to your boyfriend's celebration party, but ate with other boys instead. You still haven't realized where you are wrong. Zhang Ma continued to stand with her hands on her hips. This was not moral kidnapping, but bandit logic. Unexpectedly, it's not over yet. My son likes you, that's the blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. Only the news that my son was signed by the Security Bureau in advance has not spread yet. If it gets out, what kind of girls will he not be around? Do you think my son will still like you when the time comes? Girl, while my son still likes you, throw yourself into his arms now. Don't wait until he doesn't want you anymore and then it'll be too late to cry. Aunt Zhang changed her posture and continued to put her hands on her hips. If he doesn't like me, I won't even have time to laugh. Jiang Renjier counterattacked sharply. You. Mother Zhang was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, several relatives of the Zhang family began to join in. You silly girl, how do you talk to your future mother-in-law? You have no manners at all. Apologize now. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. These women started nagging, and their moral blackmail skills were like an old sow being trapped, one trick after another. Zhang Renjie is just a little girl after all. How could she possibly win over these old women in quarrels and arguments? Suddenly I felt at a disadvantage. At this time, Xinchuan took action, grabbed the small chili peppers on the table, 2 for each of them, and threw them accurately into their throats. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Oh my god, cough cough cough. Before serving the dishes, Xinchuan specifically asked that a certain dish be cooked a little spicier, and the kitchen added the devil pepper from the current world. This stuff is not just spicy. What's more, it is now thrown directly into the throat. The old women, led by Zhang Ma, covered their necks and coughed wildly, tears and snot coming out, and their expressions looked like they were worse than death. Want some water? Xinchuan had finished the drink long ago. They had no choice but to run out of the box in a panic to find water to drink. It's finally quiet. Xinchuan smiled. Oh, Xiaojiang Jang, I really like your character more and more. Before Zhang Renjie could say anything, the Ringwraith Senior in her mind couldn't wait to start praising her again. Hurry up, I'm really optimistic about you two being together. It's going to be fun for you two to be together. Hearing this, the cute Zhang Renjie's little face turned red again. There are only 3 normal people left in the box now. My target is her. Are you sure you don't want to leave? Zhang Xian automatically ignored the lackeys whose palms were nailed to the wall or the table, and he didn't care about Zhang Ma's life or death at all. He even felt that after Xinchuan kicked her out, his ears were finally quiet and he felt very comfortable. If you tell me who you are, maybe I could consider leaving. Xinchuan smiled slightly. Since you won't leave, then you can stay here forever. Zhang Xian raised an evil smile, and then a white rainbow passed by, and a tearing sound exploded in the air. Zhang Xian took action, suddenly stepped forward and rushed out, his figure turning into a shadow. Because he was wearing white clothes and his speed was astonishingly fast, outsiders only saw a white rainbow. Call. Next second. Zhang Xian had a short knife in his hand. The tip of the knife had a dazzling cold light. It tore through a large area of air with great domineering power and came to Xinchuan in an instant. This guy is actually an expert with a knife. With this strike, my swordsmanship proficiency has reached at least 100 points. The voice of the Ringwraith Elder rang out in my mind. The cute and naive Zhang Renjie opened her mouth in disbelief when she heard that. A knife skill with 100 points of proficiency? That has extremely terrifying destructive power. In addition, Zhang Xian's combat power value of nearly 2,000 points appeared out of nowhere. Once he makes a move, it almost means the end. Xinchuan, be careful. Zhang Renjie immediately decided to stop pretending and rescue Xinchuan. But at this moment, a clang sound was heard. Xinchuan's thunder-slaying sword blocked the tip of Zhang Xian's knife. If you don't understand, just ask. 100 points of swordsmanship proficiency, is that awesome? Do you want to know about the sword proficiency of 330 points? Chapter 45 Strong Killing Intention. His extremely sharp sword was actually blocked? Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned. But the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. A terrifying threat almost appeared in front of him. Obviously, Xinchuan was not satisfied with blocking Zhang Xian's attack, and instead began to attack. Boom! The thunder-slaying sword came like a dragon with tremendous force, and the dagger in Zhang Xian's hand was shattered. Immediately afterwards, the power of the thunder sword had not yet stopped and directly penetrated Zhang Xian's right shoulder. Zhang Xian was caught off guard and was knocked back by this force. He hit the wall of the box hard, bounced back to the ground, and half knelt there, without any movement for a long time. The box fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze. Those lackeys originally thought that Zhang Xian could easily crush Xinchuan and avenge them. After all, our brother Xian is the chosen one who was signed in advance by the governor's security bureau. As a result, he was killed right in front of his eyes? I'm gonna trap you, monkey. When did Xinchuan become so strong? Or in other words, he was already this strong, but he had been hiding his strength before. If it is the second case, I am speechless. What era is this? You're still hiding your strength. You are awesome, you are noble. The lackeys quickly cried out again, their hands still fixed on the table or the wall. Xiaojiang Jang, your beloved is so strong that it's a bit scary. I thought that guy named Zhang Chushuan's 100-point swordsmanship proficiency was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that your Xiao Chuanchuan would actually use more than 300 points of sword proficiency? At his age, his swordsmanship proficiency is over 300 points? It's just perverted. In my mind, the Ringwraith Senior was extremely excited and almost incoherent. Zhang Renjie twitched her lips in a silly and cute way. How could she praise someone as a pervert? But then again, Xin Chuan is really terrifyingly strong. Over 300 points of sword proficiency. This alone is enough to drive all major forces across the country crazy. As for the lackeys who were complacent about the fact that Zhang Chuxian was signed in advance by the governor's security bureau. As long as Xin Chuan wants, departments that are 100 times better than the security bureau will extend an olive branch to him. Xiaozhang Jiang, I still say the same thing. If you have an idea, do it as soon as possible. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Renjie hurriedly stopped him. He. Suddenly, Zhang Chuxian, who was half kneeling there, let out a creepy laugh, then raised his head, his mouth split to the sides, and then a bloody tongue came out of his mouth. At the same time, green hair began to grow on Zhang Chushuan's face, visible to the naked eye. After a while, the man half kneeling there was no longer Zhang Chuxian, but had transformed into a humanoid creature covered with green hair. Seeing this humanoid creature, Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie shouted in unison. Stranger! Zhang Renjie came from a 5-star city, so she had naturally seen extraordinary people with her own eyes, and was not very surprised. Only, why would an alien come to a small 1-star city like Jiangcheng? Logically speaking, a small 1-star city does not have the conditions to mutate into an alien. Xin Chuan had never seen an extraordinary person, but he had seen one in books. The book also says that after the aliens devour humans, they can transform into human appearance. This would explain why Zhang Chuxian, and even Xin Hao, whom he met at the library entrance before, were like two different people. Because their original owner should be dead. The human figures behind are all transformed by extraordinary people. That's right. This strange person was the one who appeared in the open space behind the internet cafe that night. Didn't he, the scavenger, discover that one body was missing when he was dealing with the corpses? What was missing was Qin Hao's body. After devouring Qin Hao, the alien turned into his appearance and appeared on the campus of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Then he heard that someone had been signed in advance by the security bureau, so he found Zhang Chuxian and hurt him. After all, by devouring powerful humans, the Inhumans will evolve and become stronger. But after devouring Zhang Chuxian, Yiren found that he seemed to have been deceived. The original poster Zhang Chuxian is trash. However, it is true that Zhang Chuxian was signed by the security bureau. Although I don't understand why he was signed in advance. But one thing is certain, Zhang Chuxian is trash, but places like the governor's mansion are not short of talented people. So he transformed himself into Zhang Chuxian, ready to successfully infiltrate the governor's mansion. However, the appearance of Zhang Renjie completely changed his plan. As an extraordinary person, he came to the 1-star small city Jiangcheng this time. The task given to him by the organization was to capture Zhang Renjie, who had a special identity, alive and bring her back. If you can't bring him back, please kill him directly. Therefore, the Ringwraith elders can feel a strong murderous intent in the aliens. And now, it is obvious that Yiren wants to kill not only Zhang Renjie, but also Xin Chuan. I never thought that a small 1-star city would produce a student with such a monstrous talent like you. If you were allowed to grow for a few more years, you would become a serious threat to our Inhuman alliance. So, I'm going to make you disappear from this world and nip this hidden danger in the bud. The stranger stuck out his long scarlet tongue and licked his lips bit by bit, while his cold vertical pupils stared at Xin Chuan with greedy eyes. Killing Xin Chuan can not only eliminate future hidden dangers for the organization. By swallowing it, it can evolve into a stronger form. Just thinking about it is so satisfying and exciting. As for being exposed, can he still infiltrate the Jiangcheng Security Bureau? If I kill all the humans in the box, who will know that I am an Inhuman? Then he would change back into Zhang Chushuan's appearance and go downstairs. Before long, he will be able to enter the Security Bureau with the identity of Zhang Chuxian. Since you are here, feed more people. And then destroy the Jiangcheng governor's mansion. The organization will definitely reward you greatly. Monster. Help. The lackeys whose palms were nailed were relatively timid. When they saw the humanoid creatures, they were scared out of their wits and shouted loudly, trying to use this method to drive away the fear in their hearts. Obviously, they couldn't accept the fact that Zhang Chuxian was a monster. They don't want to be lackeys for monsters. It's so noisy. Sudden. The alien's long scarlet tongue began to attack these shouting lackeys. The lackeys' heads were so fragile that they were almost vulnerable to a single blow, and they were exposed one after another. The alien greedily sucked the brain juice, and then began to gnaw on the heart, liver, and lungs. Have I ever told you that you look ugly when you eat? Xun Chuan took a deep breath. He was indeed disgusted. He decided to quickly deal with the humanoid creature in front of him. To avoid vomiting out what you have eaten. Chapter 46 Eating in an ugly manner. Do you eat in an ugly way? Hearing this, the alien who was chewing the organ stopped, looked up, his pupils were cold, and his blood-stained scarlet tongue kept sticking out and dancing. So disgusting. Xun Chuan almost vomited, and immediately drew his sword. Several sword shadows surrounded the stranger with a fierce offensive. Unexpectedly, the stranger didn't seem to even think about dodging, and just took on these sword moves. Puff puff. There were several bloody marks on its limbs, and it was covered in blood. But after only 2 seconds, it was visible to the naked eye that the wounds on the alien's body began to heal rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they were back to normal. This explains why the scars on Qin Hao and Zhang Chuxian's faces disappeared. It turns out that it has a terrifying self-healing ability. Xun Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that it would take some effort to kill the strange man in front of him. Your target is me. Let him go. I'll fight you. At this time, Jiang Renjie spoke. A mutant with self-healing abilities is at least a level 3 mutant. It is not something a student can handle, even if this student is a gifted monster as described by the Ringwraith seniors. But the person standing opposite him is a level 3 alien, so there is almost no chance of winning. Certainly. Jiang Renjie was also very clear that even if she did not hide her strength, she would basically not gain any advantage in a full-scale confrontation with a third-level alien. However, all the mutants were researched by that organization. And that organization has a huge conflict of interest with his family. Then the alien who appeared here was most likely coming for me. It was her own business and she didn't want to involve Xun Chuan. Ms. Zhang, my ultimate goal is of course you. You are so important to our organization. But I must kill this brat in front of me. You actually said I ate in an ugly way and attacked me. This is simply unforgivable. The stranger kicked the ground with his legs and suddenly rushed towards Xun Chuan. Xun Chuan did not dare to be negligent at all and hurriedly slashed out more than 10 swords. With his 330 points of sword proficiency, even the simplest moves were evolved into deadly killing moves. But he was facing a 3rd-level alien. A 3rd-level alien is equivalent to a 6th-grade warrior. Xun Chuan's current martial arts value is infinitely close to that of a 2nd-grade warrior. Even with a sword proficiency of 330 points, he can fight above his level. But no matter how much you jump in level, it's impossible to jump from the 2nd rank to the 6th rank, right? What's more, this 3rd-level alien is now completely enraged. Boom! Soon, with his terrifying strength, he broke through Xun Chuan's sword defense and slammed into Xun Chuan's body. Xun Chuan flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and bounced back to the ground. Human, is this your limit? But I haven't even used my full strength yet. Hee. Are you feeling hopeless? The stranger approached step by step, and his long scarlet tongue became more and more excited. Xun Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood and climbed up. The reason he was able to hit the alien just now was entirely because he caught him by surprise. Now that the alien was serious, he really didn't have any chance at all. Damn, I encountered a boss like a level 3 alien so soon. It's really unlucky. But he was not at all weak, after all, he had no problem protecting himself. Do you want to know about teleportation with 65 points of proficiency? Even if I teleported away, what would Jiang Renjie do? Little did they know. Jiang Renjie was hoping that Xun Chuan would leave quickly. After all, she has no problem protecting herself, and the Ringwraiths can definitely lend her a helping hand. What can I do? One who doesn't know that the other party has a Ringwraith predecessor. The other one didn't know that the other had the ability to teleport. Just wait like this, no one leaves. Hurry up. I'll drag him along. I'll treat you to dinner here tonight. Then I must ensure your safe return. Jang Renjir moved, and his shadow flashed by. When Iren saw her clearly, she had already jumped high, and then her toes touched Iren's forehead repeatedly, kicking Iren directly backward. Shen Chuan? What? Not only did he not know about the existence of Senior Ringwraith, he also didn't know that Jang Renjir had hidden her strength. Now this set of offensive is as smooth as flowing water. What are you doing? So strong? He could clearly feel that the fighting power Jang Renjir unleashed at this moment was greater than his own. System, come out. Could it be that she has awakened her bloodline talent? This is what Shen Chuan least wants to happen. Still waiting to complete the task and successfully contract with Jang Renjir. If she awakens her bloodline talent at this time, then it will be useless for me to successfully sign a contract with her later. She has not awakened her bloodline talent. Ha! Shen Chuan was stunned for a moment. Without the bloodline talent, how did you suddenly become so strong? I feel like her fighting power surpasses mine. The host is not mistaken. Jang Renjir's strength is indeed higher than yours, reaching 2,100 points. Damn it! Shen Chuan was a little confused. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. At the same time, the few lackeys who are still alive. Another one? First it was Shen Chuan, then Jang Renjir. No, do you guys all like to hide your strength? The lackeys are going crazy. Boom! The next second, Jang Renjir, who had originally had the upper hand, was knocked back by a punch from the stranger. Even if she hid her strength. But with a combat power of 2,100 points, he is still no match for a level 3 alien. After briefly gaining the upper hand, the stranger sneered and punched Jang Renjir. Jang Renjir's delicate body flew backwards, and she quickly adjusted her posture in the air, barely avoiding falling. I have to say this adjustment is really cool. Shen Chuan couldn't help but applaud. Jang Renjir was rather helpless. When I held him back just now, you didn't leave. Now I'm afraid you can't leave. Shen Chuan smiled and scratched the back of his head to hide his embarrassment. But the smile only lasted half a second. With a whoosh, the aliens launched another offensive. Jang Renjir, let's try to work together. That's the only way. Outside the box. Emergency, emergency. Calling the captain, number 17 calling the captain. When Wu Sisi, who followed him upstairs, discovered the presence of a strange person, she immediately treated it as a great enemy and hurriedly notified the captain Xiao Zhanfeng downstairs. The information about the alien was monitored that night. It turned out that it was not a system error, but an alien really appeared in Zhangcheng. And with Wu Sisi's combat ability, it is obvious that she cannot compete with the aliens. She could only ask for support. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhanfeng was surrounded by everyone from the Zhang family at the celebration banquet? He drank one cup after another and got so drunk that he took off his coat. Unfortunately, the walkie-talkie was in his coat pocket, so Xiao Zhanfeng was unable to answer it in time. After several unsuccessful attempts, Wu Sisi contacted the headquarters. Headquarters, calling number 17, we have sent people out, you only need to hold on for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? I'll try my best. Wu Sisi rushed into the box with a knife. Chapter 47 Rescue. Wu Sisi's weapon was a long black sword with a faint light flowing on the blade. Even though she was very clear about her own strength, she was no match for a level 3 alien. But as a guard, our responsibility is to protect the safety of mankind. Now the stranger is killing people in the box, she can't just sit there and watch. When she rushed into the box, she saw how fierce the battle inside was. Shen Chuan and Jang Renjir were both injured to varying degrees. On the other hand, the alien's powerful self-healing ability makes him look unharmed. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Doesn't it have any weaknesses? 330 points of sword proficiency is definitely enough. But it's a pity that the force value is less than 2,000 points. This output of force is simply not enough to unleash the full power of 330 points of sword proficiency. Therefore, it does not cause any substantial harm to the alien. After a short rest, the wound will heal automatically. What's the point of fighting? Shen Chuan wanted to curse. With his current level, he can fight against a 3rd-grade warrior, and even a 4th-grade warrior. But the other party is a 3rd-level alien and a 6th-grade warrior. How do I fight this, Temio? Jang Renjir was also breathing heavily at this time. She thought that she would not encounter any danger in a small 1-star city like Zhangcheng. Who would have thought that the organization would chase us here? And they also sent monsters like the third-level aliens. Sometimes I really want to curse. Senior, do you have any solution? I'm trapped in the ring, my abilities are limited. I can save you, but not him. The ring wraith was quite helpless. Otherwise, a mere level 3 inhuman would be easily destroyed with just a wave of his hand. Jiang Renjie was silent. If she could only save herself but not Xinchuan, what was the point? I'll hold it back with my sword skills. It won't be able to defeat me anytime soon. Find a chance to escape. At this time, Xinchuan's faint voice sounded. Although he couldn't jump to the level of a 6th grade warrior, he could still hold back the alien with his 330 points of sword proficiency. Of course, it can only hold them off for a short time. After all, the force value is less than 2,000 points. Once it is used up, it will be over. However, if Jiang Renjie can successfully escape within this short period of time, that would be enough. Finally, I used my secret technique of teleportation. Perfect. You're going to die. It's a level 3 alien, equivalent to a level 6 warrior. You actually thought you could hold it back by yourself. Jiang Renjie had no idea what was in Xinchuan's mind, and she had no idea that he had the secret skill of teleportation. When she heard Xinchuan asking her to escape and come to hold back the alien, she refused without a second thought. Xiao Jiang, this guy is really good. He didn't even think about escaping by himself. He wanted to hold the stranger back and let you escape first. No wonder you are interested in him, the ringwraith affirmed Xinchuan again. Senior, it's already this late, could you please stop teasing me? Okay, I'll shut up. Jiang Renjie's eyes narrowed slightly. Xinchuan, you run away, I will find a way to hold it back. Xinchuan? What are you doing? Are you still being humble at this point? It's already this time, can you please stop doing this? Hurry up and leave. I'll hold it back. I won't leave. You leave, and I'll hold it back. Stranger? How about I leave? You two are too disrespectful. Everyone stay here, no one can leave. The stranger stuck out his long scarlet tongue, his eyes swept greedily around, ready to attack. Just then, Wu Sisi came in holding a long knife. I'm from the River City Guard. Both of you leave. I'll handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Sisi clenched the black long sword and slashed at the stranger without reservation. Xinchuan was stunned for a moment. Guard team? Yay! Now there is help, everyone can leave safely. Jiang Renjie thought the same way. The guard team of each city was like a guardian god. When the guard team arrived, aliens and ferocious beasts would have nowhere to hide. Can. With a loud boom. The two of them were not happy for 5 seconds. Wu Sisi, who was slashing at the alien with a knife, flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, bounced back to the ground, and with a scream, a lot of blood spurted out of her mouth. It is true that the guards are the protectors of the city. But Wu Sisi's strength is at the bottom of the entire guard team. If she meets a level 3 alien, she has no chance of winning at all. But she herself didn't expect that she was so vulnerable. Her red lips moved slightly, and she struggled a few times to try to get up, but the previous blow seemed to have broken all the bones in her body. Her strength disappeared bit by bit, and she finally collapsed to the ground. At this moment, 3 small red dots quickly lit up on the surface of a special instrument shaped like a bagua on her chest, accompanied by a beeping sound. In an instant, Wu Sisi's eyes were filled with despair. She turned on her headset and trembled as she said, "Who, calling headquarters, yes, it's a level 3 alien." A cry of surprise came from the headset. What, a level 3 mutant? Damn it, how could a mutant of this level suddenly appear in a small 1-star city? Number 17, take care of yourself, we'll be there soon. Wu Sisi did not answer, but took off the headset, with a somewhat bleak smile on her face. It's too late. Encountered a 3rd-level alien. She knew she couldn't survive. A glance passed by. Ha! Why aren't you two running away? Wu Sisi instantly became angry. She risked her life just to buy you time to escape, but you two just stood there in a daze, not moving a muscle? Damn it, are you guys worthy of me? She was so devastated. Xinchuan raised the corner of his mouth. I wanted to escape, but you rushed over and flew back in less than 3 seconds. Wei. He hadn't finished speaking, but the meaning behind it was already very clear. They wanted to escape, but you didn't buy them any time to do so. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. Wu Sisi suddenly felt very embarrassed. Zhang Renjie didn't say anything, but she was thinking in her heart, is it that the guard member in front of her is too weak, or is the third-level alien too strong? It's a bit of both. The third-level alien is indeed strong. And the female member of the guard team is not very good either. Certainly. The most messy person at this moment must be Xin Chuan. Originally, he just needed to find a way to save Zhang Renjie and then teleport away himself. Now, it's not enough to just save Zhang Renjie, we also have to save the female members of the guard team. Forget it, forget it. Saving one is saving two is also saving. You guys hurry up and leave, I'll hold it back. Xin Chuan suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and swung the thunder sword in his hand towards the stranger with great force. Unexpectedly, the stranger suddenly turned around with a grim smile. The back was torn apart in an instant, revealing a bloody mouth. Then two long scarlet tongues shot out from its bloody mouth. Fuck! Xin Chuan had no time to react before one of the long tongues pierced through his left shoulder. Chapter 48. This is terrible. This is scary. The third-level aliens didn't take it seriously before. So much so that now his mouth suddenly opened wide behind him. Xin Chuan's thunder-slaying sword was fighting with the bloody long tongue of the mouth in front, and the tongue spitted out from the big mouth on the back caught him off guard. What's more, there were more than one long scarlet tongues coming out of the back. But two. And it is visible to the naked eye that these two long scarlet tongues are covered with sharp barbs. Xin Chuan cursed fuck, and his left shoulder was pierced, a flower of blood burst out, and his body was hit hard and flew backwards, hitting the wall of the box hard, splashing a large amount of rubble. Obviously, there are more than just sharp barbs. These two long scarlet tongues are much faster than the one in front. It's really hard to survive in a world where martial arts is respected. This is only a third-level alien, a sixth-grade warrior. If you meet a higher-level alien, you will be turned into ashes in seconds with just one attack. It hurts so much. Xin Chuan took a deep breath and hated himself for not having the ability to heal himself like Irun. It would be great if I could contract a stranger. The host can make a contract with a stranger. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ah. There's such a good thing. Xin Chuan stood up at once, and the pain was gone instantly. If the contract is successful, the self-healing ability will be doubled in return, so what is there to be afraid of? However, the host can make a contract with a person of the opposite sex, but unfortunately the person in front of him is male, so the host cannot make a contract. Xin Chuan almost vomited blood. Damn system, can you finish your words in one breath next time? But there is indeed something wrong with this statement. The system itself is a contract system for the opposite sex, so of course it can only be used to contract with the opposite sex, regardless of whether the other party is a normal human or an alien. Boy, the blood in your body is really delicious. I can't wait to pierce your head. Your brains must be even more delicious. The long scarlet tongue in front of the alien jumped a few times, and the two long tongues in the big mouth behind him attacked again. Whoosh! Two sonic booms ripped through the air. A long tongue pierced Xin Chuan's head. The other one stabbed towards Xin Chuan's heart. What a cruel guy. Not only do they suck out the brain, they also don't spare the heart. Xin Chuan's eyes narrowed sharply, and he swung the thunder-slashing sword in his hand, exerting his 330 points of sword proficiency to the extreme, forming an impenetrable sword net right in front of him. The alien's two long tongues temporarily blocked his attack. But even the ferocious beast Zapdos could see the fatal flaw of Xin Chuan's insufficient fighting power, let alone the more intelligent alien. The stranger grinned. It was a game of cat and mouse. The cat that shows its fangs wins. It's just a matter of time. Wait until the mouse is exhausted. It means the mouse's death has come. Xin Chuan naturally knew this as well. He certainly couldn't just defend without attacking. However, his strength was consumed very quickly. Coupled with the alien's terrifying self-healing ability, the threat posed by his swordsmanship to the alien was also decreasing little by little. Xin Chuan, I'm here to save you. Zhang Renjie couldn't just stand there and watch. She flashed and flew into the air, kicking the stranger with the tip of her right foot with immense force. I can still fight. Wu Sisi spat, struggled to get up, swung the long knife in her hand, and slashed at the alien's long scarlet tongue. The two women did not have any discussion, but at this moment they undoubtedly formed an absolute tacit understanding. since it is impossible to defeat this terrifying alien in front of me by fighting as a soldier, then try to use more against less. Even if we can't win, we can still delay for some time. Wait for the rescue team from the headquarters to arrive at the scene. The situation is different now. I want to play with this kid for a while longer. And you're in such a hurry. I can't wait to die. Then I'll grant you your wish. The stranger grinned and suddenly opened his legs. It was visible to the naked eye that a big mouthful of foul-smelling juice was torn open between his legs. Puff! A stronger tongue quickly spit out. It was a long, dark tongue covered with sharp barbs that shone silver. Wu Cixi was the closest, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Of course, even if she had enough time to react, it would probably be of no avail. The long black tongue was as fast as lightning, and it was simply impossible for a guard like her with a combat power of less than 2,000 points to resist it. Puff! The long black tongue pierced directly through Wu Cixi's abdomen. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Wu Cixi's eyes gradually became empty. If possible, Yiren would naturally be willing to suck all the blood out of Wu Cixi's body and make you die. But his ultimate goal of this trip is Zhang Renjie. Boom! The long black tongue swung hard, and Wu Cixi's body flew out like a rag sack, hitting the wall and falling to the ground, and a large amount of blood instantly gushed out on the floor. Judging from the speed of the escort team, they will arrive in 2 minutes. It's too late. It's too late. She lay in the blood, muttering to herself. The sudden change made Zhang Renjie stunned for a moment. The stranger seized the opportunity and rushed towards Zhang Renjie with his long black tongue. It was too late for Zhang Renjie to dodge. With a bang, she was hit and flew backwards. But the amazing thing is, she was not hurt at all. She adjusted her body in a strange posture in the air, greatly reducing the force of her backward flight, and then landed smoothly. It was obvious that the Ringwraith elders had taken action. Thank you, senior. Little girl, this is all I can do. Don't fight any longer, find a way to leave here quickly. Zhang Renjie shook her head and said that if they wanted to leave, they had to take Xinchuan with them. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. I finally understand why the organization values you so much. I'll kill this guy first, and then I'll play with you slowly. The stranger laughed sinisterly, and in an instant, 4 tongues attacked Xinchuan at the same time. Facing 2 tongues, Xinchuan, who had consumed a huge amount of strength, was already exhausted from dealing with them, and now 2 more came. Puff! It was the left shoulder before. This time it was the right shoulder, and the long black tongue pierced through it. As his right shoulder was injured, the thunder sword naturally fell off. Without the thunder slashing sword, Xinchuan's defense was equivalent to nothing. Puff! One of the long scarlet tongues pierced Xinchuan's left shoulder again. Then the 2 long tongues worked together to lift Xinchuan up. At your age, you actually have a proficiency of over 300 plus points. Boy, I really like your brains. The stranger couldn't hide his excitement, his 2 tongues were ready to move, and suddenly stabbed toward Xinchuan's head. Xinchuan's smile faded. Is it over just like that? Don't want. Stop it. Zhang Renjie, bloodline talent at this moment. Awaken. Chapter 49 Twins. Just as the stranger's tongue was about to pierce Xinchuan's mind, Xinchuan seemed to have forgotten that he had a secret skill of teleportation. Fortunately, Zhang Renjie awakened her bloodline talent at this time. A loud shout of stop. It really made the stranger stop. It was as if an invisible force was binding the alien, preventing him from moving. The stranger didn't take it seriously at first, until he tried to move a few times, only to find that he couldn't move at all, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. He was a little panicked. How so? What exactly happened? Why can't I move? Could it be that? An extremely terrifying thought emerged in his mind. The stranger's face changed again and again, and it was extremely horrifying. I really didn't misjudge him. Xiao Jiang, I'm so pleased with your performance. At this time, the bloodline talent was awakened. And your bloodline talent is also mental power. Good, very good, very good. What Zhang Renjie initially thought was a coincidental encounter was actually a special arrangement by the Ringwraiths. Naturally, she was attracted by Jiang Renjier's bloodline talent that had not yet awakened, and wanted her to help her leave the ring. Now, Jiang Renjier's bloodline talent has awakened. Wait until her strength grows to a certain level. The ring wraiths can then leave the ring and see the light of day again. How could the ring wraiths not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? On the other hand, Xin Chuan. Logically speaking, he should be the most excited and thrilled one. After all, Jiang Renjier awakened her talent and successfully saved him in a life or death situation. But at this moment, his expression seemed to be a little painful. Awakened? Why did you wake up at this time? I haven't completed the mission yet and successfully signed the contract with her, so how come she awakened? In this way, the so-called awakening talent cannot be returned in multiples. This wave of losses is huge, even numb. Xin Chuan's expression became more and more painful, even more painful than a gambler who missed out on 100 million. Tonzi, how did she awaken? Why don't you wait until my contract is successful before awakening? Why? Tonzi, I feel bad, please say something. The system was completely speechless. Host, if Jiang Renjier hadn't awakened her bloodline talent, your head would have been pierced by now. No, actually, I'm ready to teleport. Xin Chuan was not a wise man after the event, but he really remembered that he had a secret skill to save his life: teleportation. It's just that Jiang Renjier activated her bloodline first. I didn't get anything. What a painful feeling. Certainly. Xin Chuan also hated himself for not thinking of the secret technique of teleportation earlier. If he had used it earlier, he would have been able to escape successfully. If he had been able to escape successfully, Jiang Renjier would not have had such an emotional outburst, thus activating her bloodline talent. System. Host, Jiang Renjier saw your head about to be pierced, and her emotions exploded, activating her bloodline talent. Don't you find this quite telling? I don't know, and I don't feel like knowing. Tonzi, why did she awaken her bloodline talent at this time? Why didn't she wait for me? Here we go again. Automatically turn on the repeater mode. System, if there were no rules, sometimes I would really want to beat the host. No steel bar I've ever seen is as straight as yours. What steel bars? Tell me, why did she? Stop. The system can understand Sun Wukong's mood. Sometimes it really breaks down after listening to his nagging. Wait a minute. Just when the system was too lazy to pay attention to Xin Chuan. Inadvertently, the system discovered something and was immediately astonished. Host, you old fellow are so lucky. You actually happen to meet a genius that only appears once every 100 years. Xin Chuan was a little confused. What did it mean? Jiang Renjier actually has twin bloodlines. She has only awakened the talent of one of them, and the other one has not yet awakened. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Chuan's expression froze. Twin bloodlines? Is it that awesome? Your luck is incredible. I've observed that her second bloodline talent is much stronger than the first. The first bloodline talent awakened is mental power. With just one shout, the third-level alien was unable to move, with a look of horror on his face. Is the second one better than the first? If this were true, Xin Chuan wouldn't feel sleepy at all. System, you didn't deliberately make up an excuse just to comfort me, did you? Replying to the host, I'm not that boring. Auk, you are awesome. Xin Chuan swept away the previous gloom and showed a happy expression. Xiaozhang Jiang, your sweetheart doesn't seem very smart, and seems a little mentally unstable. Senior Ringwraith noticed the change in Xin Chuan's expression and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xin Chuan was hanging there and lost too much blood. It's normal for him to be in this state. I have to rescue him quickly. Jiang Renjier immediately activated her mental power and controlled the stranger to let Xin Chuan down as if controlling a puppet. Xin Chuan, are you okay? Let me help you stop the bleeding. Jiang Renjier ran forward hurriedly. It feels okay, not as bad as I imagined. Xin Chuan leaned against the wall and looked at the cute Jiang Renjier. Judging from her appearance, who would have thought that she was a gifted girl with twin blood? You're still bleeding. If you don't stop it quickly, you'll die. Jiang Renjier seemed very nervous, but there was no bandage or anything like that in the box to stop the bleeding, so she had to open her school bag to see if she could find some substitutes. She actually found it. A few slices of bread for girls to use during their menstrual period. Xinchuan, I haven't found any other substitutes, so I'll use this to stop your bleeding first, and then I'll send you to the hospital. Zhang Renjie tore open the bread. Seeing this, Xinchuan's mouth twitched violently 2 or 3 times. Are you sure this stuff can stop the bleeding? Not a bloodsucker? Don't let this thing suck away the blood and cause anemia if you don't lose much blood. No, Zhang Renjie, I appreciate your kindness, but I feel fine now and don't need to stop the bleeding. Xinchuan, don't be polite to me. Also, do you feel embarrassed? Don't think too much at this time. Just stop the bleeding. I'll bandage it with something else later. Who would know that you used a girl's bread to stop the bleeding? Zhang Renjie's cute face turned a little red. She didn't think too much about it. She just remembered that when her blood volume was high, she used the small bread. It was very useful. The corner of Xinchuan's mouth twitched again. He understood the principle, but this thing really couldn't be used to stop bleeding. Just when Zhang Renjie insisted on stopping Xinchuan's bleeding, she neglected to control her mental power. The stranger gradually felt that he could move. Next second. It's Chapter 50 Kill. Next second. The stranger broke through the door. He is not stupid. The reason why he can move now is entirely because Zhang Renjie's attention is almost entirely focused on Xinchuan, causing the mental power controlling him to weaken. So run while you can. As for sneak attacks? What a joke. The bloodline talent of mental power is not something that a mere third-level mutant like him can contend with. He was very self-aware and ran away when he had the chance. It was also at this time that he finally understood why the organization would send a third-level mutant like him to hunt down an ordinary girl. How can she be an ordinary girl? Awakened bloodline talent. It's useless even if a level 5 alien comes. Hurry up and slip away. Hurry up and slip away. Oh no, the alien is trying to escape. Jang, we can't let him get away. If the alien manages to escape successfully, the consequences will be very serious. And it was obvious that this strange man's ultimate target was Zhang Renjie. Even if Zhang Renjie has now awakened her bloodline talent. But the stranger is in the dark and she is in the light, so danger can happen at any time. It would be best to kill it now to avoid future trouble. But Zhang Renjie didn't listen to the Ringwraith's advice at all, and only wanted to use the bread to help Xinchuan stop the bleeding. Senior, just let him run away. I'll kill him next time. What else can the Ringwraith say? Go to sleep. Outside the box. The stranger rushed out and realized that Zhang Renjie did not chase him out. He was immediately ecstatic and quickly left here and contacted the organization. But suddenly, a figure blocked the way. A man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. The guy from the 79th inning had been observing outside the box for a long time. The reason why he didn't take action yet was obviously because he wanted to see how big a surprise Zhang Renjie and Xinchuan could bring. And Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie did not disappoint him. A swordsmanship proficiency of 300 plus points. One even awakened his bloodline talent. I can hardly remember how long it has been since Jiangcheng had such an outstanding young person. Now that 2 of them have appeared at once, he is very pleased. As for why we should take action now? As a member of Bureau 79, it is impossible for him to let the alien leave. The alien's way was blocked, and he stared at the other person with his cold vertical pupils. The other 2 mouths had healed, and only the most normal one was still open, with a long scarlet tongue sticking out to lick his lips. He was about to leave, and a delicious human came to his door, so he might as well eat it before leaving. The next second, he moved. He got on all 4s and ran towards the stranger. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses didn't move. The stranger running at high speed was no longer surprised and thought that the man in windbreaker and sunglasses was frightened, so he showed a ferocious smile. When it was still 3 meters away from the other person, the scarlet tongue stuck out and stabbed towards the chest of the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses. There's no time to savor it slowly. Then eat the most delicious heart and leave. But just as the alien's long scarlet tongue was about to pierce the chest of the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses, the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses suddenly raised his hand, and the moment his fingertips touched the long scarlet tongue, a golden rune Bagua diagram suddenly appeared. The next second, these runes began to emit flames rapidly. Zzzz. The alien's long scarlet tongue was burning to varying degrees in the flames. Even if the alien has the ability to heal himself. But the speed of self-healing cannot keep up with the speed of burning. The stranger began to scream in pain, and only then did he realize that the man in front of him was even more terrifying than Jang Renjie, the gifted awakener in the box. Then he wanted to escape. But the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses attacked again, so fast that he left an afterimage and grabbed the stranger's neck with lightning speed. No, don't kill me. Everything happened so fast that the alien had no time to react. He only felt that death was approaching him little by little. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses said nothing and continued to exert force with his fingers. With a loud bang, a ball of fire engulfed the struggling alien. Ah, no, no. No matter how the stranger shouted, it was of no avail. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and under the indifferent gaze of the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses, the stranger was burned to ashes bit by bit. The tall woman who came with the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses was standing not far away, although it was not the first time she saw the boss take action. But every time I watch it, I am shocked again. Everyone sighs in their hearts. This man is too strong. The strongest fighter in Zhangchang? She has always thought so. But the man in the windbreaker and sunglasses always shook his head and pointed with 4 fingers. The captain can only rank 4th in Zhangchang? Or is it that there are 4 people in Zhangchang who are stronger than him? Or does it mean something else? The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses never explained, so the woman could only guess blindly. You go to the stairs and guard them. Don't let anyone go upstairs. The man in the windbreaker and sunglasses blew away the ashes left on his fingers, shook his hands, and walked towards the box as if nothing had happened. I thought I'd knock on the door out of courtesy. But when the stranger escaped just now, he broke the door of the box. In this case, there is no need to knock on the door. He coughed and walked in. The other side. As the tall woman reached the stairs, the guards sent from headquarters arrived at the scene. Why is it you? Get out of the way. Our team has discovered an alien here. Headquarters has sent us here to carry out a mission. All non-essential personnel please leave immediately. What a coincidence, the captain of the escort team this time is the tall woman's ex-boyfriend. No. The alien has been killed by our boss. The ex-boyfriend frowned. He was the boss again. He was the boss all the time. Why did they break up on the spot? It was because of this boss. The woman regards the boss as her idol and even uses him as her phone screensaver. Anyone would accept it. The ex-boyfriend started arguing with the woman about this matter. The woman thought it was nothing. If you can't accept it, then break up. Get out of the way, we want to go up. Are you doubting our boss's ability? When I said the alien was killed, it was killed. Whether the alien is killed or not, we must go up. What do you mean? Are you still upset about our breakup? Don't mention breaking up with me. I'm still angry now. The two of them started arguing openly. The rest of the guards looked at each other. Why don't we go downstairs and see if there's anything we can find? Go, go, go. In the box. With Jang Renjie's repeated insistence, she finally used a small piece of bread to stop Xin Chuan's bleeding. Xin Chuan's expression showed a hint of despair, but he didn't dare to say anything. Little did he know that the cute and adorable Jang Renjie could be extremely fierce once she got serious. See, I told you this would stop the bleeding. Now, lean against the wall and don't move. I'll find something to bandage you outside. But there was no suitable cloth for bandaging in the box. The tablecloth is very dirty. Just at this moment, a man in a windbreaker and sunglasses walked in. Uncle, can I borrow your windbreaker? Chapter 51, Stone Tablet Records. Windbreaker? Can I borrow your windbreaker? Luo Ti Anyao? No matter what he borrows, he can borrow it. Borrow money. Borrowing rights. Some people even asked him to lend their lives. But this was the first time someone asked to borrow his windbreaker. In the eyes of others, windbreaker and sunglasses are his magic combination for showing off. No matter when or where, he always wears a windbreaker and sunglasses and does whatever he wants. He admitted that wearing sunglasses does have a bit of a pretentious element. But the trench coat is definitely not. The windbreaker made of special materials is his weapon. As for how powerful this weapon is, it has not yet been used in actual combat in this small one-star city of Zhangcheng. Outsiders have no way of knowing. Certainly. He also didn't want to reveal the terrifying power of this windbreaker. Since he was transferred from other cities to Zhangcheng a few years ago, he has never thought about using a windbreaker. If he were to use a windbreaker, he would definitely be in big trouble. At the very least, there would be a riot of A-level ferocious beasts. The outbreak of an A-level ferocious beast riot would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to a one-star city like Zhangchang. Sorry. I can't lend you my windbreaker. If it's something else, I can consider it. Luo Tianyao spread his hands and smiled at Zhang Renjie. Then take off your inner clothes and give them to me. Zhang Renjie now just wanted to bandage Xin Chuan's wound quickly and then send him to the hospital. As for whether the windbreaker or the clothes underneath are used for bandaging, it doesn't matter. Luo Tianyao. Maybe he understood why Zhang Renjie wanted the clothes. Only. Is it really necessary to use clothes to bandage it? I've studied medicine, maybe I can help him. Zhang Renjie was stunned, as if she had seen a savior, and immediately stood up. Okay, come on, come and see how he is he going to die? As long as you can save him, I will pay for his medical expenses. Said. This cute girl took off a necklace from her chest. I don't have that much cash on me, so I'll give you this necklace as a pre-diagnosis payment. I spent over 8 million on this necklace. It's only been 6 months, so it should still be worth half of it. Luo Tianyao? Shen Chuan? Even though Luo Tianyao worked in the governor's office and had no worries about money, he was still more or less shocked when he heard that a necklace was worth more than 8 million. Not to mention Shen Chuan, who was full of surprise. Who would have thought that Zhang Renjie was actually a hidden rich woman? A necklace costs more than 8 million, is he that rich? Besides, what is it like to go out with a necklace worth more than 8 million yuan around your neck? Don't you think it's too little? Seeing that Luo Tianyao didn't move for a long time, the cute Zhang Renjie frowned immediately. Without thinking much, she quickly took off the watch on her right wrist. This watch is for you too. My grandfather gave it to me. It seems to be custom made and worth about 30 million. Luo Tianyao? There is no harm without comparison. I only wear a watch worth more than 30,000 yuan. Shen Chuan? I thought a necklace worth more than 8 million was the limit. Who would have thought that a watch worth 30 million would appear? It is true that poverty limits one's imagination. I don't want money for saving people. Just agree to one condition afterward. Don't worry, this condition will definitely not embarrass you. The so-called condition is to let Zhang Renjie and Xin Chuan join the 79th Bureau. But now is obviously not the time to talk about this. The most urgent task right now is to save Xin Chuan. As long as you can save him, I will agree to not only one condition, but even if it's 10 conditions. Zhang Renjie didn't even think about it. Luo Tianyao nodded and stepped forward. Xin Chuan's shoulders were pierced by the alien's tongue on both sides, and he was indeed seriously injured. Even if I use some special medicines from the governor's office, I'm afraid I won't be able to train for a month. Is this the latest type of gauze? Luo Tianyao tore off a small piece of bread. Then. That's all. What I fear most is the sudden silence in the air. Who would use this thing to stop bleeding, for fear that the injured person hasn't lost enough blood? Luo Tianyao coughed lightly, adjusted his sunglasses, and looked at Xin Chuan with sympathy. Xin Chuan accepted his fate and looked like he had no desire to live. But the next second. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou's force value increased by 120 points, and it has been returned 4 times. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anyu's force value increased by 105 points, and has been returned 6 times. Shen Chuan? What are these twin school beauties doing? The force value increased so much at once. Space ball. The Lin family's heirloom. A spherical object the size of a handball. When opened, it reveals a training area the size of a basketball court. The 2 sisters of the Lin family have been training in the spaceball almost all the time since they were young. First of all, there will be no external interference at all. Secondly, the improvement speed of training in the spaceball is obviously faster than that in the outside world. This is not. Tonight the 2 sisters met again and entered the spaceball. Obviously, the news that Zhang Xian had signed an early contract with the Governor's Security Bureau did stimulate the 2 sisters to a certain extent. They thought they were unmatched in the school. Who would have thought that a master like Zhang Xian would suddenly appear? Main. Who can guarantee that there won't be a second, third, or even 9th or 10th Zhang Xian popping up? How could the two sisters who never gave up since childhood give up the first and second places so willingly? So after the test, they started to study like crazy. This also explains why Xian Chuan kept receiving messages about his strength being returned when he was in the library and eating at the restaurant. At that time, he wondered what was going on with these twin school beauties. Before he could figure it out, the two sisters entered the spaceball again. As a result, during training this time, he accidentally touched a mechanism. Then an ancient tower appeared in the spaceball. There are 3 words written on the archway of the tower. Trial Tower. The two sisters looked extremely surprised. Their elders had never mentioned this trial tower that appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, there is a stone tablet in front of the tower, which records relevant information about the trial tower. After the two sisters went forward and took a brief look, they concluded that if the information recorded on the stone tablet was true, then this trial tower was undoubtedly a cheating tool for increasing combat power. Once you enter the trial tower, your strength will increase 5 times faster than in the outside world. That is to say, even if you do nothing, the same training method can only increase your strength by 1 point outside, but by entering the trial tower, you can increase it by 5 points. In addition, once you enter the trial tower, the time inside the tower is half of the time outside. 2 hours in the tower is equivalent to only 1 hour outside. This leaves more time for training. Certainly. There is an even more important point. Chapter 52 Say Hello. The trial tower has a total of 49 floors. There are creatures guarding the tower on each floor. The higher the floor, the stronger the creatures guarding the tower will be. Defeating creatures on the corresponding level will give you extra rewards. This. Not only can you double your military strength, but you can also get extra rewards. The two sisters looked at each other and saw ecstasy in each other's eyes. What are you waiting for? Whether it is the cold and aloof elder sister or the violent younger sister, both of them are pursuing the path of becoming stronger and stronger. They took a deep breath, adjusted their state, and immediately entered the first floor of the trial tower. The tower guarding the first floor is a 2-meter-tall 4-armed monster. In terms of individual combat capability, no matter who the two sisters are, they are definitely no match for the 4-armed monster. But the advantage is that the two sisters work together well and are still able to fight against the 4-armed monster. Despite fighting for more than an hour, the two sisters ultimately lost. But in this more than 1 hour of actual combat, the two sisters' strength has improved by a qualitative leap. After this battle, my sister has broken through to the first grade warrior realm. And my sister just needs the final touch. Sister, let's take a break and continue. We'll try to defeat the tower guarding the first floor tonight. Sitting in the open space outside the tower, Lin Anyu ate something and immediately stood up, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Aren't you tired? Lin Anrou looked at her sister in surprise. On weekdays, my sister Lin Anyu would feel tired after every training session and would try to postpone the next training session as much as possible. But tonight, not only did she not look tired at all, she even insisted on continuing. It's like he's become a completely different person. I'm not tired. Don't you think this trial tower is fun? If I don't defeat the tower guarding creature in the first level tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Sister, you must be thinking the same thing as me, right? Lin Anrou did not deny it. Okay, sister, we've rested enough, let's go in and try again. I don't believe we can't pass the first level tonight. Seeing this, Lin Anyu immediately stepped forward, took his sister Lin Anrou's arm, and walked towards the trial tower without saying a word. And just like that, more than an hour passed. The two sisters ultimately failed. But the strength has further grown rapidly. These two increases in combat power were also reflected in Xian Chuan's response. Sister Lin Anrou increased her combat power by 120 points, which was returned 4 times. Sister Lin Anyu increased her combat power by 105 points, which was returned 6 times. Xian Chuan glanced at the panel. Name, Xian Chuan. Force value, 2,837 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 points of proficiency. Good guy. Such a wave of returns. Are you almost reaching the 3rd rank warrior level? Xian Chuan could clearly feel the power flowing through his body becoming even more powerful, as if he could blow the alien's head off with just one punch. It's a pity that the increase in military strength came a little late. Both shoulders were pierced. No matter how much your military strength increases, it won't help. In other words, the body's ability to recover has become a little stronger. But you still have to lie down when you need to, and you still have to take care of yourself when you need to. It would be nice if I could someday contract someone with self-healing abilities. This little injury on my shoulder healed automatically in minutes. Well, I just regret that the stranger just now wasn't a woman. Well, I just hate. Hiss, damn. Just as he was thinking about it, Luo Tianyao actually tore the other small pieces of bread apart, causing Xinchuan to grimace in pain and almost curse on the spot. Luo Tianyao had an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't tear this thing apart, you'll be bleeding when you're taken to the hospital." The blood-sucking ability of little Nianbo is really not exaggerated. Xinchuan grinned and took a few deep breaths before blurting out, "Thank you. You're such a nice person." "You're welcome." Luo Tianyao did understand medical skills, and he used techniques to temporarily block some of Xinchuan's blood vessels, so that the bleeding finally stopped. The next step is to wait for the ambulance to arrive and take him to the hospital for treatment. Zhang Renjie has contacted the best hospital in Jiangchang and she will cover all the expenses. As for school, she will also help with taking leave. All Xinchuan needs to do is to rest and recuperate. Xinchuan felt very sorry. "How about during this period of recuperation, I will teach you a few more math problems when I have time." It's not that Xinchuan loves solving math problems. But every failure makes you wiser. Twin bloodlines. One of Zhang Renjie's bloodline talents has awakened. Before the second bloodline awakens, complete the contract task quickly. Otherwise, this wave of losses has hit my grandma's house. He would never allow such a thing to happen, so he would explain the problem. He loved explaining the problem the most, so that he could complete the contract-based getting along task as quickly as possible. Okay. That's what I thought. It's bound to be boring while I'm with you. Why don't we just do some exercises and talk about them? Time will pass quickly. A sweet smile blossomed on Zhang Renjie's cute face. She was afraid that Xinchuan was injured and had no mood to explain the problem. Now he actually took the initiative to offer to explain the problem. That was really great. The 5-year and 3-year college entrance examination simulation book I bought before is finally useful. And those secret scrolls and sprint scrolls, bring them all over. It feels so good to think that with a top student like Xinchuan around, any difficult problem will be no problem at all. Zhang Renjie could no longer hide the smile on her face. Luo Tianyao, who was standing aside, was confused when he heard the conversation between the two. In a small one-star city like Jiangcheng, it was not easy to find two talented martial artists. Result: I don't like martial arts at all. Instead, he just does questions and talks about them. What went wrong? Could it be that only under this kind of model can geniuses emerge? Luo Tianyao vaguely felt that some of his understandings were about to be overturned. After a while, the ambulance arrived. When going downstairs, the guards who rushed over from headquarters to rescue immediately saluted Luo Tianyao, including the so-called ex-boyfriend. There's no way around it. His official title is there. If you don't salute him, it means you're disrespecting your superior. Just wait to be criticized. The Zhang family, who were holding a celebration banquet on the second floor, heard the sound of the ambulance and ran out to watch the excitement. When Aunt Jang and the female relatives who had been choked by the chili peppers saw that Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie were about to leave, they immediately refused to agree and ran forward to block the road and prevent them from leaving. No matter how Luo Tianyao spoke, he refused to give way and insisted that Xinchuan give an explanation. It wasn't until Xiao Zhanfeng, who was almost drunk, saw Luo Tianyao that he suddenly sobered up and ran over to salute. Only then did the Zhang family realize the seriousness of the matter. Luo Tianyao glanced at Xiao Zhanfeng, who was standing straight. I'm going to take the two newcomers from the 79th Bureau away now. Is there any problem? A newcomer in the 79th inning? Xiao Zhanfeng's eyes fell on Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie. They looked very ordinary, like scholars. He is definitely not as good as his newly signed Zhang Chuxian. Where's Zhang Chuxian, our newcomer in the security bureau? Come over and say hello. Chapter 53. No need to do homework. Xiao Zhanfeng must have been drunk, so he dared to show off in front of Luo Tianyao. Certainly. The most important thing was that Zhang Chuxian gave him enough confidence. Compared with the two liberal arts students signed by the 79th Bureau, they are much better. In the governor's office, the security bureau had been suppressed by the 79th Bureau for so long, and finally found a chance to show off. Where's Zhang Chuxian? Where is our newcomer in the security bureau? Come over and say hello. Xiao Zhanfeng muttered loudly and looked for Zhang Chuxian in the crowd. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family also hurried to look for him. This is a great opportunity to show off your prowess in front of others. Xianer, hurry up and get ready. But after shouting for a long time, there was still no sign of Zhang Chuxian. It shouldn't be. Given Zhang Chuxuan's personality, how could he be so late at this moment of showing off? Stop shouting. The Zhang Chuxian you call is here. Luo Tianyao winked at the tall female team member, who took out a glass container containing the ashes left after the alien was burned. This is the regulation of Bureau 79, and samples must be kept. Xiao Zhanfeng also knew this, and immediately sobered up. Strange person? Luo Tianyao did not answer. How is this possible? Are you saying that Zhang Chuxian, the new person signed by our security bureau, is an alien? Xiao Zhanfeng was more and more shocked. The Zhang family obviously didn't believe this. How could our Xianer be an alien? We've lived together for so many years. How could we not know that he is an alien? Sir, are you mistaken? Xianer, my Xianer. Wow, our Zhang family finally produced such a genius, but he died before he could even take off. God, why are you so cruel to our Zhang family? Wow, Xianer is dead, and I won't live either. The women of the Zhang family burst into tears, but no one dared to ask Luo Tianyao for an explanation. He was the leader of the 79th Bureau and no one dared to do so. At this time, the seriously injured Wu Sisi was also carried out on a stretcher. Seeing this, Xiao Zhanfeng hurried forward. At that time, I was worried that something might happen to Zhang Chuxian, so I asked Wu Sisi to go with me to see what had just happened. Then she would definitely know what had just happened. Number 17, where's Zhang Chuxian? What happened after you followed him out? The injured Wu Sisi was breathing very weakly and originally didn't want to speak at all, but when she heard Zhang Chuxuan's name, her eyes narrowed several times, and then she looked at the glassware in the tall woman's hand with fear. Afterwards, Wu Sisi briefly recounted what had happened before. You don't have to believe what other people say. But Wu Sisi would never lie to herself. And from Wu Sisi, I learned that Zhang Chuxian was really a magical being transformed by an alien. This. Xiao Zhanfeng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and sobered up all of a sudden. I can't imagine what terrible consequences would result if the transformed Zhang Chuxian was signed and brought back to the security bureau. It is no exaggeration to say that. It was the 79th inning that saved his career. It even saved his life. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhanfeng, who was still frightened, felt his legs go weak and he sat down on the ground. He no longer had the intention of showing off as before. His whole body shrank slightly and trembled. Seeing Xiao Zhanfeng like this, the Zhang family also became scared. Zhang Chuxian turned out to be an extraordinary person. Don't let it affect the Zhang family. Sir, we really didn't know Zhang Chuxian was an alien. Yes, we were completely unaware of this. If we knew he was an alien, we would have reported it immediately. It's a good thing such a heretic died. It's a great relief to the people. Thank you to the leaders of Bureau 79 for eliminating this evil. Pa. I don't know who started the applause, but the restaurant immediately erupted in warm applause. Luo Tianyao was indifferent to this and just said lightly, "Can we leave now?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Zhang family members immediately crawled to make way. Xiao Zhanfeng, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly thought of something and looked abruptly at Xinchuan and Jiang Renjie. According to Wu Sisi's retelling, these two liberal arts students are too awesome, right? A sword proficiency of 300 plus. One even awakened his bloodline talent. And the awakened talent is mental power. Psychics are much more powerful than ordinary warriors. Looking at the entire human world, which force would not covet psychics? Now, this newly awakened psychic was successfully defeated by Game 79. I finally understand why there is such a big gap between other departments and Bureau 79. The vision of the 79th Bureau is really sharp. Shen Chuan? Fuck, why is it you? As the Zhang family made way, the classmates who came to attend the celebration banquet recognized that the person lying on the stretcher was Xinchuan. There is also Jiang Renjie who is accompanying her. Didn't these two academic masters say they couldn't come? Especially Meng Donlai, he will definitely come if there is delicious food. But he did not forget his good brother Xinchuan while eating. He ate and packed the food, preparing to take it back to Xinchuan later. I never thought I would meet Xinchuan here, and in this way. Xinchuan, how did you get into this situation? Ah, your shoulder. It's over, it's over. I packed a lot of delicious food for you. How are you going to eat it like this? But you must be having a blast doing this. You won't even have to do your homework. If only my shoulder was injured too. No, it would be a shame if my shoulder was injured and I couldn't eat either. Then I'll just injure my right shoulder. I can't write with my left hand, but I can eat with it. Meng Donglai ran up and started chattering for a while. Xinchuan? Others? Is this kid okay? Did he eat too many mushrooms during the banquet? I actually think it's a good thing that both shoulders are seriously injured. Just because you don't have to do homework? It was visibly seen that the faces of the teachers present were all dark. Student, do you really not like studying? I would rather hurt my shoulder than do my homework. What a failure this education is. Xinchuan even wanted to kick him. He was already injured like this, and the fat guy was still there making fun of him? Come on, let me do the homework. Your shoulder is pierced. Fat Meng Donglai smiled awkwardly, realizing he had said something wrong. Well, I was just kidding. Who wants to injure their shoulders or hands? Come on, have some pork elbow. It's good for your health. Shut up. Oh. I'm going to pack some things for you. We'll talk to you when you're better. Xinchuan simply didn't want to talk anymore. This brother was okay to get along with, but he just asked for a beating sometimes. Half an hour later, Xinchuan was successfully admitted to Jiangqing Jinhui Hospital. Gurgle gurgle. As the twin school beauties entered the trial tower, Xinchuan's martial arts skills were almost reaching the third-grade warrior level. Energy consumption is naturally greater and faster. Let me feed you. Chapter 54 Gift. For Xinchuan, the biggest trouble with his shoulder injury is that he can't eat normally. Unfortunately, the twin school beauties returned a large amount of force, causing a huge consumption of energy in their bodies. Even though he had just had a big meal in the restaurant, he was already starving. He endured it all the way to the hospital. Now, the doctors and nurses have all left. Even Luo Tianyao left. He finally couldn't bear it anymore, his stomach kept growling, and the growling became louder and louder. This is very embarrassing. But Zhang Rinjie didn't feel embarrassed at all. First of all, she had seen that Xinchuan had a huge appetite, but he was not a big eater. Secondly, on the way to the hospital, she had been thinking about how to solve Xinchuan's eating problem. We must not let Xinchuan go hungry. If he is hungry, he will not have the energy to teach himself math problems. The cute and adorable Zhang Rinjie has such simple thoughts. So, when she heard Xinchuan's belly making louder and louder noises, and Xinchuan's embarrassed expression, she almost didn't hesitate, and looked straight at Xinchuan. Let me feed you. You can't eat like this. Of course, the premise is that you don't mind, or don't feel embarrassed. Zhang Rinjie's face flushed slightly. She had thought a lot about it. Anyway, she mustered up her courage and waited quietly for Xinchuan's reply. Xinchuan was obviously stunned for a moment. From childhood to adulthood, only his mother and grandmother had fed him, no one else. Not to mention the opposite sex like Zhang Rinjie. We are all classmates. Let female classmates feed you? Just imagining the scene makes me feel embarrassed. And what would happen if my classmates knew about this? Absolutely explosive news. But I'm so hungry. Don't eat anything. Xinchuan felt like he was about to die. You're almost dead, so why should you be embarrassed or afraid of being eaten by others? Is there anything more important than being alive? As for disgust? She is the class beauty. How many boys would stare at a cute girl like this and want her to feed them? Don't be ungrateful for what you have. Zhang Rinjie, if you don't mind, please feed me. Before he could finish his words, his stomach started growling again. It's no trouble. Jinhui Hospital is the best hospital in Jiangcheng, with complete facilities. There is a cafeteria on each floor, making it very convenient to eat. Not long after Zhang Rinjie left the ward, she came back with a bag of packed food. I just bought some. Thank you, I'm not picky about food. You're welcome. Come on, open your mouth. Xinchuan slowly opened his mouth, not knowing whether to say it or not. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still more or less embarrassed when the moment finally came. Zhang Renjie was not in much better condition. Her jade-like arms were trembling slightly, and she almost fed the food into Xin Chuan's nostrils. How about we do the questions while feeding each other? Finally, Xin Chuan came up with a trick to ease the embarrassment. You know what, this trick really works. Take a bite while reading the questions. Take another sip while you think. Take another sip when solving the problem. Say it again when you are talking about the topic. Hello, I'm fine, everyone is fine, no need to be embarrassed. Governor's Office, Bureau 79. As soon as Luo Tianyao returned to the unit, he reported Xin Chuan, Zhang Renjie, and the discovery of the alien to the director one by one. The director had originally gone to bed, but upon hearing the news, he quickly got up. The 79th Bureau hasn't signed any new players in a long time. It's not that they don't want to sign. It can even be said that the signing threshold has been lowered again and again. But the students nowadays are not good enough, and their talents are getting worse with each passing year. As a result, the bureau is now full of old people and there is almost a lack of successors. Now Luo Tianyao has found 2 gifted students. One of them has even awakened his bloodline talent and will most likely become a psychic in the future. How could the director not be excited about this? He gave full authority to Luo Tianyao to be responsible for this matter, and was determined to get these 2 talented students at all costs. Even if the school made some unreasonable demands, he would accept them. Who would have thought that what the director said would come true? When Luo Tianyao was communicating with the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School about the contract, the latter actually made a request. Leader, you also know that it is not easy for our school to train 2 liberal arts geniuses. We are counting on them to get into good universities and become ambassadors for our school. If you take them both away at once, it will be a huge loss to our school. Of course, if the leader wants someone, we must cooperate. But look, can you give our school a little compensation? Leader, please don't misunderstand me. Our school is definitely not the kind of place where you ask for too much. Do you think this is okay? Could the leader send someone to the school tomorrow to teach us martial arts students a set of B-level martial arts in front of us? Yes, B-level martial arts is enough. As for how much of the essence our students can learn, it depends on their comprehension. In this world, martial arts can be divided into SSS level, SS level, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level, and F level. Every school teaches a set of martial arts, and students practice together during breaks. Similar to the physical exercises during class in the original world. But the physical exercises are different in every school. In a small 1-star city like Jiangcheng, it is already a remarkable thing for a school to have a set of C-level martial arts. Now, the principal, adhering to the idea of becoming bigger and stronger, directly asked for a set of B-level martial arts. It is conceivable that if he really gets the position, he will undoubtedly become the most successful principal in the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. For a unit like Bureau 79, they must be able to come up with a set of B-level martial arts. But it's a small city after all. Who can understand the pain of a small city? Even the best units currently only have 1 set of S-level martial arts, 2 sets of A-level martial arts, and 7 sets of B-level martial arts. Now the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School has asked for a set of B-level martial arts. And B-level martial arts is enough. This is so meow. The key point is that the principal kept saying that it was to make up for the school's losses. Bureau 79 wants 2 of your liberal arts students. You turn around and ask for a set of B-level martial arts to give to the martial arts students? Luo Tianyao could hear all this calculation while sitting in the office. I really wanted to take a car over and beat him up. But when he thought of Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie, 2 gifted students, if his 79th Bureau did not agree, he was afraid that other departments would rush to agree. It was not like other departments were unable to produce B-level martial arts. Weigh the pros and cons again and again. Luo Tianyao finally nodded in agreement, and he didn't look for anyone else. He decided to go to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School in person tomorrow to teach the B-level martial arts Thunder Fist. Chapter 55 Clown. Indeed, he is a good brother. Later, Meng Donglai rushed to the hospital to accompany Xin Chuan. This helped Xin Chuan solve a big problem. That is, when it comes to eating, you can let Zhang Renjie feed you. Going to the bathroom? You can't let the little girl. Xin Chuan was naturally not that brave. Even if he wet his pants, he would not let Zhang Renjie help him. This was a matter of reputation for the girl, so he had better not mess around. Meng Donlai's arrival solved the problem perfectly. No words all night. The next morning, Meng Donlai was awakened by a message in the class group. Oh my god, this wave of benefits is incredible. The principal has specially invited a martial arts master to teach everyone a B-level martial arts technique. All students can participate, including us liberal arts students. B-level martial arts? And it was taught by a martial arts master himself. I have to say this wave is really good. It seems that the principal has spent a lot of money. These days, it is very expensive to invite a martial arts master, not to mention asking him to teach you a B-level martial arts personally. Don't even think about it, it will definitely be extremely expensive. Only. Xian vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it for a while. He had no idea that this was the benefit he got in exchange for selling him and Zhang Renjie. Xian, if I learn this B-level martial arts, will it be very handsome? Will it be able to kill people indiscriminately? Meng Donlai waved his fist excitedly. It's going to be really cool. They will definitely kill people. But the premise is that you have to learn it. Xian winked at his good brother. You don't believe me? Meng Donlai immediately frowned, and the boat of friendship seemed to be about to capsize. Xian did not answer, but asked, do you believe that you can learn it? I might, probably, perhaps, should, Meng Donlai suddenly stuttered a little. That's it. Xian smiled slightly. Meng Donlai was stunned. Why is that all? What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. And you still say haha, isn't the answer already obvious? Fuck, Xian, you still don't believe me. Since last night, I've helped you go to the toilet 3 times, once, and even helped you wipe. Stop. I believe, I have 100% confidence that you can learn it, okay? It's too late. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. What are you two arguing about so early in the morning? I can hear your voices as soon as I get out of the elevator. Come, time for breakfast. I made some porridge myself. Zhang Renjie walked in carrying a bucket of porridge and 2 bags of food. When Meng Donlai heard that there was porridge to eat, he immediately stopped bickering with Xian and ran to get a bowl. Have porridge. It's such a happy thing to be able to drink a bowl of porridge early in the morning. At this moment, I already feel that I am surrounded by happiness bit by bit. Meng Donlai, I'm sorry, I only made a little porridge. Give it to Xian. After all, he is injured. Look, would you like some soy milk and some buns? Meng Donlai? Ugly freak, could you please not turn on the light? He felt like a clown. Xian was extremely amused by this scene, but he could only hold it back. It was too uncomfortable. He forced himself to suppress his laughter, and his body twitched. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The principal brought the teachers to the school gate to wait for people. At 7:30, a black business car drove up. After it stopped, Luo Tianyao got out, still wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. I didn't expect leader Luo to come here in person. This is truly a great honor for Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Welcome, a warm welcome. The principal came forward and started to speak in a series of compliments, and then, under his leadership, warm applause broke out at the school gate. Don't do this useless stuff. My time is valuable, let's get started. Let me say this up front. I'll only rehearse 10 times. The first 5 will be slow motion, the next 3 will be slightly sped up, and the last 2 will be at normal speed. How much you learn and understand depends on your students' talent. This is natural. Come on, the students are already gathered in the playground, waiting for you to come over. The principal still had an attentive smile on his face. It is impossible to make all students master a B-level martial art. But as long as a few students can understand it, then today's business will be a sure win. So he arranged in advance some of the students with the best martial arts talents to stand in the front. Among them are the twin school beauties Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu. They are also the students most likely to comprehend B-level martial arts. After all, one of them is the first in the school in martial arts. A second place in military science. And they are also very willing to learn B-level martial arts. Now with the unexpected discovery of the trial tower, the more martial arts they can learn, the more likely it will help them succeed in breaking through the tower. If I can comprehend the B-level martial arts today, I will go back and continue to challenge the first level of the tower. The two sisters just didn't believe that they couldn't get through the first level. Luo Tianyao said not to waste time, but when he was asked to go to the playground and start immediately, he felt a little unhappy. This principal is totally ignorant. He came here early in the morning and didn't even bother to ask if I had breakfast? Then please come to the office, make a pot of good tea and savor it slowly. Finally, teach martial arts. Everyone was happy with this arrangement. But he didn't say anything polite and went straight to the playground. Okay. Luo Tianyao's face had obviously become darker, but it wasn't that obvious because he was wearing sunglasses. After a while, the group came to the podium in front of the playground. All the students' attention immediately focused on Luo Tianyao. Isn't this the senior leader who was evaluated yesterday? I heard he's from Bureau 79. The principal is really awesome. He actually invited the leader of Bureau 79 to teach us B-level martial arts. Wow, this is incredible. I must study hard and never let the principal down. You've been studying E-level martial arts for half a month and still haven't understood them. Now you're learning B-level martial arts. Are you sure you can learn them? Fuck, your words are so hurtful. Classmates, please be quiet for a moment. Let us welcome Luo Tianyao, the leader of the 79th Bureau of the Governor's Office, to teach you martial arts. The principal said with a beaming face. Thunderous applause immediately broke out in the playground. Dear students, let's not waste any more time on nonsense and get straight to the point. What I'm going to teach you today is a B-level martial art Thunder Fist. I'll go through it from beginning to end 10 times. The first 5 times will be in slow motion, the next 3 will be slightly sped up, and the last 2 will be at normal speed. How much you can grasp depends on yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyao took a stance. All the students remained silent, staring at Luo Tianyao with wide eyes. Even the teachers were staring at Luo Tianyao intently, obviously wanting to learn from him too. Ha! Here we go. Chapter 56 benefits increased several times. Lin Anrou stood at the front of the team, glancing back a few times seemingly indifferently, but in fact she was secretly looking for Xin Chuan's figure with her peripheral vision. Last night, Xin Chuan didn't return to the rental house until very late. The two sisters went out this morning, but still didn't see Xin Chuan. This is a night out. She didn't believe Xin Chuan would do anything bad. Then why didn't you come back all night? Could something have happened? She couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xiao Chuanquan, where have you been? It's dangerous for boys to stay out at night and run around, don't you know? Especially now that there are so many female hooligans, you must protect yourself. I'm going to work harder. When I get back, I'll go to the trial tower again to increase my strength and improve my secret skill teleportation. Then, I can teleport to your side whenever I want. Lin Anrou clenched her fists, a fighting spirit ignited in her heart. At the same time, Sister Lin Anyu was also thinking about Xin Chuan. In my sister's opinion, Xin Chuan did not come back all night because he must be afraid of her revenge. You still have some self-awareness. But I don't have time to play with a little ant like you right now. After I've completely transformed myself in the trial tower, I'll slowly play you to death. Thinking of this, Lin Anyu showed a wicked smile. On the rostrum right in front of the playground, Luo Tianyao began to practice the Thunder Fist. The first 5 times were in slow motion. He explained while practicing. The Thunder Fist is as powerful as its name. Once mastered, it is as powerful as thunder, fierce and domineering. When your proficiency reaches 100 points, which means you've reached the peak of entry-level skills, your fist will emit a thunderous sound. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyao threw a punch, and the sound like thunder echoed throughout the playground. Many students were caught off guard and quickly covered their ears, feeling a sharp pain in their eardrums. When your proficiency exceeds 100 points and reaches around 300, you've reached the mid-level proficiency realm. At this point, a swing of your fist will create 2 thunderous noises. As soon as the words fell, Luo Tianyao immediately threw another punch, boom boom. 2 thunderous noises were heard in succession. The noise is much louder than before. Even though many students learned their lesson this time and covered their ears in advance, the loud noise still hurt their eardrums. Even some students with low fighting power had their eardrums bleeding directly. Certainly. Fortunately, these students with lower combat power were standing at the back of the team, otherwise they would have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, which would have been very troublesome. When your proficiency reaches 500 points, which is the peak of proficiency, you can then fire 3 shots. After Luo Tianyao finished speaking, he wanted to practice it again. Stop, stop, stop. The principal hurriedly called a halt upon seeing this. If these 3 thunderclaps were to happen, a large number of students would definitely fall down on the playground. It would be so ugly if the scene really turned out like that. Goodbye. Not to mention, the principal didn't even hold out any hope that any student would be able to make 3 loud thunderclaps. Even if they are extremely talented twin school beauties, they can make 2 sounds, or even just 1. The principal was very satisfied. As for other students, just learn as much as you can. Luo Tianyao paused when he heard the principal stop, but he could understand why he stopped, so he did not continue the drill, but continued. When your proficiency exceeds 500 points, you'll enter the mastery realm. When it reaches 1000 points, you'll be able to perform 4 rounds. When it reaches 2500 points, you'll be able to perform 5 rounds. You should know that the highest level of Thunderfist is that 1 punch can make 9 sounds. But when he talked about the 5th sound, Luo Tianyao stopped and didn't intend to continue. First of all, it makes no sense. Among these students, it would be remarkable if 1 or 2 of them could make a difference today. 5 shots? Don't even think about it. Secondly, he himself can only fire 5 shots. To continue, he doesn't know how to do it either. Okay, now I'm going to do it a second time using slower movements. Watch carefully. Taking a deep breath was difficult for Luo Tianyao. In order to prevent these students from not understanding, he could only slow down as much as possible. Soon, the second, slower movement drill is over. Luo Tianyao put his hands behind his back and glanced at the students. I'll give you a minute to recall, and then try to play it again by yourselves. Good. Standing at the front of the team was the student with the best martial arts talent in Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School. His movements were so slow just now, he must have been able to imitate others. Among them, the best performers are definitely the twin school beauties. As for other students, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Even though it was slow motion, they still couldn't see it clearly. I give up. What can I learn from this? Damn, is this the legendary B-level martial arts? It's too difficult. If I had this much time, why don't I just sleep in the classroom? Why do I have to come here and suffer? I can't even understand D-level martial arts, and now I'm going straight to B-level martial arts. This is too difficult for me. Xin Chuan is smart. He just asked for leave. Meng Donglai, you are Xin Chuan's buddy. Do you know why he asked for leave? I don't know. Meng Donglai pretended to know nothing and spread his hands, as if nothing had anything to do with him. It's so difficult. It seems like I can only stay in school and be a teacher for the rest of my life. Of course, Lao Liao, accept your fate. I originally thought there might be a chance of saving him, but now I've given up. In the team, the 2 teachers hugged each other with regret on their faces. It is a great opportunity for students to have a martial arts master teach B-level martial arts on the spot. Isn't it the same for teachers? If they could learn this B-level martial arts, they wouldn't have to stay in a school with so few benefits. If you switch to another company, your benefits will increase several times. B-level martial arts is not something that can be learned so easily just by wanting to. The 2 teachers hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. Sister. I spent a whole night in the trial tower yesterday, and I found that my comprehension seems to have improved a lot. B-level martial arts must have been very difficult for me before, but now it seems that it is not that difficult. Lin Anyu practiced a few times and vaguely felt that his proficiency in the Thunder Fist had reached 50 points. This is a bit exaggerated. She looked at her sister Lin Anrou excitedly. Lin Anrou nodded and also found that after spending a night in the trial tower, her comprehension had improved a lot. Now her proficiency in Thunder Fist is about 60 points. Practice a few more times. Maybe you can reach a proficiency of 100 points and make your first sound. The other side. Jinhui Hospital. Xin Chuan was lying on the hospital bed, boredly counting the birds outside the window. Sudden. The system rang. Chapter 57, it's really amazing. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou practiced the Thunder Fist, increasing her proficiency by 60 points. A 20-fold return has been issued. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anyu practiced the Thunder Fist, increasing his proficiency by 50 points. 15 times the reward has been returned. Xian Chuan? A look of confusion. These two sisters are so curly. I didn't sleep all night last night and worked hard to increase my strength. Now it's time to test your martial arts proficiency. This. You guys worked so hard on this volume. And I can improve more by lying down than you can. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Xin Chuan showed a smug expression and then silently opened the panel. Name, Xin Chuan. Force value, 2,837 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency points. Thunder Fist 1950 proficiency points. Even a master like Luo Tianyao took 2 years to reach a proficiency of 2,000 points when practicing the Thunder Fist. Until now, it has just passed 2,500 points and can hit 5 shots. On the other hand, Xin Chuan didn't even know what the Thunder Fist was. He was lying on the bed counting the birds outside the window, but his proficiency in the Thunder Fist was close to 2,000 points. If Luo Tianyao knew about this, he would become withdrawn and vomit blood in anger. Fortunately, he was unaware of this at the moment. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp as he scanned the students at the front of the line one by one. Leader, what do you think? Are our students talented? The principal came forward and asked. Not bad. Especially the 2 girls in the front. They look like twins. They have the best talent. I've only practiced twice, and one's proficiency has reached 60 points, and the other's has 50 points. There is no doubt that this result was a little beyond Luo Tianyao's expectations. With the talents that the twin sisters have shown now, it is possible that they can make 1 or even 2 sounds today. It's a pity. The threshold for 79 games is relatively high. Those who are selected are geniuses among geniuses. Like Xin Chuan and Jian Renjie. The 2 sisters are a little different after all. But it's also good to have a backup. Take another look. Aside. Hearing Luo Tianyao's words, the principal was obviously greatly relieved. You can imagine how difficult B-level martial arts are. Students want to learn, but it's too difficult, too difficult. He had originally prepared for the worst-case scenario where no one had learned it, so he had to let the students continue learning by watching video recordings. Who would have thought that the twin school beauties would have such amazing comprehension? Ha ha ha. This did not go in vain. If the twin sisters learned this set of B-level afternoon exercises, they would achieve good results in the martial arts college entrance examination in more than 2 months. TSK TSK TSK. He is the most successful principal in the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, and his position is stable. What about the others? Do you think anyone else might be able to learn it? Luo Tianyao shook his head. It is difficult for other students to reach a proficiency of 50 points. All right. The principal smiled and felt that he was a little greedy. He would be lucky if 2 people could learn it. Leader, please continue. Since there's no way other students will learn it, there's no point wasting time. It would be better to seize the time and let Luo Tianyao practice a few more times so that the twin sisters can absorb and improve better. Luo Tianyao nodded and took a step forward. Next is the 3rd rehearsal. I will speed up a little bit. Watch carefully. After saying that, he began the 3rd rehearsal. Then the 4th time. The 5th time. Okay, 5 slow motion drills are over. Try it now. Luo Tianyao had his hands behind his back. The wind had just started to blow, and his windbreaker was blown up. It had to be said that he looked quite handsome. On the playground. Lin Anyu seemed to be thinking about something, then quickly closed his eyes, went over the entire move of the Thunder Fist in his mind, and then opened his eyes with a gleam of light. Boom! The next second, she threw a punch. A thunderous noise exploded on the playground. The other students were stunned, each of them looked like they were under a spell. Even the teacher opened his mouth wide. 2 seconds later. Fuck, Lin Anyu made a loud noise. This is a B-level martial art. I didn't even understand it, and she got started right away? He, this talent is so terrifying. Love it, you are worthy of being my goddess. My younger sister has already entered the sect, But what about my older sister? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Anrou. Lin Anyu also looked over expectantly, thinking that his sister would be fine too. As expected. Next second, Lin Anrou threw a punch. Boom! A loud thunder exploded. And the sound was obviously louder than my sister's punch. Sister has also entered the door. The elder sister's punch made a louder noise than the younger sister's. The elder sister is the elder sister. The talents of these two sisters are too terrifying. Ah, why can't they be my girlfriends? What the hell are you doing here? Ah, what are you talking about? I feel like I'm deaf from that noise just now. Hee hee, sister, I knew you could do it. And that noise is louder than me. Too strong. Lin Anyu was amazed and gave his sister a thumbs up. Lin Anrou smiled faintly, but you made the sound before me, so you are more powerful. No, I just made the first move. Lin Anyu smiled and then changed the subject. But for the next two shots, I'm not only going to be faster than you, but I'm also going to be louder. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Anrou also looked at him with a burning gaze. The two sisters competed with each other openly. In their eyes, their only opponents were each other. The other students looked at each other in bewilderment. The feeling of being ignored was terrible. But compared to the feeling of powerlessness when learning the Thunder Fist, it is not that uncomfortable. He is a genius. It's normal to lose to them and be ignored by them. They had no choice but to use such words to comfort themselves in their hearts. Yes, these two students are really good. On the stage, Luo Tianyao was also quite surprised. He thought that the two sisters would not be able to make the first sound until they had practiced 10 times. Unexpectedly, after only 5 times, the two sisters made the first sound. It was really amazing. If after the next 5 times, the two sisters can make 2 consecutive sounds, he might consider signing the two sisters to 79 innings as well. Watch out, I'm starting the 6th drill now. It will definitely be faster than the previous 5 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianyao took up his stance and began to practice. Offstage, the two sisters looked serious and held their breath, afraid of missing any details. At the same time, Jinhui Hospital Ward. After counting the birds outside the window, Xinchuan turned over and suddenly felt his butt was very itchy, but he couldn't scratch it, so he could only rub it. Sudden. Bite. 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 The system is here again. Chapter 58. There is no need to waste time. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou practices Thunder Fist, increases proficiency by 50 points, and returns 10 times the amount. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anyu practices Thunder Fist, increasing his proficiency by 55 points. I will return it 18 times. Xinchuan, who was rubbing against the bed, stopped moving instantly. A look of confusion. I'm still confused. What are these two sisters trying to do? Is this stimulated by something? I feel a little scared suddenly. Especially Lin and Fish. That girl has a grudge against me. Being so enthusiastic and practicing so hard, could it be that he wants to send himself away? Xinchuan was so scared that he quickly opened the panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 2,837 points. Secret technique, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency points, Thunder Fist 3340 proficiency points. Ah, this? The Thunder Fist is very subtle. You can play 6 shots. In this case, it would not be so easy for Lin Anyu to send himself away. Scare yourself. Xinchuan immediately changed to a comfortable position and started rubbing again. Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Time flies. On the rostrum, Luo Tianyao finished demonstrating the 10-shot Thunder Fist. I'll give you 10 minutes to recall what you learned, and then try to make 2 claps. Naturally, these words were only said to the twin sisters. The two sisters nodded at the same time, closed their eyes, and began to savor the memory. Leader, what do you think is the probability that the two sisters can make 2 sounds? The principal came closer and asked cautiously. It's hard to say. Luo Tianyao had a blank expression. First tone, easy. 2 consecutive sounds would be too difficult. It took him a long time to understand it at first. If only these two sisters could really make 2 noises in 10 minutes. Sign the contract. Sign the contract immediately. But the probability is too low. If it was Zhang Renjie who had awakened her bloodline talent, there might still be a possibility. As for Xin Chuan, that kid's only strength lies in his proficiency in swordsmanship. Let him box. I'm afraid that won't work. It is said that different fields are like different mountains, let alone swordsmanship and boxing, the differences between them are huge. Let's not talk about this for now. I've practiced it 10 times and I'm a little tired. Go get something to drink. Leader, is tea available? Luo Tianyao nodded. He still had some conscience and knew to prepare tea. If there was no tea, whoever wanted to come to this crappy school could come, but he would never come again. Okay, I'll take it to the leader right away. The principal ran away quickly. In the audience, the students were not idle either. They can't learn it, but it doesn't affect their enthusiasm for eating melons at all. Who do you think can make 2 sounds? I think it's my sister. It must be my sister. I should be fine, right? On the contrary, I think it's impossible. It's a B-level martial art. Do you think it's the common F-level martial art? How can it be so easy to make 2 loud noises? I don't think it's possible either. Come on, I'll open the market and you place your bets. I can beat my sister with a spicy noodle. I'll give my sister a bag of melon seeds. I can't even press 2, just a used cucumber. Fuck, can this thing be suppressed? Is it not possible? In the crowd, Meng Donglai was yawning. He had been accompanying the patient all night last night, and was not treated differently this morning, not even having porridge to drink. Now he had to stand for such a long time. He just wanted to say, "What sin have I committed? Why wasn't I the one who injured my shoulder? Look, my sister Lin Anyu has opened her eyes. It's about to begin." Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone looked over there. Lin Anyu took a deep breath and then threw a quick punch. Boom! Thunder exploded. This noise was much louder than her previous punch. Only the second sound did not come for a long time. What went wrong? She frowned, then closed her eyes again. On the rostrum, Luo Tianyao was almost frightened by Lin Anyu's actions. His emotions were obviously complicated. When the second sound came, he both wanted it to come and was afraid of it. Leader, the tea is here. There are 3 kinds. Which one do you like? At this time, the principal came over with a smile on his face. Luo Tianyao nodded, thinking of drinking some tea to calm his nerves. I never thought that the other party was so thoughtful in his preparations, and even prepared 3 kinds of tea at once. So should I drink tea guanyin, longjing, or biliukan? When I turned around, I saw the principal holding a supermarket shopping bag. The bag contained iced tea, iced green tea, and a bottle of jasmine tea. Boss, choose whichever tea you like. You can like them all. These 3 bottles are originally for you. The principal smiled more and more, thinking that he was very capable. He directly bought 3 kinds of tea, saving the leader the trouble of choosing. And each bottle is in large size, so it is enough for you. How thoughtful. Luo Tianyao? I am thinking of tea guanyin, longjing, or biliukan. What they got was iced black tea, iced green tea, and jasmine tea. Surprising or not? Unexpected or not? It's really frightening. Principal, are you serious? The principal was stunned, thinking that all 3 bottles were given, and wondered if he was serious. Of course, boss, don't be polite, all 3 bottles are for you. In a messy situation. Under the stage, Sister Lin Anrou opened her eyes, demonstrated a few starting moves, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she threw a clean and neat punch. Boom! This sound was louder than thunder. But the second sound that everyone was expecting still did not come. Lin Anrou was not discouraged. She closed her eyes and continued to think. It seems that it's not that easy. What are you thinking? B-level martial arts. If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone in our school be a martial arts master? Both sisters tried once, but were unsuccessful. It looks like I'm going to win. Win? Did you even place a bet? Damn it, I forgot, I'm placing my bet now. It's too late. I won't accept your bet. On stage. Principal, your tea is so special. I'm not used to it. Please keep it for yourself and enjoy it slowly. That's all for today. By the way, I'm signing the contract with those 2 liberal arts students and leaving. Luo Tianyao said hello and left. Both sisters attempted a punch. The results were not ideal. As for whether it will be successful next, Luo Tianyao already knew the result, so there was no need to waste time here. Hey, boss, don't leave. It's not even 10 minutes yet. Wait until you finish watching. Don't look at it anymore, the result is already obvious. Let them work hard. In a month, maybe we can make a second sound. Luo Tianyao walked down from the podium. In the past, he would sleep in the morning. I got up so early today, so I went to the hospital to see Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie. Chapter 59 Problem. Jinhui Hospital. Zhang Renjie asked for a separate room to study. Her plan was to finish 50 math problems in the morning, then check the answers. For the questions she got wrong, she would think about where she went wrong first, and then think about whether she could get them right if she did them again. If she really couldn't figure out where she went wrong, she would mark the questions and ask Xinchuan for help. This can not only improve learning results most effectively, but also ensure Xinchuan's rest time to the greatest extent. Soon, she finished the 50 math problems, checked the answers, and reviewed them herself. There were still 6 questions that I had no idea how to answer. She took the notebook and walked towards Xinchuan's ward. Xiaojiang Jang, if I were you, I wouldn't choose to do math problems right now. I'd hurry up and practice martial arts. That talented kid has a shoulder injury and is lying in bed, unable to practice. And you've awakened your bloodline talent. This is the perfect opportunity for you to leave him far behind. Otherwise, with this kid's martial arts talent, once he recovers, even if you awaken your bloodline talent, it won't be enough for him. I'm not exaggerating, it's just that boy's martial arts talent is too scary. I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen a monster like this. If you don't want the gap between you and him to widen further in the future, hurry up and listen to me now. The good intentions of the Ringwraith elders echoed in my mind. Zhang Renjie paused for a moment and said cutely, "Senior, Xinchuan is becoming stronger and stronger. I am happy for him and hope that he will continue to become stronger, the stronger the better." You're so stupid. When he becomes invincible, do you think he'll still be short of women? If you have feelings for him, hurry up and make yourself stronger now. Believe me, when a man becomes strong enough, he will have high expectations for his partner. If you just stand still, he will definitely abandon you. A talent like his must be looking for an outstanding woman to pass on his genes to his offspring after they have formed a relationship. Zhang Renjie? First reaction. Senior, I'm still a child. I've never even held hands with someone of the opposite sex. Are we discussing the issue of having offspring? Is it really appropriate to say this? Silly girl, you don't think you can win his heart with just a few math problems, do you? Senior, I didn't. I just simply like to study and do math problems. And since his math grades were better than mine, I wanted to ask him some difficult questions. Senior, I was young once too, I understand. Zhang Renjie? What do you know? Blushing face. Push open the door of the ward. Xinchuan was lying there, staring blankly at the ceiling. In fact, he was looking at the panel. Not long after that, the twin sisters' proficiency in the Thunder Fist improved a lot. He has already received the refund. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 2,837 points. Secret skill, teleport 65 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency points, Thunder Fist 4080 proficiency points. The proficiency of this Thunder Fist has exceeded 4,000 points? Now both my shoulders are injured and I can't box. Otherwise, if I meet the 3rd level alien again, with my more than 4,000 points of proficiency in Thunder Fist, I can at least beat him to a pulp, not to mention killing him, right? A level 3 alien has 3 mouths, right? Then hit it 3 times. How is this possible? Isn't his shoulder injured? How does he practice boxing? I've never seen such a monster before. The Ringwraith glanced at Xinchuan's cultivation level inadvertently and his defense was instantly broken. Senior, what's wrong with you? Xiaojiang Jang, your classmate named Xinchuan is not a human being. Even with a shoulder injury, he can still practice boxing. I've never seen such a freak. And he's been practicing all day, but in just one morning, his proficiency in the B-rank martial art, Thunderfist, has already reached 4,000 plus? That's a B-level martial art, not the common E-level or F-level ones. More importantly, has he left the ward? Look at him like this. Let alone leaving the ward, he hasn't even gotten out of the bed. However, the proficiency of Thunderfist is 4,000 plus. This defense. The ring rates are getting more and more broken. Zhang Renjie was also a little confused after hearing this. Judging from talent alone, was it her who awakened her bloodline, or was it Xin Chuan who awakened his bloodline? Both shoulders were severely injured. He needed someone to feed him when he ate and to support him when he went to the toilet. Just like that, I lay there for the whole morning. B-level martial arts Thunderfist proficiency level 4,000 plus? Senior, did you see it wrong? Zhang Renjie opened her mouth in disbelief. The ring wraiths were silent. She once doubted herself, wondering if she had seen it wrong. How could there be such a horrible monster on this planet? However, you're seeing the hammer. She said she wasn't dazzled to that extent. Wait a moment. I really saw it wrong. The ring wraith suddenly said. Zhang Renjie smiled slightly. Look, senior, let me tell you, although Xin Chuan's talent is terrifying, it's not so terrifying that he can't punch with both hands, and he can still practice boxing proficiency. The ring wraith spoke slowly. I was mistaken. His proficiency in Thunderfist is not just 4,000 plus, but 4,500 plus. Ha! What are you doing? Zhang Renjie stood at the door in a daze, beginning to doubt her life. And she is not the only one who doubts life. The ring wraiths no longer wanted to talk. Just talking about talent. Xin Chuan is not a monster at all. No monster is as scary as him. Little did they know. Xin Chuan was also a little confused. What on earth do the twin sisters want to do? In the blink of an eye, the proficiency of the Thunderfist was returned by 500 points. Such operation. This made Xin Chuan feel itchy, and he really wanted to try out how powerful the Thunderfist with a proficiency of 4,500 plus was. Unfortunately, both shoulders were seriously injured. Why do I suddenly feel a kind of melancholy like an ancient eunuch visiting Yichinyuan? Feeling sentimental. There was a loud boom of thunder. Then came the second sound. The third tone. The noise is getting louder and louder. Xin Chuan quickly came to his senses, looking confused. Don't mess around, this is a hospital, where did the explosion come from? Zhang Renjie, who was standing at the door of the ward, also looked confused and didn't understand where the explosion came from. Just then, a nurse pushed a cart into the ward to change Xin Chuan's dressing. Nurse, what was that explosion just now? The nurse had an expression of someone who was already used to it. That's our director practicing his boxing. It seems to be called the Thunder Fist. It's quite powerful. But don't worry, this kind of noise only happens occasionally and won't affect the patient's rest. This is the truth. The dean has always wanted to fire 4 shots, but he has not been able to succeed. He wanted to seek some advice from an expert. Chapter 60 Misleading. Dean's Office. As an avid boxing enthusiast, Dean Jin Rongfu has been practicing Thunder Fist for 5 or 6 years. Due to limited talent, I can only make 3 shots at the moment. I suddenly had an inspiration just now. He vaguely felt that he could punch 4 times, so he ignored everything else and started boxing right there in the office. But after all, it was still a little bit off. The long-awaited 4th ring. It has not arrived yet. A little bit. It was just a little bit off, I could clearly feel it. But it just didn't come out. Which detail was not done well? Jin Rongfu began to review the entire process, not missing any details, but no matter how you review it, I just can't find the problem. Jin Rongfu felt like he was about to collapse. Just then, a hospital staff member rushed in. Dean, that leader from Bureau 79 is here again. Didn't you tell me to keep a close eye on him last time? He came to our hospital again and is now in the inpatient department. The staff members were very excited. If they could do well the task that the dean had specifically assigned them, they would be close to promotion and salary increase. Jin Rongfu was stunned, and then there was light in his eyes. The leader of Bureau 79 who was specially sent to keep an eye on him was naturally Luo Tianyao. Luo Tianyao's identity is not only the leader of Bureau 79. Another identity. The best master of Thunder Fist in Zhangcheng. And it is truly the best in Zhangcheng. At present, he is the only one who can hit 5 shots, close to 6. Others can only hit 4 shots at most. On the day Luo Tianyao and others sent Xin Chuan to the hospital, Jin Rongfu happened to be out for something and was not aware of the matter. After he came back and heard his assistant talk about it, he slapped his thigh. A look of regret. It feels like missing out on 100 million. After all, if I could take this opportunity to get to know Luo Tianyao, and then find time to ask him some questions about the Thunder Fist. Want to play the 4th shot? It's not a big deal at all. However, the opportunity was missed in vain. He really regrets it. After returning home, he locked himself in the study, refusing to eat or drink, and even refusing to touch his wife. Fortunately, Luo Tianyao is here again. Hurry, hurry, take me there. We can't miss this opportunity again. Inpatient department. The nurse changed Xin Chuan's medicine and packed up to leave. Zhang Renjie had long forgotten about her proficiency in the Thunder Fist. Looking at Xin Chuan's wound that had just been patched up, her eyes were slightly red. She wanted to go forward and blow a few breaths to relieve the pain, but she was too embarrassed to do so. She could only sit aside in a daze and asked weakly. Does it hurt? It's okay, it doesn't hurt that much. I don't know if it's because his physical fitness has improved, but now Xin Chuan is indeed not as sensitive to pain as before. If the shoulder had not been pierced, the arm would not be able to exert strength. He wanted to be discharged directly from the hospital. It was so boring lying in the hospital bed. You're lying. The wound is so big. Both shoulders were pierced. How can it not hurt? Zhang Renjie obviously didn't believe it and thought Xin Chuan was deliberately pretending to be strong in front of her. Xin Chuan? No. It really doesn't hurt. The wound heals and recovers too slowly. Is there no specific medicine? It will be restored to its original state in an instant. Think of this. Xin Chuan only hated that the strange person he met at that time was not a woman. That way you can contract her, thus gaining the ability to heal oneself. Why do I need to suffer such a crime? Xin Chuan sighed and shook his head. You've already sighed and shook your head, and you still say it doesn't hurt? Xin Chuan, there's no one else here, you can just let go of all your burdens and be yourself. If it hurts, I can blow on the wound for you. Zhang Renjie mustered up a lot of courage. I don't know if it will help. But when I was a kid, I fell and had a big wound on my leg. My grandma came over to comfort me and blew on the wound a few times, and the pain really went away. After saying that, Zhang Renjie lowered her head, and the blush on her face reached her ears. Xin Chuan's first reaction after hearing this. This girl is too naive and simple. Blowing a few breaths on the wound will make it hurt less. Do you believe this? It's what the elderly say to comfort children. Speaking of blowing on the wound, there is another magic weapon. That is to apply saliva to the wound. Do you want to come over later? No, I was shaking my head because of something else. As for the wound, it really doesn't hurt that much. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't you do the exercises this morning? Show me which ones you did. Did you make any mistakes on the ones I mentioned earlier? Xin Chuan quickly changed the subject. Zhang Renjie is such a studious child. When she heard about doing the test, she immediately forgot about Xin Chuan's injury. I did a total of 50 math problems this morning. As she spoke, she took out her notebook, her eyes full of thirst for knowledge, completely different from the tearful eyes of the previous second. Seeing this, Xin Chuan had a slight suspicion. Could this girl have a split personality? But it is undeniable that loving to learn is a good thing. Open your notebook so I can see what math problems you have. Good. Didn't I just explain this question yesterday? How come you got it wrong? And it was so ridiculously wrong? I don't know either. I felt like I understood it at the time, but I can't do it. That means you don't understand. From now on, I will explain the questions as follows. If you understand, you understand. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Don't use your feelings. Feelings are the easiest thing to mislead people. Besides, outside the corridor, Luo Tianyao glanced inside through the window of the hospital bed and saw Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie discussing a math problem. A little messy. Apart from discussing and solving problems, these two kids have no other interests or hobbies? Having said that, you two kids spend all your time studying, so how did you practice martial arts back then? A sword technique with 300 plus proficiency. A force value of 2000 plus. How did this cat train? Don't say anything, reading can also rid the celestial realm, that is in the snow. Having said that, if you had spent more time practicing martial arts, aren't today's martial arts achievements even more terrifying? Don't waste your talent. Luo Tianyao suddenly felt a headache. When Xinchuan recovered and was discharged from the hospital and joined Bureau 79, the top priority was not to arrange what to do for the two children, but to find a way to help them change their habit of loving to study as soon as possible. In a world where martial arts are respected, how could a martial arts master love learning so much? I have to quit quickly. Hello, Mr. Luo. At this moment, a slightly obscene voice came over. Luo Tianyao subconsciously turned around and looked. What comes into view is a smiling face with chrysanthemums blooming all over it. Let me introduce myself. I'm the director of Jinhui Hospital. Chapter 61 7 Flaws. The smile on Jin Rongfu's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. After introducing himself, he immediately rubbed his hands and wanted to shake hands with Luo Tianyao. Luo Tianyao was stunned. Why did this guy who claimed to be the director of Jinhui Hospital look a bit creepy? The director of the best private hospital in Jiangcheng can't be a creepy guy, right? Forehead. It seems that this cannot be said. The principal of the best high school in Jiangcheng is a stingy person who only treats guests with iced black tea and iced green tea. So it doesn't seem so hard to accept that the director of the best private hospital is a creepy man. Hello, this is Luo Tianyao from Bureau 79. Hello. Jin Rongfu shook hands firmly. I have long heard of Mr. Luo's great name, especially his reputation as the best in Jiangcheng's Thunder Fist. That's all just flattery. There are always people better than me. Mr. Luo is too modest. In my heart, you are the best Thunder Fist master in Jiangcheng. After he finished speaking, Jin Rong excitedly held Luo Tianyao's hand again. President Jin is so kind. Luo Tianyao tried to slowly pull his hand out. Anyone would feel a little panicked if their hand was tightly held by a big man who had just met and had a somewhat wretched face. Is the young man in the ward with a shoulder injury Mr. Luo's? Jin Rongfu had naturally investigated and found out that Luo Tianyao came to the hospital last time to send Xinchuan to the hospital. To have Luo Tianyao come personally to deliver it, their relationship must be extraordinary. I'm just not sure what the relationship between the two is. Father and son? Luo Tianyao is only in his 30s. It is impossible for him to have an 18-year-old son, right? So they are relatives? Friend? The young people in the ward are new to our 79th inning. I see. Jin Rongfu nodded repeatedly. I wonder if the newcomers from our 79th Bureau can get used to living in the hospital? If there's anything wrong, just let me know and I'll make arrangements to resolve it as soon as possible. I'll arrange for 3 dedicated nurses to take turns guarding the door 24 hours a day. Also, if the hospital food doesn't suit your taste, I have a dedicated team of chefs ready to serve at any time. By the way, if being hospitalized is really boring, our hospital also has a performance troupe. We can arrange a few performances for this young friend. Luo Tianyao? Specialized nursing, chef team, and finally the performance troupe all came out. So attentive? Dean Jean, is there something wrong with you? We are all sensible people. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. The chrysanthemum-like smile on Jin Rongfu's face could no longer be concealed. Mr. Luo has seen through this, so I won't hide it anymore. I do have something I want to trouble you with, Mr. Luo. Dean Jean, please feel free to speak. In today's society, there is absolutely no harm in knowing the director of a hospital. At certain times, it can even be of great help. Mr. Luo, you look like a straightforward person. I'll be frank. I'm an avid boxing fan. My favorite boxing move is the Thunder Fist, but I've been learning it for 5 or 6 years, and I can only land 3 punches. I feel like I'm very close to hitting the quadruple shot, but I'm always a little short and I don't know where. Mr. Luo is the best at Thunder Fist in Jiangcheng. I'd like Mr. Luo to give me some pointers. When Luo Tianyao heard this, he thought it was something serious. It turns out that you want to learn the Thunder Fist. This is too easy. Dean Jin can perform 3 strikes, which is already better than most warriors. As for the delay in hitting the 4th shot, it's probably because some details were not grasped properly. Well, let's find a place and have Dean Jin play it for me. Maybe I can figure out where the problem lies. Let's do it here. Jin Rongfu looked excited. Here? The ward corridor. Are you sure? What if there is a heart patient in a ward and he is killed by your thunder fist and 3 thunderclaps? Certainly. Even if there are no heart patients, the ward is a place for patients to rest. Thunder exploded. Patients and their families will definitely have opinions. Even if you are the dean, it is not possible. There will be opinions if there are any. I can control my strength, perform some simple moves, and the sound will be quieter. Mr. Luo, please help me figure out what the problem is. Kim Yong-bak perfectly embodies the word fanaticism. You can start boxing anytime, anywhere. Seeing this, Luo Tianyao didn't say anything else, nodded, and let Jin Rongfu start. Jin Rongfu then reluctantly let go of Luo Tianyao's hand, walked to the widest part of the corridor, took a deep breath, and began to practice the thunder fist. In the ward, Xin Chuan asked Zhang Renjie to do the questions again that he had explained but had gotten wrong. He was so bored lying in bed that he got out of bed and walked around. I just happened to hear some noise outside. Then he walked out. Seeing this, Luo Tianyao made a hushing gesture towards him. This is a good opportunity to let him see the power of the thunder fist, so that you don't focus all your attention on studying. Xin Chuan nodded and looked at Jin Rongfu practicing the thunder fist. Although Jin Rongfu was the director of the hospital, his fighting power value has reached about 1500, and his proficiency in thunder fist is close to 1900 points, and he can make 3 sounds. This level is not enough in front of Luo Tianyao. In front of others, he is definitely at the master level. However, do you know about Xin Chuan's 4500 plus proficiency? No? What is this rehearsal for? Left hand and right hand in slow motion? It's okay if it's slow. The key is that there are loopholes everywhere. What's so good about this? Xin Chuan immediately smiled at Luo Tianyao and signaled that he would go back first as he had something to do inside. Luo Tianyao walked straight forward and closed the door of the ward. Why did he go in? It's just studying. Just study day by day. Don't learn it and become stupid. Learn something useful quickly. Judging from Xin Chuan's sword proficiency of 300 plus, he has a great talent in learning martial arts. Hurry up and learn some thunder fist. Not to mention 300 plus proficiency. A proficiency of 100 plus is also very impressive. I'll play it again in a moment, and you watch me carefully. Luo Tianyao not only closed the door of the ward, but also blocked it with his body. Xin Chuan looked helpless and had to nod. Soon, Jin Rongfu's training is over. Just as he said, he deliberately held back his strength and punched out with 3 loud noises. He immediately clasped his hands together and looked at Luo Tianyao. Please give me some advice, Mr. Luo. Overall it's okay, but there are some issues. I just roughly counted, you have about 7 flaws. If you correct these 7 flaws, playing 4 responses shouldn't be a problem. Luo Tianyao didn't waste any time and immediately started talking about the 7 flaws he had found. Aside. Xin Chuan frowned slightly. There are more than 7 flaws? At least 27. Chapter 62 Love also depends on the occasion. Soon, Luo Tianyao pointed out Jin Rongfu's 7 flaws. Jin Rongfu suddenly understood, as if he had been groping in a dark room for a lifetime, and suddenly someone opened the window, and it was daybreak. He didn't have time to thank Luo Tianyao and started practicing immediately. The 4 sounds were already very close. Now, with the guidance of Jiangqing's number 1 Thunder Fist Master, he has found as many as 7 flaws. Once corrected, he thought he would definitely be able to hit 4. Luo Tianyao and Jin Rongfu had the same idea. There were 7 flaws, and even if only 4 or 5 were corrected, it would not be a problem to make 4 sounds. This favor is too easy. After 4 sounds, shouldn't Jin Rongfu kowtow to himself? Kowtow once seems a bit exaggerated, but it is undeniable that Jin Rongfu will definitely be very grateful to me. Luo Tianyao put his hands behind his back and looked at Xin Chuan. I want to see how this newcomer in the 79th inning reacts. He must admire me too. Just a casual glance and you can find 7 flaws. How about it? Do you want to make progress? Do you also want me to give you some advice? Also, it's still more fun to practice martial arts. It's much more interesting than doing math problems. However, there was no so-called admiration on Xian Chuan's face. Instead, his brows were furrowed, as if he disagreed with what had just been said. Luo Tianyao? Don't agree? How could I, the number one fighter in Jiangcheng's Thunderfist, be wrong? Little did they know. It's not that Xian Chuan disagreed, but he felt that Luo Tianyao was complicating things. It's like going upstairs. You can just take the elevator, so why take the stairs? But in fact, is it that Luo Tianyao doesn't want to teach people how to take the elevator? But he himself hasn't learned how to take the elevator. Certainly. He also didn't know that Xian Chuan had already learned how to take the elevator. He was still thinking that when he taught Jin Rongfu how to climb the stairs, the latter would learn it and then successfully climb the stairs, which would definitely surprise Xian Chuan. After all, they are still students. It is normal for them to frown and not understand. 3 minutes later, Jin Rongfu suddenly said, I understand, ha ha ha, I understand. Luo Tianyao nodded, his talent was not bad, and gestured for him to practice it again. Jin Rongfu couldn't wait any longer, so he took up his stance and started practicing immediately. It is visible to the naked eye that there have indeed been significant changes. Practice a set of preludes. Jin Rongfu's confidence increased greatly, and he was determined that this punch he would throw today would definitely make 4 loud noises. Bring it on. Without reservation. He didn't care whether the thunder-like explosions from his punches would affect the rest of the patients in the ward. Just ask for 4 sounds. Boom. Throw a punch with confidence. The first sound arrived as expected. Then came the second sound, the third sound. Puff. The long-awaited fourth sound finally arrived. But people who don't know would think this noise is just a fart. The smile on Jin Rongfu's face was a little stiff. Good news, the fourth ring has arrived. Bad news, the fourth sound sounds like a fart. Luo Tianyao was obviously stunned, but fortunately he had received professional training and would not laugh out loud unless it was absolutely necessary. Mr. Luo, what's wrong with me? Jin Rongfu looked embarrassed. Luo Tianyao pinched his chin with his hand and thought for a moment, maybe you didn't concentrate all your strength on your palm during the last move. Try it again as I said. Jin Rongfu nodded as he listened, and a confident smile returned to his face. It turns out that I made a mistake here before. The mistake has now been corrected. Come on, there will be absolutely no problem with 4 rings this time. Jin Rongfu took a deep breath and started practicing again. After a set of prelude, he threw the second punch with overflowing confidence. Boom. 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 Puff. Good news, it still rings 4 times. Bad news, the fourth tone also sounds like fart. Jin Rongfu could no longer maintain the expression on his face and was about to cry. It would have been better if the fourth sound had not been heard. It is conceivable that if you use the Thunder Fist during a duel, the fourth sound will be like a fart, and the opponent will laugh to death. Mr. Luo, what went wrong this time? Jin Rongfu's confidence was almost gone, and he vaguely felt that the nurses not far away were laughing at him. Luo Tianyao was silent. He really couldn't tell what went wrong this time. But after all, he is recognized as the best master of Thunder Fist in Jiangcheng. If he says frankly that he can't see the problem, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Let me think about it. Okay, I see. It's probably because you're breathing incorrectly. Try this. Luo Tianyao asked Jin Rongfu to adjust his breathing when punching. Jin Rongfu seemed to be thinking about something, and then light appeared in his confused little eyes again. I understand. Mr. Luo, watch out this time. I will definitely make a fourth sound like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Rongfu couldn't wait to practice it, and he was so vigorous that it looked really like the real thing. 1 second later. Boom. 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 Puff. This fourth sound still sounds like a fart. The only difference is that the fart is a little louder than before. Jin Rongfu's mentality collapsed. How could this be possible? You can't play it like this. Luo Tianyao also began to doubt his life. He had corrected everything that needed to be corrected. It should have been easy for him to make 4 sounds, but why couldn't Jin Rongfu do it? No, he did make the sounds, but why did they sound like a fart? How about I say a few words? At this time, Xin Chuan's voice sounded faintly. Jin Rongfu? Luo Ti Anyao? Would you like to say something? What can you say as a high school student who can't even lift your arms? Yes. Luo Tianyao also admitted that Xin Chuan had a high talent in swordsmanship. At his age, he could reach a proficiency of 300 plus, which was rare in the whole Jiangcheng. This was also the reason why the 79th Bureau went to such great lengths to sign him. But there is a big difference between swordsmanship and boxing. His swordsmanship is awesome. It doesn't necessarily mean that your boxing skills are awesome. Not to mention, you've never learned this Thunder Fist before, so what can you say? Okay, Xin Chuan, I know you young people like to show off, but you have to choose the right occasion. Luo Tianyao took a deep breath. He wanted to show off his skills so that the young man could focus all his energy on martial arts, but he didn't succeed in the end. How about letting him go back to the ward to continue studying? Xin Chuan ignored it and said to Jin Rongfu, who was devastated. Actually, you're the one who made this whole thing complicated. Come, follow me, inhale, exhale, clear your mind and free your thoughts. Then don't concentrate all your strength on your fists. Instead, concentrate most of it on your waist and legs. With Xin Chuan's proficiency in Thunder Fist at 4500 plus, it was natural for him to easily spot the problem. I'm done, you try it. Jin Rongfu looked puzzled. Luo Tianyao also looked puzzled. Thunder Fist. The power is not concentrated in the fist. Are you kidding? Chapter 63 The Existence of Admiration. After Xin Chuan finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the ward. Everything that needs to be said has been said. As for whether Jin Rongfu is willing to listen or not, it depends on his own choice. However, Jin Rongfu's talent was too low, and he couldn't understand why when punching, the power should be concentrated on the waist instead of the fist. Even the power concentrated in the legs is greater than that concentrated in the fists. This completely overturned his understanding, as this was not what was written in the boxing manual. Those famous boxers in Jiangcheng didn't teach like this before. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Luo Tianyao, who originally didn't believe it, suddenly had an idea in his mind, which made him so excited that he slapped his thigh. So that's how it is. I see. I finally understand. Jin Rongfu was unable to hit the fourth sound, and always felt that he was just a little bit short. And Luo Tianyao is the same. As the best martial artist in Jiangcheng with the Thunder Fist, he couldn't even throw out 6 strikes, and he always felt that he was just one step away from the final blow. But the kick just didn't come. It was not until Xin Chuan's words just now that an idea flashed in his mind. Quick, get out of the way. The inspiration was fleeting, and Luo Tianyao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He pushed Jin Rongfu away and practiced the 7 Thunder Fists on the spot. Huff, huff, huff. Every move feels special. At last. Throw a punch. Boom, 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 boom. 6 thunders rang out. Each sound is louder and louder than the last. Jin Rongfu, who was standing right in front, was stunned, his expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. 6 sounds. I didn't even understand what the 4 sounds were. He hit 6 sounds easily. He is worthy of being the best in Jiangcheng's Thunder Fist. Luo Tianyao was also unable to hide his excitement. Fortunately, he was wearing sunglasses, otherwise Jin Rongfu would have seen his tears. He was obviously a little too excited and cried for joy. Breakthrough. Finally broke through. No one knows how he managed to get through these years of bottleneck. Mr. Luo, congratulations. You struck 6 times with your Thunder Fist. Now, no one can surpass your title as the best Thunder Fist master in Jiangcheng. After being shocked, Jin Rongfu immediately congratulated Luo Tianyao, his eyes full of admiration and envy. Don't be idle either. Hurry up and follow Xin Chuan's instructions and try to practice the Thunder Fist. Maybe you can also break through. Luo Tianyao said immediately and gave up the place. Jin Rongfu was obviously stunned. Xin Chuan, the newcomer in Game 79. Could it be that Luo Tianyao was able to break through and deliver 6 Thunder Fists because he was inspired by Xin Chuan's words? I'm gonna trap you, monkey. How is this possible? A newcomer to the 79th Bureau, who is still just a high school student, can actually give guidance to the big boss of the 79th Bureau? And he also taught me the Thunder Fist. You know, Luo Tianyao is recognized as the best in Jiangqing's Thunder Fist. Don't just stand there, practice it again. Luo Tianyao urged again and again. Oh, okay. Jin Rongfu didn't think much about it at the moment. He recalled Shen Chuan's words in his mind and quickly practiced. Huff, huff, huff. I have to say it feels really good. Here I come. He shouted loudly and punched hard at the same time. Boom. 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 It rang. The fourth sound finally rang. Although the fourth sound is still quieter than the previous three. But it did make a sound after all, and it no longer sounded like a fart. Jin Rongfu was stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, I broke through too. Mr. Luo, this new guy from your class 79 is incredible. He was able to help us both achieve breakthroughs with just a few words. He's truly a genius among geniuses. Jin Rongfu didn't quite understand it before. He was just a newcomer in the 79th Bureau, and he needed to be hospitalized and be sent there in person by the senior leader of the 79th Bureau. Now he finally understood. This is not a newcomer at all, but the future king of the 79th inning. Luo Tianyao didn't say anything, but his inner excitement far exceeded Jin Rongfu's. Shen Chuan and Zhang Renjie are both newcomers in the 79th Bureau. Frankly speaking, he was more optimistic about Zhang Renjie at first. After all, the latter had awakened her bloodline talent. Shen Chuan's swordsmanship proficiency has only reached 300 plus. Although they are all geniuses. But there are different levels of genius. Zhang Renjie is definitely the more talented one. But now, in addition to his sword proficiency of 300 plus, Shen Chuan has also demonstrated an amazing talent. Can guide him to breakthrough. The opponent's Thunder Fist proficiency is at least 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus. A high school student. Thunder Fist proficiency 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus? If I tell this to others, who the hell would believe it? When it comes to the Thunder Fist alone, Luo Tianyao has never been defeated by anyone. But now, he had to admit Shen Chuan. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of Thunder Fist, Shen Chuan is someone he needs to look up to. In the ward, Zhang Renjie saw Shen Chuan coming back and immediately stood up. Finally done, take a look. By the way, is it raining outside? I just heard several thunders. I don't quite understand. Hold the test paper and let me see it. Well, I feel a little hungry, can you feed me something? Of course, I'll feed you while you watch. Don't worry. Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Playground. When all other students and even teachers had given up, the twin school beauties were still rehearsing. Judging from their posture, the two sisters have no intention of resting unless they make a second sound today. Isn't this too much effort? You can rely on your looks, but you insist on working hard. They are all so beautiful and work so hard, I don't know who to choose. Me too. This is truly a happy trouble. So you can choose and get one. Everyone should have dreams, otherwise, what's the difference between you and salted fish? That's right. Back then, that guy from the liberal arts class had the guts to confess his love for Lin Anrou in public. So what's wrong with us having a secret crush on her? The so-and-so you're talking about is Shen Chuan, right? Yes, it's Shen Chuan. That guy doesn't seem to be here today. I didn't see him. Why are you here? Can you learn the Thunder Fist? We can't learn it, so there's no way he can learn it. Forget about making a sound. Even if his proficiency in Thunder Fist exceeds 10 points, I'll be in dire straits. You're so disgusting. Can anyone be as disgusting as Shen Chuan? Last time he confessed his love for Lin Anrou in public, I was so disgusted that I didn't eat for several days. Me too. Sudden. Boom. Boom. Two loud thunderclaps rang out in succession. Everyone was startled, and then their expressions became extremely exaggerated. Sister Lin Anrou made the second call? Fuck, that's awesome. This talent is too strong. She's worthy of being my goddess. Under the age of 20, she's definitely the best in Jiangcheng. As soon as the words fell. Boom. Boom. My younger sister Lin Anyu also succeeded. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Are you still human? The playground was boiling with activity. My sister also succeeded. These two sisters are too strong. Oh my god, it's only been a short while and the Thunder Fist has already made two loud noises. Where's that leader from Bureau 79? What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and sign the two sisters. That leader seems to have left. Gone? He really left. Then he must be regretting it to death. I regret it 100%. When I think about this in the middle of the night, I have to sit up and slap myself. That's right. If he leaves, he will miss the performance of two talented girls. The classmates all felt sorry for the twin sisters and were looking forward to the next face slapping plot. For example, the leader of the 79th Bureau learned that both sisters had hit 2 shots. He came back happily. The principal is obviously very good at handling things. He arranges whatever the students like to watch. He took out his cell phone, organized his words, and immediately dialed Luo Tianyao number. Let you look down on the students of our school. Now someone made 2 noises. And there are 2 of them. I 1T regret seeing you. Soon, the call was connected. Is there anything wrong? It's nothing important. Hang up. I'm busy here. Luo Tianyao was integrating the 6-bang thunder fist he had just thrown into his bones completely, making sure it wasn't just a flash in the pan. For this purpose, he specially asked Jin Rongfu to find a training room so as not to affect others. Jin Rongfu City is an avid martial artist, so naturally there is a special training room in the hospital. He went there with Luo Tianyao and also wanted to practice well, as he also didn't want the 4 sounds to be a flash in the pan. As a result, just as the 2 arrived at the practice room, the principal of Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School called. This won't delay anything. It's okay, I'm hanging up. I haven't settled the bill with the other party for buying iced black tea, iced green tea and jasmine tea. If the practice of the Thunder Fist is affected again at this time, this skinning principal will be skinned alive. Leader, don't hang up, something's wrong, something big. The twin sisters from our school used the Thunder Fist twice. Leader, please come back and take a look. The principal could not hide his excitement. The students of the school had made great progress, and he himself was proud of it. 2 sounds? That is pretty impressive. I understand. That's it for now. I'm hanging up. Luo Tianyao was very calm, and even seemed eager to hang up the phone. Headmaster? I was completely confused, nothing but confusion. In his expectation, even a leader like Luo Tianyao would be extremely excited to learn that 2 students in the school could make 2 thunder fist sounds in such a short time, and it is not impossible that he would even be incoherent. However, Luo Tianyao was a little too calm. He hangs up the phone all the time. What's going on? Didn't you hear it clearly? Leader, I'm talking about the twin sisters at school, the ones you said were quite talented. Just now, their thunder fists made 2 loud noises. Hey, can you hear me? They made 2 shots. 2 sounds. The principal became more and more excited as he spoke, and he wished he could use a loudspeaker to let the whole of Jiangchang know. I heard it. I heard it. If that's all, hang up. I'm busy here. If it weren't for his identity as a member of Bureau 79, Luo Tianyao would have wanted to hang up the phone. If they had not met such a genius as Xuan, the fact that the twin sisters could throw the Thunder Fist twice in such a short time at this age would have been considered a true talent. He will also make a special trip back. There is no point in going back now. Not to mention that the 2 sisters' talents are worthless in front of Xuan. The most important thing is, which is more important, the 2 sisters throwing out 2 thunder punches, or himself throwing out 6 thunder punches. Any fool would know what to choose. Bang! There's no need to waste any more time, you're already polite enough. Luo Tianyao hung up the phone without hesitation and simply turned off the phone in order not to be affected. Then, close your eyes and relax. He began to seriously recall the key points of the 6-beat thunder fist in his mind. Especially remember what Xuan said. This side of the school. Beep, beep. When the principal heard the busy tone on the phone, he was completely paralyzed. Are you sure? The 2 students threw out the thunder fist twice, and in such a short time. As the best thunder fist master in Jiangcheng, Luo Tianyao was not moved at all? That doesn't make sense. It's unscientific. The principal was completely confused and didn't know what went wrong. I thought that Luo Tianyao would not go to sleep immediately after returning, after all, he came to school so early to practice Thunder Fist. Then I didn't wake up and didn't hear what I said at all. No. How could he fall asleep? He must be made to regret it. The principal immediately dialed the number again and reorganized his words. But the phone is turned off. Headmaster. On the playground. After Lin Anrou hit the target twice, she felt very good and turned to look at her sister. Just at this time, Lin Anyu also made 2 hits and felt very good too. Anyu, while I'm feeling really good right now, I want to find a place to enter the trial tower and challenge the creature guarding it. Sister, you and I are on the same page. Let's go. I'm very confident that we can make it this time. As expected of twin sisters, they are very close in mind. Both sisters want to take advantage of their current good condition and quickly pass the level. Just like that, under the confused gazes of outsiders, the 2 women left quickly. Where are the twin school beauties going? A school beauty is a school beauty. Even running looks so good. Mom, I'm in love. I'm here. Maybe they're in the wrong place? Whose urine is yellower? Please wake him up. The Lin family's private car was waiting at the school gate at any time. The 2 sisters got in the private car and without any rest, opened the spaceball and chose to enter the trial tower in the space sphere. First floor. The creature guarding the tower was lying there to rest. The 2 sisters were tireless last night and managed to break through the barrier all night long. The creatures guarding the tower don't know whether they are tired or not, nor do they care. Anyway, it is very tired. They finally managed to hold on until dawn. The 2 sisters were still students and had to go to school, so they probably wouldn't come to challenge the tower during the day. Take this opportunity to go to bed. Otherwise I'll have to endure it again at night. Result. I haven't closed my eyes for a while yet. The door of the trial tower was pushed open again. The 2 sisters walked in side by side. Here we go again. We will definitely succeed this time. Please advise. Tower guarding creature? Are you still human? Is he still human? Don't you feel tired at all? Even the strongest body can't withstand this. The creature guarding the tower has lived for hundreds of years and has never collapsed like this. Chapter 65 Self-Healing Ability. Before the tower guarding creatures were ready, they were still confused. Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist. The 2 sisters have launched an offensive. Compared with last night's individual combat, this time they obviously thought of a combat strategy in advance. An attack from above. An attack below. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 2 loud thunders rang out in succession. The 2 girls are really talented. Now every time they punch, 2 thunderous sounds can be heard. The creature guarding the tower was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the 2 sisters had learned AB-level martial arts so quickly. No wonder they came to challenge the level with such great enthusiasm. It turned out that they came well prepared. But the creature guarding the tower was not a pushover either. Its deep blue eyes flashed a few times, and then it started fighting with the 2 sisters. At the hospital. I've explained this question 3 times, how come you still got it wrong? Sometimes Xian really wanted to pinch Jang Renjier's face and ask her if she was listening carefully and learning seriously. But when I saw the other person's cute face, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Besides, if you pinch a cute girl like Jang Renjier, she will definitely cry for a long time. Forget it. Maybe I didn't teach you well. Come, I'll tell you again. Please listen carefully. Yeah. The cute Jang Renjier nodded repeatedly. You can obviously rely on your looks. Or rely on the extraordinary bloodline talent. But she just loves to study. I will definitely learn well this time and never make the same mistake again. Jang Renjier took a deep breath to cheer herself up, then picked up a pen and prepared to take notes seriously. However, after waiting for 3 seconds, Xian didn't speak. Jang Renjier was not in a hurry and thought about waiting a little longer. Another 10 seconds passed. Xian still didn't speak. And his expression looks like he is in a daze. Jang Renjier? Xian, are you distracted? In the current roles, Xian is the teacher and Jang Renjier is the student. It is normal for students to be distracted. What teacher would be distracted? The key point is that Jang Renjier had already reminded him, but Xian still didn't react at all. What's going on? Are you angry about yourself getting the questions wrong repeatedly? The cute and adorable Jang Renjier suddenly felt a little guilty. Little did they know. Xin Chuan was not so angry that he didn't want to talk. But. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou increased her force by 10 points, and has been rewarded 38 times. Bite. The contract partner, Lin Anyu, has increased his strength by 12 points, and I have returned it 10 times. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou increased her proficiency in Thunder Fist by 8 points, and has received a 20-fold return. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anyu increased his proficiency in Thunder Fist by 15 points, and has been rewarded 15 times. Bite. Contractee Lin Anrou increased her proficiency in the secret skill Teleport by 3 points, and has been rewarded 40 times. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou increased her proficiency in the secret skill Teleport by 1 point, and has been rewarded 38 times. Bite. Xin Chuan's mind was buzzing with sounds, and he was almost numb. What are these two sisters doing? Roll out of the sky? The corners of Xin Chuan's mouth are harder to suppress than AK. But. What made him unable to suppress his smile was the system reminder that followed. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou gained 2 points of self-healing ability, which has been returned 50 times. Bite. The contracted party, Lin Anyu, also gained 2 points of self-healing ability, which has been returned 50 times. It turned out that after a fierce battle, the two sisters finally defeated the guardian creature on the first floor of the trial tower. Not only did they increase their strength, but they also received an additional reward. Some self-healing ability. For minor sword wounds, these 2 points of self-healing ability are enough for them to recover quickly. The two sisters were naturally ecstatic to receive such a reward. Sister, are you tired? If you're not too tired, how about we go to the second floor of the trial tower? I can't wait to get to the second level. Lin Anyu was rubbing his hands together, eager to try, and didn't feel tired at all. Okay, let's go up to the second floor together. In the fierce battle just now, Lin Anrou finally used the secret technique of teleportation and the combination of Thunder Fist to successfully defeat the tower guarding creature on the first floor. This also greatly boosted her confidence. I also want to continue practicing this combination of moves. Go, go, go. Lin Anyu couldn't wait any longer, so he took his sister's hand and ran towards the second floor of the trial tower. In the hospital ward. I actually received the long-awaited return of my self-healing ability. Can Xin Chuan suppress the corners of his mouth? With this self-healing ability, I no longer have to lie in bed and feel bored. Open the panel immediately. Name, Xin Chuan. Force value, 3,337 points. Secret skill, Teleport 223 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, Thunder Fist 4965 proficiency. Special ability, self-healing 200 points. There is a new special ability on the panel. It seems that as long as there are new functions, they can be stacked infinitely on the panel. Xin Chuan praised enthusiastically, then silently clicked on the special ability and chose to use it. Next second. It was visible to the naked eye that his injured shoulder began to heal rapidly. With a little self-healing ability, minor sword wounds can be healed quickly. Then if the self-healing ability is increased by 100 times, to 200 points, it would be easy to heal the wound on the shoulder. 2 minutes later. The shoulder that was originally pierced has grown flesh again. Hurry up if you feel itchy. So comfortable. Xin Chuan tried to move his shoulders a few times, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he immediately picked up a chicken leg on the table and started eating. Before, Jang always fed him. Eat one bite at a time, and you will never be satisfied. Nowadays, people just stuff the whole chicken leg into their mouths. Jang was horrified when she saw this scene. Xin Chuan, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of choking if you eat like this? Quick, spit it out. The cute girl was so anxious that she wanted to use her hands to pry open Xin Chuan's mouth. Wait a moment. It is impossible for the chicken leg to fly into Xin Chuan's mouth by itself. It was Xin Chuan who took it with his hands. Xin Chuan, your shoulder is okay? Jang opened her mouth in disbelief, as if she had seen something extremely incredible. I didn't even notice it until you told me. What happened? My shoulder is actually healed. How amazing. Xin Chuan decided to tease Jang and put on an exaggerated expression. Jang is an atheist, but at this moment, her understanding was subtly overturned. The hospital's exercise room. Luo Tianyao and Jin Rongfu both shouted that it was so refreshing and enjoyable. Obviously, one of them has fully mastered the 6-shot Thunder Fist, and the other has mastered the 4-shot Thunder Fist. Both of them felt that it was too exaggerated. They thought that they could break through the bottleneck just by listening to Xin Chuan's words. If Xin Chuan were to give him some serious guidance, I can't imagine what kind of achievements he would make in the attainment of the Thunder Fist. Of course, I want Xin Chuan to give me serious guidance. The prerequisite is that Xin Chuan's shoulder must recover to its original state. Jin Rongfu thought of someone who should be able to cure Xin Chuan quickly. Chapter 66 Apocalypse Training Camp. Mr. Luo, I suddenly remembered someone who was very good at treating shoulders. If we can invite her here, maybe Xin Chuan's shoulder will recover within 2 weeks. By then, we can have Xin Chuan demonstrate the Thunder Fist to us, and our progress will surely be even greater. Such words obviously touched Luo Tianyao's heart. Even though he is the leader of the 79th Bureau, his combat power is among the top in Jiangcheng. But he would never be satisfied. As long as it can lead to progress, he is willing to try. Especially now that he met Xin Chuan, whose attainments in the Thunder Fist were far superior to his, it was hard for him not to be moved. If Xin Chuan were to practice it himself. Watch from the side. I will definitely learn more and make greater breakthroughs, and it is not impossible for me to make 7 sounds. Why didn't you tell me about this person earlier? Is he a doctor from your hospital? Go and call him. Not a doctor from our hospital. But she is my friend. I can call her over with just one phone call. Then what are you waiting for? Call me. I'll practice the Thunder Fist a few more times before she gets here. Okay, I'll make the call now. In the ward. Zhang Renjie carefully examined Xin Chuan's shoulders several times. That would be great. New flesh has grown. She even poked it lightly with her hand with a blushing face, and it was very elastic. Xin Chuan, this is too amazing, right? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Xin Chuan was about to answer when the door of the ward was pushed open and Luo Tianyao, Jin Rongfu, and a beautiful woman walked in. The beautiful woman is a very famous doctor in Jiangcheng, and she is also a pharmacist. The medicines she brews often have miraculous effects. Which young man has a serious shoulder injury? Let me take a look. The beautiful woman walked in and went straight to the point. Luo Tianyao and Jin Rongfu pointed at Xin Chuan tacitly. Xin Chuan was holding an apple in one hand and putting it into his mouth, while his other hand was not idle either, as he was looking through Zhang Renjie's wrong answer book. Just a joke. Since I said I would teach Zhang Renjie the questions. He is still very conscientious. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the 3 people who walked in. Didn't they say that both shoulders were severely injured and even needed to be fed? But now, he was eating an apple with one hand and flipping through the book of wrong answers with the other. It doesn't look like his shoulder was seriously injured at all. Luo Tianyao? Jin Rongfu? Beautiful woman? Are you doctors? You came at the right time. Xin Chuan's shoulder suddenly healed. Please check him out. Zhang Renjie said immediately. This cute girl has a very big imagination. A noun flashed through my mind. A last glimmer of light. A person lying in bed and dying suddenly gets up, his waist and legs no longer hurt, and he even has a good appetite for food. She was very afraid of the miraculous scene that would happen to Xin Chuan, similar to a last gasp of vitality. The beautiful woman did not hesitate and went forward to check Xin Chuan's body. There was nothing wrong with his shoulder, as if it had never been injured. Old Jean, are you kidding me? The child is fine, but you insist on saying that his shoulder is seriously injured. How can you be a dean like this? You have to exaggerate the severity of the patient's condition? Making money is fine, but you can't make money against your conscience. Okay, I don't want to say anything else. Just settle the consultation fee and I'm leaving. Jin Rongfu. What a good saying, you can't make money by going against your conscience. Now, you haven't provided any treatment, but you are asking me for the consultation fee. Does this count as making money against one's conscience? But the beautiful woman glared at him. Even if he is the director of a hospital, he still has to pay the money obediently. In addition to the consultation fee, there is also the taxi fee. Xin Chuan, what's wrong with you? Luo Tianyao's eyes lit up. Xin Chuan's previous attainments in the Thunder Fist had already impressed him, and now both of his shoulders that had been pierced had miraculously healed. You don't have the ability to heal yourself, do you? After all, he is the leader of the 79th Bureau and his knowledge is very broad. Xin Chuan nodded. Luo Tianyao opened his mouth in disbelief. That's too exaggerated. Are you also a bloodline warrior? And he successfully awakened his bloodline talent for self-healing? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Why didn't it heal before? Why did it heal suddenly? The only possibility is that the bloodline talent for self-healing was awakened during this period. Bureau 79 signed 2 talented newcomers with awakened bloodline talents at once. This is too explosive. Zhang Renjie stood aside and blinked. Has she awakened her bloodline talent just like herself? Senior, is that so? I don't think so. The ringwraith was silent for 2 seconds and responded faintly. Ah? How come Xin Chuan's shoulder healed suddenly? I can't tell either. The ringwraith took a deep breath. But what? Zhang Renjie asked hurriedly. But it's nothing strange that this happened to him. This guy is a monster. Zhang Renjie pouted. Xin Chuan is not a monster. Monsters can't teach themselves math. I'm not a bloodline warrior. Xin Chuan denied. It's just that I suddenly realized the ability to heal myself. Then the wound on the shoulder healed. Luo Tianyao? Suddenly realized the ability to heal yourself? I'm gonna trap you, monkey. Can this self-healing ability be suddenly realized? If what Xin Chuan said is true, this guy is even more terrifying than a bloodline warrior. Don't tell me that you suddenly came up with the Thunder Fist. Xin Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. Luo Tianyao didn't want to talk anymore. The talent of this young man in front of me is a bit too exaggerated. It took a long time. Now that your shoulder injury has healed, get ready. 2 days later, you and Zhang Renjie will go to the Apocalypse training camp. In this world where martial arts are respected, a training camp will be set up for every 5 one-star small cities. Newcomers to the governor's office from various cities will go to this training camp together. Only by passing the assessment of this training camp can one officially become a new member of each governor's office. That is what is called a formal employee. Good. Xin Chuan said it was no problem, it didn't matter where they went, as long as he was with Zhang Renjie and quickly completed the contract mission. Zhang Renjie also had no problem. She could go anywhere as long as Xin Chuan was there and someone could teach her math problems. That afternoon, the governor's office announced the results of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's temporary martial arts examination. For those like Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie who have already signed with the 79th Bureau, their results are naturally kept confidential. Zhang Chushuan's grades were also kept confidential. Among the remaining scores, the highest ones naturally belong to the twin school beauties. They were spotted by the 46th Bureau. 2 days later, they will also go to the Apocalypse training camp with Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie. Chapter 67 Father and Son. Near Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. A food stall called Hao Zilai. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. This meal is my treat, so don't be polite to me. The night before leaving for the Apocalypse training camp, Xin Chuan asked Luo Tianyao for some money and specially made an appointment with his brother Meng Donglai to have dinner together. Of course I won't be polite to you. Meng Donglai chuckled. Boss, get some grilled fish first. Another frog. Do you have a roast leg of lamb? Yes, right? Roast that too. Are all oysters this small? Don't hide the good stuff, take it out quickly. Is your kidney fresh? Okay, 5 of you. Meng Donglai ordered a lot of food and finally asked for 2 boxes of beer. You're leaving soon, is it okay to have a drink? It's okay, if you want to drink, I'll accompany you. Xin Chuan was very straightforward. He found a place to sit down, opened a bottle of wine and started drinking. Let us finish drinking tonight and get together again next time, I don't know when that will be. It is said that the Apocalypse training camp has a very strange rule. Once you enter the camp, you cannot leave if you fail the assessment. Some were in their early 20s, entering the camp with high spirits. I'm already in my 30s now, and it still hasn't come out. Although Xin Chuan felt that he was not so incompetent as to need to stay for such a long time, it would still take more than 10 or 20 days. Certainly. He did not tell Meng Donglai that he was going to the Apocalypse training camp. I just said that after careful consideration, I finally chose the early admission of Qingwen University. I will leave tomorrow and go to Qingwen University to participate in a training for recommended students. There are some things that the less a good brother knows, the better it is for him. You're finally manly for once. Before, when I asked you to drink, you were so hesitant and acted like a woman. Meng Donglai is the kind of person who likes to talk a lot when he drinks. Xin Chuan smiled and said nothing. Meng Donglai continued. Your choice of Qingwen University this time is definitely the best choice in your life. What's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to be a stable scholar. Although the benefits in the future won't be as good as those of warriors, it's still not bad. It's much better than ordinary people. Didn't you want to give up literature and pursue martial arts? I was so scared at that time, I was afraid you would do something stupid. It kept me awake for several nights. Don't you dare disbelieve it. I'm not lying to you about this. If I lied to you, you'd be a puppy. Of course Xin Chuan believed it, and drank another bottle of wine with Meng Donglai, then took out a black box and handed it to him. I'm leaving now, so I'll give you a gift. What the hell, making it so sentimental? Meng Donglai gulped down the wine, opened the black box, and found 10 crystal clear pills inside. Body refining pill. It can improve human physical fitness and is also very effective for practicing martial arts. But this thing is too expensive. One costs 50,000. These 10 pieces cost 500,000. For an ordinary family, 500,000 is basically an unattainable number. Why did you give me this thing? It's too expensive. I can't have it. Also, where did you get such a valuable pill? Based on Meng Donglai's understanding of Xin Chuan came from the countryside and his family was not wealthy, so how could he possibly afford such an expensive thing all at once? Didn't I agree to early admission to Qingwen University? They sent it. And this thing is of no use to me, not to mention that I'm not taking the college entrance examination. As for you, you still have about 80 days left. If you take these pills, you might be able to be saved. When Meng Donglai heard this, he found it very reasonable and was very tempted. Only. This is too expensive. I have nothing to give back. Xin Chuan smiled slightly. You are my son, what do I want in return? Besides, as long as this pill can help you and you can practice well, it will be the best reward for me. If you can help your good brother, you must help him. In a world where martial arts is respected. If these 10 body refining pills can bring some substantial help to Meng Donglai, Xin Chuan will be happier than anyone else, so why would he need any reward? Get lost, who is your son? But I'm your father. The happiness between boys is so simple, competing to be each other's father. Put the things away. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Whoever raises the white flag first will be the son, how do you think? It's a deal. I'm willing to risk it all to be your son, or rather, your father. Boss, 2 more cases of beer. I haven't finished that box yet. Can't I call you later? No, I want to drink with a box of it under my feet. This night. Both of them were drunk, and Xin Chuan couldn't remember who was the father and who was the son. He only remembered that Meng Donglai took off his coat halfway through his drink, revealing overalls underneath. Then Meng Donglai, wearing overalls, insisted on performing a jumping rap. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, Xin Chuan came to the gate of Jiangcheng with his bag on his back. He will go to the Apocalypse training camp with 6 other students. The Apocalypse training camp is located in the wilderness, surrounded by bloody and cruel beasts. There will be a special train to take them there. The train is made of special alloy steel plates that can withstand attacks from ferocious beasts below level 10. Visible to the naked eye, there are dense scratches and some bloodstains on the alloy steel plates. At this time, the other 6 students arrived at the city gate. In addition to Zhang Renjie, there is also the twin school beauties. There is also a couple. A one-armed boy. Zhang Renjie put on headphones and sat aside and started to do the questions seriously. Hearing that she would have to stay on the train for more than 3 hours, she didn't want to waste it, so she did the questions first, and then asked Xin Chuan for help on the train if she didn't understand the questions. The one-armed boy seemed to be a quiet person, sitting on the steps eating raw beef in silence. The couple was being intimate as if no one was around, and the scale of their actions became more and more outrageous. If it hadn't been daytime, it would have given people a strong feeling that the couple dared to have sex on the spot. There are really all kinds of people. Lin Anyu couldn't help but complain. It's okay to be intimate, but can you find a secluded place? I really don't know how such a person was favored by other departments of the governor's office. Anyu, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Lin Anrou reminded in a calm voice. This time she went to the Apocalypse training camp. She just wanted to take this opportunity to continuously improve her strength. As for the rest, I don't want to care about it at all. Sister, I get it. I was just complaining. By the way, sister, you finally stopped being in a daze. You looked so absent-minded before that I thought something was wrong with you. Lin Anrou was silent. The reason why he was absent-minded was because he was going to the Apocalypse training camp this time, and he might not be able to see Xiao Chuan for a long time. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Is the list wrong? Lin Anrou couldn't help but feel sad again when she thought that she wouldn't be able to see Xuan for a long time. Xiao Chuan, I'm sorry, I have to leave for a while. When I become strong enough, I will stay by your side forever and never leave. I've left a lot of delicious food in my rental apartment. If you see any, take some and eat them. In addition, I also arranged for an aunt to deliver food every once in a while. During my absence, you must take good care of yourself, go to bed early and get up early, and exercise. Don't go out at night. It's too dangerous for a boy like you. You must protect yourself. Wow, as I'm talking, I feel like crying. I really wanted to see you before leaving the city, but unfortunately you were not at the rental house last night because you were having dinner with your friends. Can you bring me along to your next dinner party? I'll just sit there and keep quiet. Xuan? As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he heard a series of thoughts from Lin Anrou. What's going on? Isn't it said that only by getting close to the contract partner can you hear the other person's inner voice? Why do I hear it now? Could it be that Lin Anrou is also at the city gate? Next second. All right. Not only Lin Anrou was there, but her twin sister Lin Anyu was also there. The two women wore tailor-made black training suits that highlighted their graceful curves. These twin school beauties are the focus of attention wherever they go. As a result, Xuan's eyes fell on them at the first moment. At the same time, the twin sisters also saw Xuan. Sister Lin Anrou's first reaction was that under her seemingly cold appearance, her fiery heart was about to bloom. It's Xiao Chuan. Did he know I was going to be away for a while, so he came all the way to see me off? Whoa, Xiao Chuan, you suddenly appeared like this, are you trying to make me cry to death? No, my tears are really about to come out. Hurry up and pretend to look at the sky, otherwise it will be so embarrassing. Oh, why am I so useless? Lin Anrou tried her best to calm her inner excitement. She was even more excited and happy than when she had passed the first level of the trial tower. If there was no one around at this moment, she would definitely jump 3 feet high. On the contrary. Her younger sister Lin Anyu clenched her fists and raised a violent smile at the corner of her mouth. For her, the biggest regret of leaving Jiangcheng for a while was that she was unable to beat up the bastard Xuan before leaving. I thought Xuan would stay away from me. I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet you again in this life. Who would have thought that he would come to my door at this time? If a girl is really hardworking, she will have good luck. This must be God's blessing, allowing me to get rid of the regrets in my heart before leaving. What are you waiting for? Since you brought yourself to my door, don't blame me for being rude. If I don't beat your poop out, you've pooped cleanly. Look at my thunder fist, which explodes twice with one punch. Xuan? What grudge or hatred is there? Why do you attack with thunder fist right away? Isn't this a bit too much? Fortunately. Just as Xuan was preparing to take precautions, a staff member from the governor's office came over. Is everyone here? We can set off once we're all here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tian Xinkai. I'm from the Jiangcheng Warrior Alliance Bureau and I'm in charge of this trip to the Apocalypse training camp. That means I'll be with you guys for the next while. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Tian Xinkai wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle, with a white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes. Walking on the street, he looked like a business elite, and it was impossible to tell that he was a staff member from the Warrior Alliance Bureau. Among the 7 units of the Jiangcheng Governor's Office, Bureau 79 ranks first. Next is the Warrior Alliance Bureau. The Warrior Alliance Bureau, as the name suggests, is in charge of all the warriors in Jiangcheng. Especially for those wild warriors who have no jobs and no fixed residence, they must be managed well, otherwise they will pose a great threat to the safety and order in the city. I'm going to call the roll now. Those whose names are called, please come in front of me and line up in order. Lin Anyu, Lin Anrou, Guofei, Niu Jingjing, Zhang Xiaofan, Jiang Renjie, Shen Chuan. Lin Anyu was the first to be named. She wasn't brave enough to do anything in front of the staff of the governor's office. I had no choice but to let Shen Chuan go again, walk to the front to line up, and then talk to the people whose names were called before taking a seat. After all, you will be together for a while, so it never hurts to get to know each other in advance. Guofei and Niu Jingjing must be that couple who can't wait to merge their bodies into each other. Zhang Xiaofan is the one-armed boy. Jiang Renjie is the cute girl who wears headphones and quietly does her homework. Shen Chuan? What the hell, I actually have the same name as that bastard. Wait a minute, it's just the same name, why is that bastard lining up here? No, besides him, no one else came to line up. Could it be that Shen Chuan, the one the staff called out, is really him? Lin Anyu's expression was furious. Those who are qualified to go to the Apocalypse training hall must be the best in their respective schools. The one-armed boy only has one right arm, but his fighting power is at least around 950 points. That sweet couple, the man has a force value of about 900 points, and the woman is about 850. Jiang Renjie, this name looks so familiar, but I can't figure it out for now. But in such a noisy environment, he can still read quietly. You can tell at a glance that he is a tough guy. As for Shen Chuan, a student in the liberal arts class of the same school. Why is he qualified to be selected for the Apocalypse training camp? What can he do in the Apocalypse training camp? Peeping at female students taking a bath? Hello, is there something wrong with the list? Why is his name on it? Lin Anyu pointed at Shen Chuan. I can easily control this guy with just one finger. How can he be qualified to go to the Apocalypse training camp? Tian Xinkai took a look and found that apart from being a little handsome, Shen Chuan really had no other outstanding qualities. But the list given by the superiors cannot be wrong. Your name is Shen Chuan? From Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Right. Identity information 3501000. That's right. All the information matched. The most critical. There are photos on the list. When compared, it's exactly like me. That's right. The list can't be wrong. Since he was selected, he must have some outstanding qualities. I'm only responsible for taking roll call and leading the team. Other matters have nothing to do with me. Now that everyone is here, come on, get in the car with me. Tian Xinkai waved his hand, turned around and walked in front. Lin Anyu had no choice but to get in the car first and then slowly deal with the bastard. Chapter 69 Don't let them get behind. Sister, how could someone like him qualify to participate in the Apocalypse training camp? I seriously suspect there's something wrong with the list, but unfortunately I have no evidence. Lin Anyu walked side by side with her sister, chattering all the time. In the past, Lin Anrou would have told her sister to shut up, not to meddle in other people's affairs, and just focus on doing her own thing. But now, Lin Anrou said nothing, as if she didn't hear what her sister said at all. Turn out to be. Her attention was all focused on Shen Chuan and Jiang Renjie. After the roll call was over, Jiang Renjie took off her headphones. At this moment, she saw Shen Chuan coming, and hurriedly walked up to greet him. She took the initiative to ask to sit together in the car, and she couldn't wait to ask for math problems. Seeing this scene, Lin Anrou's expression became a little stiff. Three soul-searching questions arise in my heart. Who is that cute girl? What is her relationship with Xiao Chuan? As well as, should I be under the car? After asking 3 questions in a row, Lin Anrou was almost crying and felt like her heart was about to break into pieces. But love brain is love brain after all. Following silently, Lin Anrou soon discovered that although Jiang Renjie and Shen Chuan were very close, they did not make any intimate or even inappropriate moves. I understand, Xiao Chuan, she is your sister, right? Because my sister said purple is more charming. So you deliberately wore a pair of purple socks today. Shen Chuan heard the inner voice? He was a complete god of war just a second ago. I should have been under the car, not in it, seeing how sweet you guys were. Purple rose in the next second? She is just my sister, and my sister said that purple has a very charming feel. Ordering songs in KTV. After getting on the bus, Xinchuan found a seat by the window. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Renjie couldn't wait to take out her notebook of wrong answers. Xinchuan, I just spent 15 minutes on this problem, and I only wrote a solution. I have no idea what to do. Please explain it to me. Although I have solved this set of questions, I always feel that there is an easier way. Also, are there any mistakes in the questions for these two questions? Zhang Renjie sat aside, and her cute face showed nothing but studying. Seeing this, Lin Anrou became even more certain that Zhang Renjie was Xinchuan's sister. Xiao Chuan, your sister really loves studying. It's a pity that I'm not good at studying, otherwise I would teach her and you can go and rest. I've decided. After this training camp is over, I'm going to start studying hard. Not only can I help you with my sister's homework, but I can also ask you for help when I encounter problems I don't understand. Oh, I was so stupid before. I missed so many opportunities to be alone. Lin Anrou pounded the small table in front of her seat in frustration, then took out her cell phone and immediately placed an order for 5 years of college entrance examination simulations. Xinchuan heard his inner voice. Could you please stop messing with me? I don't like teaching others how to do math problems at all. I have no choice but to complete the contract mission. Once the task is completed, whoever wants to teach can do so. This way of teaching people to do exercises is really like teaching without them saying a word. There is no collapse, only more collapse. Seeing the order interface on her sister's phone, Lin Anyu? 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Sister. Are you serious? I vaguely feel like I've been stimulated by something, but I can't put my finger on it for the time being. It's impossible that he has suffered enough from practicing martial arts. Want to experience the hardship of studying again? Sister, don't be silly. Studying is much harder than practicing martial arts. Anyway, since she was a child, Lin Anyu always had a headache when she saw studying. If asked to do 2 math problems, she would rather practice boxing for 2 hours. How hilarious. You love studying so much, but who are you pretending to be for? Just then, a sarcastic voice sounded. Niu Jingjing held her boyfriend's arm, glanced at Zhang Renjie and Xinchuan, with a frivolous smile on her face. Maybe he really loves to study? Okay, baby, let's go and find a quiet place. I want to do something happy. Guofei smiled and put his hand on his girlfriend and grabbed her hard. Niu Jingjing moaned, but did not go with Guofei to the quieter seats at the back, but stayed where she was. Who still likes to study these days? She's just pretending. Besides, why go to the back? I think it's nice here. These are the seats with the best view in the entire carriage. Since they love to pretend and study so much, why not ask them to move to the back? I want to sit here and enjoy the view. As for what you want to do to have fun, you can do it here too. If you dare. Niu Jingjing let go of her hand, hooked her fingers, and made an extremely provocative gesture. What am I afraid of? Guofei got angry instantly and was about to take action. What's the rush? Go! Send these 2 studious fellows to the back. Then we'll play slowly. Niu Jingjing covered her mouth with her hands and smiled. Guofei looked like a simple-minded guy with numb limbs and a mind full of sex. Hey, you two, go to the back. I want this seat. Guofei waved his hand, signaling Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie to leave quickly. Xinchuan has no requirements for seats, as long as he can sit there. I chose this seat randomly after getting on the train and had no idea that it was the seat with the best view in the entire carriage. If someone wants to see the scenery, ask him to change. Talk to me nicely, there's no problem at all, so I changed it. But now Guofei has this attitude. It doesn't seem like they're here to ask you to change seats, but rather to give you an order. And that look was as if he was driving away a beggar. Xinchuan naturally didn't want to pay any attention to such a guy. He continued to sit there, pretending that he heard nothing. Zhang Renjie did the same, took out her draft paper and prepared to write while listening. Being ignored, Guofei's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Grass. I'm talking to you guys, are you pretending to be deaf and dumb? I'll give you 3 seconds to pack up and get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. There are still many seats in this carriage, so it should be going to pick up students from 4 other cities. The staff was in the previous carriage. Therefore, no one will stop the conflict here in the short term. This is also the reason why Guofei dares to act so recklessly. 3, 2, 1. Guofei sneered and began to count down. At the same time, a terrifying aura of pressure emanated from his body. This pressure is simply useless to warriors. But facing students like Xin Chuan and Zhang Renjie would definitely scare them to death. However, for this question, your overall approach is correct. But I overcomplicated the problem in the second step. Come, let me help you reorganize your thoughts. Chapter 70 Relationship Household. Xin Chuan continued to ignore Guofei, treating it as a dog barking. Zhang Renjie also cooperated very well. Yes, when I was doing this question, I felt that there was something wrong with the second step. Let me first tell you what I was thinking at the time. Then you can help me sort out my thoughts again, okay? Well, tell me your idea first. Well, that's what I thought. As Zhang Renjie spoke, she wrote and drew on the draft paper. Xin Chuan was listening very carefully. Guofei? So I'm barking like a dog here, right? Die. Guofei's anger instantly rose in his heart, and his right hand turned into a claw, grabbing Xin Chuan's crown fiercely. You're so noisy. Shut up. At this moment, Zhang Renjie suddenly looked up, and there was a flash of spiritual power between her eyes. Guofei was unable to move for a moment, and his outstretched right claw froze in the air in an awkward position. How is this possible? Guofei obviously didn't believe that his body could be immobilized, and kept trying to move, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't move. Honey, what are you doing? Hit them. Niu Jingjing has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Until there was a loud boom. Guofei's body was thrown out violently, hitting the alloy door of the carriage, bouncing back to the ground, and blood dyed the carriage floor red. Niu Jingjing's expression suddenly froze on her face. How so? Why did my boyfriend fly away? Key. I didn't see who did anything to him. Next second. Before the girl could react, she realized what was happening. The mental power in Zhang Renjie's eyes continued to flicker, and waves of mental power flowed. The invisible mental pressure immediately enveloped Niu Jingjing. Niu Jingjing's body stiffened instantly and she fell into extreme fear. Unable to move, she felt as if a terrifying beast was secretly observing her every move. If she did not follow the beast's wishes, she would be torn to pieces immediately. Just 3 or 4 seconds passed like this. Just when Niu Jingjing's fear reached its peak. Roll. Zhang Renjie uttered a word expressionlessly. Niu Jingjing collapsed to the ground, and when she found she was able to move, she immediately used her hands and feet to crawl to the back of the carriage. In the back of the car, her boyfriend Guofei was able to move, and his eyes were also filled with fear. I thought I was picking a soft persimmon to squeeze. Who would have thought that he would pick a nuclear warhead? They didn't understand that they had met a spiritual master. One of the most terrifying among warriors. It was a blessing that the other party did not have the intention to kill us, otherwise we would not know how we died. They immediately found the seats at the back of the carriage and sat down dejectedly. To be precise, they didn't sit, but huddled there, shivering. On the other hand, Zhang Renjie. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. Finally, it's quiet. Xin Chuan, let me start by explaining my initial thoughts on this question. Xin Chuan nodded, seemingly expressionless, but actually secretly happy in his heart. For other girls, disturbing her while she is putting on makeup is a sure death. As for Zhang Renjie, even if Jesus came, it would be useless if anyone dared to disturb her while she was doing her homework. But fortunately, he didn't kill him. Otherwise it will become. Be more careful in your next life. Sister, I remember who that woman is. She's from our school too, in the liberal arts class. Her name is Zhang Renjie. She is actually a spiritualist. Lin Anyu looked extremely surprised. Warriors are very popular in today's world, and spiritualists are even more popular among them. She should be a bloodline warrior. Awaken the bloodline talent of spiritual power. Lin Anrou added. Bloodline warrior? Lin Anyu's expression became more and more surprised, and he stared at Zhang Renjie. A liberal arts student from the same school turned out to be the most talented bloodline warrior among all the warriors. This is too crazy. We need to learn from this lesson. Never judge a book by its cover. Let's find a place to sit. It's 5 hours on the train. Lin Anrou said lightly. Lin Anyu nodded. She had no temper at all now and was completely amazed by Jang Renjier's mental power. Really? Since Jang Renjier's name appears on the list. That must make sense. Wait a moment. That's the case. So the name of that bastard Xian also appears on the list. Does it mean that he has some outstanding qualities too? Lin Anyu suddenly remembered the first time he met Xian. That bastard claimed that he teleported to the girl's bathhouse and was seen naked by him. Could this bastard also be a hidden master? So what? Lin Anyu's eyes flickered a few times, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Even if that bastard Xian is really a hidden master, I wasn't afraid at all. There is a trial tower. This violent school beauty treats everyone as her younger brother. Certainly. No matter how you look at it, that bastard Xian doesn't look like a hidden master. Most of them are relatives and friends. Didn't you see that as soon as he got on the car, he started explaining the questions to the psychic master? That's all I can achieve. To put it nicely, he is a relative. To put it bluntly, pretty boy. Anyway, we are already in the car, so don't be in a hurry. Just play with him slowly. There will always be a time when he is left alone. After Lin Anrou took her seat, she also glanced in the direction of Xian and Jang Renjier. Xiao Chuan, your sister is so amazing. She is so outstanding. I have to work harder. Otherwise, how can I be ashamed to be her sister-in-law? Lin Anrou immediately closed her eyes and quickly replayed the battle scenes in the trial tower over the past 2 days in her mind, constantly summarizing and making progress from them. Lin Anyu was also not idle. He kept getting stronger and stronger until he was no longer afraid of psychics. He didn't care whether that bastard Xian was alone or not. He would teach him a lesson whenever he wanted. So, she also started practicing, but she found it troublesome to close her eyes, so she just put on a blindfold and began to review the combat experience of the past 2 days. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou's force value increased by 0.5 points, and it has been returned 20 times. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anyu's force value increased by 0.4 points, and it has been returned 12 times. Bite. Xian, who was explaining the problem, never expected that the twin school beauties would be so flirty on the train. Seeing how hard they work, it would be unreasonable not to do something myself. Xian quickly finished explaining the question, stretched, and looked at Jang Renjier. Classmate Jang Renjier, do you have any food in your school bag? Yes, I brought a lot of food. Jang Renjier opened her school bag and dumped it onto the small table in front of her seat. The snacks were almost piled up into a small mountain. You eat first. If it's not enough, I'll buy more later. There should be a dining car on the train. Jang Renjier came prepared. She knew Xian liked to eat and was a big eater, so her school bag was filled with snacks. How embarrassing. Xian said no, but his body was very honest. The train left Jiangcheng. Students from 4 other cities along the way began to come up one after another. Chapter 71 Having fun. After all the students from the other 4 cities who were participating in the Apocalypse training camp boarded the train, this carriage was immediately filled with people. There is even a part where there are no seats and you can only stand. While eating snacks, Xian looked at the people who got on the bus and roughly counted them. There were a total of 200 people, including those sitting and standing. This is a bit embarrassing. Logically speaking, there are 200 places in 5 cities, and each city can get 40 people. There is a slight fluctuation up and down. But it won't be too different. However, in fact, including him, there are 7 people in Jiangcheng. Does the governor's office in Jiangcheng not want to select more people? Obviously not. But we really can't choose more people. The reason is simple and crude. Xian discovered that among the students who got on the bus, the weakest one had a combat power value of nearly 900 points. As for warriors with more than 1,000 points, they account for a large proportion. Obviously, if you want to participate in the Apocalypse training camp jointly organized by 5 cities, a force value of 900 points is the minimum threshold. On the other hand, in Jiangcheng, Xian, Jang Renjier, and the twin sisters definitely have enough fighting power to meet the standards. One-armed Zhang Xiaofan also passed. As for that sweet couple, Huofei barely met the standard, while Niu Jingjing was a little short of it, with a combat power of only around 880 points. Even with her condition, she was still selected. It can be seen that Zhang Chang really can't choose anyone else. In comparison, Zhang Chang's reserve force alone is far behind the other 4 cities. After decades, it's still only a 1-star city. There's a reason for that. So boring. You two stand up and dance. At this time, a girl with a ponytail and wearing a JK skirt suddenly spoke to Guofei and Niujingjing, who were sitting at the back. The girl had delicate features, heavy smoky makeup, and a lollipop in her mouth. When Guofei and Niujingjing heard this, they asked, "Why? We are not a dancer. It would be embarrassing if you asked us to dance with you." On the other hand, the girl is wearing a JK skirt, why doesn't the girl dance? But this thought only lasted 2 seconds. Guofei and Niujingjing immediately changed their expressions. They were so reluctant and even a little angry before, but now they were completely convinced and had ingratiating smiles on their faces. "Miss, you are really good at judging people. In our school, I am indeed a good dancer. I can dance any dance. Whatever you want to see, I'll dance for you right now." The face changes so quickly that it catches people off guard. Turn out to be 2 golden arcs of lightning kept jumping on the lollipop girl's fingertips, making a crackling sound of electricity. Another bloodline warrior? And the bloodline talent is lightning with incredible destructive power. This is not a joke. If someone were to be struck by lightning, it would definitely kill someone. Choose between death or disgrace. They will definitely choose the latter. So, how can the face change not be happy, and the smile not be pleasing? Then let's try a milk dragon dance first. The lollipop girl was obviously in a playful mood, staring at Guofei and Niujingjing with a smile. In fact, this young couple doesn't know how to perform the milk dragon dance. But at this time, you have to learn even if you don't know how, and you have to jump anyway. Niujingjing is a girl, and she has natural flexibility, so she twisted a few times and didn't feel that awkward. In contrast, Guofei's performance was a bit eye-catching. He was clumsy, and it was not a milk dragon dance at all, it was simply a stupid pig dance. Some students who originally wanted to use this to kill time looked at it for 2 seconds, and then they couldn't bear to look at it anymore, so they turned their eyes away, fearing that if they looked at it any longer, they would vomit out their breakfast. The lollipop girl watched with great interest and clapped rhythmically. "Everyone? This girl is so pretty. Why is the aesthetic so bad? Really, if you're really bored, I'll find you something fun. Tell them to stop dancing, it's really an eyesore." At this time, a boy with a crew cut, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a black vest and muscular body, spoke in a hoarse voice. The surrounding students all looked at the boy. Their first reaction was that he was too strong, like a moving mountain. "Okay, Tanshan, if you can help me find some fun, I'll let them stop dancing," the lollipop girl named Layli said with a smile. Tanshan walked to one end of the carriage without saying a word. Bang! The next second, Tangshan grabbed the alloy steel plate of the car body with both hands. Sizzle! With almost no effort, he tore a huge hole in the car body made of alloy steel plates. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, strong winds rushed into the carriage. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This guy is simply a lunatic. At this time, the train was traveling at high speed in the wilderness. It was very dangerous to suddenly tear open such a big hole. If you were not careful, people would be sucked out and suffer heavy blows. The most important thing is that this is in the wilderness. There are ferocious beasts all around that are threatening us with their cruel nature. Previously, with the protection of alloy steel plates, these ferocious beasts wanted to hunt humans, but they were helpless and could only fly and run around outside. Now, a huge hole was torn in the carriage. This created a great opportunity for the ferocious beasts that were eyeing them. It was like there were hungry wolves outside, and suddenly the door to the sheepfold opened. Boom! The next second, a loud noise was heard above the carriage, and a huge dent was visible on the roof of the carriage. It was obvious that a ferocious beast had discovered the situation and was extremely happy. Start hitting the carriage immediately. Immediately afterwards, the ferocious beast that had hit the roof of the carriage found the huge torn hole and dived in. The second-level ferocious beast, the sword-winged tiger. This was a winged tiger, roaring towards the carriage with its bloody mouth wide open, and an extremely fishy smell hit the face. The students in the carriage are all geniuses from their respective cities. But basically it was the first time for them to come into such close face-to-face contact with a ferocious beast. Many people were frightened by the tiger's roar. What's worse, a large amount of liquid flowed out between his legs, and he shouted, "Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to go to the apocalypse training camp anymore." Hee Tongshan, you're still the best at making things happen. I'm very satisfied with the fun I found. Layli took a step forward with excitement on her face and observed the roaring sword-winged tiger closely, as if it was not a tiger or a ferocious beast, but just a well-behaved kitten. Hello. For the rest of the time, you will play with me. Layli even reached out her hand, ready to stroke the sword-winged tiger's head. When everyone saw this, they thought, this girl is so brave, isn't she? When others saw the ferocious beast, they didn't even have time to run away. She actually wanted to play with the ferocious beast and pet it. Obviously. Such an action obviously angered the sword-winged tiger. Roar! Chapter 72 is so powerful that it ranks second. The sword-winged tiger roared and pounced on Layli. The human in front of me actually dared to provoke me. Let's start with her. The skin is delicate and the meat is tender, it looks delicious at first glance. Inside the carriage, when many students witnessed the sword-winged tiger with its bloody mouth open pouncing towards Layli, they all chose to close their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. This is a typical case of if you don't do it, you won't die. One word. Should. However. Little cutie, you are too impatient. How can you open your mouth so wide right at the start of a game? It stinks. Tell me the truth, have you not brushed your teeth for several days? Layli covered her nose with her hand in disgust, then raised her other hand slightly. With the naked eye, a ball of lightning quickly condensed at her fingertips. Just as the sword-winged tiger was about to pounce on Layli. Boom! The lightning ball slammed into the sword-winged tiger. Zzzz. The high-voltage load instantly spread throughout the sword-winged tiger's body. The sword-winged tiger was almost electrocuted to death, and its eyes were completely dazed, as if the egg yolk was stirred. But the lightning ball attack has just begun. As the current spreads, the lightning ball kept getting bigger, from the size of a ping-pong ball at first, to the size of an apple, then to the size of a grapefruit, and finally to the size of a basketball. Boom! After becoming the size of a basketball, the lightning ball exploded directly, and the powerful destructive force directly carried the sword-winged tiger out of the car. Everyone? It turns out that the second-level ferocious beast, the sword-winged tiger, is really just a kitten in front of this JK little girl. Feel free to manipulate. This is too powerful. Does anyone know who she is? This is too intense. I feel like she can kill me with just one lightning ball. She's so cruel, being her boyfriend must be miserable. How about letting me do it? Hey buddy, I can hear what you're thinking even from so far away. No way, buddy, you don't even know who she is? She's the lightning genius girl from North City, Layli. Her combat power is firmly ranked second. Fuck, he's so strong but only ranked second? Then who's first? It's the legendary guy. Ha? Who is it? I dare not say. I dare not say. Hearing the discussions around him, Xian, who was eating snacks, became interested. Whether it is strong or not depends on what the system says. The system has just verified that Layli is very strong. If it weren't for this cheater like him, she would definitely be the number one in Jiangchang. And the stronger a talented girl like Layli is, the more excited Xian will be. Because it can be contracted. Result. A ruthless person like Layli can only rank second in North City. So who is the number one in North City? Is it a girl? This is what Xian cares about most. As long as they are of the opposite sex, they can sign a contract. It's a pity that the guy among the students suddenly shut up and didn't even dare to mention the name of the number one person in North City. I don't understand. Are you that afraid of the other person? Xian, take a look at my thinking on this question and see if it's correct. Suddenly, Zhang Renjie handed the notebook to Xian. Such a series of events that happened in the carriage did not affect Zhang Renjie at all. She is still concentrating on doing the questions. He is indeed a spiritual blood warrior. With such strong mental power, no external factors can interfere with her. Xian took a deep breath. Even the first bloodline talent was so terrifying. I can't imagine what the scene will be like if the second bloodline talent awakens. Let me take a look at this question. Your thinking is very clever. Xian immediately started to explain the problem and quickly completed the contract task. If he waited until the other person's second bloodline talent awakened and the task was not completed, it would be a real loss. Layli, this is boring. I finally found some fun for you, but it's over so quickly. I don't know how to spend the rest of my time. Tongshan complained. Layli stared at the gaping hole in the carriage. As long as this place isn't repaired, there will definitely be more ferocious beasts trying to get in. I used a lot of power in that lightning ball just now. It was only the size of a ping pong ball at first. I never thought a level 2 beast could be so weak. It couldn't even catch a small lightning ball. After the words fell, Layli looked disappointed. At the same time, the front car. The staff responsible for escorting students in various cities sat together and drank tea. There was a large screen hanging on the wall of the carriage directly in front of them, and everything happening in the student carriage at this moment could be seen clearly. TSK, the talent of this little girl from Beicheng is so enviable that it makes people drool. And with her condition, it's said she can only rank second in North City. Lao Su, your Beicheng is going to take off this time. Don't make fun of me. I've seen the battle rankings of this group of 200 people. Riley is only 9th, and the other one is 3rd. And you're so arrogant just talking to me like that. What combat power ranking? How come I don't know it? At this time, Jiangqing staff member Tian Xinkai came over. Don't you know the battle rankings published by the Apocalypse training camp? Is it possible that Jiangqing students are ranked too low, and the training camp didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so they didn't let him know about the rankings? Akai, listen to my advice. It's actually a good thing not to know some things. Otherwise, once you find out, you won't be able to eat dinner. By the way, why are there only 7 students from Jiangqing this time? Is it because your students from Jiangqing don't like to participate in the Apocalypse training camp? Ah, Brother Hua, you are too mean. How can I say that I'm being unfair? I'm just concerned about the students in Jiangqing. If they don't want to participate in the Apocalypse training camp, we can give them all the spots. We students in Haicheng love to participate. Yes, you Haicheng students are awesome. 66 of you came this time. Your North City isn't bad either, 58 people are here. The 2 staff members from Haicheng and Beicheng were chatting with each other, and no one else could get a word in. Especially Tian Xinkai, he would be beaten if he fell behind. No matter how unhappy or unwilling to accept it, the fact is that the students in Jiangqing are indeed not as strong as those in these 2 cities. Don't make yourself bored. He sat back in his original seat alone. Well, if we leave the hole in the student car open, what if it attracts too many ferocious beasts? Or maybe we should send someone to seal it up. A level 2 ferocious beast, the sword-winged tiger, just arrived. Don't worry. Layli likes to play, so let her play for a while. If we really encounter any danger, it's not too late for us to take action. Don't worry, there are no ferocious beasts above level 5 in this wilderness. With us in charge, there will be no problem at all. Chapter 73, The Seed of Becoming Stronger. Boom! The loud crashing sounded again. An ostrich more than 3 meters long rushed in from the opening. The second-level ferocious beast, the sick ostrich. The bird has a large swelling on its head filled with this disgusting fluid. The mouth is long and pointed, and fishy liquid keeps dripping down. The girl is most afraid of this disgusting creature. Layli quickly stepped back, this time covering her nose with both hands. It's ugly and smelly. Don't call it the sick ostrich, just call it the disgusting ostrich. Go away, I won't play with such a disgusting creature. That little kitty is still the cutest. Layli did regret getting rid of the sword-winged tiger so quickly. The kitten was so cute, why did she kick it out so quickly? The evil ostrich had long been accustomed to seeing Layli retreating continuously. That's what weak humans are like. It's been a long time since I've eaten delicious human food. I must have a feast today. The vicious ostrich flapped its wings a few times and immediately pounced on Layli, ready to pierce Layli's head with its sharp beak and enjoy the hot brain matter. For ferocious beasts, the most delicious food in the world is human brains. Tongshan, keep this guy away from me. I don't want to see it. Riley covered her nose and mouth with her hands, obviously not wanting to fight with such a disgusting creature, and shouted for Tongshan to come and solve the problem. Leave it to me. Tongshan accelerated instantly, like a large truck running at full speed, and rushed towards the ferocious ostrich without any warning. The vicious ostrich obviously did not expect that humans would dare to use their bodies as weapons to launch an attack. Just a moment of distraction. There was a loud boom. The ferocious ostrich was knocked away and rolled several times in the carriage before it came to a stop. The students in their seats were so scared that they ran back one after another. The sick ostrich was hit like this and was obviously a little dazed. It took a long time for it to get up. Then it stared at Tongshan with its deep blue vertical pupils and made a very strange cry. As if to say, "How dare you, a human, sneak attack me? Then I'll start with you and blow your head off." Yeah. The vicious ostrich flapped its wings, suddenly let out a strange cry, and pounced towards Tongshan. The speed is jaw-dropping. However, Tongshan is faster. The muscles piled up all over his body did not affect his agility at all. With a whoosh, Tongshan's figure just disappeared out of thin air. Next second, when Tongshan's figure appeared again, his huge hand directly grabbed the neck of the sick ostrich. At first, the sick ostrich struggled desperately, trying to break free. Until there was a snap and the sound of broken bones was heard. Tongshan just grabbed the sick ostrich's neck with one hand and strangled it. Everyone? Oh my god, that's a level 2 ferocious beast, the evil ostrich. How come in Tongshan's hands, it's like a little chick? The neck was just twisted and broken like that. Damn, why do I feel like that's not a neck, but a piece of straw? I feel a slight pain in my neck. Me too. Speaking of Tongshan's combat power, you've always said that Lei Li is only second in North City. So, could it be that Tongshan is number 1 in North City? Is there any brother from North City who can come out and say something? Tongshan is not the best in North City. Tongshan can only be ranked 3rd at best. Fuck, he's so awesome and only ranked 3rd. I'm getting off the bus now and not participating in the Apocalypse training camp, okay, Mom? Sure, there's an opening right there, just jump in. After Tongshan broke the neck of the sick ostrich, he dragged its body to the opening of the carriage and threw the sick ostrich out like throwing away garbage. Then he clapped his hands and looked at Lei Li. Done. You can continue playing. If there are any more disgusting creatures like this, I will take action again. Lei Li stretched out her hand and made an okay gesture. Then time. One after another, more ferocious beasts came in. Lei Li learned her lesson and played slowly, waiting until she was almost done before taking action to kill the ferocious beast. Sister, she's so strong. After I train in the trial tower for a while longer, I will challenge her. The twin sisters witnessed the entire process of Lei Li's unilateral slaughter of the ferocious beast. With a competitive spirit ingrained in them, they naturally wanted to compete with Riley. Especially the violent school beauty Lin Anyu, every cell in her body seemed particularly excited. But she was not completely overwhelmed by the excitement. He knew that with his current level, he would definitely not be able to beat Lei Li. It can't even last 10 rounds. Fortunately, I discovered the trial tower in the past 2 days. There is a trial tower. She doesn't submit to anyone. As long as she is given enough time, anyone can challenge her. This is exactly why I want to participate in the Apocalypse special training camp this time. If we stay in a small place like Zhangchun, we will never know how powerful the masters outside are. And you just heard that even though Lei Li and Tongshan are so strong, they can only rank 2nd or 3rd in North City. So, it's unimaginable how strong the number 1 is. Besides, this is only the situation in North City. The masters from the other 3 cities have not taken action yet. Lin Anrou responded to her sister indifferently. Lin Anyu nodded and said, "Sister, once we get there and settle down, we'll go into the trial tower." Good. Both sisters planted the first seed of becoming stronger in their hearts. That is to defeat Lei Li first. Do you understand? Actually, this question is very similar to the one we talked about yesterday. I wonder if you remember it. As the outsiders in the carriage, Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie were still doing their homework. I was saying why it felt like déjà vu. Now that you mentioned it, I remember it. It's indeed very similar to the question from yesterday. Now that you remember it, compare and see if the ideas behind these 2 questions are the same. Xinchuan said as he opened a box of potato chips. Okay, I'll think about it first. No matter how lively it is outside, it won't affect Zhang Renjie at all. We'll arrive at the station in half an hour. You've had enough fun, take a break and mend the hole. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was actually a young monk. I saw him sitting there quietly, counting the Buddhist beads with his hands. Tongshan looked at Lei Li, obviously wanting to seek the latter's opinion. It was fun at first, but after a while, it really got boring. Make it up, make it up. Tongshan, go call the staff. I'm going to the bathroom to touch up my makeup. Tongshan nodded, turned and walked towards the carriage in front. Don't bother the staff. Since you agree to patch up the hole, I'll just make up for it. Ba. The little monk opened his eyes slightly. Chapter 74 will be very exciting. Can he make up for it? Without any materials, how can he make up for it? Monks do not tell lies. How come you, little monk, always tell lies? Everyone couldn't help but frown. The carriages are all made of alloy steel plates. If they are damaged, it is naturally best to use the same material to repair them. If all else fails, other steel plates will do. At worst, the wooden planks will do. But the little monk has nothing, and he only has his mouth. If you can make up for it, can you? I wasn't paying attention just now. Where did this little monk come from? Do schools accept little monks as students now? This is completely off the mark. I seriously suspect there's something fishy about this shortlist. This little monk looks so weak, with delicate skin and tender flesh. If he gets punched in the face, I think he'll cry for a long time. What do you mean by delicate skin and tender flesh? That's called handsome. I like him very much. Fuck, big brother, you put a strong man in this lockup, man on top of man? I got goosebumps all over the floor. So you are this kind of person. Stay away from me from now on. Ba. The little monk ignored everyone's comments the whole time, and the next second, he clasped his hands together. Visible to the naked eye. A golden Buddha hand seal came out of his mouth. Then the golden Buddha's handprint slowly floated to the big hole in the carriage, blocking it like a wall of air. In an instant, the violent wind that was rushing in disappeared completely. Calmness returned to the carriage. Everyone? Is this okay? Isn't this Shoha a bit too much? Those who had previously questioned the little monk's strength undoubtedly shut up at this moment. The little monk just displayed the Buddha's hand seal skill. If you don't shut up, you'll get beaten. It's hilarious. These idiots don't even know about the young monk Huixin. So the little monk's name is Huixin. Who is he? The best monk in Haicheng, little monk Huixin, such a great name, and you don't even know him. Oh my god, no wonder he's so awesome, he's actually number 1 in Haicheng. Fortunately, I didn't say anything nonsense just now. Yes, it's only because the young monk Huixin is kind-hearted, otherwise if he had done a Buddha hand seal to each of them, those idiots would have behaved themselves. I'm honest, please don't say anything more. Xuan, who was sitting there eating snacks, was also amazed by the strength of the young monk Huixin. Then, his brows furrowed slightly. It was obvious that he felt a bit painful. Why isn't this little monk a female? Not the opposite sex. There is no way to make a contract. Half an hour later, the train arrived at its final destination. Everyone came out of the carriage one after another and was immediately shocked by the scene before them. Is this the Apocalypse Special Training Camp? Where is the special training camp? Why can't I see it? Am I the only one who is blind? You are not alone, and I don't see you either. I only see a mountain range. Is it possible that the special training camp is hidden in this mountain range, and the gate will open when a special switch is activated? That should be it, similar to a scene from a science fiction movie. Really? I feel like I'm going to burn. Hurry, hurry, someone come and activate the special switch. I've already started the live broadcast. If I can't even capture the gate of the special training camp, it will be really embarrassing. Fuck, why didn't you tell me you were going live? I'm picking my nose. So disgusting. Who told you to flick your booger onto my camera? Get away from me. Xuan and Jiang Renjie were the last to leave the carriage, having just finished their 100 math problems. The cute girl was obviously very satisfied, with a blushing face. Xuan is also very busy. Not only does he have to teach math problems, but he also has to finish a bag of snacks. Fortunately, after hard work, it was finally eliminated. Didn't we talk about the special training camp? Xuan stretched and was also surprised by the scene in front of him. I saw a towering mountain range right in front of me. The peak in the middle was towering into the clouds, more than 1,000 meters high. Just then, 3 tall men in army green combat uniforms walked towards the crowd. Leaders of each city, please report the number of people. One of the men went straight to the point. Even though they were far away, the students could vaguely feel the terrifying aura from him. There were 66 students from Haicheng who were supposed to attend this apocalypse training camp, and 66 actually showed up. There were supposed to be 58 people in Beicheng, and there were actually 58 people. There should be 36 people in Zhucheng, and there are actually 36 people. All 33 students from Hancheng are here. There were supposed to be 7 people from Jiangcheng, and there were actually 7 people. After hearing the responses from the leaders of each city, the students immediately started a discussion. Haicheng actually has 66 people here. They're worthy of being number 1 in the 5 cities alliance every year. Haichuan has more students than anyone else, but the overall strength of their students is always the strongest every year. How can the other 4 cities compete? I've already felt the fear wielded by Haicheng's most intelligent young monk. The Buddha's hand seal he casually spit out just now felt like it could easily crush me into powder. Please don't say that, my legs are still weak now. Beicheng isn't bad either. 58 people showed up, and I heard that Beicheng is number 1 this time, and their strength is on par with that of the young monk Huixin. Is this true? There's actually someone as powerful as the young monk Huixin? You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, this training camp will be exciting. You seem to have said everything, yet you also seem to have said nothing. Buddy, you're not a bloodline warrior, are you? Awakening your bloodline talent is nonsense literature. Get out, get out, get out. Stop, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you something happy to cheer you up. What? If we talk about the most special team this time, it has to be Jiangcheng. There are only 7 of them, and they are all talented. 2 of them started doing homework and eating snacks as soon as they got on the bus. Especially the one eating snacks, I saw that he never stopped eating. 2 more fell asleep as soon as they got in the car. A couple, originally trying to hide in a corner to do something sneaky, were called out by North City expert Layli to perform the Milk Dragon dance. Finally, there is a disabled person. When everyone heard this, they realized that they were all talented. Is there really no one left in Jiangcheng? Quiet. See that highest mountain in front of us? The base of the Apocalypse training camp is right behind that mountain. Suddenly, the military expert slowly glanced at the students present, pointed at the mountain range in front of them and said, "What you have to do next is to try your best to climb over this mountain. I'd like to remind you that there are many ferocious beasts lurking in this mountain. They will attack you as you climb over it. I'll give you 2 hours. Failure to reach the training camp base within the time limit will result in immediate elimination." Chapter 75 Royal Sister. As soon as these words were spoken, the student crowd immediately exploded. No way. That mountain is at least 1,500 meters high. It's going to be a struggle to get over it, and we only have 2 hours. How is that even possible? The key is that if you can't do it, you will be eliminated directly. Holy crap. I'm not even seeing the gate of the training camp and I'm already eliminated, am I? Mom, I don't want to be sent home like this. If I could be sent home safely, that would be fine. The only thing I'm afraid of is that I might come here alive but not return alive. What's the meaning? Didn't you listen carefully just now? There are ferocious beasts lurking in the mountains. Fuck you. When the weaker students heard the word ferocious beast, their faces turned pale. I thought it was a painful blow that I was eliminated before I even saw the gate of the Apocalypse training camp base. Nowadays, there are still ferocious beasts lurking in the mountains. How can people survive? This is so unfair. We are still students. Wouldn't it be too difficult for us to fight a ferocious beast right away? Can we wait until we have trained for a while before fighting a ferocious beast? I agree with this view. After all, we are all outstanding students from various cities. It would be such a shame if we were to be killed by ferocious beasts right from the start. Yes, that's a shame. Leader, can we discuss this? We can all write a joint book together. Immediately, some students took out paper and pen. A bunch of trash. Only weaklings whine and complain about this and that. On the contrary, I think this assessment is very good. It will eliminate all of you trash as soon as possible and waste your cultivation resources for free. You're absolutely right. Cultivation resources are precious and should be left to those with greater strength, not wasted on trash like you. You useless people, if you're afraid of death, it's still not too late to quit now. Hurry and go home to your mother. In the eyes of some students, the test of climbing over the mountain is too difficult, not to mention that there are ferocious beasts lurking in the mountains. But in the eyes of some other students, far from finding the assessment difficult, they found it very good, as it would eliminate a large number of people and allow them to obtain more resources for cultivation. So, they all looked at those students who were afraid of everything with contempt. Those students were criticized in public, but they couldn't refute it, which was extremely embarrassing. At this time, the training camp commander continued. I'll give you 3 minutes now. Students who are afraid of ferocious beasts and dare not cross the mountain may withdraw. We will send a vehicle to take you back the same way. Students who choose not to abstain can start climbing the mountain now. 2 hours left. As the commander finished speaking, clocks in various places on the mountain began to count down at the same time. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, more than a dozen figures immediately sprinted towards the mountain. The first place is mine, all of you get out of the way. As for you, I will surpass you immediately. Stop arguing. No matter how much you fight, you're all here to compete for second place. Wow, the speed is quite fast, but being fast at the beginning is not fast. The real fast is to laugh at the end. Immediately, more and more students sprinted towards the top of the mountain. Only a few, 3 or 4 students, after repeated consideration, raised their hands and gave up. There are also a few people who are willing to give it a try first. As a result, they gave up immediately after climbing just a few dozen meters. It's because the mountain road is too rugged, overgrown with weeds, and full of strange rocks, it is very dangerous. This is when there are no dormant ferocious beasts. I can't imagine how difficult it would be if ferocious beasts appeared and the mountain roads were rugged. Give up, I want to give up. I want to give up too. It's okay to be embarrassed, Mom, I want to go home. 10 people eventually gave up. The remaining 190 students disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Sister, I don't want to be eliminated right after arriving here. I want to become stronger and defeat the masters from each city one by one. Lin Anyu clenched her fists and took the lead. Twins are in tune with each other and naturally have similar ideas. Lin Anrou also wants to stay, become stronger, and challenge various masters. But right now, she was thinking about something else. Xiao Chuan, please don't be so stubborn. It's time to quit. Or you can stay close to that psychic, she should be able to protect you. Wow, how I wish I were the one protecting you. Please forgive me for not being brave enough and not being strong enough. The other side. Jang did take the initiative to take on the task of protecting Xinchuan. Student Xinchuan, you can just think of simple solutions to those math problems, and leave the rest to me. No matter how brutal the beast is, it won't be able to disturb you. As a spiritualist, Jang has enough confidence. At the same time, the Apocalypse training camp base behind the mountain. A sexy lady with a height of about 170 centimeters and a hot body walked into the monitoring room of the base surrounded by several people. The big screen in the monitoring room was scrolling through the images of students from all over the mountain. Several men who looked like superiors were watching very seriously. When the top-notch lady walked in, these guys immediately stood up. Captain O Yang, you're here. Welcome, a warm welcome. There was warm applause in the monitoring room, and the faces of these officers were filled with smiles. O Yang Muyun nodded slightly. As a top-notch long-legged queen, in the eyes of outsiders, the first impression may be that she is a vase. However, in reality, O Yang Muyun is a 9th grade peak warrior with superb swordsmanship, and is only half a step away from the Grandmaster realm. In addition, she also has a powerful pet. That's right, she is also a Beastmaster. It is an honor for our training camp to have Captain O Yang serve as the chief instructor for this year's Apocalypse training camp. It is also the glory of our training camp. The officers present continued to flatter him. In the current world, every 5 small cities form an alliance, and then every year there will be a big competition between the alliances. The results of the competition are directly related to the allocation of cultivation resources among each alliance. Naturally, the alliance with better results in the competition will obtain better training resources. However, the alliance that Zhang Cheng belongs to has seen its performance in competitions getting worse and worse in recent years. There is no way. The alliance's top leaders had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to invite O Yang Muyun. Although O Yang Muyun is a woman, the leading legion under her command is invincible in the battlefield of ferocious beasts and has made countless glorious military achievements. She has always been known for her strict military discipline and good training. The top leaders of the alliance naturally hope that under O Yang Muyun's guidance, this class of students will be reborn and shine. Chapter 76 Monster. In fact, when O Yang Muyun first received this task, he was resistant. Now the war is tense, and the ferocious beasts have launched several strange waves. Naturally, she would rather stay in the ferocious beast battlefield, hunting the ferocious beasts while investigating the reasons behind these waves of strange beast tides as soon as possible. But her old boss called her dozens of times and forced her to come back. Of course, the old leader also felt sorry for his beloved general, who had been in the ferocious beast battlefield for almost 8 months. Even a machine needs maintenance, let alone a human. Come back and rest quickly. By the way, teach the students of this year's Apocalypse training camp. O Yang Muyun has been leading soldiers for several years. Now she is asked to lead a group of students who have never been to a battlefield with ferocious beasts and have not even seen ferocious beasts. Isn't this a joke? In her eyes, these students are not even as good as the new recruits. If it weren't for the old leader who usually took good care of her. She wanted to curse immediately. Captain O Yang, according to your arrangement, the trainees of this training camp have already started climbing the mountain. In the previous Apocalypse training camps, there was no assessment of climbing mountains. The train also goes directly through the tunnel to the entrance of the training camp base. This time, O Yang Muyun was in Chao's camp, but his heart was with Han. He was eager to return to the battlefield of ferocious beasts, but he was too embarrassed to refuse his old leader's arrangement, so he came up with the idea of an assessment before entering the camp. There are a total of 200 students in this Apocalypse training camp. Some students will be eliminated during the entrance examination. Then increase the intensity of training and eliminate another batch. After training, they will be assessed immediately and then another batch will be eliminated. It probably won't be long before only a few of the 200 trainees in this training camp are left. When the time comes, if I propose the idea of returning to the ferocious beast battlefield, my old leader will probably have no objection. After all, there are only a few students left, what is the point of teaching them? It's a waste of time. O Yang Muyun nodded slightly and looked at the big screen in the monitoring room, which was constantly switching images of the students climbing the mountain. There was already a huge gap in strength between these students. Coupled with the rugged mountain roads and the dangerous beasts lurking in the distance, the students had already distanced themselves from each other. Captain O Yang, the students in this training camp are clearly much stronger than those in previous ones. There are a few in particular whose talents are truly jaw-dropping. Here is their information, Captain O Yang, please take a look. One of the officers handed over the student information sent from various cities with both hands. Every city has talented students, including Jiangcheng, the weakest city. Who would have thought that this small Jiangcheng would produce a bloodline warrior, and the awakened bloodline talent was mental power? In addition, Jiangcheng also. I won't read the information. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Whoever is in first place now, cut out the picture. O Yang Muyun said indifferently, his eyes fixed on the big screen. The man in charge of operating the big screen did not dare to delay at all and immediately switched the image of the student currently ranked first to the big screen. In the picture, the one ranked first is the young monk Xian. I saw him running and jumping on the rugged mountain road with great vigor and lightness. Captain O Yang, this student is Xian, from Haicheng, and is the strongest among the students in this group. The data shows that his strength has reached 2,500 points. He possesses 2 secret techniques and has mastered 7 martial arts. His proficiency in staff techniques is close to 1,000 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the other officers present were all amazed. At the age of 18, his combat power has reached an astonishing 2,500 points, which is definitely outstanding. What's more, he has mastered 2 secret skills and 7 martial arts. TSK. It's really amazing. No wonder Haicheng always takes first place in every small competition within the 5 cities alliance. When faced with such a genius, no matter which students from the other 4 cities come, they will be useless and cannot defeat him even if they attack together. But from beginning to end, O Yang Muyun didn't make any comments, just looked at the screen quietly. Suddenly, in the picture, the running young monk Xian encountered a level 2 ferocious beast, the giant knife elephant. The impact force of the giant sword elephant is amazing. Even a high-speed locomotive cannot withstand its impact. Now, it discovered the presence of the little monk Xian and excitedly stretched out its nose and howled to the sky, and then rushed towards the little monk Huaxin impatiently. This little monk is really unlucky. He actually encountered a giant sword elephant. It won't be easy to escape. Not only is this giant knife elephant incredibly destructive, its skin and flesh are so tough and thick that even bullets can't penetrate it. Huh? What? Is this the end? I'm putting a monkey on you. Sorry, I shouldn't have sworn, but I really couldn't help it. It turned out that these officers had not yet finished their size. In the picture, the young monk Huaxin did not slow down. He put his hands together and spit out a golden Buddha's hand seal from his mouth. The Buddha's hand seal went towards the giant knife elephant that was rushing towards him. There was a huge bang sound of impact. The giant knife elephant, which was not afraid of even the locomotive, was knocked away by the Buddha's hand seal. After landing, a big hole was made. The elephant was bleeding from all 7 orifices, unable to move, and had no breath. Ba. The young monk Huaxin said something softly and continued to climb the mountain quickly, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Fuck, this little monk is too powerful, isn't he? Someone else couldn't help but swear. You call this high school, seriously? What do high school students eat these days? In this year's inter-alliance competition, maybe we can turn things around and sing our praises. The officers present were almost terribly excited. But O Yang Muyun's expression remained calm. Switch to the second place picture. Everyone was stunned. Even after such a situation, there was still no reaction? Isn't Captain O Yang too strict? But he is the chief instructor, and if he tells you to cut, you just cut. Soon, the scene came to the second place. In the picture, Xian is running quickly with Lei on his back. Wherever he goes, there is a rumbling sound, just like an armored vehicle running at high speed. Lei was sitting on a simple backpack chair, her face full of interest. Big guy, your speed is not good enough. Hurry up, faster. Hold on tight. Xian was panting heavily, but he still complied with Lei's request and immediately sped up. Everyone? This student is so big, yet he's so fast. It's a bit counterintuitive. And that girl sitting on the backpack, if I'm not mistaken, are there lightning flashing on her fingertips? I wouldn't have cared if you hadn't told me. It's really thunder and lightning. I have a feeling there are a lot of freak students coming to this training camp. Chapter 77 Explosion. These 2 students are the geniuses of North City. The female student is called Lei, a bloodline warrior who has awakened her bloodline talent for lightning control. Her current strength is 2,258 points. Her overall combat power ranks 2nd in North City. The male student is called Xian. He has a body of steel and strength like an ox. He practices the A-level martial art, the Vajrapam, and his proficiency has reached 900 points. His current strength is 2,089 points, and his overall combat power ranks 3rd in North City. The officer began to read the information again. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. In previous Apocalypse training camps, there were at most 1 or 2 students with a combat power of over 2,000 points. But this time, it's different. The 3 students they have seen so far all have a combat power of over 2,000 points, and there is also a monster with 2,500 points, and a bloodline warrior. There are so many rising stars. Is the good day coming for our alliance? From the current perspective, it's quite interesting. Damn, I suddenly feel like crying. No one knows how we have survived these past few decades. Awesome. We haven't even started yet and you're already being so pretentious. I'm speaking from my heart, not being pretentious. It's still the same. Do you have the guts to say one more word? Alright, both of you, calm down for a minute. Am I the only one who cares about who the strongest student in North City is? If the 2nd and 3rd strongest students in North City are this strong, how strong must the strongest student be? It's not mentioned in the information yet, but you will know in half a month. Why half a month later? Because North City number 1 hasn't reported yet. It said he's out in the wild on a mission to hunt ferocious beasts. Fuck, high school students going out on a mission to hunt ferocious beasts, is that something a human would do? When I was in high school, I was still wondering whether to have spicy hot pot or rice with toppings after class, while others were already out in the wild hunting ferocious beasts. We're both human, so why is there such a huge difference? Please don't say that. I'm already ashamed of myself. Sudden. O Yang Muyun said coldly, if you want to chat, go out and close the door. Hearing this, the officers were very embarrassed. They were so busy chatting that they forgot about their business and quickly switched the screen. Entering the picture is a girl in overalls who is currently ranked 3rd. She looked relaxed and contented, and a wolf with snow-white fur carried her and ran quickly towards the top of the mountain. Everyone recognized the wolf with snow-white fur, a level 2 ferocious beast, the snow wolf. What's going on? Snow wolves are extremely brutal by nature. When they see humans, they will bare their fangs the first time and then pounce on them and bite them. But how come this ferocious snow wolf becomes as docile as a husky in front of the girl in overalls? Could it be that I'm seeing things? One of the officers rubbed his eyes a few times and looked again, but the picture didn't change at all. It's really weird. He couldn't figure it out. But the next second, the appearance of a 3rd-level ferocious beast, the flame leopard, solved the mystery for him. The flame leopard was over 4 meters long. It leaped into the air from the grass and stirred up a cloud of dust when it landed. It blocked the way of the girl in overalls and let out a low roar, obviously wanting to treat the girl as delicious food. As for Overall's current mount, the snow wolf, the flame leopard didn't take it seriously at all. It suddenly bared its fangs and roared, scaring the snow wolf so much that it trembled. It was not a husky, but it was worse than a husky. However, faced with such a situation, the girl in overalls looked surprisingly calm. The girl stared at the flame leopard in front of her, thought for a moment, then slowly raised her left hand and began to mutter something. The next moment, the originally extremely ferocious flame leopard gradually became docile, and finally crawled on the ground, wagging its tail at the girl in a flattering manner. In comparison, the flame leopard is definitely faster than the snow wolf. The girl in overalls made a decision immediately, smiled slightly, left the snow wolf, turned over and rode on the back of the flame leopard. Let's go. At the girl's command, the flame leopard willingly served as a mount, carrying the girl on its back and running quickly towards the top of the mountain. This female student is actually a beast master. Finally, an officer figured it out and couldn't help but exclaimed. The other officers were stunned, and then their eyes turned to O Yang Muyun. The reason is simple, O Yang Muyun is also a beastmaster. Now that there is a beastmaster among the students in the training camp, this top-notch long-legged queen should be excited, right? But no. Keep switching the screen. Don't stop until I tell you to. O Yang Muyun still had the same expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Everyone? Even the beast tamer can't excite Captain O Yang? So what kind of students can excite her? The screen continues to switch. 5th place. 10th place. 20th place. When the screen switched to the 38th place, the students from Jiangcheng appeared in the public eye. The twin sisters are climbing up the mountain quickly with their superb tacit understanding. Sister, there are so many masters. But the more masters there are, the more excited I am. I can't wait to play against them. Sister Lin Anyu couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Sister Lin Anrou was relatively calm. As long as we pass this assessment and enter the training camp, it won't be difficult to exchange ideas with them. That's right, sister. Let's continue the charge. Now it's my turn to lead the way. Good. The two sisters took turns moving forward, which not only allowed them to maintain a fast speed but also conserve their energy. The first test came as soon as I got off the car. Who can guarantee that there won't be a second test immediately after climbing over this mountain? Of course, it would be best if you can conserve your energy. The screen continues to switch. 50th place. 70th place. 100th place. When the screen switched to the 101st position, Xian and Zhang Renjie finally appeared. In the picture, the two gorillas were carrying Xian and Zhang Renjie on a long wooden stick and running towards the mountain. Xian and Zhang Renjie both have excellent ability to maintain balance, and they will not fall down no matter how fast they go. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but think of the girl in overalls they had seen before. Are these two students also beast masters? The ranking has reached 101st. If we can still see beast tamer students, then the talents of the students in this training camp are really explosive. That girl is not a beast master, but a spiritual master. O Yang Muyun rarely explained. Everyone was stunned. You are such a fool. They thought that if a beast master appeared in the current ranking, it would be explosive enough, but they never expected that a psychic master would appear. Everyone knows how powerful the spiritual master is. When facing warriors of the same level, his strength is almost overwhelming. Chapter 78, Collective Madness. Take the Beastmaster for example. Beastmasters can easily control ferocious beasts, and to some extent, they communicate with the beasts through mental power to achieve control. But it is only to achieve control and make them obey. But he couldn't launch a mental attack. And a spiritualist can do it. A powerful psychic master can not only easily control ferocious beasts, but also easily attack them with his mind from a distance, making them fatal. Holy crap, how many surprises are there in this training camp? Even psychics are showing up. I'm going crazy. I'm already numb, I can't take it anymore. You two little losers, I think you can still be saved. Don't you care at all about the level of the male student with the female psychic? Don't tell me he is also a psychic? In this world where martial arts are respected and the strong prey on the weak, the strong only play with the strong. As for why the strong don't play with the weak? Because the weak don't even have the chance to come into contact with the strong. Nowadays, the talent of female student Jang has been discovered, and she is a spiritual master. Then the male students with her must be no bad either. This guy, I don't see anything. With O Yang Muyun's strength as a 9th grade peak warrior, she could see through any of the students' skills. But Xian kept his eyes closed and rested the whole time, or maybe he felt too comfortable being carried up the mountain, and he even made a slight snoring sound. Everyone is fighting for a place in the next round. And he is sleeping? Key. With the current time and ranking, he will not be eliminated. Isn't it infuriating? Is this kid a gigolo? He relied on his handsome face to advance to the training camp without any effort. Don't tell me, this is really possible. Who says being handsome doesn't have advantages these days? This is a living example right before our eyes. Is it handsome? Upon hearing this, O Yang Muyun took another look and found that he did look quite good. But that wasn't her concern. Keep cutting the screen. Good. At this time, in an open space at the top of the mountain, the surveillance equipment originally set up here has been completely destroyed. A rhinoceros wearing alloy armor and full of hostility was standing on a big rock with its feet like a human, carrying a bloody battle axe behind it. And its 2 forelimbs have obviously completely evolved into 2 arms, which are very strong and powerful. Level 7 Ferocious Beast, Iron War Rhino. There is a mountain in front of the Apocalypse training camp base. The base staff regularly eliminate the ferocious beasts in the mountain to ensure that there are no ferocious beasts higher than level 4. After all, a lot of training in the later stage will be carried out on this mountain. For a group of high school students, a ferocious beast above level 4 would be beyond their ability to contend with. But now, a level 7 ferocious beast has appeared. And below this Iron War Rhino, there are more than 50 war rhinos gathered. The weakest is level 3. The huge part is level 4. A few are level 5. There are also 2 level 6. They were very smart and destroyed all the monitoring equipment on the top of the mountain immediately, so that the training camp staff did not notice anything unusual. Of course, it is also because this class of students brought so many surprises. The images on the big screen were switching among the students. No students have reached the top of the mountain yet, so there are naturally no images of the mountain top for the time being. The leading Iron War Rhino seemed to have evolved human wisdom. In his opinion, this mountain should have been the territory of ferocious beasts, but with the arrival of humans, they built a base behind the mountain. Since then, humans have begun to surround and kill the ferocious beasts in the mountain. If they are in a good mood today, they will kill 2 fewer, and if they are in a bad mood, they will kill 2 more. In the long run, the ferocious beasts in the mountain will sooner or later be killed by humans. Therefore, it has long wanted to fight back, but has never waited for the right opportunity. Until today, the opportunity finally came. Humans, these little guys are your future, right? Then we will destroy your future today. Fire the first shot of the counterattack. The smell of blood coming from the foot of the mountain is getting stronger and stronger. The Iron War Rhino knew that these human cubs were almost at the top of the mountain, and he had underestimated them. But, a kid is still a kid after all. No matter how powerful you are, you will lose your life here today. Suddenly, the Iron War Rhino straightened his body, took off the bloody battle axe behind him, raised it above his head, raised his arms and roared. Roar! This roar caused its already sturdy body to suddenly swell even more, a bit like the transformation of the Hulk in the movie, and it almost broke the alloy armor on its body. Then, it bared its fangs, and bright red light flashed wildly in its eyes. The bright red light flickered for about 3 or 4 seconds, and suddenly, it shot towards the War Rhino Legion below like 2 lasers. Roar, roar, roar. Under the irradiation of lasers, the War Rhino Legion fell into a state of frenzy. It was visible to the naked eye that their bodies had grown larger. At the same time, their strength, speed, and ability to withstand blows were also greatly improved. This is the special talent of the Iron War Rhino, Group Frenzy. It can make the War Rhino Legion enter a frenzy state. In addition to the improvement of strength, the desire to kill is also constantly increasing. Roar! Wait until all the Rhino troops have completed their frenzy. The Iron War Rhino opened his mouth again and raised his arms to shout. Roar! 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 The War Rhino Corps responded one after another, and under its leadership, they rushed down the mountain with unstoppable force. And at the base, the abnormality was finally discovered. What happened? Why did the images on the top of the mountain disappear? Did the monitoring equipment on the top of the mountain malfunction collectively? Activate the Sky Eye system to see what's going on. Okay, start now. 10 seconds later. When the Sky Eye system transmitted the image of the War Rhino Corps charging down the mountain back to the big screen in the base monitoring room, all the base commanders present were no longer calm, and their expressions kept changing. Where did this level 7 beast come from? Didn't they say that all the ferocious beasts in the mountains are under control and none are above level 4? It's just a level 7 beast, but the problem is that it has evolved a special ability to go berserk. The bloodshed from the Berserk War Rhinoceros army is almost overflowing the screen. Not only will they kill, but once they enter a frenzied state, their combat power and destructive power will also increase significantly. It's no exaggeration to say that their combat power will be increased by at least 1 level. I'm going to trap you, monkey. This requires an army of ferocious beasts. How can those students withstand it? Stop it immediately. Yes, stop it immediately. If we don't stop it now, it will likely lead to large-scale casualties among the students. Don't just stand there, hurry up and stop it. Wait a moment. Chapter 79 Death Battle. The appearance of a level 7 ferocious beast in the mountain that is strictly controlled by the base is an extremely terrifying thing in itself. Today, the 7th level ferocious beast also possesses the talent of collective frenzy. With the blessing of collective frenzy, the combat effectiveness of the legion of more than 50 war rhinos will be greatly enhanced. It's simply not something this group of new training camp students can contend with. It's a rare opportunity to have so many talented young players come to this training camp. No, it can't end before it even begins. A base commander hurriedly pressed the red button, preparing to notify the students who were still charging and send a base team to rescue them. But just as the base commander's hand was about to touch the red button, he was stopped by O Yang Muyun. Wait a moment. Everyone? What are you waiting for? If we wait any longer, the students will be in trouble. The sudden appearance of the level 7 Iron War Rhino and its Berserk War Rhino Legion is certainly terrifying, but this class of students is not invincible. Wait a little longer, maybe there will be a bigger surprise. O Yang Muyun spoke lightly, her eyes flickering slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. If such a decision results in heavy casualties among the students, she will have to bear a great responsibility. But isn't this sudden change an excellent practical test for the students? In the future, these students will all go to the battlefield of ferocious beasts. The danger of the ferocious beast battlefield is obviously far greater than the crisis brought by the War Rhino Legion. If even the War Rhino Corps cannot be dealt with, O Yang Muyun will have a big question mark about whether the students can go to the battlefield of ferocious beasts in the future. Even if I can get on. Nor was he her ideal warrior. Certainly. O Yang Muyun didn't dare to do things too absolutely. Notify the base team and be ready to provide suppressive fire at any time. If the students are in disarray, she will ask the base team to take action. Critical moment. She might even do it herself. With her strength as a 9th grade peak warrior, dealing with a 7th level ferocious beast and a group of war rhinos is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Several base commanders looked at each other and exchanged glances. Okay, I'll go notify the base team now. In the end, they agreed with O Yang Muyun's approach. First of all, this time the order was given from above. O Yang Muyun is the chief instructor and has absolute say. Secondly, the decision was made by O Yang Muyun, and if anything really happened, she would be the one to bear the responsibility. The combat power of a first-grade warrior is equivalent to that of a second-grade beast. Previously, the base surrounded and killed the ferocious beasts in the mountains, leaving only those with combat power no higher than level 4. This ensures that the strongest combat power of the ferocious beasts in the mountains is maintained at about the level of a second-grade human warrior. For the new students in the camp, they still have the ability to fight against ferocious beasts at the level of second-grade warriors. Even some extremely talented students were easily crushed. But the appearance of a 7th-level ferocious beast has the strength of a mid-stage 3rd-grade warrior. The situation immediately changed. Look, the little monk Huixin, who was originally rushing in the front, was the first to encounter the War Rhino Legion, and his speed had to slow down in an instant. There was no need for the Iron War Rhino to take action himself, even the 2 level 6 War Rhinos were watching. 3 level 5 War Rhinos surrounded the young monk Huixin. The young monk Huixin was no longer as calm and composed as before. One after another, golden Buddha hand seals came out of his mouth and hit the War Rhinos. However, the war rhinoceros has thick skin and flesh, and in its frenzied state, the beast's perception of pain is reduced to an extremely low level. As a result, this golden Buddha handprint could not cause any damage to the 5th-level war rhino. Ba. What's going on? The difficulty has suddenly increased to a new level. The young monk Huixin fought and retreated, and had to show his real skills. At this time, Lei Li and Tongshan, who were in second place, caught up. This little monk is trapped by a ferocious beast. If we surpass him, we will be the first. Tongshan, speed up. Lei Li took out a lollipop, peeled off the parchment, and stuffed it into Tongshan's mouth. Tongshan was greatly encouraged and instantly increased the horsepower to maximum, ready to charge. Roar! But on the way to charge forward, 2 level 5 war rhinos and 4 level 4 war rhinos immediately blocked their way. Rayleigh, hold on tight. Tongshan didn't take it seriously at all and wanted to crush it directly. Lei Li didn't take it seriously. She peeled a lollipop and put it in her mouth. Let's go. We want to be the first. As soon as the words fell, Tongshan began to charge. When it charges, it is like a meat-filled armored vehicle running at full speed, unstoppable. But there was a loud bang sound of a hard collision. The tank armored vehicle met its match this time, and was unable to break through the iron wall formed by 2 level 5 war rhinos. Tongshan took 2 steps back, feeling dizzy. This collision obviously hit him hard. Damn it, what are the meat of these 2 ferocious beasts made of? Why is it so hard? I just don't believe this. Tongshan moved his shoulders twice, indicating that Lei Li really had to sit still this time and he was going to use all his strength. But Riley stopped him. Tongshan, these beasts are very special, don't force them. With a lollipop in her mouth, Lei Li jumped off Tongshan's back lightly. To be precise, it's not just these few ferocious beasts. Looking around, the nearly 60 war rhinoceros legion is not simple at all. No wonder the young monk Huixin, who was ranked first, was blocked. I'll deal with the 3 on this side, and you deal with the 3 on the other side. Don't fight too long. Once you break through the defense line, run to the top of the mountain. Lei Li gave instructions, and 2 balls of lightning leaped out of her fingertips and slammed towards the war rhino. Seeing this, Tongshan further strengthened his body, and then launched a powerful Vajrapalm. But a level 5 war rhino in a frenzied state was not so easy to deal with, and both sides soon engaged in a deadly battle. After fighting for a while, Tongshan, who was simple-minded, started cursing. Damn it! We haven't even entered the camp yet, is it so difficult? Are you going to eliminate all the students right from the start? Upon hearing this, Lei Li also felt that it was outrageous that the difficulty was so great before even entering the camp. But Tongshan, stop complaining and come and help me. These guys are too thick-skinned. Here it comes. After a while, the 3rd-ranked Beastmaster girl also arrived. However, she never expected that her Beastmaster talent had no effect on these war rhinos that had entered a frenzied state. As a result, she became miserable and had to hide from place to place. Then came the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. 5 minutes later, the twin school beauties arrived at the scene. Another 7 or 8 minutes later, Xinchuan and Zhang Renjie also arrived late. Chapter 80, single-handedly challenged the entire legion. When the large army arrived here, they saw the powerful war rhinoceros army of more than 50 people who had gone berserk, and their faces changed suddenly. Where do so many war rhinos come from? The worst are all level 3, a large portion are level 4, a small number are level 5, 2 are level 6, and holy shit, there's even one level 7. If this guy doesn't want us in the camp, just say so. My legs are so weak, can someone help me up? You're the one with weak legs. I just sat on the ground. You just sat on the ground and I already pooped my pants. Xinchuan, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle next, and I may not be able to take care of you. In the crowd, Jiang Renjie frowned slightly, trying to use her mental power to control the entire War Rhino Corps, so that everyone could escape danger. Being kind-hearted, she naturally doesn't want anything to happen to anyone. However, her fighting power was not enough to support her in releasing the mental power that could control the entire War Rhino Corps. Of course, she doesn't have enough mental power points. It's impossible. At most, it can control 4 or 5 level 4 or 5 ferocious war rhinos. This obviously doesn't change anything. Therefore, there is bound to be a fierce battle next. She only cared about Xinchuan. Fortunately, she had witnessed Xinchuan's abilities when she fought against a level 3 alien in a restaurant box. In her opinion, there would be no problem for Xinchuan to protect himself. But be careful too. Xinchuan nodded, put away the laziness on his face, put away the snacks in his hand, and swept his eyes over the students. The scene was so tragic. The young monk Huaxian has the highest martial arts value, reaching 2,500 points. But at this time he was surrounded by 3 level 5 ferocious beasts, war rhinos. He was fighting and retreating, and the small shirt on his body was stained with a lot of blood. The reason why he can hold on until now is entirely due to his rich combat experience. The situation of Lei Li and Tong Shan is not much better. When converted, their combat power is not as good as that of a level 5 ferocious beast. Facing such an opponent, one can imagine how miserable they must have been, being entangled by 2 level 5 war rhinos. These 3 students whose combat power points exceeded 2,000 points were in such a state, and the others were even worse off. The beast tamer girl in overalls hid in the tree. The twin sisters Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu each faced a level 4 war rhino. They fought back and forth and were not on the verge of losing, but it was almost impossible for them to win. In comparison, Jiang Renjie's situation should be the easiest. 2 level 5 war rhinos couldn't do anything to her. Another level 5 war rhinoceros came over to help, but was also controlled by her mental power. However, due to the huge consumption of force, being able to control 3 level 5 war rhinos at the same time is already her limit. Just at this moment, a level 6 war rhino set its sights on her. We can't go on like this. Xinchuan was also planning to complete the contract mission, successfully contract with Jiang Renjie, and then wait for her to awaken her second bloodline talent. If something happens to Jiang Renjie at this time, won't everything be reduced to 0? There are also the twin sisters. Xinchuan has almost taken advantage of them now, and he also doesn't want to see anything happen to them. In addition, the students present, especially the female students. Xinchuan also has the opportunity to get contract feedback from them. Then it's best if nothing happens. After all, they are the best students in major cities. It can be regarded as a high-quality cattle and horse. All of you, get behind me. Suddenly, Xinchuan roared, and a terrifying aura vibrated on the flat ground. After sitting on the train for several hours and eating so much food, we just went up the mountain. Jiang Renjie was with Carrie all the way, lying down the whole time. Now it's time to move around. For the other students present, facing a level 5 ferocious beast was already at its limit. As for level 6 and level 7 ferocious beasts, don't even think about it. It's just a waste of life. But Xinchuan is not inferior to this so-called War Rhino Corps at all. I opened the panel and took a look. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 3,700 points. Secret skill, teleport 223 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. On the train, the twin sisters improved their fighting strength and proficiency in thunder fist, and returned them all to him. Now his strength value has reached 3,700 points. The proficiency of thunder fist has reached 5,210 points. The strongest force of the War Rhino Corps is the 7th level ferocious beast, the Iron War Rhino, but its strength is only about 3,500 points of force. Not as good as Xinchuan. What's more, Xinchuan has more than 5,000 points of proficiency in thunder fist and more than 300 points in swordsmanship. Not to mention crushing. But it's still easy to beat. Others don't know Xinchuan's true strength. In that temporary martial arts assessment, his martial arts strength value was only around 1,700 points. Who would have thought that in just a few days, his combat power had increased by another 2,000 points? The proficiency of the Thunder Fist soared by more than 5,000 points. Who is this guy? He's asking everyone to stand behind him. What does he want to do? Does he want to challenge the entire War Rhino Corps single-handedly? Even the young monk Huaxin is in such a mess, and he still wants to challenge the entire War Rhino Corps single-handedly. He's simply a lunatic. He's a lunatic, he's a joke. What does this nerd want? Why bother with him? Come and help me. I can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on any longer. This bastard has no ability, but he's good at bragging. Lin Anyu turned around and complained. Lin Anrou said nothing, but her heart was already filled with joy. Wow, Xiao Chuanquan, you look so handsome when you said that just now. How I wish I could hide behind you and let you protect me. But you are not strong enough now, let me protect you first. Didn't Xian Chuan look handsome when he heard what was in his heart and said that? He agreed with this view very much. It's a pity that no one else buys it. Never mind. Who made you high-quality cattle and horses? If you don't buy it, then don't buy it. Get out of my way, everyone. Xin Chuan didn't want to waste any more words, so he suddenly gathered strength in his legs and launched himself straight towards the War Rhino Legion. Wrong. To be precise, he rushed directly towards the Iron War Rhino holding a battle axe. He understood the simple principle of capture the leader first. Take care of the Iron Rhino first, and the rest will be easy. What the hell, what does this nerd want to do? Why did he charge directly towards the War Rhino Corps? Doesn't he know how dangerous these War Rhinos are? What an idiot. He actually dreamed of taking on the entire War Rhino Corps single-handedly. Idiot, that's not how you become a hero. No, his target is not the War Rhino Corps, but the level 7 ferocious beast, the Iron War Rhino. Is this guy crazy? It's over, it's over. Xiao Chuan, no, come back quickly. Xin Chuan, you are too reckless. Asshole, if you don't do it, you won't die. What's the difference between you and committing suicide in vain? Chapter 81 Dangerous Person. Training Camp Base Monitoring Room. O Yang Muyun's expression was slightly solemn, and then she shook her head. It was obvious that she was not satisfied with the student's performance. To become an excellent soldier on the battlefield of fierce beasts, one must not only have excellent individual combat capabilities, but also excellent teamwork is essential. Facing a terrifying army of war rhinos led by a level 7 ferocious beast, the Iron War Rhino, O Yang Muyun knew very well that it was almost impossible for this group of new trainees in the training camp to change the situation on their own. The reason why she wanted to wait a little longer was that she wanted to see whether the students could form a team to fight against the powerful War Rhino Legion. But so far, the team battle she wanted to see clearly did not appear. Each student is still fighting alone. Not even a small group was formed. Notify the base team and prepare to suppress the Beast Corps with firepower to ensure the safety of the students. O Yang Muyun gave the order expressionlessly, then turned and left. Suddenly, the base commander present saw the picture on the big screen and instantly lost his composure. What does this student want to do? Why did one person rush directly towards the War Rhino Corps? Didn't he sense the danger from the War Rhino Corps? How reckless. Which city is this student from? I just checked. He's a student from Jiangcheng. His information shows his strength is around 1700 points. Isn't this ridiculous? The three students with a force value of over 2000 points were surrounded by the War Rhino Corps and were in a very bad state. He, a student with around 1700 points, actually dared to charge alone. Base team, this is the monitoring room. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. This War Rhino army has only the 7th level ferocious beast, the Iron War Rhino, at its head. There were also 2 level 6 ferocious beasts, 7 or 8 level 5 ferocious beasts, and more than 30 level 4 beasts. The originally terrifying combat power has now been driven into a collective frenzy. How can we fight this? Not to mention that students with a combat power value between 1500 to 2500 are unable to compete. Even for the commanders present whose combat power values were around 4000 points, it would be a very troublesome task to challenge the entire War Rhino Corps alone. Because the War Rhino Legion is not only terrifying in combat power, but most importantly in its frenzied and bloodthirsty state. When faced with a strong enemy, they will not be afraid nor retreat. I will only fight to the death. In other words, once a war breaks out with such a war rhino army, it must be a fight to the death. So at this time, Xian Chuan rushed out alone. Isn't that reckless? There is a price to pay for being reckless. And the price is very likely to be life. All the officers present shook their heads. There was a reason why Zhang was always at the bottom of the minor leagues. Look at what the students sent out are like. Well. Base team, suppress fire immediately. Receive. On flat ground. When the Iron War Rhino saw that a human was trying to rush towards him, he couldn't help but smile grimly. What does it mean to overestimate one's abilities? The human being before him undoubtedly embodies this perfectly. Even if I just stand here and don't move. Have that human charge. There was no way he could rush to his side. But the next second. Swish. Xian Chuan's figure disappeared. It's teleportation. Lin Anrou was the first to react. She couldn't believe her eyes. Oh my god, Xiao Chuan actually knows the secret technique of teleportation. When Lin Anyu heard the word teleport, he reflexively thought of the pervert incident in the girls' bathhouse and punched the air hard. The other students present also stopped at this time. Teleport? This is a secret technique. The student from Jiangcheng actually mastered a secret technique. The other side. Why is the person gone? This student from Jiangcheng can actually teleport? I underestimated him. In the base's monitoring room, the officers were also extremely surprised. Obviously they had not expected this. Teleport? O Yang Muyun, who was walking to the door of the monitoring room, suddenly stopped, as if he guessed what Xian Chuan wanted to do. Hold the base team to stop. Wait a moment. She stopped immediately. In her opinion, Xian Chuan used the secret technique of teleportation right from the start, which must be because he wanted to catch the Iron War Rhino off guard, teleport directly in front of it, and kill it with one blow. If he really succeeds. The situation changed in an instant. It's a pity. Fuck, I teleported to the wrong place again. The teleportation proficiency of 223 points obviously cannot allow Xian Chuan to choose the teleportation location at will. This is going off track again. Teleported to the rear of the War Rhino Legion. It's quite embarrassing. He quickly covered it up with a smile and scratched his head. Little did they know that although this teleportation secret technique did not succeed, it had already made the leading Iron War Rhino break out in a cold sweat. After all, if Xian Chuan had teleported right in front of him just now, he would have been impossible to defend against. Roar! A fierce roar exploded on the flat ground. This human who can teleport is obviously the biggest danger, so he must be eliminated first. Immediately, more than 10 war rhinos rushed towards the rear, forming a siege, trapping Xian Chuan in the center, making it impossible for him to escape. Missed the target. It would be difficult to land another blow. The most important thing is that even if I teleport again, I can't guarantee where I will teleport to. If you want to be together, just do it. Xian Chuan's eyes flashed a few times, and the thunder-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Swish! A sword cut through. Half of the head of the level 3 war rhino in the front slowly slid off. The speed of this sword was so fast that the head was split in two without even blood gushing out. It was not until the body of the 3rd level war rhino fell to the ground with a loud bang that the blood dyed the ground red. Everyone? Stunned. This sword is so handsome. I've been diligently practicing swordsmanship for 7 or 8 years. With that strike just now, I can guarantee his swordsmanship proficiency is definitely over 200 points, maybe even 250 points. Even 250 points of sword proficiency doesn't sound too exaggerated. You know nothing. I've been training hard for 7 or 8 years, and my swordsmanship proficiency is only 110 points. You're telling me 250 points isn't an exaggeration? Do you want to take my sword? Xiao Chuan's swordsmanship is so strong, wow, so handsome. What the hell, this bastard also knows swordsmanship. Isn't he related to someone? Student Xian Chuan, your talent can no longer be hidden. The twin school beauties in Zhang looked at Xian Chuan with different expressions. Only. At this time, Xian Chuan didn't care who was looking at him. A sword cut through. Instead of retreating, the remaining war rhinos became more and more crazy under the bloody stimulation of their fallen companions. Roar, roar, roar. The war rhinos roared and began to attack. Seeing this, Xian Chuan killed the enemy with his sword one by one, and he was determined to keep killing him. Let us just do something big. The proficiency of Thunder Fist exceeds 5,000 points, check it out. Chapter 82 Fighting Side by Side. Boom! Xin Chuan burst out with all his strength, a blood and energy power of 3,700 points. Combined with the proficiency of Thunder Fist of more than 5,000 points. A thunder punch was thrown out. A huge thunderclap exploded in the encirclement of more than a dozen war rhinos. The noise was so loud that even through the surveillance camera at the base behind the mountain, O Yang Muyun and the other base commanders heard it. This? Did the sky explode? Several base commanders looked at each other and saw shock on each other's faces. After a long while, someone finally managed to say something. This kid is not simple. In this regard, O Yang Muyun, a religious official, did not express any opinion, and there was still no expression on his delicate face. But she had already returned to the big screen from the monitoring room door. He stared intently at Xin Chuan and the surveillance footage. In the picture. After this huge thunder exploded, the encirclement formed by more than a dozen war rhinos was directly broken, and the heads and limbs of the war rhinos were disconnected from their bodies one after another. Just this one punch. More than a dozen ferocious beasts and rhinoceroses died. The 5 city students at the scene? Everyone was confused, nothing but confusion. Just a few seconds ago, they thought Xin Chuan was a big idiot who actually wanted to take on the entire army of ferocious beasts and war rhinos by himself. He was simply overestimating his own abilities and seeking his own death. However, now they witnessed with their own eyes that Xin Chuan blew up the encirclement formed by more than a dozen ferocious war rhinos with one punch. I'm gonna trap you, monkey. What a fool this is. It's simply a bug-level existence in this apocalypse training camp. What the most intelligent little monk in Haicheng. What about the second and third Lei in Beicheng and Tangshan? All of you, move aside. What the hell, what's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? The energy and blood power displayed in that punch just now, the force value must have reached at least 3,000 points, right? 3,000 points? Didn't they say before that the young monk Huixin from Haicheng, who has the highest martial arts score among this class, has 2,500 points? It was Huixin before, but not anymore. There are only 7 people from Jiangcheng. Who would have thought there would be such a genius? It reminds me of a saying, it's not the number of people that matters, it's the quality of the people that matters. Is that what that sentence says? Well, anyway, the meaning is about the same. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Fuck, why are your ears bleeding? Among the crowd, the one who looked the most shocked was Lin Anyu. Her whole body was stiff, and the look in her beautiful eyes was one of disbelief. Sister, how is this possible? In her opinion, Xin Chuan, who was no different from a waste, actually displayed a force value of over 3,000 points with just one punch. Moreover, the proficiency of that Thunder Fist reached an even more exaggerated 3,000, 4,000, or even 5,000 points. Why did this bastard, this big pervert, suddenly become so strong? Could it be that he had been playing the fool and keeping a low profile? Sister Lin Anrou did not answer at all. Her eyes, so beautiful that they made people's heart beat faster, were staring at Xin Chuan intently. Handsome Xiao Chuan unexpectedly has such strong strength. Xiao Chuan, do you have any secrets that I don't know? Not far away. Zhang Renjie also didn't say anything. She had known for a long time that Xin Chuan was very strong, so there was nothing to be surprised about. In contrast, the Ringwraith elders were obviously a little uneasy. It's over. Xiao Jang, you're still so calm. It's obvious that you haven't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Zhang Renjie was confused when she heard this. Senior, what's the seriousness of the matter? Why don't I understand what you are saying? With that punch just now, Xin Chuan is going to become famous. Didn't you notice that many female students looked at Xin Chuan as if they were about to eat him up? If the female students take the initiative, there's no guarantee that Xin Chuan will be able to withstand it. If you don't hurry up and take the initiative, you won't even have the chance to get close to him to do the questions in the future. As for the rest, don't even think about it. Zhang Renjie's face flushed red. Senior, what are you talking about? Still being so reserved. Alright, if you want to be reserved, I don't care. As long as you don't regret it. Alas, kid, face is the worthless thing in this world. Why don't you understand? Zhang Renjie's face turned even redder and she subconsciously bit her thin lips. After all, these students present here are the best representatives from various cities. After the shock, they immediately realized a problem. In other words, this kid from Jiangcheng who suddenly appeared was so powerful that it was a bit exaggerated. But that punch just now only broke up the small encirclement formed by a dozen ferocious beasts and war rhinos. But there are still more than 30 ferocious beasts and war rhinos on the scene. This includes 2 level 6 war rhinos and a level 7 steel war rhino. Can Xin Chuan win? Even though Xin Chuan's combat power value exceeded 3,000 points, it was obviously unable to support him in long-term high-intensity combat. So, take advantage of the situation now while it changes a little. Why don't we all go together? The War Rhino Corps is powerful, I am willing to fight alongside you. The young monk Huixin was the first to be hit. Count me in, Grandma Tay. I've been fuming over the fight just now. It's time to fight back. Tongshan also stood up, stretched his muscles, and was ready to charge into battle in armored vehicles at any time. How can I be absent from such a matter? Handsome guy, I don't mind fighting alongside you. Layli was in a bit of a mess after being harassed by 2 level 5 ferocious war rhinos. Now she finally got a chance to catch her breath. She immediately straightened her messy JK skirt and walked towards Xin Chuan with a smile. This girl who can control the power of thunder and lightning has admired the strong since she was a child. What's more, this strong man who suddenly appeared is a little handsome. Wrong. To be precise, it's very handsome. Naturally, she was very interested in making friends with Xin Chuan and getting to know him. Xin Chuan looked back at Layli. Such a proactive girl is great. If you want to contract her, the task should not be difficult to complete. It's just not convenient right now. After all, her contract mission is. In fact, after Layli on the train showed her terrifying talent for thunder and lightning, Xin Chuan immediately wanted to consult the system about the mission of the other party in the contract, but this mission was a bit embarrassing to talk about. Anyway, it was very embarrassing. Let us talk about it after we enter the camp. It would be easy to ask her out alone, judging from the current situation. I'll help too. I'm joining in too. And us. Let's all come together, unite as a collective, and fight against the ferocious beast army together. As long as you don't mind, I'll come. Count me in. In an instant, the students present asked to join the battle. This kind of scene is obviously what Chief Instructor O Yang Muyun, who is in the base's monitoring room, wants to see most. Chapter 83 difficulty increases. Base team, suppressive fire. Now that you have seen what you want, there is no need for unnecessary casualties and sacrifices. O Yang Muyun immediately ordered fire suppression against the Rhino Corps. Several officers at the base did not dare to delay in the slightest and conveyed the order immediately. In an instant. Over flat ground. The impenetrable rain of bullets blocked the entire War Rhino Corps. The students present had never seen such a scene before, and they all stood there in a daze, unable to move. An hour later. 178 trainees arrived at the entrance of the training camp base behind the mountain. The expressions on the faces of most of the students were still shocked, and it was obvious that they had not yet recovered from the fire suppression. Too strong. They beat those ferocious beasts so hard that they lost all their temper. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. In the face of powerful firepower, all resistance is futile. That's not true. I heard that our alliance's firepower can only suppress the beast core below level 10. Above level 10, it can't be suppressed at all. A legion of ferocious beasts above level 10, you're crazy. If you really encounter them, run away immediately. What's the point of suppressing them with firepower? There's no point in running. I might as well think about how to strike a pose so I can die with dignity. Can't you say something nice? It's impossible for small minions like us to encounter a group of more than 10 ferocious beasts. That's right. The War Rhino Legion just now was only level 4 at best, not even level 5. We were so scared that we almost pissed ourselves. Even level 10 or above, I can't even think about it. Speaking of which, why did the base team choose to suppress fire at that time? We were all ready to fight to the death. I'm confused too. We've finally gotten together, just waiting to attack the enemy, and now the base team comes out to suppress the enemy. Isn't that a waste of time? No, buddy, you don't really think that if we work together, we can defeat the War Rhino army, do you? Their leading level 7 beast hasn't even made a move yet. Well, I just said that, he. In the crowd, Xian Chuan continued to eat snacks, listening to the conversations around him, and sighed that there were finally people who understood. In fact, he made a mistake in teleportation and failed to defeat the level 7 Iron War Rhino in one blow. The outcome was already decided at that time. It is impossible for the students present alone to defeat the War Rhino Legion in its frenzied state. There is no way, the food is the original sin. Among the students, I currently have the highest combat power. But I only have about 3,700 points. Every time I use the Thunder Fist, it will cause a huge loss of strength. It's cool to blow up a small encirclement of more than a dozen war rhinos with one punch, right? But that look can only make him look handsome a few times. On the other hand, the War Rhino Corps, led by the level 7 Iron War Rhino, possesses a collective frenzy talent, which makes the War Rhino Corps tireless. We really have to fight. At the beginning, maybe we can still barely get back and forth. As time goes by, the students will only suffer a crushing defeat. At this time, the base team's action is obviously the best time to avoid casualties among the students. Open the door. Enter the camp. At this time, a strong voice sounded. The gate of the base slowly opened. The students were immediately shocked by the various high-tech buildings inside the base. In addition to these high-tech buildings, there are mechas walking on the road, and there are unnamed vehicles flying in the air. It's like walking into the science fiction world in a movie. Oh my god, it's like two completely different worlds just across the wall. Just now, I kept looking at the base from the top of the mountain, but I couldn't see anything. I never thought it was so big. It's almost as big as half a city, right? More than half the city. Damn it! I'm getting goosebumps. I have no regrets in this life after coming here, no regrets in this life. I can't care less. I need to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments first. Huh? Why is there no cell phone signal at all? The most important thing is that the camera function of the phone is also not working. When I open it, the screen is completely black. My screen is black when I open it. Your phones are rubbish. Look at mine. My phone is the latest model. Holy shit, why did it freeze? Everyone was suddenly a little panicked. All communication equipment had failed. How could they contact their families or relax and have fun? One of the students was a fat and slightly wretched man. In order not to be lonely at night during the training camp, he downloaded dozens of teachers' excellent works to his computer hard drive. Now his computer cannot be opened at all. He's about to break through. Line up. Suddenly a loud command came. All students immediately lined up. The next second, several guys in base uniforms walked towards the students. The person in the lead was none other than the chief instructor of the Apocalypse training camp, the ultimate queen, O Yang Muyun. But at this time, the students' attention was obviously not focused on O Yang Muyun's excellent appearance. As soon as she approached these students, a murderous aura that came out from a sea of corpses and blood instantly enveloped everyone. In an instant, the students' hairs stood up and their breathing became noticeably stagnant, as if they were being stared at by an extremely terrifying beast. Fortunately, this murderous aura, as tangible as a substance, disappeared in an instant. The students then took a deep breath. If they had been forced to control it for another 10 seconds, the weaker students would definitely not be able to bear it and would have fainted on the spot. What a terrifying aura! Xian Chuan was shocked at first, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He doesn't care whether she is a queen or not. Whether it is top quality or not, I don't care. As long as the other party is a woman, then the contract can be made. O Yang Muyun's strength is obvious at first glance. If the contract is successful, it would be so cool. System, I want to make a contract with her. The system didn't waste any time and directly gave the contract task. Contract mission, date with O Yang Muyun. Xian Chuan? Judging from O Yang Muyun's posture, he must be an instructor in the base. A student is dating an instructor? Are you kidding me? Also, O Yang Muyun is about 26 or 27 years old. I am only 18 this year. Putting aside the identities of instructor and student, would she be willing to date my brother? Headache. The contract tasks in this system are more outrageous than the last. First of all, congratulations on your successful entry into this year's Apocalypse training camp. This is Captain O Yang Muyun. For the next period of time, Captain O Yang will serve as your chief instructor. A base commander solemnly introduced O Yang Muyun and led the applause. The students also burst into warm applause. Among the many students, some felt that the name O Yang Muyun was very familiar, but they couldn't react for a while. Xian Chuan looked even more annoyed. Chief instructor? The difficulty of dating continues to increase. Chapter 84 Disdain. That's all for today. The injured students will receive treatment, and the others will move into the dormitories. Formal training will begin tomorrow. O Yang Muyun spoke, glanced at everyone, and then turned and left. But no students left. Everyone stared blankly at O Yang Muyun's back. Half a minute later. What are you all standing there for? Just do what you need to do. The base commander gave another reminder, and the trainees dispersed. The injured students were taken away by base staff for treatment. The rest of the students went to the dormitory. As they walked, they couldn't help talking. The aura of that chief instructor just now was so terrifying. I'm still scared now. Who isn't? That oppressive feeling is more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Anyway, I didn't even dare to breathe. The chief instructor's name seems so familiar to me. I seem to have heard it somewhere before, but I just can't remember it. Me too. Fuck, I remember now. Captain O Yang, Captain O Yang. No wonder she's called Captain. She's the iron-blooded Captain O Yang Muyun, who's been on the battlefield of ferocious beasts. She's a 9th rank peak warrior, below Grandmaster, with unrivaled swordsmanship, and she's also a super beast master. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. It really is her. This is incredible. I never thought a 9th grade peak warrior would be the chief instructor of the training camp and train us personally. With her personal guidance, my strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. Who isn't? I feel like I've become stronger. Don't get too excited just yet. The legendary achievements the chief instructor has led his team to achieve on the ferocious beast battlefield are undoubtedly backed up by inhumane training. It's not certain whether you can survive this inhumane training. After these words were spoken, many students fell silent. Before even entering the camp, they encountered the terrifying combat power of the War Rhino Legion. This shows the difficulty of this apocalypse training camp. It's really big. It is worth mentioning that. Until now, the students still believed that the appearance of the War Rhino Corps was part of the camp entrance assessment, or even a special arrangement by the base. Little did they know that the base had already launched an investigation into the matter, wondering what had gone wrong and how a powerful army of ferocious beasts could suddenly appear. In particular, the fire suppression just now did not successfully annihilate the entire War Rhino Corps. The leading 7th level ferocious beast, the Iron War Rhino, took advantage of the chaos to escape. Then we have to investigate thoroughly. I'm not afraid of a thing. As long as I can become stronger, I'll train myself to death. That's right. Now that we're here, we're not here for vacation, but for training. The more rigorous the training, the better. I'm fired up and can't wait to start training. I can't wait any longer. How about we go to the playground and run a few laps first? Sure, anyone else wants to join? I'm coming too. And me. Soon, the number of people exercising on the playground grew to more than 80. But among these people, there was no sign of Jiangqing students. There are only 7 people from Jiangcheng who came to participate in the Apocalypse training camp this time. After the pre-camp assessment, Guofei, Niu Jingjing, and Zhang Xiaofan have been eliminated. The remaining 4 people. Instead of running on the playground, twin sisters Lin Anrou and Lin Anyu would rather go to the trial tower for training. In particular, the 2 sisters were stimulated by Xian Chuan's sudden rise. Lin Anrou longs to become stronger, otherwise how can she be worthy of Xiao Chuan? Lin Anyu also longed to become stronger, otherwise it would be a luxury for him to take revenge and blow Xian Chuan's head off. As for Zhang Renjie, she was only focused on doing her homework and would not even run laps in the playground. As the only male student among the Jiangqing students, Xian Chuan was already thinking about what the food in the training camp would be like and what to have for dinner after finishing his snacks. As for running laps on the playground, whoever wanted to go could go, but he would not go anyway. The dormitory here is a single room, and the walls and doors are made of special materials. When the students practice in the room, the outside world cannot sense any energy fluctuations at all, which ensures the food and drink of each student to the greatest extent. Compared with the special wall materials, the facilities inside the room appear very simple. A bed, and then, nothing else. There is only one bed. There were no chairs, tables, or wardrobes. But for Xinchuan, having a bed was enough. He threw his backpack on the bed and prepared to lie down for a while. What is this? There is a black box on the bed. If you don't look carefully, you might think it is a pillow. Open the box and inside are the uniforms and shoes for this apocalypse training camp. And a small box. Open the small box. What is this? A black pill with a gold edge. Blood Chi pill. Taking one pill will increase your combat power by 0.55 points, depending on your talents. Any one of these blood Chi pills would sell for tens of millions outside. Even in some black markets, the price has been hyped up to 100 million. Nowadays, it seems that every trainee entering the camp is equipped with one. What a generous deal! Bang! After Xinchuan sighed at the generosity of the event, he closed the small box. When the other students saw the blood Chi pill, they thought it was a treasure and took it immediately. But for Xinchuan, it only increased his strength by 0.55 points. Even if it's only 5 points at most. I can't even look at it. It's like after being used to eating delicacies from land and sea, suddenly a plate of kimchi is served. Who would even look at it? Blood Chi pill, it's not that you are not good enough. But my requirements are a bit high. Xinchuan smiled and had already thought of how to maximize the benefits of using this blood Chi pill. Sudden bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou's force value increased by 3.3 points, 30 times the return. Bite. The contracted party, Lin Anyu, has increased his force by 3.2 points, and has been rewarded 50 times. It was obvious that the twin sisters had taken the blood Chi pill. After the system returned the value, 99 points of force were returned. One that returned 160 points of force. This is the efficiency of the return. Not to mention Xinchuan, no one else would have seen a blood Chi pill that could only increase the combat power by 5 points at most. Xinchuan lay down on the bed, put his hands behind his head, and opened the panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 3,959 points. Secret skill, teleport 223 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. It's so comfortable. About to break through to the 4th grade warrior realm. That's it. Do you still need to run laps on the playground? Leave some room for other students to survive. He thought of a reason to lie down and prepared to take a nap with peace of mind. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Handsome guy, it's me. When I opened the door, the first person I saw was Riley holding a lollipop in her mouth. As girls, especially those who love beauty, the most brought gifts to the training camp this time are undoubtedly clothes. Look, Laylee has changed into a shorter JK skirt. Chapter 85 Open your mouth. Laylee's legs are naturally long. Now wearing a super short JK skirt, it looks even longer. Especially white. But Xinchuan took a look and then looked away. No way. Laylee is definitely a beauty. But compared with the twin sisters and Jiang Renjie, she is still slightly inferior. Xinchuan has been dealing with the twin sisters and Jiang Renjie every day recently, and has long been immune to the so-called beautiful legs. We've even seen Lin Anyu's naked appearance, so what's the big deal about showing her legs? What do you want to talk to me about? Laylee was very familiar with me. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? After saying these rather provocative words, she walked straight into the room without even waiting for Xinchuan's invitation. If you have nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Please go back. Xinchuan stood at the door and made a gesture of invitation. Hey, handsome guy, are you hinting at something? Riley walked around the room and finally sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and sucked the lollipop very hard. Xinchuan? Hinter. This makes it clear, okay? I'm a little sleepy and want to sleep. If you have nothing to do, just leave quickly and don't get in the way here. Handsome boy, looking at you like this, you are not still a virgin, are you? He. Laylee's eyes suddenly moved downwards, and her eyes became more and more provocative. What's wrong with being a virgin? Is it embarrassing? What does this have to do with you? It's okay, please go back. Xinchuan made a gesture of invitation again. Laylee was just about to continue teasing Xinchuan. She admired the strong and had very open ideas about the relationship between the sexes. Naturally, she wouldn't mind having some wonderful things happen with the strong. Now, this handsome and strong man in front of me is so interesting. How could she bear to leave? But at this moment, she accidentally touched the small box on the bed and noticed that Xinchuan had not taken the blood chi pill yet. Such good stuff. She can guarantee that all students will take it immediately after seeing it. Only the outliers like Xinchuan are still there. Why keep it? Doesn't he like to eat? If so, I am very willing to serve. Layli immediately took the small box in her hand, adjusted the position of her crossed legs, and her eyes gradually became hot. She had just taken her own blood energy pill, which increased her combat power by a full 4 points. It would be so cool if I could increase my strength by another 4 points. Want to eat? Before Layli could speak, Xinchuan remembered the mission of the contracted guy and suddenly he was no longer sleepy. He raised a playful smile on his face and walked back to the bed. Layli liked this kind of simple and rough communication, and the corners of her mouth turned up. I want to eat. I can give it to you, but... Xinchuan took the small box back from the other person and opened it. I understand. We each get what we need. Layli kicked off her shoes skillfully and prepared to fall on Xinchuan's bed. She is a very realistic girl. As long as one side can gain benefits, then one can make such sacrifices. What's more, Xinchuan, who is standing in front of him, is so handsome. This time, you won't lose at all. The material of this room is very special. I've observed that no matter how loud the noise is, it can't be heard from outside. Layli also reminded him considerately. But the next second, Xinchuan grabbed her delicate body as she was about to fall onto the bed. Open your mouth. 30 seconds later. Xinchuan, who closed the door, naturally received the system reminder. Bite. Complete the contract mission. Contract with Layli was successful. Bite. The contracted partner, Layli, has increased her strength by 4 points and has been refunded 45 times. It turns out that the contracted Layli's task is to feed her. That's why when he was on the mountain, Xinchuan felt that this contract mission was a bit embarrassing. As soon as I arrived at the camp dormitory, I didn't expect that Layli would be more proactive than I had imagined. Xinchuan didn't react at first, until Layli picked up the small box containing the blood chi pill, and everything fell into place. Want to eat blood and chi pills? Sure. Come. Open your mouth. Hey you. Then. Done. You can go now. Don't disturb my sleep. At this time, Layli, standing outside the door, was completely confused. Blood chi pill, eat it. And you can clearly feel that the force value has increased by 4 points. But, from beginning to end, Xinchuan didn't touch her at all. What the hell? Doesn't he like me? Bang bang. Layli knocked on the door again, she had to ask clearly. But this time Xinchuan refused to open the door. Glancing at the panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 4,139 points. Secret skill, teleport 223 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. Has this broken through to the 4th grade warrior realm? Not bad. Go to sleep. Outside the door. Layli knocked on the door for a long time, but received no response. She was so angry that she wanted to use a lightning ball to blow the door open. Am I that unbearable? Do you really think I am such a casual person? I only treat the strong like this, okay? You bastard. Don't think you can reject me just because you have over 3,000 points of force and a handsome face. There is nothing I cannot get that I want. Layli, so you are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. At this time, Tongshan came from not far away. Do you have something to talk to me about? Layli hid her previous emotions very well, and no one could tell that she had any emotional fluctuations. If everything is alright, I'm going back to sleep. This sounds so familiar. It's a pity that Tongshan didn't know and carefully took out the small box from his pocket. Here, for you. I don't like eating this stuff. In the small box handed over, there was another blood pill. You want to give me the blood chi pill? Layli was quite surprised. What's going on? Could it be that this blood chi pill is fake? First Xinchuan refused to eat it, and now Tongshan doesn't want to eat it either. But after I ate 2 of them, I clearly felt that my fighting power increased. Yes, give it to you. I don't like it. Tongshan had a silly expression on his face and felt a little embarrassed. Then I won't be polite. Layli naturally would not refuse such a good treasure as the blood chi pill. She took Tongshan's small box, took out the blood chi pill, and chose to swallow it immediately to prevent Tongshan from regretting it. Tongshan scratched the back of his head innocently. Don't be polite with me, I'll give you all the good things in the future. That's what you said, I didn't force it. Yeah, I said it. Rayleigh, where are you going next? I'm a little sleepy. I want to go back to sleep. Riley turned and left without hesitation. Then I'll take you back. Tongshan hurriedly caught up. Bite. The contracted party's strength increased by 4.2 points, and the reward has been 50 times. Xinchuan, who was about to turn over, suddenly heard the system prompt sound and was confused. Who did Layli go to get free food and drinks again? Chapter 86 Innate Martial Arts Saint Body. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 4,349 points. Secret skill, Teleport 223 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. Xinchuan glanced at the panel. A girl like Layli, being able to cheat for food and drinks everywhere, is also her ability. If it were any other girl, it might not work. Certainly. The most important thing is that the improvement in martial arts that Layli gained by cheating on food and drink can be returned in multiples. This is super cool. He even wished that Layli would come more often to eat and drink for free. Go to sleep. He scratched his butt and turned over. After a while, Xinchuan fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark and time for dinner. Everyone gets a blood and chi pill as soon as they enter the camp. I'm really looking forward to what kind of ingredients will be prepared for dinner. Bite. The host just fell asleep. In order not to affect his rest, the force value was not returned. It will be returned now. Bite. The contract partner, Lin Anrou, has increased her strength by 1.3 points, and it has been returned 30 times. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anyu's force value increased by 2 points, and it has been returned 25 times. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou has increased her teleportation by 1.6 points, and has received a 50-fold return. Bite. Contracted partner Lin Anrou has increased her teleportation by 0.8 points, and has been rewarded 15 times. Bite. Contracted partner Layli increased her lightning skill by 2 points, and the reward has been 50 times the original amount. Bite. Contracted partner Layli has increased her lightning skill by 1.6 points, and the reward has been 35 times. A series of system prompt sounds rang out. Xinchuan was completely confused. I never expected that these three women would practice martial arts without stopping for a moment. Isn't this too curly? Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 4,438 points. Secret techniques, teleport 315 proficiency points, lightning 156 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. He stole a glance at the panel. He lay down and slept, but he still gained more force points than them. I feel so guilty. Xinchuan scratched his messy hair and walked out. Xinchuan, I was just about to call you for dinner, but I didn't expect you to come out by yourself. How was it? Did you have a good rest? Zhang Renjie was holding a book, obviously she had been studying for a long time. Not bad. Xinchuan nodded. Then let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. I have some questions I want to ask you. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the cafeteria of the training camp together. At this time, many students had already arrived in the cafeteria. Oh my god, this food is really good, it's all ferocious beast meat. I can't believe my eyes. I thought having a blood chi pill in everyone's hands was already impressive enough, but I never imagined that the first dinner would include ferocious beast meat. This is the meat of a ferocious beast. Wow, the last time I ate it was 2 years ago. Don't worry if you laugh at me, this is my first time eating it. It's my first time eating it too. The meat of ferocious beasts contains a lot of evil energy. If eaten directly, it will cause harm to the human body. However, as long as it undergoes special processing, the meat of the ferocious beast can not only be used, but also greatly help to improve the combat power. Everyone, take your time and eat. There's plenty of ferocious beast meat. At this time, several base staff members pushed food carts in the cafeteria, adding delicious beast meat to the students. In order to prevent everyone from getting too tired of eating, several flavors are specially prepared. This is so cool. After eating this dinner, my strength must have increased by 1-2 points. I can already feel that my strength has increased significantly. Come on, give me 2 more pieces of beast meat. I want to level up. The students feasted on the food and wanted to empty the cafeteria. Why is it beast meat? I don't like it at all. A young lady like Jang, who came from a big city, had naturally eaten the meat of ferocious beasts since she was very young and didn't find it strange. Moreover, the ferocious beast meat provided in the cafeteria is obviously of lower grade. The taste is not very good. She had no interest at all and would rather eat some vegetables. But only ferocious beast meat will be served for dinner tonight. No way. She didn't want to appear special, so she just took a little and ate it casually. If Xuan thought it was delicious, she would give it to him. But at this time, Xuan was thinking about how to feed the beast meat to the 3 contracted parties. Just a second ago. Bite. Contract partner Lin Anrou's force value increased by 1.1 points, and it has been returned 10 times. Bite. The contracted party, Lin Anyu, has increased his force by 1.5 points, and the reward has been 50 times the original amount. Bite. Contracted partner Lei Li's strength increased by 1.8 points, 40 times the amount has been returned. It is obvious that the 3 contract subjects have eaten the meat of the ferocious beast and have obtained different degrees of improvement in their combat power. After this wave, the system helped to harvest 158 points of force value return. Name, Xuan. Force value, 4,596 points. Secret techniques, teleport 315 proficiency points, lightning 156 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. After entering the camp, I didn't do anything. After a good night's sleep, I'm almost reaching the 5th grade warrior realm. For Xuan, does he want to eat the meat of ferocious beasts? Of course I want to eat it. As a meat lover, I simply can't live without meat. But at this time, he didn't want to eat it. He wanted to turn into a porter, find 3 basins, and feed them the meat of the ferocious beasts. Bite. Suddenly, the system rang again. I have discovered the innate martial arts saint body. Do you want to sign a contract? When Xuan heard the system's prompt, he initially thought that the 3 contracted parties had returned their martial arts points, but he never expected that it was not the case, but the discovery of an innate martial arts holy body. Bloodline warriors are the most talented among warriors, but they are also very rare. But there is another kind of talent that is stronger and rarer than the talent of bloodline warriors. That is to possess a special martial arts physique. Among tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of warriors, there may not be one person with a special martial arts physique. Among those with special martial arts physiques, the innate martial arts holy body is the best among the best. We actually met in this training camp. What are we waiting for? It must be a contract. If you don't sign a contract, you'd be a fool. System, who possesses the innate martial arts holy body? Xuan swallowed his saliva, his expression looking a little impatient. Chui Yue. That's the girl wearing a black baseball cap sitting in the corner of the cafeteria eating. Xuan followed the instructions and looked over. There was indeed a girl wearing a black baseball cap sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. The baseball cap was pulled down so low that I couldn't see what his face looked like. The training suit at the base looked a bit bulky. It seems that the other person is very thin and is probably malnourished. Moreover, she had already finished the beast meat on her plate, but she kept her head down and didn't dare to ask for more. This was a complete manifestation of her lack of confidence. He should have some low self-esteem. Chapter 87 is a bit difficult. System, are you sure she possesses the innate martial arts sacred body? When Xuan saw Chui Yue like this, he was a little confused and had to put a big question mark. Possessing a special martial arts physique. The innate martial arts holy body. That is even more awesome than awakening bloodline talent. Logically speaking, Chui Yue has long been famous throughout the alliance, so there is no need for people like Huixin, Lei Li and Tongshan to care about her. But so far, no one has mentioned Chui Yue's name. It seems like he is just an ordinary student. Certainly. Looking at Chui Yue's current appearance, malnutrition, and low self-esteem, no matter how you look at it, she is indeed an ordinary student. So, is the system sure it didn't find the wrong person? Replying to the host, this system will not make mistakes. The reason why Chu Yue looks like this now is because of her family background. Both her parents are dead, and she has been living under someone else's roof since she was a child. Even though she looks malnourished and has low self-esteem, her strength is not bad at all. Her current strength has reached around 4,500 points. How many? After hearing Chu Yue's fighting strength, Xin Chuan suddenly became a little uneasy. If I hadn't gained a wave of military power after entering the camp, then even my fighting power is not as good as Chu Yue's. This shows how terrifying the Xian Tian martial arts saint body is. But that's not right. Since Chu Yue's combat power has reached 4,500 points, then why are the people the students talking about the most about the young monk Huixin, Lei, and Tongshan? No one has ever mentioned Chu Yue's name? The innate martial arts saint body can conceal its true strength. Even the most advanced testing equipment cannot detect its true strength. She must be hiding her strength, at least 3,000 points of her strength. After hearing this, Xin Chuan opened his mouth in surprise. It was actually possible to do this. 3,000 points of force value are hidden. Then there are only 1,500 points of combat power left, which is really inconspicuous and ordinary among the students in this training camp. I see. But system, does she really have a force value of 4,500 points? Xin Chuan's eyes flickered a few times, still a little bit hard to accept. Strength can be hidden, but physical condition can't be fake. He is not well nourished and has an inferiority complex. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a mid-stage 4th grade warrior. Possessing an innate martial arts holy body, the body is automatically cultivating every moment, and the cultivation speed is 10 times that of an ordinary person. As thin as she is, she definitely won't be able to practice martial arts at a high intensity in the early stages. But as long as her martial arts value reaches 450 points, the innate martial arts saint body will help her increase it tenfold to 4,500 points. Holy shit, this is a cheat. Xin Chuan became even more restless. But on second thought, am I not a cheater myself? And if the contract with Chu Yue is successful, then the innate martial arts holy body helped her increase tenfold. On the system side, the result of multiplying tenfold will be returned at a certain multiple. This means that I have become the most cheating of the cheaters. System, I want to make a contract with Chu Yue. What is the contract mission? Contract mission with Chu Yue, become her friend. Xin Chuan was slightly stunned when he heard the contract task given by the system. Become friends? This contract mission seems simple. But when I think about the fact that Chu Yue is a girl with extremely low self-esteem, it is not an easy thing to become friends with such an inferior girl. Also, system, to what extent can we be considered friends? It's better to have a definition. Otherwise, it would be a terrible feeling to work hard for a long time and still have no idea what level of success you need to achieve. The host looks at the other person and silently recites the friendship value. A small panel will appear above her. When the friendship value on the panel exceeds 80 points, the contract mission will be considered successful. That is fine. At least there is a progress bar, which allows you to know how far you have progressed and have a rough idea of the situation. In addition, it doesn't seem to be difficult if the friendship value exceeds 80 points. Immediately, Xin Chuan picked up the plate full of ferocious beast meat and walked towards Chu Yue in the corner of the cafeteria. I see you finished the beast meat on your plate. Here, these are for you. Not enough, I'll get more. Xin Chuan showed a smile that he thought was warm and innocent, and he was sure to gain a lot of friendship points. No, thanks. Thanks. I'm full. Chu Yue kept her eyes on the table, and as her body kept hunching up, it looked like she wanted to bury her entire head under the table. It was obvious that she was isolating herself and didn't want to communicate with anyone. This is a bit difficult. Xin Chuan had no choice but to take the plate away. In this situation, he tried to avoid hurting the other party a second time, otherwise it would be extremely difficult to make friends later. But just as he turned around, bite. The system issues a reminder. Chu Yue's friendship value towards the host is 5. Current friendship value is 5. Xin Chuan? I was completely dumbfounded. There is such an operation. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought the ferocious beast meat. You can tell at first glance that he's an old pervert. He doesn't even eat himself, but he's trying to please everyone else. Passing by the twin sisters' dining area, younger sister Lin Anyu couldn't help but look down on them. So what if you play the pig and eat the tiger? So what if the force value exceeds 3,000 points? A pervert is a pervert, and he will never change in his lifetime. I just arrived at the camp and I'm already eager to pick up girls. I know I'm not very attractive, so I only dare to flirt with girls who are alone. The result is not successful yet. It's so funny. At such a close distance, Xian can hear the thoughts of the contract partner. No way. This girl is very hostile to me. Isn't it just that I teleported to the girls' bathhouse and saw some scenes that I shouldn't have seen? Student Lin Anyu, these beast meats are for you, please don't hesitate. Xian immediately stopped and gave the beast meat to Lin Anyu. After all, as long as the contracted party was dead, he had to treat them equally. Moreover, they have taken the initiative to send you the meat of the ferocious beast, showing their sincerity. The issue of the girls' bathhouse can now be resolved. However, take it. I'm not here. Even dogs won't eat what you take. Lin Anyu looked disgusted and turned his head to the other side. Give it to me. At this time, Sister Lin Anrou spoke lightly. I've just finished eating and I'm too lazy to get more. Just give me the beast meat on your plate. Lin Anyu? Sister, what I just said last second, even dogs want to eat it. The next second, you said you would give it to me. Isn't this a slap in the face? Lin Anyu was completely stunned. Lin Anrou didn't take it seriously. She took the beast meat from Xian's hand and started eating it in small bites, as if nothing had happened. In fact, I was so happy inside. This is the beast meat that Xiao Chuan brought me. I'm so happy. Wow, Xiao Chuan, do you know how long you have waited for this day? Chapter 88. No one is allowed to take off their clothes. Hearing Lin Anrou's thoughts, Xian was completely stunned. I have to sigh that this cool schoolgirl is too love-brained. But that's a good thing. Feed more. For this reason, Xian hurriedly went to bring over another plate. Don't worry, there's more here, take your time. Lin Anrou said coldly, but in her heart she was whimpering, no. The other side. Although Chu Yue did not continue eating, the small plate of ferocious beast meat was enough for her. The specially processed beast meat is quickly digested in the stomach, turning into qi and blood energy, which flows into various parts of the body. At this moment, she was like a hungry beast, madly devouring and absorbing the blood and energy. Before entering the camp, although Chu Yue possessed an innate martial arts holy body, the lack of training resources limited her strength improvement. Now that we have entered the Apocalypse training camp, everyone is equal in terms of cultivation resources. No one knew how ferocious she would become after obtaining the resources for cultivation. In an instant, her force value soared to 4,530 points. The growth rate far exceeds that of others. Of course, except Xian. This dinner is over. Xian's combat power value reached 4,688 points. Such an increase is already very astonishing. Even an old martial arts master would be so greedy that his mouth would water when he saw it. And this is without the contract with Chu Yue. Otherwise, just like a crow, you can take off on a rocket. Therefore, he also had his next work focus, which was to quickly and successfully sign a contract with Chu Yue. In addition, Zhang Renjie and O Yang Muyun's contract tasks cannot be neglected. Since it's a cheat. Who would complain about not having enough accessories? Dinner is over. The students walked towards the dormitory in groups of 3 or 5. They might find that tonight was the only night they could sleep peacefully. Once the training camp officially began, life would not be easy. So everyone wanted to go back to bed early and cherish this precious time. Sudden. The radio started to sound. Emergency assembly, all students please go to playground number 1 for emergency assembly. The trainees were obviously a little confused. Didn't they say the training would start tomorrow? Why were they gathering now? Are you going to post something again? 10 minutes later, the students lined up. O Yang Muyun came over with 3 auxiliary instructors. I'm temporarily changing the plan. Starting tonight, you will undergo a training program that will last at least 2 months. Once the training begins, I will treat you like new recruits about to enter the ferocious beast battlefield. All training tasks must be strictly followed. I'd like to emphasize again that my training is not only extremely tiring, but also carries with it uncertain dangers. It's not uncommon for my soldiers to die on the training ground before. So, if you want to quit now, it's not too late. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ends with 3. No one left the playground. O Yang Muyun was quite satisfied with this and nodded, "Not bad, not a single coward. Next, I'll give you training uniforms." As soon as he finished speaking, a large truck drove over. The students who had guessed that something would be given away seemed very proud. They thought it was amazing that they could even guess this. Only R&T training uniforms distributed on the beds in each dormitory room? What kind of training clothes are you giving out now? In addition, even if we are distributing training uniforms, there are only more than 100 sets. Is it necessary to use such a large truck to distribute them? The next second, the truck stopped and the base staff came forward to open the door of the rear compartment. Inside the compartment, a row of men in military uniforms got off one by one, holding a set of black clothing in their hands. This is a 200 kilograms tight-fitting gravity suit made of special materials. From now on, whether you're training, eating, or sleeping, you must wear it. You are not allowed to take it off. Anyone who takes it off will be eliminated immediately. Also, this isn't the final weight of the gravity suit. For future training, the weight will increase by 10 kilograms every day until the end of the training. When these words were spoken, all the students present gasped. Some students even started to feel weak in the legs. Training with a weight of 200 kilograms is definitely not an easy task. What's more, future training will require an additional 10 kilograms every day. Who can bear this? Also, can't take it off yet. Even after training, you can't take it off. You have to wear it when eating, sleeping, and so on. There is no time to breathe. Instructor, can't I take it off even when I'm taking a shower? Yeah, do we have to wear gravity suits when we take a shower? In an instant, many students turned their eyes to the chief instructor O Yang Muyun. Especially the female students who love beauty, and some student couples. For female students who love beauty, wearing black gravity suits all day long is extremely ugly. Student couples want to wait until the training is over during the day and go back to their rooms to relax at night. But if they can't take off the gravity suits, how can they relax? No one is allowed to take it off. Every gravity suit is equipped with sensors. Once taken off, you are eliminated. As for showering, after training every day, if you still have the energy to shower, go ahead. The special material of the gravity suit is not afraid of water and will dry quickly. The gravity suit itself is a high-tech martial arts product developed by the Alliance. It looks as thin as paper, but its weight is extremely amazing. In addition, functions such as waterproof are naturally a given. The weight of the gravity suit can be freely adjusted between 100 kilograms and 1000 kilograms, with one click. In future training, increase the weight by 10 kilograms every day, which can be adjusted by pressing buttons. The beautiful female students and their lovers were obviously dumbfounded by such a reply. The next training camp will be difficult. Beautiful clothes can no longer be worn. I can't do happy things anymore. Soon. The students put on gravity suits one after another. With Xinchuan's current strength, a load of 200 kilograms is not worth mentioning at all. But for students with weaker strength, whose combat power is between 1500 and 1800 points, this weight is already a daunting challenge. Although the gravity suit is as thin as paper, it is like a heavy shackle for them. After putting it on, they feel unwell. Some students even sat on the ground and took a long time to stand up. O Yang Muyun ignored them and briefly introduced the 3 auxiliary instructors. She left one of them, Lu Chang, and left with the other 2 instructors. Now let me tell you about tonight's training mission. Tonight's training tasks are simple, just 3. First, go to the gravity room and train for 2 hours. The gravity level must not be less than 3 times. Second item, go to the speed room and train for 2 hours. The last task is to go to the combat room and fight against the robot puppet for 2 hours. Alright, everyone, cheer up. The training mission is simple, but you still have to give it 100%. Go. Start training. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Are you a devil? Students? Simple? Not to mention what the training items are. 6 hours of training a night, you call that easy? Instructor, do you have any misunderstanding about the word simple? Not to mention 3 projects in total. Each project is incredibly difficult. Don't even mention 2 hours per project. Just 2 minutes. Many students find it difficult to cope. Instructor, it's only the first night, there's no need to be so intense. A female student acted coquettishly to the instructor. Lu Chang had a blank expression on his face. This is already the lowest intensity. Ha! The students were going crazy. Minimum intensity, which means that the training volume will increase over time. Damn it, this minimum intensity is already a bit too much to bear. I can't imagine what the situation will be like if the training volume continues to increase. No wonder the instructor just said don't think about taking a shower after the training. With such a lot of training, I can't wait to lie down on the bed. Who has the energy to take a shower? The students looked at each other and didn't want to talk anymore. Little did they know that instructor Lu Chang's next words would plunge them into complete silence. Have you eaten the blood chi pills distributed in the dormitory and the beast meat prepared for dinner? Have eaten. Thank you, instructors, thank you, training camp. Now the ferocious beast meat is the only motivation that allows me to persist in training. Of course. When I think about having delicious beast meat every day, I'll grit my teeth and persevere, no matter how intense the training is. What if the blood chi pill is also provided every day? When we return to the dormitory later, there will be another blood chi pill on the bed. Holy crap, that was awesome. Instructor Lu Chang listened to the students' discussion, a hint of coldness flashing across his lips. Whether it's the blood chi pill or the beast meat, after taking it, not only can it quickly replenish your energy, but it can also increase your martial arts value, which will be of great benefit to your training. But from now on, you can only consume blood chi pills and fierce beast meat after completing the corresponding daily training tasks. If you fail to complete it within 3 times, you will be provided with ordinary meals and pills. Failure to complete the training task 3 times will result in direct elimination. Everyone? Do you have to be so cruel? If you fail to meet the training requirements, not only will you not be given ferocious beast meat and blood energy pills, but you will also face the risk of being eliminated directly? It turns out there is no free lunch in this world. The so-called blood pills and ferocious beast meat are just to give you a taste of the sweetness. If you still want to eat, come and train. Of course, if you can exceed the training tasks every day, you will receive additional rewards. For example, higher level elixirs and ferocious beast meat. In addition, every 15 days, we will conduct an assessment based on the training during this period. The top-ranked students will receive even more generous rewards. Especially the top-ranked student will receive martial arts training personally taught by Chief Instructor O Yang. When these words were spoken, the students' eyes lit up. That is Instructor O Yang, a 9th grade peak warrior. The martial arts techniques she personally taught are absolutely extraordinary. Moreover, Chief Instructor O Yang is a top-notch long-legged queen. For male students, it is simply amazing to have the opportunity to be alone with Chief Instructor O Yang. Xian didn't care whether she was the best or not, or whether she was a queen or not. Teach martial arts skills personally? That means you can be alone. Does this count as a date, then? Even if not a date. Since he has personally taught me martial arts techniques, it would be reasonable to treat the chief instructor to a private meal as a token of gratitude, right? The chief instructor wouldn't refuse, right? Suddenly, Xuan's eyes couldn't help but become a little hot. Any other questions? If not, then everyone, stand at attention and run. Head to the gravity training room. There are 15 gravity training rooms in the base. The starting point is a training room with 3 times gravity. At the same time, this is also the largest training room, as large as 4 football fields. After all, for the trainees, with a gravity suit weighing 200 kilograms and the gravity in space doubled, most of them would choose to start in a 3x gravity training room, at least to ensure that they can stay in the training camp and not be eliminated. Of course, a big part of the reason is also from the perspective of personal safety. This is not a joke. In order to show off, you may choose a higher gravity training room. If you can't bear it, you're done for. Behind the 3x gravity training room are 4x, 5x, 6x, and so on. The 8th room is a 10 times gravity training room. The 9th room starts with 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. The same applies. But the 15th room is more special, directly reaching 100 times the gravity. Only masters dare to train at this level. Even O Yang Muyun, a 9th grade peak warrior, had to think carefully. But we adhere to the principle that existence is reasonable. There's no way the base would have a training room with 100 times the gravity for no apparent reason. Expecting students to become grandmasters before the end of training camp? Impossible. Don't ask, it's impossible anyway. Then there is only one possibility. That is to say, there is a grandmaster in the current base. I'm gonna trap you, monkey. When I think of a big boss like the grandmaster. The students all got goosebumps. Start now by selecting a gravity training room. The training time is 2 hours. Each training room is equipped with surveillance cameras. Anyone who slacks off will be severely punished if caught once. If caught a second time, they will be eliminated directly. Lu Chang gave the order with an expressionless face. Most of the students immediately rushed into the triple gravity training room. This is too heavy. Every step I take feels so difficult. How can I train like this? Amazing. You can actually still walk. I feel like my back can't even stand up straight. A small number of students even sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, thinking that you just can't straighten your back, but he even spoke. However, this is only the lowest difficulty triple gravity training room. The gravity training room at the back is even more powerful, which is hard to imagine. I just took a quick look and it seems that more than 20 students have chosen the higher magnification gravity training room at the back. So envious. What's there to envy? They're not on the same level as us. I wonder which one they can hold out to the longest. It should be 5 times, or 6 times at most, right? It's hard to say. That handsome one-punch guy's strength is over 3,000 points. He might be able to challenge the 7 or 8 times gravity training room. What a handsome one-punch guy. Does that mean he'll become stronger if he becomes bald? Are you a devil? You've watched too much anime. Besides. No, am I dazzled? Why is One Punch handsome also in the triple gravity training room? Chapter 90 All choose triple. The first reaction of a student wearing glasses was that he might be dazzled. How could a handsome guy with a one-punch strength value of over 3,000 be in a triple gravity training room? He quickly took off his glasses, wiped them with a tissue, rubbed his eyes a few times, and put his glasses back on. Looking again. Oh shit. I'm not seeing things, he really is a handsome guy. Xin Chuan was seen walking around in the triple gravity training room with his hands in his pockets. The students who can come to participate in the Apocalypse training camp are all the best students from various cities in the Alliance. He is definitely a high-quality cattle and horse, and a tool. He decided not to miss any of them and to look around to see if there were any suitable contract targets. After all, there is a master like Chu Yue who is good at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Who can guarantee that there will be a second Chu Yue, a third, a fourth? Not to mention, Chu Yue was also in the 3x gravity training room and did not move back. I'll take this opportunity to move closer and see if there's any chance to increase my friendship points. For example, ISNT Chu Yue pretending to be weak because she can't lift the barbell? Then helping to install the barbell plate should earn you extra points, right? Then they thoughtfully served me a glass of iced American coffee. Is it going to be a decisive kill? In Xin Chuan's impression, for the girls in the gym, besides yoga pants, the second must-have item is iced American style. It's impossible to go wrong if you follow the public's aesthetic taste, right? Xin Chuan immediately walked towards Chu Yue to see if he could help, and then tried to find a way to get her a glass of iced American coffee. In addition, my photography skills are also quite good. Don't girls who go into the gym train for 1 minute and take photos for 2 hours? You can help with the filming until you are satisfied. Chu Yue, who had an extremely low self-esteem, chose to stay in the corner of the training room. When she saw Xin Chuan walking towards her with a smile, she was like a frightened bird and quickly stood up and trotted away. Xin Chuan? What's going on? You are not a cat, and the other person is not a mouse. Why did you run away as soon as you saw me? Bite. Chu Yue's friendship value towards the host is 5 points. Current friendship value 10 points. The system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Xin Chuan? There are more small question marks. It's too difficult. To complete Chu Yue's contract mission in this way is harder than climbing to the sky. At this time, the other students didn't know what Xin Chuan wanted to do, and when they found him appearing in the 3x gravity training room, their expressions were so incredible. Fuck. His strength is over 3,000 points, but he chose a triple gravity training room. What on earth was he thinking? I suspect he was trying to show off in the triple gravity training room, and I have solid evidence. Are you out of your mind? His strength is obvious, why would he need to show off in the triple gravity training room? If he really wanted to show off, he could just go to the higher gravity training room in the back. Wouldn't that be even more impressive? That's right, if we go straight into the 10x gravity training room, the effect of pretending to be awesome will be much better than it is now. If he's not pretending, then what's he trying to achieve? Is it possible that he wants to pick up girls? In the cafeteria, I noticed him carrying a plate of beast meat to that girl, and the first thing he did was walk towards her. Brother, with his looks and terrifying fighting skills, does he even need to pick up girls? There are plenty of girls courting him wherever he sits. Besides, don't you see what that girl looks like? She's skinny, obviously malnourished, and extremely insecure. Who would be interested in a girl like that? So what on earth did the handsome guy want to do with that punch? That's none of our concern. Let's hurry up and train. If we're caught slacking off, we'll be finished. Damn, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Let's get training. Sis, which gravity training room are we going to? It was naturally impossible for Lin Anyu to choose the triple gravity training room. She had already checked the information. Chief Instructor O Yang Muyun was a 9th grade peak warrior and also a very powerful beastmaster. In addition, his swordsmanship was superb. Lin Anyu's favorite cold weapon is also a knife. If she could get first place in the assessment and receive martial arts training taught by O Yang Muyun himself, and if this martial arts training was related to swordsmanship, then her swordsmanship would definitely be greatly improved. Sister Lin Anrou was a little absent-minded. She just saw Xian walk into the 3x gravity training room. Although she didn't understand why Xian wanted to enter the training room with the lowest intensity, she wanted to go in too since Xian went in. It's such a happy thing to be able to train with Xian. But her sister Lin Anyu pulled her arm, and not only did she not allow her to enter the triple gravity training room, she also skipped the 4 and 5 times gravity training rooms, and now she had reached the door of the 6 times gravity training room. With the experience in the trial tower, although the two sisters' combat power values have not yet exceeded 2,000 points, their physical fitness has been greatly improved, and they can challenge the 6 times gravity training room. Let's start in the triple gravity room and increase the intensity little by little so that the body can adapt. At this time, Lin Anrou spoke and unexpectedly chose the triple gravity training room. Lin Anyu was stunned on the spot. His first reaction was that maybe he had heard it wrong. His sister actually chose the triple gravity training room. Why? Even if you really want your body to adapt to the intensity of gravity little by little, there is no need to choose a triple gravity training room, right? The triple gravity training room is too easy for the twin sisters now. No. She wants to persuade her sister. Who would have thought? While her sister was still stunned, Lin Anrou had already jogged back, pushed open the door of the triple gravity training room and walked in. Xian, here I come. Lin Anyu? My sister really makes me worry. No way. She didn't want to leave her sister behind, so she had to go back, push open the door of the triple gravity training room and walk in. At the same time, Layli, do you want to choose the 6 times gravity training room or the 7 times gravity training room? How about we start with the 6 times gravity training room first? If you don't find it fun or exciting enough, then we can switch. How about that? Xian is like a follower, wherever Layli goes, he follows. Fun? Stimulate? If you really want to pursue fun and excitement, then the triple gravity training room is definitely your first choice. Xian, you have successfully attracted all my attention. The same thing again. There is nothing I cannot get if I want it. Lightning flashed between Layli's eyes, and then she started walking towards the triple gravity training room. Since Xian chose the triple gravity training room, I will choose it too. After seeing the power of Xian's punch, everyone has long regarded Xian as their biggest imaginary enemy. Xian has entered the triple gravity training room. Masters, led by the young monk Huixin, also entered the triple gravity training room. Chapter 91. It would be best if they had the ability. In the triple gravity training room, most of the students gritted their teeth and trained hard. Every punch and every leg lift seemed particularly painful. But in order to become stronger, in order to complete tonight's training mission, no matter how painful or hard it is, you must persevere. Especially during the mountaineering assessment before entering the camp, most of them have realized the gap between themselves and the previous students. If you don't train hard now, the gap will only get bigger. But just when they were about to reach their physical limit, Well, why did these twin sisters come to the triple gravity training room? Is the female beast master among the students here too? And lately from the North City, Tangshan. What the hell, why is little monk Huixin joining in the fun? Wait a minute, isn't that One Punch handsome guy? His strength is over 3,000 points. Why would a max level boss like him come to the novice village? Fuck, are they here to mess with my mentality? Please don't say that, my mentality has collapsed. My mindset hasn't changed, but my heart has been moved. Laylee's skirt is too short. My nose is bleeding. Fuck, I hadn't noticed it if you hadn't told me. I really want to turn into that piece of sports equipment. I'm so happy. Does anyone bring an extra pair of pants? My pants are wet and I need to change. At this time, instructor's office. O Yang Muyun was looking through the student information sent from various cities. She first looked at Xin Chuan's information. After all, facing the siege of more than a dozen war rhinos, the power of his punch left a deep impression on people. I'm afraid that only the master of the Thunder Fist can unleash such power. Xin Chuan suffered a loss because of his fighting strength. Otherwise, she would not have ordered the base team to suppress the fire, but let Xin Chuan face the entire War Rhino Corps. Including the level 7 Iron War Rhino, a ferocious beast that managed to escape despite the fire suppression from the base team. This is too far away. Looking at the information sent by Zhang Chang, Xin Chuan's force value was only around 1,700 points. O Yang Muyun was so angry that he almost laughed. With such low martial arts skills, how could he possibly deliver such a powerful Thunder Fist? O Yang Muyun immediately threw the information in his hand onto the table. The first person's fighting power value has such a big deviation, there is no need to look at the rest. There is basically no reference value. Regardless of whether there is a deviation in the testing equipment in each city or the testers intentionally conceal their strength, it has no reference value at all. At this time, Instructor Lu Chang walked in. Reporting to the chief instructor, the trainees have entered the gravity training room, and the images of each gravity training room have been transmitted. O Yang Muyun nodded and gestured to turn on the big screen. Faced with the sudden onset of the ferocious beast army, the student's performance still made the iron-blooded leader quite satisfied. Let us see what surprises come next. First, switch to the image of the 10 times gravity training room. The highest record previously set by students at the Apocalypse training camp was the 10 times gravity training room. Of course, this highest record refers to the choice of the trainees to enter the gravity training room for the first time after entering the camp. After a period of training, it is naturally impossible for later students to stop in the 10 times gravity training room. Lu Chang immediately switched the screen to the 10 times gravity training room. It's a pity that the picture is empty. There was not a single student in sight. Switch to the 9x gravity training room. Unexpectedly, I still didn't see any students. 8 times. This is the minimum goal O Yang Muyun can accept, otherwise she will get angry. Can. Still no students were seen. Seeing this situation, Lu Chang was a little panicked. Without waiting for O Yang Muyun to speak, he quickly switched the screen to the 7 times gravity training room. Damn it. Why aren't there any students yet? Lu Chang was not parachuted in like O Yang Muyun. He has been serving as an auxiliary instructor in the Apocalypse training camp since its establishment. In his impression, there have been some bad performances in previous years. But the worst time was when there were students in the 7 times gravity training room. What the hell is going on this time? Lu Chang was sweating profusely for a moment and quickly switched to the 6x gravity training room. Still no one. 5x gravity training room. Still no one in sight. 4 times. It's over. All the students seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Lu Chang's eyes went dark, and he hurriedly took out the quick-acting heart pills he carried with him, and popped 7 or 8 of them in before he could barely stand. At this moment, he accidentally touched the Jing button that switched the screen. When the images of the triple gravity training camp are projected onto the big screen. In the training room, the trainees are training enthusiastically. The picture was super harmonious at one point. Are you playing me here? And they're all acting as me? Lu Chang thought he hadn't offended these students, but it turned out that each of them was acting like themselves in the 3x gravity training room. It seems that a gravity suit with a load capacity of 200 kilograms is still too light. It will be increased by 100 kilograms later. Certainly. The premise is that he can still go back. Lu Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Chief Instructor, these students are deliberately impersonating me. It's not that I didn't explain it clearly, but, in short, they are impersonating me." The camp entry assessment was watched by the base commanders. Many superiors say that this class has great potential and has the potential to become the best ever. Now that the game has started, all the students are sweating profusely in the 3x gravity training room. If this isn't acting, then what is it? And, to put it mildly, it's acting. To put it more seriously, it means that you don't take the Apocalypse training room and the instructors seriously. Chief Instructor, I'm going to teach them a lesson right now. All of them will run 100 kilometers with weights, and then continue training. If anyone fails to meet the standard for today's training mission, no one will be allowed to sleep. If we don't teach these newcomers a lesson now, they will definitely rebel in the future. O Yang Muyun's expression was also very solemn. The new students appeared in a group in the lowest intensity 3 times gravity training room. It was hard not to suspect that they had discussed it in advance. The purpose of this action is very clear. Is it to give himself a warning? Want to challenge your own authority? Very good. Since entering the ferocious beast battlefield, O Yang Muyun has never encountered such a troublesome student again. And this time there are not just 1 but 2 troublesome students. But all the freshmen. Since they want to challenge the training camp in this way, they'd better have the ability. O Yang Muyun immediately stood up and said, "Tell them to gather at the playground in 10 minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, this top-notch queen walked out. Triple gravity training room. The students didn't know what was happening outside. They gritted their teeth and persevered, sweating profusely. Xian Chuan was not idle either. He wandered around and finally made a new discovery. System, how do I contract this beast tamer student? Chapter 92 Goddess. Replying to the host, you currently have 3 contract targets that have not completed their contract tasks. You cannot add new contract targets. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Xian Chuan couldn't help but blurt out 2 words, "Oh my god." System, you didn't tell me before. Host, you didn't ask. Well, I suffered the loss because I didn't take the initiative. Xian Chuan could only watch the girl in overalls, who was a beastmaster, pass by. To complete the new contract. We must quickly complete the contract tasks of the 3 current contract targets. However, the tasks of these 3 contract objectives may be difficult to complete in a short period of time. The target of the contract is Zhang Renjie, and he needs to be alone with her for 1024 hours. This is the most difficult part, and there is no possibility of shortening the time, so he needs to endure it. The contract target is O Yang Muyun, and a date alone is the only possibility to be accomplished in a short period of time. All we need to do is get first place in the assessment in 15 days. But who knows if there are any guys who are pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger among this group of new students. Just like Chu Yue. As the target of the contract, Chu Yue's contract task is to have a friendship value of more than 80 points. This seems to be the easiest, but in fact it feels more difficult than the 1024-hour one. Damn! I need to think of a solution quickly. The next second, the radio sounded without warning. All students, assemble at Drill Ground 1. Repeat, all students assemble at Drill Field 1. The trainees were a little confused for a moment. The training had just started, why were they gathering again? But in a place like a training camp, military orders are as strict as a mountain. There is nothing else to do but obey. Soon, all the students gathered in playground number 1. At the front of the team, O Yang Muyun stood expressionless. Wow, it's the chief instructor. Shouldn't this kind of basic training be led by an auxiliary instructor? Why is the chief instructor here? Is it possible that the chief instructor felt that the training intensity of the assistant instructor was a bit too harsh at the beginning, so he came here specifically to help us reduce it a little? I haven't said it yet, maybe it's really possible. That's amazing, chief instructor, you are my goddess. The students were talking in low voices, not knowing what was waiting for them. I see that you seem to be dissatisfied with tonight's training arrangements. O Yang Muyun spoke, his tone emotionless. When the students heard this, many of them were delighted. Here he comes, and he has to be the chief instructor, someone who knows how to consider the students and speak for them. On the other hand, some assistant instructors are simply not human beings. They don't even understand the most basic principle of gradual progress. Who can stand such a high intensity of training right from the start? I'm giving you a chance now. As long as you can complete the assessment, all evening training will be cancelled. You can move freely within the training camp and go back to the dormitory to sleep. No one will stop you. As O Yang Muyun said this, many students began to cheer and applaud. It's not just training tonight that's cancelled. Instead, all evening training will be cancelled from now on, and you can go back to the dormitory and sleep directly. For the students who were exhausted after just a dozen minutes in the triple gravity training room, this was a blessing. As for training making them stronger, let's just look at that for now. Anyway, after completing the assessment, you can move freely in the training camp. When the time comes, if you want to go for training, no one will stop you. Taking control of the allocation of training and rest time is obviously the top priority right now. Chief Instructor, what is this assessment? When a student asked a question, everyone's eyes turned to O Yang Muyun and they prayed in their hearts that it would not be too difficult, otherwise they might as well just accept the daily training honestly. The assessment is very simple. I selected 5 people from the last batch of students who did not graduate or were held back. You only need to defeat 5 people to complete the assessment. There was still no emotion in O Yang Muyun's words, just like a robot. When everyone heard this, they thought, is it enough to defeat the 5 students who have failed the grade? Since these 5 students are repeaters, their abilities must not be that good. If they were very good, how could they have been repeated? Secondly, Chief Instructor, if I understand correctly, we new students here can unite to deal with these 5 veteran students? Yes. O Yang Muyun nodded. After receiving O Yang Muyun's affirmative response, the student team cheered again. That's too easy. The level of students who repeat a grade is definitely not very good. On the other hand, there are many talented new students. They can get it done with just a little effort. TSK, this time, the chief instructor is definitely giving away benefits. Got it. It would be against the rules to cancel evening training directly. The necessary procedures still need to be followed. So the chief instructor created such a simple assessment. It looks like an assessment. In fact, it is to send warmth. Chief instructor, we appreciate your good intentions and must take off our hats and salute. Many students looked at O Yang Muyun with such respect. Only Xuan and a few other high-level freshmen felt that this so-called assessment was not that simple. Who is O Yang Muyun? An iron-blooded commander who led his troops into the battlefield of ferocious beasts. Would she be so kind as to set up a simple assessment so that the new students don't have to train at night? Is this possible? Really? Next second. Snap. Come out. O Yang Muyun snapped his fingers. 5 black shadows leaped high from the rooftop of the training building not far away. In an instant, they landed on playground number 1 like 5 meteorites, raising a large cloud of dust. The new student standing near the front? Isn't it about repeating a grade? Are all repeaters so strong? It can be clearly felt that the combat power values of these 5 repeating students are all over 3,000 points. There are even 2 that should be over 3,500 points. Is this guy a repeater or a sweeper? The assessment begins. O Yang Muyun announced expressionlessly, not giving the new students any time to relax. My fellow students, I'm sorry. One of the female students who was holding back a grade quickly whipped out a whip that was nearly 10 meters long. There was a loud snap, as if the air around her was torn apart. The freshmen who were within the attack range of the 10-meter-long braid were in a miserable state. Before they could even react, they were whipped and screamed in pain. Those who are slightly stronger can still barely resist. The weak ones had their skin torn and blood dripping. Chief instructor, I want to go back to the gravity training room to continue training. I want to go back too. And me. Immediately, some new students shouted and cried, demanding to go back to training. There would be no assessment. This was not an assessment, it was simply a punishment. But O Yang Muyun was nowhere to be seen on the playground. She gave instructions to the 5 repeaters to teach the new students a lesson. Chapter 93 Killing Hand. In O Yang Muyun's eyes, anyone who dared to gather in a triple gravity training room to stage a silent protest was challenging her authority and that of the entire Apocalypse training camp. Well, these new kids must be taught a lesson tonight. Otherwise they won't rebel in the future. In the crowd, Xuan could sense the approximate strength of these 5 repeaters. Two of them had a strength of around 3,100 points, one had 3,300 points, one was just over 3,500 points, and the other was around 4,000 points. Such a 5-member combination is a real blow to the freshman. At the moment, it seems that only Chu Yuwei and I can match each other. I'm afraid everyone else will be beaten. Xian Chuan was puzzled. It didn't make sense for him to be so ruthless right from the start. And when O Yang Muyun reappeared in the public eye, it was obvious that she was suppressing a lot of anger under her cold appearance. A master of her level would never get angry for no reason. There must be something wrong somewhere that has led to the current situation. I need to think about it and find out the problem as soon as possible. Isn't it said that your class is the most talented class ever? How can this be so unbearable? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The senior student wielding the long whip was called Sume. After a few blows with the whip, the new student screamed in pain, which greatly stimulated her nerves and made her look excited. Don't look down on me. Just now, a long whip almost hit Lin Anyu's face, and now Sume said such provocative words again. Lin Anyu was completely enraged and immediately threw a thunder punch. Little sister, your attack can't hurt me at all. Bang! Sume did not dodge or evade, but swung a long whip. Purple flames wrapped around the whip and rose up. The intense heat caused the air to distort. This is Sume's martial arts. Purple blazing. The terrifying purple flames were filled with a burning sense of destruction. Careful! Seeing this, her sister Lin Anrou immediately mobilized all the energy and blood in her body and delivered a thunder punch without reservation. Boom! The twin sisters' thunder fists hit the long whip wrapped in purple flames at the same time, barely blocking Sume's attack. But Lin Anyu, who was at a closer distance, was impacted by the force fluctuations and took several steps back, looking very embarrassed. Anyu, are you okay? Lin Anrou stepped forward and helped her sister. Sister, I'm fine. Lin Anyu took a deep breath. Still need to practice. I thought that the thunder fist just now could at least cause some damage to Sume and put an end to her arrogance. Who would have thought that not only did it not cause any harm, it almost got him involved. This feeling of failure is really unpleasant. Twin. Tisk, each face is more delicate than the other, and each figure is better than the other. I can't bear to do it anymore. Sume looked at Lin Anyu, then at Lin Anrou, and said that she couldn't bear to do it, but in fact she wanted to scratch the twin sisters' faces. What she hates most is girls who are prettier than herself. The reason why I failed to graduate was that I had to repeat a grade. It was because she had scratched the faces of 3 girls in the same class, and the nature of the scratches was so bad that she was punished to stay in the camp for observation. Old woman, you talk so much nonsense. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. You two stand back. At this time, a ball of lightning flashed on Lei Li's right palm, and she walked over with a playful smile on her lips. This batch of freshmen is not very good? Overblown? That's because you haven't met any powerful new students yet. Where did this little girl come from? I admire your courage. I hope that later, when I tear your mouth apart, you can still be so confident. It was the first time that Sume was called an old woman. No girl likes to hear the word old, let alone a girl who loves beauty like Sume. Bang! A long whip was swung out, wrapped in a blazing purple flame. Sume was determined to beat Lei Li until her skin was torn and her face was completely disfigured. Since Lei Li dared to stand up and challenge Sume, she was naturally prepared. The lightning ball flashing on her right palm expanded rapidly, from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a grapefruit in an instant, and finally split into 2. 2 lightning balls surrounded Sume and attacked her. A trifle. Sume immediately changed the direction of the whip and hit the 2 lightning balls hard. The crackling sound of the electric current and the movement of the burning purple flame echoed with each other, forming a unique sound. The air around was burned out at this moment. This scene stunned the freshmen nearby. They couldn't imagine what kind of damage would be caused if that blow had hit a person. Isn't this too strong? Both of them are so strong. Come on, Rayleigh. We all support you. Show her some color. We are not easy to bully. If Lei Li wins, I'll call her the most beautiful goddess of the new generation. It's guaranteed. The new students all cheered for Lei Li. Lei Li is a bit of a crowd pleaser. The more people cheer her on, the braver she becomes. Swish! In an instant, 2 more lightning balls attacked Sume. But where are the people? Sume disappeared out of thin air just like that. Why is he gone? This speed is too fast. I thought Blazing Flame was her ultimate move, but I didn't expect her speed to be so impressive as well. She seems to be the weakest among the 5 repeaters. Shit, how are we supposed to win this test? We freshmen have almost no chance of winning. Behind, Rayleigh, be careful. Su-mei, who had disappeared out of thin air, suddenly appeared behind Laylee. A whip was swung down fiercely. Laylee's reaction speed was fast enough. 2 lightning balls immediately hit her from behind, and she flipped and jumped to quickly get rid of them. But the whip is a bit faster. Like a nimble snake, it dodged the attack of the lightning ball with ease, and then escaped at the last moment when Laylee spun and jumped. The long whip suddenly appeared and wrapped around Riley's waist. It's over. If she gets entangled like this, Riley will lose. This whip was so fast. I didn't even see how it wrapped around Riley's waist. I didn't see it either. Anyway, Laylee is in danger. Losing is not a big deal, but I'm afraid the other party will kill her. That shouldn't be the case. Whether they're repeaters or freshmen, they're all in the training camp. We'll see each other sooner or later. They wouldn't kill each other, would they? Doesn't the instructor care? Look at the playground. Where is the instructor? Not only O Yang Muyun, but also the auxiliary instructors and base staff were missing. I know what the problem is. At this moment, Shin Chuan's eyes lit up and he finally figured it out. Chapter 94 is so handsome. Chief Instructor O Yang Muyun's original words. You seem dissatisfied with tonight's training mission? Shin Chuan was wondering at the time, what was he dissatisfied with? Aren't all the students sweating profusely in the triple gravity training room? Nowadays. He finally figured it out. The problem lies with all the students and the triple gravity training room. In the eyes of the base commander, this batch of students in the Apocalypse training camp may be the most talented batch in history. As a result, on the first night of training, all the students ran to the 3 times training room with the lowest intensity. What? I don't even want to act. But just reveal your cards directly. Use this method to express dissatisfaction with the training task. In O Yang Muyun's eyes, this was not only an expression of dissatisfaction, but also a challenge to her and the authority of the entire Apocalypse training camp. It would be strange if she didn't get angry. After figuring this out, Shin Chuan immediately covered his face. After all, he was the culprit who caused such a result. His idea was to wander around, not missing any female students, and see if there were any suitable contract partners. But how could others know what he was thinking? The group of talented students headed by the young monk Huixin obviously regarded Shin Chuan as their biggest imaginary enemy. When they saw Shin Chuan going to the 3x gravity training room, the shock of the power of his punch was still vivid in their minds. With Shin Chuan's strength, he must have at least started from a 6x gravity training room, right? Who would have thought that he would end up in the triple gravity training room? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. So they all followed him to the triple gravity training room. Look at what happened. Shin Chuan didn't know what to say. No. You have to take the blame for this. Ensure that all new students can successfully pass the assessment tonight. Even if you can't pass, they must also be allowed to live in peace. Immediately, he made a decision. Directly ahead, Laylee was entangled by the long whip around her waist. She tried to break free, but failed after trying several times. Instead of breaking free, the entanglement became tighter and tighter. I advise you not to waste your energy on that. With your rubbish martial arts skills, once you are entangled by my long vine whip, there is no possibility of breaking free. Enjoy the feeling of the flames burning your body. But don't worry, I'll just cook it medium rare so you can still breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha. Su-mei laughed unbridled. Next second. Purple blazing. Purple flames rose up and quickly wrapped around the whip as it climbed upwards. Rayleigh, I'm here to save you. Before taking action, Laylee had instructed that Tongshan was not allowed to act rashly without her taking the initiative to speak. So Tongshan has not taken any action so far. But seeing that the purple flames were about to surround Laylee, this was no joke. Tongshan suddenly shouted, throwing Laylee's instructions behind his mind, and ran quickly, like an armored vehicle at full speed, trying to break the long whip that was wrapped around Laylee. Tongshan, stay out of my business. Stop it right there. Unexpectedly, Laylee yelled, not only showing no gratitude, but also blaming Tanshan for meddling in her affairs. Tanshan brakes suddenly, leaving 2 shocking brake marks on the playground grass. He was rather simple-minded and didn't understand why Layli wouldn't let him rescue her even at this time. Did she have to wait until the meat was 3/4 cooked? Little did they know. Old woman. Is there a possibility? My lightning is much faster than your fire, right? Layli deliberately let the whip wrap around herself, so that she and Sume formed a hole. Thunderous. Next second. She used up all her strength and used her killer move. It was visible to the naked eye that lightning as thick as a python instantly wrapped around a long whip and rushed downward at a high speed. The momentum was comparable to that of thousands of horses galloping. How is this possible? Sume's face changed drastically. She had never expected that Layli had another trick up her sleeve. Faced with the lightning rushing towards her at a high speed, it was too late for her to escape. She saw the lightning rushing through the hot purple flames and was about to engulf her. Thousands of miles of ice. At this critical moment, a sudden voice rang out. Then there was a loud cracking sound, as if something had shattered. Suddenly, an ice blue light appeared on the long vine whip, and the moment it came into contact with the lightning, a thick layer of ice formed. The crackling sound before was caused by lightning hitting the ice. However, there was too much solid ice, and the lightning stopped its attack after advancing a few meters. At this time, the lightning was less than 30 centimeters away from Sume. She breathed a sigh of relief, having avoided defeat. Look back. Nodding to the repeater in white who made the move. The repeater in white clothes raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and the ice instantly turned into an ice dragon, climbing up quickly along the long vine. Layli never expected such a change. She thought that thunderbolt was enough to defeat the arrogant Sume, but she forgot that there were 4 repeaters traveling with Sume, and the strength of these 4 repeaters was above Sume. Besides, could his thunderous power be stopped just like that? Her eyes were full of disbelief, and a look of horror had just crept onto her face. The ice dragon is galloping towards us. The air around suddenly turned icy cold, as if it were the coldest days of winter. All of this happened in a flash, and many new students didn't even realize what was happening. Rayleigh. Tanshan saw it clearly, but it was obviously too late for him to take action. The pupils of his eyes shrank again and again until they were the size of a needle tip. After shouting, he half opened his mouth and could no longer speak. Teleport. Slay the dragon with one sword. Xuan, who has figured out the whole story, has decided to handle the matter alone and not let any new students get hurt. And these so-called new students naturally include Layli. But the strength is limited. Right now, he can only take a gamble. Bet that teleportation can reach Layli. Fortunately, this time luck was on his side. Although there was still some deviation in the position of teleportation, it was enough for him to use the Thunder Sword and kill the dragon with one sword. With his current strength of nearly 4,700 points, plus his sword proficiency of 330 points. One can imagine the power of this sword. Crack. It is said that he killed a dragon with one sword. That means he must be killed. The ice dragon made of solid ice exploded instantly and turned into light blue light points and disappeared. Then, Xuan swung his sword again, cutting off the long vine wrapped around Layli's waist and saving Layli. The two landed. The freshmen on the playground fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of all the new students were so shockingly consistent. Mouth half open. My eyeballs are about to pop out. The eerily quiet atmosphere reached a critical point and finally exploded. Fuck. This. Too strong. Also. So cool. Chapter 95 Speed Enhancement. I thought Layli was in great danger. I also thought Rayleigh was going to turn into an ice sculpture. Turning the tide and slaying the dragon with one sword, this scene is simply awesome. As expected, he's the top of our class's combat power. Before, he had the power of a punch, and now he can slay a dragon with a sword. He's so handsome that he has no friends. Aw, I want to give birth to a baby for him. Brother, calm down, you can't give birth to a baby. I'm a woman, alright, I just have short hair. Ha! How do you prove it? Roll. Among the new students. Why do I feel like this pervert has gotten stronger? Is it just my imagination? But that sword strike just now was truly powerful. How much strength does this guy have hidden? Lin Anyu clenched his fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. Ah, Xiao Chuanquan is so handsome. Bang, 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 my little heart is about to jump out. It's a pity that I wasn't the one being rescued, otherwise I would have cried my heart out. Woo woo woo. Sister Lin Anrou also clenched her fists, regretting that she was not Lei Li. At this time, Lei Li was still confused and her mind was blank. She thought she was going to turn into an ice sculpture, and if she fell from the sky, the ice sculpture might shatter, and she would be doomed. At the last moment, Xian Chuan rescued her. No girl would refuse this kind of hero saving the beauty plot. What's more, this hero is so handsome. What's more, she has a deep-rooted admiration for the strong. I'll change into a shorter JK skirt and go sit in his dorm at night. Xian Chuan can hear the thoughts of his contract partner. A shorter JK skirt? You have to know that when Lei Li came knocking on the door, the JK skirt was already very short and it didn't change. A little shorter? I dare not think about it. Xian Chuan almost dropped Lei Li in his arms to the ground due to a trembling hand. Boy, you dare to kill my ice dragon? I'll make you pay. The repeater in white wanted to show off in front of others and leave a good impression on Sumei. In the end, it was ruined by this kid. How could he tolerate it? 10,000 miles of ice. An ice blue light even brighter than before burst out. The terrifying energy fluctuations spread out with the repeater in white as the center, instantly covering the playground within a radius of 50 meters, and the air suddenly became extremely cold. In an instant, a thick layer of ice appeared on the grass in the playground within a range of 50 meters. The new students standing in the circle had no time to dodge, and their legs were instantly wrapped in ice, causing them to scream in fear. Boy, are you scared now? Obviously, the previous 1,000 miles of ice was just a test. This vast ice is the killer. The repeater in white didn't believe that a freshman could handle it. Unexpectedly. That's a good move. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a nice name. It's a pity that your strength is too weak to fully unleash the destructive power of this move. So, you're the loser. Xian Chuan smiled faintly. He didn't even need to release all his energy and blood. Only about 3,500 points of strength would be enough. Thunder Fist. As a loud thunder exploded above the playground. The small frozen scene formed by the vast ice was completely shattered by the thunder, and the ice blocks broke one after another. In an instant, these ice cubes turned into light blue light and disappeared. The new students who were affected were also liberated at this moment. There was no time to cheer, let alone the lingering fear. They immediately turned around and ran back. It's too dangerous. For high-level competitions, it is better to watch from a distance. If you are too close, it is easy to get hurt. How is this possible? The repeater in white couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. 10,000 miles of ice is his killer move. Although limited by his strength, he is unable to unleash the full power of this move. But for a freshman, it should be more than enough. As a result, he was knocked out instantly by a single punch from the freshman in front of him. He has no regard for his reputation. Come again. I don't believe it. After suffering setbacks repeatedly from Xian Chuan, the repeater in white was already embarrassed and his mentality was a little unbalanced. He had to get back at them. You are too weak. Let's get someone stronger. Xian Chuan glanced at the repeater in white with a kingly look, and then his eyes swept over the three repeaters behind him who had not yet taken action. As for Sumei, who was wielding a long vine whip, this girl was even weaker than the repeater in white, so there was no need to consider her. I'll come and meet you. At this time, a repeater wearing glasses stepped forward. I was wondering why Captain O Yang chose 5 people to teach you new students a lesson. It's completely unnecessary. 1 or 2 veteran students who have gone through the training camp are enough to defeat you. Until now, I understand. To think there's a talented person like you among the new students? 1 or 2 students really aren't enough. But that's all I have. 3 is enough. The repeater adjusted his glasses and gave a devilish smile, looking very much like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King in the God of War novel. I just don't understand, do you old guys have to say so much nonsense before fighting? Xian Chuan looked helpless. Court death. The face of the repeater with glasses suddenly turned gloomy. Xian Chuan's words obviously completely angered him. I saw his figure flash, swish swish swish. His figure flashed around the playground like a ghost. The weaker students couldn't even see his shadow. For someone at the level of the young monk Huixin, only some afterimages could be seen. This is the martial arts that the repeater with glasses has been practicing hard. Speed enhancement. Isn't this speed too exaggerated? Okay, that's fast. This is going to be difficult. If the opponent keeps up this pace, One Punch Handsome Guy won't have a chance to hit him. As time goes by, One Punch Handsome Guy will definitely get anxious. Then the opponent will take advantage of this and launch a sneak attack. Fuck, don't say it, really don't say it. What should we do? What should we do now? Everyone, come up with a plan quickly. One Punch Handsome is fighting for our freshman. Don't look at me. If I knew what to do, I wouldn't hide so far away. Lin Anyu's emotions were a bit complicated at this time. Naturally, she hoped that the pervert Xin Chuan would be beaten as badly as possible, but the words of the student in front of her reminded her that Xin Chuan was now fighting for the entire freshman group. Then I'll just fight you half badly, and still win. Lin Anyu was thinking in his heart. When Xin Chuan heard the inner voice, the BGM sounded in his mind, "Little friend, do you have a lot of questions?" Never mind. I should first deal with this guy in front of me who is showing off his speed like crazy. Compare speed? The speed enhancement of the repeater with glasses is indeed very fast. But Xin Chuan has a secret technique. Teleport. No matter how fast the speed is, can it be faster than teleportation? Next second, Xin Chuan's figure also disappeared in vain. Chapter 96. Let us go together. The repeater with glasses really enjoyed the thrill of enhanced speed. First, they slowly toyed with each other and enjoyed the cheers and exclamations of the audience. Finally, attack the enemy by surprise and defeat them with one strike. He had already planned to defeat Xin Chuan, then stand in front of him and mock him. Where are the people? Where did that kid go? The pupils of the repeater with glasses suddenly shrank, and Xin Chuan disappeared from his sight. That doesn't make sense. Is there anyone faster than me? The repeater with glasses looked for Xin Chuan everywhere in panic, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find Xin Chuan. It was as if Xin Chuan suddenly disappeared out of thin air on the playground. Be careful. He can teleport. At this moment, Sume suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded the repeater with glasses. Just now, Xin Chuan used teleportation to appear in front of Lei and killed the ice dragon with one sword. It hasn't been long since then. Teleport? After hearing Sume's reminder, the repeater with glasses remembered. Damn it! Forgot about the fact that the new student could teleport. Now it's very troublesome. People can teleport. Elusive. No matter how fast you are, there will always be a time when your strength will drop. When that happens, if you show your head slightly, others will teleport behind you. How can we play this? As for teleportation, it will also cause a decrease in strength and even consume more energy and blood. Playing. People just teleported to a hidden coach and hid. It won't consume any energy at all later on. Just waiting to catch the turtle in the jar. Thinking of this, the repeater with glasses broke out in cold sweat on his back. His nerves became extremely sensitive, and he thought Xin Chuan had teleported over at the slightest movement. I found you. He turned around suddenly, but there was nothing. Here. He looked back again, but still nothing. Don't hide, I see you. He felt that he was definitely right this time, so he punched out, but in vain. Aha! He's going crazy. Where is he? A game of cat and mouse. Original. He is the cat, ready to catch the poor little mouse. Unexpectedly, after Xin Chuan performed the teleportation, Xin Chuan turned into a cat. And he became that poor little mouse. And in order to avoid being caught by the cat quickly, the little mouse had to move quickly and hide from place to place. I forgot that One Punch Handsome can teleport. The situation has been reversed in an instant. That's hilarious. Comparing speed with teleportation, isn't that just asking for trouble? Now that you put it that way, it's true. Ha ha ha. Speed enhancement, damn it. Do you think he dares to stop? I thought it was a hunting bureau, but it turned into a circus performance. It's like a little monkey riding a unicycle, running around on the ground, but dare not stop, because if he stops, he will be beaten. You are poisonous, do you have to be so vivid? I really can't take it anymore, my stomach is going to hurt from laughing, ha ha. The repeater with glasses was already furious because he couldn't find Xin Chuan. Now, when he heard the discussions among the freshmen around him, his temper exploded. Shut up! He paused, glaring at the freshman he had just been discussing. Almost at the same time. Watch out behind you! Sume and the repeater in white shouted in unison, staring at the back of the repeater with glasses with wide eyes, looking as if they had seen a ghost. The repeater with glasses immediately stiffened, and a chill quietly rose up behind him. But wait until he turns back. There's nothing behind it. The unknown is the greatest fear. The repeater with glasses, whose mentality exploded, was gradually swallowed up by this unknown fear. Asshole! Where the hell are you? Come out quickly! The repeater with glasses completely lost his patience, spinning around quickly and shouting. Phew, finally succeeded. I'm behind you. The next second, Xinchuan's faint voice sounded. My proficiency in teleportation is not high enough, so I cannot teleport to the designated location. Fortunately, after several attempts, he finally succeeded. So, it's time to end this game of cat and mouse. Bang! Xinchuan slashed the neck of the repeater with glasses with a precise knife. The latter's body suddenly stiffened and he fainted. Fuck! What the hell? What the hell? We've already got 3 kills. Maybe we actually have a chance to pass the test and won't have to train tonight. One punch handsome guy, I love you. My brother is so awesome. It's horrible. Compared to Xinchuan, the speed enhancement of that repeater is simply a joke. And don't forget, Xinchuan is wearing a 200-kilogram gravity suit. I'm trapping your monkey. In the crowd. The calmest person is Zhang Renjie. Senior Ringwraith had already told her about Xinchuan's strength. Then this so-called assessment will become boring. It's better to do a few more questions. She picked up the notebook. I'm so stupid. Xinchuan must have explained this question before, so why can't I do it? There's this question, too. I remember I've done it 3 or 4 times. I remember exactly where the tricky parts are, but I still make the same mistakes. Zhang Renjie, it's really hard for you to make progress like this. As a punishment, you are not allowed to sleep tonight and you must understand all the questions on this page. Senior Ringwraith saw that Zhang Renjie was still doing the questions, while many female students at the scene were already cheering crazily for Xinchuan. There's no hope. Even a love guru would shake his head when he saw this girl. Sister, you didn't expect that there was such a master hiding in our school, did you? Lin Anyu took a deep breath, feeling very unconvinced, but she had to admit that the bastard Xinchuan's strength was far beyond hers. Sister Lin Anrou shook her head expressionlessly, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. In fact, the heart. Xiao Chuanquan, you are so handsome. You are so outstanding, I have to work harder. Lin Anrou, come on, you can do it. One day, you will stand at the same height as Xiao Chuanquan. Ah, so handsome. That's what love-brained people do. Just a quick glance at a face's profile will make you scream with excitement. At the same time, Layli also made up her mind. We must capture Xinchuan tonight and never let him escape. If you miss this super potential stock, you will miss it forever. If the super short JK skirt doesn't work, then you have no choice but to use your trump card. There is a super battle suit in the suitcase. No boy can resist the temptation of that super suit. As a party involved. Xinchuan doesn't care at all now how many girls are greedy for his body. I just want to finish this assessment quickly. There are 2 repeaters left. How about you 2 come together? Chapter 97 Sword Intention. What the hell? Did I hear correctly? Xinchuan wants the remaining 2 repeaters to take the class together? No, the remaining 2 veteran students both have a strength of over 4,000 points. It's difficult to fight 1 against 1, let alone 2. Don't be too arrogant. We are already very satisfied with being able to defeat 3 veteran students. Yes, this has completely exceeded my expectations. I initially thought that even one of us veteran students couldn't win. Who wouldn't? I initially thought a veteran student wouldn't be able to win, and we'd be badly beaten. Now, none of our freshmen were injured, and we even beat 3 veterans. To some extent, we freshmen have already won. Most of the new students are already very satisfied with the results. But for the 5 veteran students who will be competing tonight, not satisfied. Even if their old students win in the end, they will not be satisfied. The new student in front of them actually defeated 3 old students in a row. This was a result they could not accept in any way. What's more, this new student is extremely arrogant and wants to fight 2 people at once. Boy, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Let me show you what despair is. As soon as the angry words fell, an old student named Huang Jian launched an attack. He just waved his hand suddenly, and 2 specially made flying swords attacked Xinchuan like thunder. It's over, he's actually an expert with a sword. This guy's fighting power is higher than Xinchuan's, and he uses a sword. Isn't this a bit of bullying? Xinchuan is in danger. He can use flying swords to attack. His swordsmanship proficiency must be at least 1,000 points. Xinchuan seems to use a sword as well, but his swordsmanship proficiency is only 300 plus. 300 plus versus 1,000 points, how do I beat this? Boom, boom. As he was speaking, the grass on the playground where Xinchuan was standing was shattered to pieces by 2 flying swords. A cloud of dust rose above the playground. This terrifying power made all the new students tremble with fear and gasp. Hiss, this one is too strong. There's no way to defeat it. Based on the power of those 2 swords just now, I don't think even a peak 4th grade warrior would be able to withstand it, right? If you don't understand, then ask, has Xinchuan reached the peak of the 4th rank warrior? Of course not. Fuck, why bother fighting? Handsome guy, why don't you just admit defeat? You're already awesome. Right. Now's the time to admit defeat. That pervert over there seems to have 2 swords still unsheathed. I'm trapping you like a monkey. It's horrible. Xinchuan was naturally a fool. He knew that the veteran Huang Jian was terribly strong without being reminded by the new students. He looked back at the ground where he had just stood. The devastated crater that appeared was the best proof. This is a bit difficult. But the bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. Just when Huang Jian launched the flying sword attack, the system gave a reminder. It's not about how proficient Huang Jian is in swordsmanship. In fact, it's just over 300 points. Not even as good as Xinchuan. But the advantage is that these 4 flying swords are not ordinary objects. It actually contains the sword intent left by a powerful person. The sword intent is extremely terrifying and requires a very high level of skill when used. Only warriors who have awakened their sword fighting bloodline talent can comprehend it after entering the realm of Grandmaster. Looking at Huang Jian's appearance, he probably didn't know that the flying swords contained sword intent. He just felt that these flying swords were not ordinary things, and they were easy to use compared to martial arts. But even so, it is more than enough to deal with warriors of the same level. If Xinchuan wasn't a cheater, he would have probably been unable to withstand those 2 swords. Fortunately, the system is powerful. Quick conclusion. The powerful woman who left behind the sword intent was a heroine. The opposite sex system can completely make a contract and then return the sword intent contained in the flying sword in multiples. Just like the thunder sword I bought from the strange old man in the internet cafe before. System, I want to contract these flying swords. The system gave the task of contracting these flying swords without any further ado. Contract mission, be injured by one of the flying swords to complete the contract. Xinchuan? What are you doing? The flying sword, which contained sword intent, had incredible destructive power. The huge pit from before was still vivid in my mind. What would happen if I got hurt by a random sword? By that time, everyone will be gone, and it will be useless for the contract to succeed and the sword intent to return. System, why don't you change the task? If I'm gone, you won't exist either. We are connected by heart now, so please stop playing tricks on me, okay? Host, it's okay. With your current body, you can easily withstand another sword strike. Also, let me remind you, if you're gone, I won't disappear. I'll quietly wait for the next host to appear. Hearing this, Xinchuan opened his mouth halfway, not knowing whether to say fuck it or not. Certainly. Xinchuan can also choose not to contract these flying swords. It is relatively easy to use teleportation to avoid the flying sword attack. After that, with a force value of around 4,700 points and a proficiency in Thunder Fist of over 5,000 points, winning is a high probability event. But that is the sword intent. Now encountered and able to contract. If you don't seize this opportunity, I don't know when I'll meet you next time. Besides, even if we meet him, we may not be able to sign a contract. Why not take advantage of the present moment and try your luck to turn your bicycle into a motorcycle? As mentioned before, the bigger the wind and waves, the bigger the fish. Just go for it. It's just a minor injury from a flying sword. Come quickly. Now there are just 2 flying swords. Once the opponent is forced into a corner and all 4 flying swords are used, it will be very painful. Then, Xin Chuan immediately walked towards Huang Jian with a calm attitude and without any defense. What does One Punch Handsome want to do? Is he crazy? Hey, Xin Chuan, wake up. The new students were stunned when they saw this scene. Even Huang Jian was a little confused, and after a brief moment of confusion, he became angry. What? Think flying sword attacks are too easy? I don't even want to defend anymore. Directly confront it head-on? It would be best if you still have this confidence in the future. Huang Jian's eyes flashed with a chilling brilliance, and the next second, 4 swords came out at the same time, shooting towards Xin Chuan like lightning. Xin Chuan? No? You only used 2 swords to hit me just now. I'm not even going to defend myself now, and you're going to attack with 4 swords at once? There's no such thing as playing. He was about to cry. Xin Chuan, don't just stand there, get out of the way. Danger! Quick, get out of the way. Now is not the time to be a hero, hide now. All the new students broke into cold sweats for Xin Chuan and shouted loudly. Xin Chuan took a deep breath and thought, forget it, I'm going to get hit anyway. Right now. 4 swords or 4 swords. Just consider it a buy 2 get 2 free deal. It is better to suffer pain early than late. He immediately mobilized all the energy and blood in his body, ready to withstand the 4 flying swords. Sudden. Chapter 98 Admit Defeat. Stop it. Zhang Renjie would never allow Xin Chuan to suffer any harm and was waiting for him to explain the problem to her. She instantly activated her mental power and forcibly stopped the 4 flying swords attacking Xin Chuan. This is the horror of a psychic. This is also the terrifying aspect of bloodline warriors. Even though his fighting power is far inferior to Huang Jian's. Even though these flying swords contain sword intent. But it is still possible to drive the mental power for a short period of time and forcibly stop the flying sword. Certainly. This is also the premise that Huang Jian cannot use the sword intent at all. Otherwise Zhang Renjie would not be able to stay still. At the same time. Thunder Fist. Lin Anrou also took action. As a person who loves love, how could she watch Xin Chuan get hurt? But no one could see her true thoughts from her cold and arrogant face. Even her twin sister couldn't see through it. Sister Lin Anyu was completely confused and didn't know why her sister took action at this time. But it is obviously not enough for my sister to deal with the powerful old students on her own. Thunder Fist. Without thinking too much, Lin Anyu immediately mobilized all the energy and blood in his body and threw a thunder punch. Thunderous. When a beauty saves a hero, how can we miss Riley? As a veteran egoistic girl, she knew very well what to do to leave a good impression on Xin Chuan. Once you leave a good enough impression, and then put on the Superman killing battlesuit, you will definitely win. The 4 women attacked at the same time. The one who was hurt the most was Huang Jian. On the one hand, there was the severe physical damage. The 4 flying swords were fixed for a short time by Zhang Renjie's mental power. It was like chopping off both of his arms. He has not yet recovered from the shock of losing his arms. He then charged forward with 2 thunderous punches. And there is thunder and lightning. Even though his martial arts value reached about 4,400 points, he couldn't withstand 3 consecutive attacks at once. With a poof sound, he vomited blood on the spot. Certainly. Compared to the physical injuries, the emotional damage is even greater. The 4 girls attacked Xin Chuan at the same time. Each one is more beautiful than the other. Each one has a better figure than the other. As a single man, Huang Jian felt like he had received 10,000 critical hits. Puff. In an instant, another mouthful of blood spurted out. I feel terrible. Xin Chuan, hurry up, my mental power can't control it for much longer. I can only hold the flying sword for 10 seconds at most. After all, the difference in fighting power is there, and Zhang Renjie has already tried her best. When Xin Chuan heard this, he was surprised to find that it was possible to freeze the flying sword for 10 seconds. This was a big reminder for him. He hurriedly ran towards the stationary flying swords, then stretched out his finger and lightly scratched the blade of one of the flying swords. A small cut immediately appeared in the finger, and blood bubbled out. System, does this count as being injured by a flying sword? The system fell silent, obviously not wanting to talk anymore. Hey, system, speak up. Don't you usually talk a lot? Hurry up, return the sword intent to me. The corners of Xinchuan's mouth gradually became difficult to suppress. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the contract mission. The contract with the flying sword has been successful. The 10 points of sword intent of the female master contained in the flying sword have been returned 48 times. Xinchuan immediately looked at the panel. Name, Xinchuan. Force value, 4,688 points. Secret techniques, teleport 315 proficiency points, lightning 156 proficiency points, sword intention 480 proficiency points. Martial arts, swordsmanship 330 proficiency, thunder fist 5210 proficiency. Sword intent is a very advanced existence. Only warriors who have awakened their sword fighting bloodline talent and reached the realm of Grandmaster can comprehend the sword's meaning. Moreover, even for a master of kendo, achieving 100 points of sword proficiency is already the pinnacle of achievement, something that many people would envy. And now, Xinchuan has a sword proficiency of 480 points. If those sword geniuses who have practiced for decades or even hundreds of years knew this, their fear of death would cause their sword hearts to collapse. It feels great. What a comfortable feeling. Xinchuan immediately moved his body and could clearly feel a sharp and terrifying sword intent slowly flowing in his body. I wonder how strong a warrior I can challenge with these 480 points of sword power. Xinchuan was suddenly filled with anticipation. But one thing is certain. It was so easy to deal with the yellow sword in front of him. A master with a sword, huh? I'm going to make you doubt your life now. The whole process happened in a flash. 10 seconds, here we go. Zhang Renjier didn't understand. She had already reminded Xinchuan, so why didn't he hide? Key. It's okay if you don't hide. He even ran forward and scratched his finger with a flying sword. What on earth is this for? No wonder mathematical geniuses have many behaviors that ordinary people cannot understand. There is a living example right in front of us. It's my turn. Huang Jian was inexplicably hit 3 times in a row, and both his body and mind were severely damaged. Now that Zhang Renjier's mental power has lost control of the flying sword, it is finally his turn to fight back. Screw the sympathy for women. These 4 beautiful girls showed no mercy when they beat me. Then there's no need for him to show mercy. Go! There are 4 flying swords, just one for each person. He must get back at his old self, which can also be understood as the anger of a single person. Come at me. Your opponent is me. At this time, Xinchuan shouted loudly. The 4 girls bought him precious time, and successfully contracted the flying sword, getting the swords well returned. Then how could she let Huang Jian hurt them? When Huang Jian heard this, he said, "You're doing fine again, right? Opponent? With your level, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Look at the sword." Huang Jian roared, and the 4 flying swords spun rapidly, changing direction in an instant, turning into 4 flying tornadoes, sweeping towards Xinchuan. The terrifying formation seemed to want to eat Xinchuan alive. It's obvious. He used all his strength and didn't want to waste any more time. But the next second. Get back! The sword intent that continued to flow in Xinchuan's body followed his meridians, blood, and flesh to his fingertips. As the sword intent continues to condense, he just slashed out a sword in the void. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light vibrated out. Click, 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 click. It was visible to the naked eye that the 4 flying swords that had turned into a flying shuttle tornado first stopped rotating, and then cracks of varying degrees appeared on the sword bodies. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. This? Huang Jian's pupils suddenly shrank again and again, and an almost exaggerated expression froze on his face. When the new students saw this scene, they were all stunned, and the air suddenly stagnated at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Until Huang Jian raised his hands and shouted, "No more fighting, I give up. If you don't admit defeat now, you will lose your life." Huang Jian looked at Xinchuan, his eyes filled with horror. He took a deep breath and said in horror, "Just now, was that sword intent just now?" Xinchuan nodded. The whole audience fell into silence again. Chapter 99. Could it be that the judgment was wrong? This time the silence lasted longer than before. Everyone's mind went blank. Sword intent? The sword intent that can only be realized by awakening the sword bloodline talent and entering the realm of Grandmaster? To understand this terrifying and advanced existence, two conditions are indispensable. So Xian Chuan is not only a bloodline warrior who has awakened his talent in swordsmanship? Has his realm reached the Grandmaster level? A master who hasn't even graduated from high school? What the hell? No wonder veteran student Huang Jian gave in. If it were me, I would definitely admit defeat. How to win against Grandmaster? Even if Chief Instructor O Yang Muyun came, we still won't be able to win. I give up too. At this time, the boy in black, the only one of the 5 veteran students who had not been defeated, also admitted defeat. His strength is not as good as Huang Jian's. Since Huang Jian has admitted defeat, there is no need for him to fight anymore. Not to mention, that is the sword intent. The other party is very likely to be a young master. How to fight this? Admit defeat, even though you will be severely punished by the chief instructor. But it's better than being beaten to death or crippled, right? With the last repeater admitting defeat, it means that the new students have passed the assessment. No more training at night. Free time arrangement. Fuck, we won? Who would have thought that we would actually win? From now on, you won't have to train at night, so you can arrange your time freely. I don't care about whether I need to train in the future. I only care about whether One Punch Handsome has reached the Grandmaster level. I don't think so. In our entire alliance, there are only a few Grandmasters in the 5 cities combined. You can count them on 2 hands. The youngest Grandmaster is the 28-year-old God of War. If he is a Grandmaster, doesn't that mean he is even more powerful than the God of War? Everyone understands the principle, but how do you explain that flash of sword intent just now? Isn't it true that only a Grandmaster can comprehend the sword intent? Ah, this is beyond my knowledge. Is there anyone who can explain it? At our level, forget about trying to figure it out. Let's wait until tomorrow, or the chief instructor will come over soon, and then the mystery will be revealed. Whether he's a Grandmaster or not, his strength is ridiculously strong. We can't even begin to compare to him. You're actually dreaming of being better than me. I'm not well educated, so I can't find any better words. It's all fine as long as you understand. In the crowd. Sister, was that golden light just now the sword intent? Lin Anyu had calmed down for a while, but still could not accept this fact. That is the sword intent. The sword intent can only be understood by the Grandmaster level. It was actually cut out by Xian Chuan with just one finger in the air. It should be the sword intention. Otherwise, that void slash wouldn't have been able to destroy the 4 flying swords so easily. Lin Anrou said expressionlessly. Sister, that is the sword intent, the sword intent. Lin Anyu still couldn't accept it, especially since the one who figured out the sword intent was Xian Chuan, that bastard, that big pervert. In response to this, Lin Anrou did not have any answer, but her heart was overwhelmed with love and she was cheering for Xian Chuan crazily. Xiao Chuan, that sword move you made just now was really cool. It's a pity that I didn't bring a camera, otherwise I would have taken some photos. Before, you slashed the ice dragon with one sword, and now you shatter the flying sword with one sword. Ah, you are so handsome. Sister, that's not right. If he really has the strength of a Grandmaster, why does he need us to rescue him? Lin Anyu suddenly thought of a doubt. It seems so. We took action spontaneously, and Xian Chuan didn't ask us to do anything. Lin Anrou gave her analysis very calmly. After all, everyone saw Xian Chuan walking towards Huang Jian defenselessly, but was he really defenseless? Only Xian Chuan himself knew. Secondly, it is also true that he did not ask for help until the flying sword was about to hit Xian Chuan. So, what exactly is Xian Chuan's strength? We'll have to wait for the chief instructor to come and personally confirm it. But it's certain that he is stronger than us, by a lot. We have to train harder, otherwise the gap between us and him will only widen. Lin Anyu nodded repeatedly. Sister, I won't sleep tonight. I will stay in the trial tower. The other side. Sword intent? Grandmaster? Senior, did you make a wrong judgment before? Zhang Renjier asked puzzledly. Xiao Jang, how could I have made a wrong judgment? His strength has not yet reached the level of a grandmaster. The voice of Senior Ringwraith rang out in his mind. What's with that sword intent? Zhang Renjie was even more confused. Since the senior did not misjudge, then before this, Xinchuan must have had no sword intention, and recently, I have basically been with Xinchuan and have not seen him practicing sword. Once you enter the Apocalypse training camp, you will have even less time to practice sword play. So where does this sword intent come from? The key point is that this is just a little bit of sword intent. But the output is astonishing. This is what makes him so terrifying. I don't understand it either. The Ringwraith Elder said helplessly. He had lived for hundreds of years, but he couldn't even understand a little boy. He felt so ashamed. Riley was standing not far away. It turns out that I didn't choose the wrong rich man. Xinchuan's strength is so terrifying that no one can match him. He is an extremely explosive existence in the entire alliance. Her parents taught her since she was young that if she can't do something, she should quickly find a powerful backer. Now, this backer has undoubtedly appeared. Xinchuan, right? This girl who can control lightning has already decided that she must take down Xinchuan even if she has to use medicine. Base, instructor's dormitory. Compared with student dormitories, instructors' dormitories are naturally much more luxurious. The first thing O Yang Muyun did when he returned to the dormitory was to fill the bathtub with water, then put on a facial mask and enjoy the rare rest time. As for tonight's assessment, it has been so long since anyone dared to challenge her authority. What's more, this time it is a whole group of freshman students. If we don't teach them a lesson, it will be difficult to lead this group of students in the future. Certainly. She didn't order the killing either. It would be enough if they could remember the lesson of tonight deeply. And the 5 students who were to repeat the grade were selected by her personally, so naturally she could do this. Take a good bath and wait quietly for their news. If we're quick, we should be able to handle this group of new students in 2 hours. If you're slow, it can be done in 3 hours. For this purpose, she even set an alarm clock to avoid being too comfortable in the bath and sleeping until dawn. Close your eyes. I just felt a little tired. Bang bang. There was a slight knock on the door. Chief Instructor O Yang, are you asleep? The sound of the 10 yellow swords came from outside the door. O Yang Muyun subconsciously glanced at the time. Only 20 minutes had passed. It only took 20 minutes to deal with that group of new students? Such a speed was obviously unexpected. Chapter 100 Combat Power Test. O Yang Muyun put on his clothes and walked out. You guys did a great job tonight, I'm very satisfied. As long as you don't make any mistakes in the next few days, I will let you graduate this time. The 5 old students she chose tonight were all held back for different reasons and were unable to graduate and leave the training camp. But tonight, it was done beautifully. I believe those new students have learned a very painful lesson. And this is exactly the effect she wanted. As the chief instructor, it is just a matter of a word to let the 5 old students graduate and leave the training camp. Can. Huang Jian, who was standing at the door, looked extremely ugly after hearing O Yang Muyun's words, and was about to cry. Chief instructor, we messed up. O Yang Muyun? 2 minutes passed like this. Huang Jian briefly recounted what had just happened on the playground. This top-notch queen went from looking confused to becoming very agitated. What are you doing? You said that new student Xinchuan took on 5 of you alone and beat all of you? And he even showed off his sword skills? O Yang Muyun himself didn't believe the words when they came out of his mouth. The terrifying and advanced existence of sword intent can only be realized by awakening the bloodline of sword talent and entering the realm of Grandmaster. According to Huang Jian's words, Xinchuan is not only a bloodline warrior. His strength has reached the Grandmaster level. As the chief instructor, my strength is only that of a 9th grade peak warrior. Is Xinchuan more awesome than the chief instructor himself? Huang Jian, do you know what you are talking about? Even if you 5 veteran students were too arrogant and got into trouble with the new students, there's no need to come up with such an outrageous excuse to trick me, right? O Yang Muyun's face turned cold in an instant. Huang Jian was so frightened that his legs went weak and he cried, Chief Instructor, we wouldn't dare fool anyone but you. That guy Xinchuan is really not a human. He really used the sword intent. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance cameras on the playground. If I tell even a single lie, I will never be able to graduate from this course. The words fell. The other 4 veteran students also came over. They hid in the corner early and did not dare to come out to see O Yang Muyun. But after weighing the pros and cons, they finally decided to come out and face it together. They couldn't let Huang Jian take the blame alone. Chief Instructor, Xin Chuan is really not a human. My enhanced speed is a joke compared to his teleportation. My Bingfang Wanli was knocked into autism by his punch. My long vine whip was also cut off by his sword. I didn't make a move. I conceded defeat. As an old student, I am skeptical for now. Since 5 veteran students all said so, we had to take it seriously. What's more, these 5 old students all knew very well that if they dared to lie, they would never be able to graduate. You guys go back first. O Yang Muyun dodged and decided to go to the monitoring room to see what was going on. This side of the playground. The new students are still a little uncomfortable with the new environment. Do they really not need to train at night? Can I allocate my time freely now? Hey, can someone pinch me to death? Let me do it, I'm strong. Fuck, it hurts, you bastard. Are you trying to strangle me to death? Didn't you ask me to strangle you to death? I'm calling you a dead ghost, why don't you just go die? Everyone laughed together, and after feeling happy, they gradually accepted the fact that they didn't have to train in the evening and began to disperse. Xin Chuan was also preparing to go back, but before he had gone far, a beautiful figure blocked his way. O Yang Muyun was wearing a slightly loose white shirt, revealing his long and snow-white legs, and he walked towards them. Obviously, she came to find Xin Chuan as soon as she watched the surveillance video. My wet hair has not been blown dry yet. It's Chief Instructor O Yang. Chief Instructor O Yang's status is truly amazing. Compared to her, those celebrities in the entertainment industry pale in comparison. Oh my god, Chief Instructor O Yang's legs are longer than my life. Looking at her like this, did she just take a shower? So this is what the goddess looks like after taking a bath. I want to drink the Chief Instructor's bath water. Wake up, the Chief Instructor is here to look for Xin Chuan. If you are stronger than Xin Chuan, you can just fantasize here. Otherwise, go back to sleep. Although I have only been in the 3x gravity training room for more than 20 minutes, I can clearly feel that my bones are about to fall apart. Xin Chuan? Thank you. I don't want to die yet. I've successfully persuaded you to quit. Let's go back to sleep. It's still early. After I take a shower, do you want to play landlord? I'll go, why didn't you say so earlier? When the new students saw O Yang Muyun appear, they were amazed for a few seconds and then walked away tactfully. You have time? I want to talk to you alone. O Yang Muyun went straight to the point. After watching the surveillance video, she still felt unwell. There is only one thought in my mind. Is Xin Chuan really a human? She had to verify it herself, otherwise she would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Xin Chuan did not agree immediately, but secretly asked the system in his heart. Tonzi, she wants to talk to me alone. If I agree, does that count as a date? I still remember that the task in the contract with O Yang Muyun was to date. If this contract mission can be completed, that would be awesome. Okay. The system was very straightforward and gave a direct answer. Nice. Xin Chuan snapped his fingers immediately. The night is long and I just can't feel like sleeping. Come with me. O Yang Muyun turned around and left, wanting to take Xin Chuan to a place. The combat power testing building within the base. You're really not a grandmaster? On the way here, O Yang Muyun had asked the same question no less than 10 times. Chief Instructor, let me answer this one last time. I'm really not a grandmaster. Really? O Yang Muyun kept his eyes fixed on Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan was tired and didn't want to answer this question. He wanted to respond to the chief instructor with the same look. But it's not appropriate. I just took a shower. He was only wearing a loose white shirt. If you stare at the other person too closely, it can easily lead to misunderstanding. Forget it. No matter how many times I ask, you won't tell the truth. Then let's use the test data to speak for itself. Follow me in. In addition to the new students, there are also a larger number of old students in the base. They chose to stay at the base for various reasons. Many people train 24 hours a day. And this combat power testing building is the best place to test the training results. In order to provide better services to the students, the Combat Capability Test Building is in operation 24 hours a day. At this time, the receptionist in the Combat Power Test Building was boredly watching idol dramas to pass the time. "Hello, please get a room."